Hello everyone. Welcome to part 13. First, let's briefly recap the previous installment. Deep within the galaxy, the Xiaolong interstellar empire rose like a brilliant new star. Zhao Chun, the dragon emperor of this empire, led his people on an extraordinary journey of defiance and triumph on the galactic stage, showcasing his unparalleled courage and intellect. The story began with Zhao Chun facing the surrender of 1,000,000 interstellar warships. Though his brow furrowed, his mind had already formulated a meticulous plan. He not only sought to accommodate these defectors, but also aimed to turn them into a formidable force for the empire. His sharp gaze pierced through the virtual screen, analyzing every detail of the interstellar species before him. With a single touch of his finger, he determined the fate of countless beings. Unbeknownst to him, the flame elf queen of the Holy Elven Empire had also taken notice of Zhao Qin's growing power, her eyes flickering with a hint of caution. Zhao Qin's ultimate supernova bomb sent shockwaves across the galaxy, forcing even the lofty elf kings to reassess their stance toward him. Soon after, Zhao Qin's fleet traversed the galaxy, targeting civilizations threatened by the devouring civilizations. In the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization, Zhao Qin's wisdom and bravery shone once again. Not only did he successfully establish a proxy force, but he also led his Xiaolong Legion to a decisive victory against the four great families, demonstrating their invincible might against overwhelming odds. Even the Kingdom of Stone, known for its impenetrable defenses and isolationist policies, opened its gates under Zhao Qin's strategic maneuvers. Through trade as a bridge and technology as a key, he unlocked the kingdom's treasures and secured a valuable new ally for the Xiaolong Empire. In the Luaha Kingdom, Zhao Qin's intervention marked a turning point. When the kingdom faced internal strife and external threats, Zhao Qin's interstellar fleet descended like divine reinforcements, crushing the rebels and restoring order. His assistance extended beyond military aid, encompassing political and economic support, enabling the Luaha Kingdom to rise swiftly and become a steadfast stronghold for the Xiaolong Empire within the Cancer constellation's interstellar realm. Every move Zhao Qin made was precise and swift. His empire, much like himself, brimmed with passion and determination. Under his leadership, the Xiaolong interstellar empire continued to expand and strengthen, becoming a legend in the universe. Finally, at the close of galactic year 3039, the Xiaolong interstellar empire celebrated its third anniversary. During this momentous occasion, Zhao Chun announced the dawn of a new era, the unveiling of the T-7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. This warship was not only a pinnacle of technology, but also a symbol of Zhao Qin's power. Its debut during the New Year ceremony left the entire universe in awe. That concludes the recap of Part 12. I hope you enjoyed it and are excited for Part 13. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this story has captured your interest and you're just joining us for the first time, feel free to check out the comments section or the playlist to start from Part 1. Now, let's dive into the storyline of Part 13. 3 days from now, no matter the circumstances or the timing, the moment I give the order, I need this segment of the fleet to be ready to take action immediately. The crucial meeting about the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's first intergalactic war had just concluded. Zhao Chun strode through the expansive corridor, with Lilith following closely behind. What's your take on Charlotte's battle plan? Zhao Chun asked, turning his head slightly. As the steward, Lilith had remained silent throughout the meeting, as was her duty. It's an exceptional plan, but it's also highly risky. This will be a major test for the Xiaolong fleet and an even greater challenge for the marshal's abilities, Lilith replied thoughtfully. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement before adding, although Charlotte mentioned that a month's worth of war resources would suffice, we're in charge of logistics, so we need to plan ahead. Arrange for 3 months' worth of resources to be prepared and draft contingency plans. If the situation worsens, we must ensure the capacity to sustain 6 months to a year of warfare. Lilith understood the immense pressure of the task. Resources were already scarce throughout the Xiaolong Empire, and this war against a T6 level civilization would undoubtedly demand vast amounts of supplies. Yet, her resolve was unwavering. We'll make sure every contingency is addressed, she assured him. Stopping by a large window, Zhao Chun gazed into the vast expanse of the starry sky, his expression softening. The calm of the past several months is about to be shattered. This warship of the Xiaolong Empire is heading straight into another storm. Only after braving the storm can we witness even more breathtaking sights, Lilith remarked. Zhao Qin smiled confidently. You're right. The scenery after the storm is always more beautiful. The scene shifts to a serene estate within a star system of the Starlight Kingdom. A graceful woman carefully carried a tray of meticulously prepared dishes toward a table in the open-air garden. Everything's ready. Come and try it. These are all your father's recipes. He started gathering ingredients a week in advance to prepare for your return, she said warmly. A few attendants stepped forward to take the tray, but the woman shot them a stern look, sending them retreating. This is a family meal. What's wrong with me serving my daughters myself? All of you, step back. Zhong Xiaoxia and Zhong Xiaoyun, The two sisters moved to help, but their mother waved them off. You two just sit down and enjoy the food. The sisters exchanged a knowing smile, long accustomed to their parents' endearing stubbornness. Finally, a middle-aged man wearing an apron approached, holding a steaming clay pot. Why haven't you started eating yet? Don't wait for me. This is a family dinner. Of course, we have to wait until everyone's here, Zhong Xiaoxia said as she pulled out a chair for her father. Heh, our eldest daughter always knows just what to say. Their father chuckled, his face lighting up with joy. Zhong Xiaoyun filled her father's wine glass, pouted, and said, Exactly. Dad only has eyes for the sister who says sweet things, but not for me. Her father quickly tried to explain. Both my daughters are wonderful, both of you. All right, all the dishes are here now. Let's start eating. These dishes may not compare to the grand feasts at His Majesty's palace, but they're all your favorites. Zhong Xiaxia glanced at the modest spread of 4 dishes and a soup. Though the table was simple, without any fancy decorations, it filled her with warmth. It reminded her of the cozy family dinners they used to have every day before she became an officer in the Xiaolong fleet. Suddenly, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. A servant called out, Master. Master. Just as Zhong's mother was about to pick up her chopsticks, she frowned at the noise and slapped the table. Have my words meant nothing to you all? Or have I been too lenient? How many times have I said the Izumi precious daughters rarely come home, and unless the sky is falling, no one is to disturb our meal? Mom, don't be upset. Zhong Xiaoyun quickly comforted her. Let's hear what it's about first. She gave the servant a look to continue. The servant hurriedly replied, The master's elder brother has come to visit with his family and friends, and there's quite a few of them. Enough. Zhong's mother interrupted, her anger flaring again. These people always find excuses to come here, and now that both of our daughters are back, they're practically falling over themselves to get in. Do they think I don't know what they're after? Husband, what do you say we do about this? Can we even finish this meal in peace? Zhong's mother shot a sharp glance at her husband, who immediately straightened up and declared sternly, Pass on my orders. From now on, unless it's a direct command from His Majesty the Xiaolong Emperor, I will see no one. Tell my brothers, sisters, and anyone else to leave. Let them know that the Zhong family is not receiving visitors these days. And if anyone dares loiter at the gate or force their way in, they can forget about being family anymore. This harsh statement left no room for saving face. In truth, there was no love lost between them and those relatives. Back during the Xingyao Empire era, the Zhong family was a declining household. As a member of a side branch, Zhong's father was just a modest middle-class man who could barely afford to send his 2 daughters to the Starship Academy. At that time, they weren't even welcomed at the Zhong family's ancestral home and couldn't get an invitation to the annual family banquets. The turning point came when both daughters joined the Xiaolong fleet and quickly rose through the ranks. Now, the elder daughter was a general of the empire, and the younger daughter a lieutenant general, each serving as deputy commanders of 2 imperial fleet groups. This prestigious status of a family with 2 generals had catapulted their branch of the family to prominence. Without any deliberate effort by Zhong's father, people began flocking to collaborate with him. Being a cautious man, he avoided greed and sought only to ensure that he wouldn't embarrass his daughters. Through investments from other families and rewards from his daughters, he had built an extensive business empire in their star system, commanding over half of its market share, with stakes in interstellar corporations as well. Now, their branch of the Zhong family had far surpassed the other divisions. When people spoke of the Zhong family, they no longer thought of the ancestral home, but this branch that had produced a family with 2 generals. If Zhong's father had been more ambitious, he could have easily joined the ranks of the 4 great families of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, or at least ranked in the top 5 of the Xingyao Kingdom. But neither Zhong's father nor mother aspired to such heights. They built their fortune only to provide a secure foundation for their daughters after they retired from service. Naturally, this newfound influence attracted attention. Relatives from both the Zhong family and Zhong's mother's side of the family began flocking to them, hoping to forge connections. While Zhong's parents didn't entirely reject these advances and even offered suitable positions to a select few, they deeply valued family time. So when uninvited relatives disrupted these rare moments of reunion with their daughters, the couple couldn't help but feel irritated. At this delicate moment, the sound of movement outside the door signaled the arrival of unexpected guests. The expressions of everyone in the Zhong family instantly grew tense. If these uninvited visitors had the sense to leave now, the incident could still be brushed aside. But if they caused any further trouble, the consequences would be far more difficult to manage. All right, let's not get worked up. Let's just continue with our meal, Zhong Xiaoyan said, motioning for someone nearby to deliver a message to the visitors. She then encouraged the family to enjoy the feast in front of them. This is amazing. Better than a state banquet. The dining table was filled with dishes that were family favorites, stirring up fond memories for the 2 sisters. They reminisced about their time studying at the Northern Star Military Academy. Their parents had rented a small apartment near the academy to be closer to them. Though the space was modest, The meals their father lovingly prepared always lightened the burden of their demanding studies. If it weren't for those meals to look forward to, I don't know how we would have made it through. The Zhong sisters shared their thoughts as they savored the food, bringing a proud smile to their father's face. All right, stop grinning and eat something yourself, their mother said, giving him a pointed look while continuing to pile more food onto her daughter's plates. In the Zhong family, Mr. Zhong managed the household, while Mrs. Zhong oversaw the family business, running it with remarkable success. The sisters had never imagined their mother had such a strong and capable side to her. Just as Zhong Xiaxia was about to ask her sister about her duties in the 5th Fleet Corps, their mother immediately interjected, Xiaxia, don't forget protocol. Only then did Xiaxia realize she had let her guard down and nearly breached military confidentiality. Zhong Xiaoyun quickly stepped in to ease the moment. Let's talk about something else. This time, I was granted leave with the approval of Marshal Leona. Halfway through the meal, Zhong Xiaxia's handheld terminal suddenly lit up. Her expression shifted instantly from the warmth of family bonding to the composure of a serious officer of the Griffin Fleet. This is an emergency communication of the highest priority, Zhong Xiaoyun explained to their parents. It will auto-connect in 5 seconds. It's usually from the Griffin Emperor, Lilith's chief secretary, or Grand Marshal Charlotte. Hearing the names of these top figures in the empire, Mr. and Mrs. Zhong immediately grew anxious. Zhong Xiaxia gestured for everyone to remain silent, activating a privacy barrier to isolate herself from the surroundings. The communication lasted only 3 minutes, but for the Zhong parents, it felt like an eternity. When the barrier disappeared, they looked at their eldest daughter hesitantly, unsure of what to say. Sis, who was it? Can you share? Zhong Xiaoyun asked directly. It's not classified. I can tell you. Zhong Xiaxia replied calmly. Zhong Xia's parents immediately asked with concern which official had contacted their daughter. When Zhong Xia replied that it was Supreme Commander Charlotte, Zhong's father frowned slightly and asked, why is the Supreme Commander reaching out to you? Is it something important? Seeing her daughter hesitate a little, Zhong's mother thoughtfully said, if it's related to classified work, you don't have to tell us. We understand the rules. This matter isn't exactly classified, and it will be made public soon, Zhong Xia said as she gathered her thoughts. The military's top leadership has unanimously decided, with the Emperor's approval, to establish an elite fleet group made up of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships. I will be the chief commander of this fleet. My leave ends today, and from tomorrow, I'll be responsible for organizing this fleet. Zhong's father let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. You scared me for a moment. I thought you had gotten into some kind of trouble. Turns out it's just about you forming an elite fleet group. Wait a second. His eyes widened as he seemed to realize something. Beside him, Zhong's mother suddenly jumped up. Before she could say anything, Zhong Xia's younger sister, Zhong Xiaoyun, exclaimed excitedly, Big sister is going to be a commander. Zhong Xia smiled modestly and said, I haven't been promoted to commander yet. I'm just in charge of forming this fleet group of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships. Isn't this paving the way for you? Zhong Xiaoyun said excitedly. Historically, the commanders of elite fleet groups have always been marshals. It's only a matter of time before you're promoted to marshal. Zhong's father was about to shout in celebration but was promptly smacked on the back of the head by Zhong's mother. Why are you yelling so loudly? Even if it's not a secret, it hasn't been announced yet. Zhong's mother then turned to her eldest daughter with a warm expression. Xia, we're so proud of you. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it ever gets too overwhelming, you can always come back. Our family's little corner of the world will always be enough for you to live comfortably. Heh, I'll definitely catch up to my sister one day, Zhong Xiaoyun said confidently, standing with her hands on her hips. Zhong's mother carefully asked, so, does this mean you have to leave right away? Zhong's father finally realized that his daughter might have to leave immediately, even before finishing the meal. Zhong Xia reassured them with a smile. My leave officially ends at the end of today. I still have 5 hours left, plenty of time to finish this meal together. Hearing this, the worried expressions on her parents' faces eased. Zhong's father eagerly stood up. I need to add a few more dishes. Today is a big day for our family. Zhong's mother also got up, her expression serious. I'll go remind the staff outside. Your father was speaking too loudly just now, so I'll make sure they keep quiet. I'll also arrange for someone to discreetly keep an eye out to prevent any leaks before the official announcement. With that, she quickly left the room. Zhong Xiaoxier looked into her parents' concerned eyes, and a wave of warmth swept through her heart. Turning to her sister, Zhong Xiaoyun, she said, Xiaoyun, I have to leave right after dinner. You still have a few days of vacation, so please spend some quality time with mom and dad for me. We rarely get a chance to come home, and now I'm leaving after just one day. They'll surely feel sad. Zhong Xiaoyun nodded solemnly. Don't worry, sis. Focus on your work, and leave everything here to me. It'll make sure to keep them company. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhong Xiaoxia opened a document on her terminal and began organizing her files. Despite having been entrusted with an important mission by Grand Marshal Charlotte herself, she had delayed her departure, unwilling to leave her parents so abruptly. Sis, about your elite fleet group, how many ships did the Emperor allocate to you? Zhong Xiaoyun asked curiously. Zhong Xiaoxier answered without hesitation, as it wasn't classified information. So far, 100,000 interstellar warships have been assigned, with 40,000 of them being stealth reconnaissance ships directly under my command. The rest are active service vessels drawn from various fleet corps. Zhong Xiaoyun nodded thoughtfully before leaning closer and whispering, Sis, don't you think forming such a large stealth reconnaissance fleet at this time means something big is about to happen? This kind of special unit will definitely change the existing command structure. Could it be intergalactic warfare? Are we facing the Devourer civilization? Maybe a preemptive strike using the best offense as defense? Zhong Xiaoxia flicked her sister lightly on the forehead. Stop overthinking. As soldiers, our duty is to follow orders. Execute the mission given by the higher-ups and leave the speculation to others. You're a deputy commander of a fleet corps now. This habit of yours needs to change. Heh, not even a marshal yet, and you're already lecturing me. Zhong Xiaoyun pouted playfully, sticking her tongue out at her sister. By the end of January in Galactic Year 3040, the most significant military news of the month was the formation of a new elite fleet group. The Xiaolong Empire officially announced the establishment of the 6th Elite Fleet Group, Ghost Scouts, composed entirely of stealth reconnaissance ships. Admiral Zhong Xiaoxia was appointed as the supreme commander, tasked with overseeing its assembly and training. In truth, Zhong Xiaoxia had already completed the fleet's formation shortly after her appointment was issued. Aboard the command bridge of the Dragon Emperor, the Empire's flagship, Zhong Xiaoxia stood before Emperor Zhao Chun, presenting her report with a composed and professional demeanor. This document contains the data on the formation of the Ghost Scouts. Key points have been highlighted for your review, Your Majesty. Zhao Chun handed the document to his aide, Lilith, without even glancing at it. Instead, he turned his attention back to Zhong Xiaoxia. I trust your capabilities, so I won't review it myself. I've heard you've implemented some of your own ideas during the fleet's formation and training. As the supreme commander of an elite fleet group, you have the authority to execute training plans without prior approval from the military department. However, I'd like to hear your thoughts. After all, while other elite fleet groups have brought tactical innovations, their structural framework still follows the conventional fleet corps model. Zhao Chen's gaze settled on Zhong Xiaoxia, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. Your Ghost Recon fleet is indeed quite unique. While the military department has no authority to intervene, there's been a fair amount of discussion and skepticism about it. You're aware of that, aren't you? Zhong Xiaoxia immediately straightened her posture, her expression serious as she explained, the framework and training program for the Ghost Recon unit were developed based on my experience as a captain of an interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship and the operational insights I've gained over the years. This plan is still evolving and will continue to adapt based on real combat scenarios. She opened a document outlining the structural framework of the Ghost Recon fleet and elaborated in detail. I've divided the subordinate starships into two categories, those directly under command and those assigned externally. The external ships coordinate with various fleet corps, while the directly commanded fleet consists of 40,000 starships. Due to the specialized nature of reconnaissance missions, I didn't follow the traditional three-tier system. Instead, I created an entirely new organizational structure. Her eyes sparkled with passion as she continued, we use a four-tier system: squadron, company, team, and unit. The smallest unit consists of 3 starships, each tasked with specific roles: frontline reconnaissance, flank observation, and central command. If exposed, 2 ships can cover the retreat of the third, ensuring critical intelligence is secured. 10 units form a team capable of conducting detailed reconnaissance of a single star system. 10 teams make up a company, which can monitor multiple systems simultaneously. At the highest level, a squadron comprises 10 companies, totaling 3,000 starships. Currently, we have 13 reconnaissance squadrons. She went on to explain the roles of specialized teams. We've also established various specialized teams based on mission requirements, such as rapid reconnaissance teams, armed reconnaissance teams, battlefield reconnaissance teams, and deep cover reconnaissance teams. Deep cover teams are further divided into long-term and short-term units. Long-term teams must be capable of operating covertly for months or even years, requiring substantial resource reserves. Armed reconnaissance teams, on the other hand, are equipped with additional weaponry to handle potential combat scenarios. As she spoke, a trace of regret crept into her voice. However, the variety of our interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships is still too limited. While their performance is excellent, they aren't perfectly suited for every type of mission. Zhao Chun observed the spirited general before him, fully sensing her dedication to this endeavor. Internally, he affirmed the recommendations of Charlotte and Shui Xiaoxiao. Zhong Xiaoxia was undoubtedly the right person for this role. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Zhao Chun interjected at an opportune moment, cutting off Zhong Xiaoxia before she could continue. I'm not an expert, but I can see the effort and thought you've put into the Ghost Recon fleet. Follow your vision, and don't worry about the military department. No one will interfere. Even if mistakes are made, the key is to identify and correct them quickly, minimizing losses. On the bridge of the Interstellar Command ship Dragon Sovereign, Zhao Chen fixed his gaze on the Admiral insignia resting on Zhong Xiaoxia's shoulder. His voice was steady and commanding. By tradition, as the commander of the Ace Fleet Group, you should have been promoted to Imperial Marshal. However, considering the unique nature of the Ghost Scouts, this promotion will be temporarily delayed. That said, you will wield authority equivalent to that of an Imperial Marshal. Aside from me and Grand Marshal Charlotte, no one else has the power to interfere with your command. Zhong Xiaoxia understood this was a test. The position of Imperial Marshal was never granted lightly. Every holder had earned it through countless military achievements. To claim that title, she knew she must lead the Ghost Scouts to their first victory. Rest assured, Your Majesty, she said, standing tall. Though we are not the main force on the front lines, the Ghost Scouts will fulfill their duties and accomplish every mission. Zhao Chen rose to his feet, his hand landing firmly on her shoulder. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win every battle. Intelligence is the guiding beacon that will steer the Sky Dragon Legion through the storm. In that moment, Zhong Xiaoxia felt the weight of the immense responsibility she bore. You've probably guessed it by now, we're about to undertake a critical mission. Charlotte will brief you on the details. For now, your priority is to ensure the Ghost Scouts are combat-ready as soon as possible. Zhao Chen's gaze locked onto hers. How long will it take? By the end of February, I guarantee we'll be ready for any operation, she replied with confidence. Good. I look forward to personally pinning the martial insignia on you and witnessing the Ghost Scouts' first triumph. After leaving the bridge, Zhong Xiaoxia felt no pressure. Instead, she was filled with determination. The Emperor's confidence in her made it clear that the Ghost Scouts were more than just a small auxiliary fleet. She resolved not to betray that trust. Shortly afterward, Charlotte arrived on the bridge. As one of the few individuals with direct clearance to board the ship, her presence immediately drew the attention of both Zhao Chen and Lilith, who stood nearby. The timing of the offensive has been finalized, Charlotte said without preamble. But there are certain matters that require your personal attention. What timing? What matters? Zhao Chen inquired. Mid-March of Galactic Year 3040, specifically between the 12th and 18th, Charlotte replied, providing a clear time frame that allowed ample preparation for the Ghost Scouts. As for what needs your involvement, she continued, meeting Zhao Chen's gaze directly, it's securing allies. The Holy Elven Empire? Zhao Chen deduced immediately. Charlotte nodded in confirmation, then added, for this operation, we'll be mobilizing nearly 6 million interstellar warships. Zhao Chen and Charlotte were discussing strategies to persuade the Holy Elven Empire to join their military campaign. Charlotte proposed 3 plans. The ideal scenario would involve securing the support of 15 million interstellar warships from the Holy Elven Empire, enabling them to launch a swift strike against the enemy and deal a significant blow to the devouring civilization. A more realistic outcome would be obtaining support from 2 to 5 million warships, likely around 3 million. The worst-case scenario would see the Holy Elven Empire offering no substantial aid but at least cooperating by staging military exercises and creating the appearance of support to exert psychological pressure on the devouring civilization. Zhao Chen expressed his understanding but pointed out that if the Holy Elven Empire were only willing to meet the minimum level of cooperation, their future partnership would need to be reevaluated. Charlotte added that, given the risk of intelligence leaks, it would be prudent to notify the Holy Elven Empire only a day before the operation. This way, even if there were spies from the devouring civilization, they would be unable to relay information in time. A month later, in a military star system of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the Ghost Scout Elite Fleet Group was already in motion. Aboard the fleet's flagship, Zhong Xiaoxia was issuing orders via 6 video feeds to commanders of various reconnaissance units. She emphasized that the 10 Ghost Scout squads would infiltrate the devouring civilization's territory and work alongside already embedded allies to carry out reconnaissance missions. Their objective was to gather detailed intelligence on key strategic targets, while maintaining absolute secrecy until Marshal Charlotte's Avenger plan was executed. The narrative is streamlined to highlight 3 critical moments: strategic discussions, plan formulation, and mission deployment. Each scene retains the original details but is conveyed with more concise and engaging language to enhance readability. Zhong Xiaoxia stood in the command cabin, her sharp gaze sweeping across the gathered generals. Her voice was calm and authoritative. I am fully aware of the immense pressure this mission has placed on all of you. As the first military operation since the establishment of the Ghost Recon Elite Fleet Group, this responsibility is indeed significant. She paused briefly before continuing. His Majesty the Emperor of Xiaolong and Grand Marshal Charlotte have both personally spoken to me. They have high expectations for us, to the extent that even the scheduling of the Avenger military plan has been adjusted to align with our readiness. As His Majesty said, the Xiaolong forces are like a ship sailing through a storm, and we are the guiding lighthouse. Success will bring a rainbow. Failure will mean a shipwreck. There is no room for error. Understood. The generals responded in unison. Rest assured, General, we will complete the mission. Please inform His Majesty to start preparing for the victory celebration. Zhong Xiaoxia nodded in satisfaction, straightened her posture, and saluted the assembly. Now, I officially issue the first order of the Ghost Recon Elite Fleet Group. All units, prepare to set sail. Move out. Yes, ma'am. The Ghost Recon scout teams began filing through the stargates, acting as the vanguard of the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion, heading toward the Devourer Civilization's universe. Zhong Xiaoxia watched as the fleet gradually disappeared into the void, until it was finally her own squadron's turn. Before departure, she turned toward two open video screens, saluting Grand Marshal Charlotte and Emperor Xiaolong. Safe travels, Zhao Chen said, returning the gesture. Prepare everything. Let the Devourer Civilization greet our warships, Grand Marshal Charlotte said, her tone carrying a chilling determination. Rest assured, Your Excellencies. The Ghost Recon Elite Fleet Group will fulfill its mission, Zhong Xiaoxian declared firmly. As her fleet left the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's universe, the video screens faded to black. The vast expanse of space suddenly fell silent. Zhao Chun and Charlotte exchanged glances, then smiled. Well, time to handle our own matters, Zhao Chun remarked. Charlotte nodded in agreement. Zhao Chun turned to Lilith. Get me in touch with the Flame Elf King. Tell him I've been missing the fruit from the Holy Elven Empire. On a tourist planet in the Holy Elven Empire, King Solomon of the Flame Elves looked at Zhao Chun with interest. What brings you to our domain for a visit all of a sudden? Zhao Chun took in the scenery before him, his tone relaxed. Finished some work and wanted to unwind. You know how it is back in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. I draw too much attention. But here, it's different. A few bodyguards are enough. He gestured toward the leopard woman and others by his side. Solomon chuckled softly. Do you think I'd believe such a flimsy excuse? Clearly, there's something you need, and it involves the Holy Elven Empire. Just tell me what it is. We're allies. If I can help, I will. Zhao Chen admitted. You're right, there is something. But I can't reveal it yet. Rest assured, it poses no threat to you or your empire. When the time comes, you'll be the first to know. Seeing Zhao Chen's candor, Solomon refrained from pressing further. Instead, he winked and changed the subject. All right, then let's talk about something else. Could you share the detailed specs of that Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought? Mansfield, the Emerald Elf King, has been pestering me non-stop since he heard you've started mass-producing Quasi-T7 class warships. If it weren't for the other Elf Kings and the High Council holding him back, he'd have come to find you himself by now. This isn't a free favor, of course, Zhao Chen said after a brief pause. If you're willing to pay a certain price, I could even gift you a Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. The Flame Elf King of Solomon showed no visible excitement at this offer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Zhao Chen. A Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. Surely, you're not asking for our world tree, are you? That's impossible. Even if we wanted to give it to you, it can't be done. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't be able to take it. Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. He spoke plainly. What I'm proposing is something equivalent products of the world tree, such as its materials or raw essence. Both would suffice as trade items, if you're willing. The finer details can be worked out by specialists. This proposal was something Zhao Chun had meticulously planned long in advance. While the Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnought was the most advanced mass-produced warship in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's arsenal, so rare that even their own fleets struggled to meet demand, deemed the cost worthwhile to accelerate the Empire's growth. He was well aware that the Holy Elven Empire, once in possession of such a warship, would undoubtedly study its technology. However, it would take them considerable time to translate that knowledge into practical combat capability. In contrast, the World Tree's raw materials and essence were the Holy Elven Empire's most prized resources, essential for constructing T6-class interstellar warships. Zhao Chun had already obtained small samples through prior dealings and discovered their potential in advancing the development of a true T7-class warship. However, due to their self-imposed isolation, the Holy Elven Empire had been unable to make breakthroughs in T7 technology. For Zhao Chun, the World Tree's materials were the only promising lead he had for developing a true T7-class warship, aside from resources found in primordial universes. Resorting to force, however, was out of the question. Despite the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's military superiority over the Holy Elven Empire, the latter's deep-seated heritage and home field advantage made an outright victory uncertain. More importantly, Zhao Chen had no intention of making a foolish move that would allow the devouring civilization to swoop in and reap the benefits. I have to admit, the Flame Elf King said with a faintly amused tone, your offer might just tempt them. A Quasi-T7 class warship now, that's a hard offer to refuse. When news first broke that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire could mass-produce Quasi-T7 class ships, it sent shockwaves through the Holy Elven Empire. A few days later, Zhao Chen accompanied the Flame Elf King to Lunar Star. It was his second visit to the planet. Despite having seen it before, the sight of the World Tree left him awestruck once again. In the vastness of the universe, the existence of such an extraordinary tree remained a mystery beyond the reach of science. This was why the Holy Elven Empire maintained its devout belief in the Elven God. They were convinced the World Tree was a divine gift. Standing on the bridge of the Flame Elf King's command ship, Zhao Chun gazed out through the panoramic windows at the breathtaking scene before him. At some point, the Flame Elf King appeared behind him. "You seem distracted," he remarked. "What's on your mind? Why assume I'm lost in thought and not simply admiring the view?" Zhao Chen turned and replied with a faint smile. The Flame Elf King chuckled knowingly. "Though we're from different races, we share a certain wavelength in our thinking. That's why we get along so well. I can see it in your eyes. You're not admiring the scenery. Your body may be here, but your mind is wandering far away." By the porthole, Zhao Chen engaged in a profound conversation with the Flame Elf King. His gaze pierced through the window, fixating on the majestic World Tree in the distance, while the clock on his terminal ticked steadily. "Do you think gods truly exist?" Zhao Chen suddenly asked. "Or perhaps, could entities like order inherently qualify as deities? As people often say, the end of science is mysticism." The Flame Elf King paused for a moment, his eyes deep and contemplative. "Though I, as an elf, worship the god of elves, my reverence for gods is not as strong as that of others. After countless interstellar wars, I've come to place more faith in the fleet under my command than in the intangible presence of gods. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I will always remain skeptical." "Haha, if word of this gets out, you might face quite the backlash as the Elf King," Zhao Chen teased. "That's my honest thought," Solomon shrugged. "In the High Council or other formal settings, I wouldn't voice these opinions. But since you and I are close friends, I feel comfortable sharing what's on my mind." Zhao Chen's expression turned solemn. "Whether gods exist or not, as long as they don't interfere with us, we can coexist peacefully. But if order is truly a god, then I, Zhao Chun, am willing to become a godslayer. Any being that threatens me or what I protect, I will destroy them, even if it means bearing infamy." He then revealed the true purpose of his visit. "Solomon, you guessed right. As we speak, my Soaring Dragon Legion fleet is assembling. Within 10 hours, we will launch a blitzkrieg against the home universe of the devouring civilization. The operation is codenamed Avenger Plan. They invaded our universe, so we will repay them in kind." Zhao Chun stared directly into the Flame Elf King's eyes. "I've come here to ask, will you and the Holy Elf Empire join me on this god-slaying path?" The scene shifted to a conference room on Lunar Star. Around a table originally designed for 5 chairs, an additional 6th seat had been added for Zhao Chun, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Empire, who was dressed in full military regalia. The Flame Elf King, Solomon, and the Aqua Elf Queen, Marites, sat on either side of him. The Emerald Elf King, Mansfield, and the Radiant Elf King, Gustav, were already seated. The final attendee, the Luminous Elf King, Onions, arrived fashionably late, the sound of his footsteps echoing as he entered the room. A beam of light descended from above, enveloping the 6 figures. The Flame Elf King wasted no time, cutting straight to the point. "Let's skip the pleasantries. This emergency meeting of all Elf Kings was convened for a matter of great importance. The Soaring Dragon Emperor has come to inform us of a critical decision. The Soaring Dragon Interstellar Empire is about to launch an invasion against the devouring civilization. The attack is set to begin in 5 hours, Zhao Chen interjected. The Flame Elf King continued, "As allies, the Soaring Dragon Emperor hopes we will join this operation. Given the gravity of the situation, I've called this emergency meeting to discuss it." With just 5 hours remaining before the attack, the tension in the conference room was palpable. Kagaya Elf King Onions stood with arms crossed, his expression laced with evident displeasure. "Informing us at this late hour? It seems you don't trust us," he remarked coldly. Zhao Chen met the accusation head-on, his demeanor calm and composed. "The Kagaya Elf King is correct. To ensure absolute secrecy, only the top brass of the military were privy to the details until 10 hours ago. If any of you were orchestrating such an operation, I'm sure you would make the same choice." His tone grew resolute. "I am here personally to brief you on the plan as a gesture of the Sky Dragon Interstellar Empire's sincerity." Onions opened his mouth to retort, but the Radiant Elf King Gustav interjected, his voice steady and commanding. "Your Majesty of the Sky Dragon Empire, could you elaborate on the specifics of this military operation? Details regarding the intensity of the assault, the timeline, and the ultimate objectives would be appreciated." Zhao Chen gave a slight nod. "While we lack the strength to annihilate the devourer civilization in one blow, we cannot sit idly by and wait for their assault. The military has unanimously decided to strike first, taking the battle directly into their native universe. A sharp gleam flickered in his eyes. Our goal is to cripple their military capabilities by destroying key targets, such as their war production facilities and resource hubs. This will ensure they are incapable of launching any major offensives against us for the next 3 to 5 years. In short, we're going to rip out the teeth and claws of this lurking predator. A blitzkrieg strategy? Gustav pressed further. How many fleets are you planning to deploy, and what's the operational timeframe? We will mobilize all frontline forces no fewer than 6 million interstellar warships, Zhao Chen stated firmly. The operation will be strictly limited to 1 month. Regardless of whether the objectives are fully achieved, we will withdraw all forces at the end of that time frame. 1 month? What can you accomplish in such a short period? Onions frowned, skepticism evident in his tone. A faint smirk played on Zhao Chen's lips. In 1 day, we've proven capable of obliterating 7-star systems and destroying nearly 10 million enemy warships. A month is more than enough for us to reshape the battlefield. Faced with such irrefutable evidence, Onions found himself at a loss for words. If any other civilization had made such bold claims, the Elf Kings would have dismissed them outright. But the Sky Dragon Legion's illustrious record left no room for doubt. If we were to offer our assistance, Gustav said, meeting Zhao Chen's gaze, what kind of support are you expecting from us? As many warships as possible, Zhao Chen replied candidly. If the Holy Elf Empire can commit its full strength, we could significantly shorten the time needed to crush the Devourer civilization. The room fell into a heavy silence. The Elf Kings, known for their cautious deliberation, clearly needed more time to weigh their options. It was then that the Flame Elf King Solomon spoke up, breaking the stalemate. Based on my analysis of the Sky Dragon Empire's attack plan, dispatching 15 million warships would greatly enhance the operation's chances of success and deliver a devastating blow to the Devourer civilization. The words of the Flame Elf King provided the other Elf Kings present with a dignified way out. This was a carefully orchestrated strategy by her and Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen would first propose an astonishingly high price, and when the Elf Kings found it unacceptable, the Flame Elf King would step in at just the right moment to suggest a seemingly more reasonable figure. Zhao Chen followed up smoothly saying, the exact number of battleships to deploy is entirely up to your discretion. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will not impose any demands. He paused briefly before continuing. From my perspective, of course, I would hope for more support. The combat strength of the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion is undeniable, but our only weakness lies in the number of battleships we possess. This has constrained us in numerous military operations. If we could receive 15 million battleships from you, that would be more than sufficient. The conference hall fell into a brief silence. The Flame Elf King, Solomon, made a decisive move. Time is of the essence. If we are to participate in this military plan, immediate action is necessary. I propose we vote right now. Those in favor of sending 15 million battleships to support the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, please raise your hand. With that, she raised her hand first. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked toward the Aqua Elf King and the Emerald Elf King. However, the anticipated scene of 3 votes against 2 did not materialize. In the entire conference hall, Solomon's raised hand stood conspicuously alone. The hope in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by disbelief. Maritize, Mansfield, why are you against this? She demanded. This is a rare opportunity. If we can deal a heavy blow to the devouring civilization this time, we won't just reduce their threat, but also restore the prestige of the Sacred Elf Empire. In the future, we might even have a chance to completely eliminate this scourge of order. Solomon, calm down. The Radiant Elf King, Gustav, interrupted her calmly. This is a matter of great importance. We cannot make rash decisions. Solomon looked around at the others in disbelief, but soon, the anger and confusion in her eyes faded, replaced by a bitter, self-deprecating smile. Zhao Chen observed Solomon's expression and sighed inwardly. The fact that Solomon could see eye to eye with him indicated that her way of thinking was different from that of most high-ranking elves. The other elf kings were overly cautious. While they too longed to defeat the devouring civilization, they were unwilling to shoulder even the smallest risk. The reality was that the threat posed by the devouring civilization to the Sacred Elf Empire had diminished significantly, which made the elf kings' attitudes even more ambiguous. From their perspective, deploying 15 million battleships for this sudden military mission was too great a risk. Zhao Chen had anticipated this outcome, which was why Grand Marshal Charlotte had prepared him for the worst-case scenario before sending him on this diplomatic mission. As for the Flame Elf King's initial hopes of support from the Emerald Elf King and Aqua Elf King, despite their recent close cooperation with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, they ultimately belonged to a faction with wavering stances. If their positions had been firm, the Emerald Elf King would have fully committed to breaking through technological barriers and developing T7 technology for the Sacred Elf Empire, while the Aqua Elf King would have actively promoted the establishment of an interstellar alliance led by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. rather than pinning their hopes on the hands of the Xiaolong Emperor. Zhao Qin's gaze swept across the faces of the elf kings one by one, his tone direct and unwavering. Your attitudes reveal everything at your core. You're no different from other elf kings. Overly cautious, unwilling to act beyond your comfort zone. That kind of hesitation only leads to wasted effort. There was a subtle edge of sarcasm in his voice as his eyes finally landed on the Flame Elf King. In contrast to the other's indecisiveness, her bold and decisive nature made her stand out sharply. Tell me, esteemed elf kings, Zhao Qin cut straight to the point. Is it that you refuse to collaborate with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire on this military operation? Or are there other concerns holding you back? The bluntness of his question left the elf kings momentarily speechless. The Radiant Elf King was the first to respond, though his voice wavered with hesitation. This is a matter of great consequence, involving the deployment of millions of interstellar warships. Such a decision cannot be made hastily. Could you grant us some time to deliberate? The Flame Elf King clenched her fists tightly, barely able to contain her frustration. She wanted nothing more than to confront her wavering peers. Time? Time! She exclaimed inwardly. Do you not understand that time is life in a war like this? Zhao Qin interrupted her thoughts, his tone resolute. I'm afraid time is the one thing we don't have. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's next military moves hinge on whether or not we can count on your support. I need a clear answer, and I need it now. Seeing the Radiant Elf King still wavering, Zhao Qin shifted his approach, lowering his demands. Let me simplify this. Are you willing to dispatch your interstellar fleet to assist us? Not 15 million ships. 10 million. 5. Even 3 million would suffice. The reactions of the Elf Kings varied. The Shadow Elf King remained impassive, as though detached from the discussion. The Azure Water Elf King looked conflicted, while the Emerald Elf King appeared deep in thought. The Radiant Elf King seemed about to speak, but hesitated. At last, the Flame Elf King could no longer hold back. She slammed her hand on the table, her voice sharp with anger. You're telling me you can't even spare 5 million ships? The Radiant Elf King tried to defend himself. We just assisted in a major battle 6 months ago. Our fleets need time to recover. The Flame Elf King's response was a scornful laugh. Recover? 6 months? The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire needed only 6 months to regroup and launch a counteroffensive against the Devourer civilization's homeworld. And here you are, still dithering. She gritted her teeth. 3 million ships? Just give me 3 million, and I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. The Midnight Elf King shot her a cold look. And what weight does your title as an Elf King carry? Don't forget, even you are barely holding your position right now. This remark caught Zhao Qin's attention. He studied the Flame Elf King thoughtfully, realizing there might be more to her situation than he initially understood. Sensing the stalemate, Zhao Qin shifted tactics once again. If you're unable to commit to a specific number of ships for now, then at least answer me this: are we still allies? The Radiant Elf King was quick to respond. Of course, we are allies. But this operation is your initiative, an offensive action. It falls outside the scope of our agreements. If the Devourer civilization were to invade you, we would undoubtedly provide full support. Zhao Qin nodded solemnly. Understood. I won't press you to join the battle immediately. All I ask is for a degree of cooperation. What kind of cooperation? The Radiant Elf King asked cautiously. Zhao Qin laid out his plan in detail. Mobilize your fleets immediately. The larger the number, the better. Adopt a posture that suggests you're preparing for war. Maintain a heightened state of military readiness. This will create an atmosphere of tension, leading the Devourer civilization's spies to believe you're actively joining this offensive. The room fell silent as the Elf Kings absorbed his words, each weighing the implications of his proposal. The Radiant Elf King, after hearing Zhao Qin's proposal, suddenly realized the brilliance of the idea, a faint smile appearing on his face. If it's just a feint, we can definitely cooperate. There's no need to actually deploy our fleet into the native universe of the Devourer civilization. We can simply make a show of it within our own territory. Such a zero-risk operation can simply be treated as a military exercise. Can this order be issued now? Zhao Qin immediately pressed. The Radiant Elf King appeared slightly hesitant. Well, while I agree, a decision of this level requires the approval of the other Elf Kings. He turned his gaze toward the other Elf Kings present. To everyone's surprise, it was the ever-cautious Kagaya Elf King who spoke first. I agree. With her support, the other Elf Kings quickly nodded their approval as well. Since it's unanimously passed, the Radiant Elf King said, turning to the Flame Elf King, Solomon, how about you take charge of this military operation? The Flame Elf King didn't outright refuse, but let out a clearly displeased snort. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhao Qin rose to take his leave. Just as the Flame Elf King was about to escort him out, the Kagaya Elf King interjected, I'll escort him instead. Don't you have important matters to attend to? She cast a cold glance at the Flame Elf King before following Zhao Qin out. As they walked down the quiet corridor, Zhao Qin couldn't help but ask, There are still 5 minutes until we reach the hangar. Do you have something you want to say? The Kagaya Elf King kept her eyes forward, her tone somber. Solomon is our most outstanding fleet commander, but her repeated assistance to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has already begun to erode her standing within our race. Her personality is very different from that of traditional High Elvishes, much closer to your way of doing things. If it weren't for her immense reputation in the military, her overstepping behavior would have been impeached long ago. Zhao Chen frowned. Are you saying her position as an elf king within her own tribe is under threat? Exactly. The Kagaya Elf King's expression grew serious. Though I don't agree with her personality, I must admit her talent is undeniable. The Sacred Elf Empire cannot afford to lose a commander like her. But if she continues to act so independently, she'll face consequences sooner or later. Zhao Chen fell into silence. He was well aware of the Sacred Elf Empire's system. Every powerful tribe had the right to impeach its own elf king. The Flame Elf King, who always seemed so composed and confident in front of him, was, in reality, bearing immense pressure behind the scenes. Zhao Chun stood in the corridor of the Holy Elven Empire's palace, taking a deep breath. He was fully aware that his recent actions, once known, would inevitably spark controversy. Yet, with unwavering resolve, he declared, "My relationship with Solomon is not something others have the right to comment on. She is an outstanding elven queen and leader, deeply attuned to the path of the Holy Elven Empire's development." The Kagaya Elven King furrowed his brow and turned to Zhao Chun. Before he could speak, Zhao Chen halted in his tracks, meeting the king's gaze heat-in. "Since it's just the two of us here, I'll be blunt. Your sour expression and personality? I can't stand them. But if you've been chosen as the Elven King, there must be something exceptional about you. So let me ask, why are you always hung up on these petty matters?" Zhao Chen's tone grew more impassioned. "The threat of the devouring civilization is right in front of us. Such an opportunity is rare, and even ordinary people would know how to act. Yet you keep delaying. The same thing happened during the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire campaign. If you had fully committed back then, the devouring civilization's fleet, trapped and vulnerable, could have been annihilated. But now, you're still hesitating." Faced with Zhao Chen's fiery accusations, the Kagaya Elven King remained composed. As the supreme ruler of an interstellar civilization, you should know that things are rarely as simple as they appear. The threat of the devouring civilization is evident to us all, but the danger posed by a certain dragon cannot be ignored either. He continued with a pointed tone. "In just 10 years, your empire has leapt from a fledgling Tier 4 civilization to a formidable force capable of developing near Tier 7 warships. That decade of history is essentially a condensed chronicle of war, with more battles fought than many civilizations have seen in a millennium. To me, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is as dangerous as the devouring civilization. Who is to say that after eliminating them, you wouldn't turn on the Holy Elven Empire and enslave us?" "So, it all comes down to trust," Zhao Chen said with a sigh, running a hand through his hair in frustration. The Kagaya Elven King resumed walking, his voice calm but resolute. "Trust may seem simple, but in truth, it is anything but. Personally, I admire you, but I cannot wager the fate of an entire empire on that admiration alone. You may call us indecisive or, like Solomon, accuse us of being cowards. But the reality is that our positions are fundamentally different." Zhao Chen followed, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "We've met a few times, yet you've spoken more today than in all our previous encounters combined." "You make a fair point," Zhao Chen admitted, folding his arms across his chest. "I can't expect you to trust me entirely based on my words alone. Honestly, communication between carbon-based life forms like us is such a hassle. It's far easier dealing with those iron guys." "Iron guys?" The Kagaya Elven King raised an eyebrow. "Mechanical life forms," Zhao Chen clarified. Realization dawned on the Elven King's face. "Ah, silicon-based life, artificial intelligence, or synthetic beings. Our empire doesn't have them, but we've heard the stories. In most interstellar civilizations, they're seen as abominations, hunted and eradicated wherever found. I must admit, it's surprising to hear you find interacting with them more straightforward." Zhao Chen spoke of the mechanical beings with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Their way of thinking is straightforward, unlike our tendency to overcomplicate things. They make decisions quickly and rationally, making collaboration incredibly seamless." His gaze shifted to the vast cosmic expanse visible through a newly appeared floor-to-ceiling window, as memories of his departed mechanical friends surfaced. The Kagaya Elf King picked up the thread of conversation. The mechanical race of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire inherited the legacy of the Gaia Empire. To resist the invasion of the forces of order, they led their fleets into the extragalactic void. "Seems you know quite a bit about us," Zhao Chen remarked with a faint smile. "Our understanding of each other is mutual," the Kagaya Elf King replied calmly. Zhao Chen turned and strode toward the shuttle docked in the hangar. "If you're unwilling, so be it. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will achieve greatness regardless." Just don't envy us when we steal the spotlight from the sacred elf empire. I don't take risks, came the Kagaya Elf King's voice from behind. However, I will fully support your efforts to create the illusion of fleet mobilization for the war. After all, I too despise those savage, devouring civilizations. If you can destroy their main forces, we might reconsider our stance. Without looking back, Zhao Chen waved dismissively. No need. Each of you elf kings clings to your principles, but have you ever reflected on this? For countless years, the sacred elf empire has made no progress. In this vast, diverse universe, stagnation is no different from regression. Standing at the shuttle's hatch, Zhao Chen turned to meet the Kagaya Elf King's gaze. I don't claim to know the early elves, but I believe the ancestors who first left Luna were bold and adventurous, never indecisive. If they could see what you've become now, they'd be disappointed. They once soared high while you, despite having wings, remain forever confined to Luna. As the shuttle vanished into the depths of space, the Kagaya Elf King stood motionless under the starlit sky, immersed in thought for 5 hours straight. Only the chime of his handheld terminal pulled him back to reality. Meanwhile, the Blaze Elf King was far from idle. Though infuriated by the other Elf King's refusal to provide substantive support, he worked tirelessly within his capacity. Acting in the name of all 5 Elf Kings, he issued orders to all frontline and second-line fleets of the Sacred Elf Empire, instructing them to enter secondary war readiness. While the large-scale mobilization wasn't officially announced, it was clear to any discerning observer that something significant was brewing. Have the orders been relayed? The Blaze Elf King asked his adjutant, his face darkened with anger. Upon receiving confirmation, he continued, from now on, reiterate the readiness orders every 10 minutes. Emphasize the urgency, make sure everyone feels the storm is imminent. If anyone asks why, tell them it's the highest directive from the 5 Elf Kings. They don't need to ask questions. Obeying the command is their top priority. And if anyone dares to press further, send them straight to me. The Flame Elf King paused for a moment in thought, then resolutely continued giving orders. All starports, interstellar fortresses, and stargates are to be placed under immediate military control. Suspend all current missions of the interstellar transport fleets and prepare for wartime logistical support. Personnel in all war resource warehouses are to remain on standby around the clock. The adjutant looked concerned. My lord, these measures will severely disrupt the normal operations of the Empire. Should we notify the other Elf Kings first? Notify them? The Flame Elf King scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. They can't even be bothered with basic appearances. They might as well go back to farming fruit. Just carry out my orders. I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. The adjutant hesitated. My lord, it's not that I'm unwilling to follow your orders. But considering your current situation, these decisions will undoubtedly spark significant controversy and could further undermine your authority. Authority? The Flame Elf King stood up, pacing back and forth across the bridge, her voice growing more impassioned. Isn't that exactly what they want? For me to step down as Elf King? Back then, it was those old relics in the clan who insisted I take this position. Fine, I took it. But now, they expect me to keep my distance from the soaring dragon emperor? What a joke. We're both leaders of interstellar empires, equals in status, and am in charge of military affairs. There's interaction between our station forces. What am I supposed to do? Chat with those old fossils instead? She dropped heavily back into the captain's chair, her tone softening slightly. What? Do they think the soaring dragon emperor is going to eat me alive? It's just a title, Elf King. If they push me too far, they'll gladly step down. Seeing her calm down a little, the adjutant spoke gently. They'll deliver your orders right away, my lord. Wait, the Flame Elf King suddenly said. Get me in touch with the soaring dragon emperor. But, my lord, the others specifically instructed. I'm still the Elf King, and my word is law. Get him on the line. Now. Before long, the image of the soaring dragon emperor appeared on the communication screen. The Flame Elf King offered a rare apology. I'm sorry. Once again, I've failed to accomplish what you entrusted to me. Zhao Chen smiled warmly. No need to apologize. The 5 Elf Kings all have their own agendas, and this isn't something you can change alone. Without your efforts, the situation would be far worse. I was prepared for this before I came. At the very least, this trip wasn't entirely in vain. Not in vain. All we did was stage a military exercise. It's hardly of any real help. I understand the challenges you're facing. We each have our roles to play. As long as we act with a clear conscience, that's what matters. I must return now. There's a battle underway in Charlotte, and I need to oversee it. I'll leave this matter in your hands. The Flame Elf King gave a solemn nod. I'll make sure the exercise is carried out properly. I'll also do my best to convince them to provide at least some strategic resources. If you ever face an emergency, contact me immediately. I'll do everything in my power to assist. Zhao Chen gazed intently at the Flame Elf King before him. Even through the holographic projection of the interstellar communication system, her fiery red hair remained strikingly vivid. A gentle smile played at the corners of his lips. Solomon, no matter where we stand or what roles we represent, to me, you will always be my friend. Thank you for everything you've done to support me. The Flame Elf King was silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. I consider you a dear friend as well. As for my help, I feel ashamed to admit that I've never truly been able to offer you much. I regret that I can't join you on this campaign against the Devourer civilization, but I believe in you. The Xiaolong Interstellar Legion under your command will undoubtedly triumph in their universe. Though I won't witness it firsthand, I hope you'll destroy a few of their warships on my behalf. Let those arrogant kings understand that they're not the only ones who can invade others' territories. Now it's their turn to feel the sting of being attacked. Zhao Chen's expression grew resolute. I will carry your will into the campaign against the Devourer civilization. I'll make sure those who only know how to destroy others' homes experience the pain of being invaded themselves. After exchanging a few more words, the two shared a knowing look. The Flame Elf King offered Zhao Chen a formal salute in the style of the Sacred Elf Empire's military, and the communication ended. Staring at the now-darkened screen, her gaze was a mix of guilt, anger, longing, and uncertainty. Zhao Chun, though I can't fight by your side, I will await your triumphant return. When that day comes, I'll prepare the finest wine of the Sacred Elf Empire to celebrate your victory. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun had already boarded his interstellar warship, leading his elite fleet back to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. At the same time, the Empire's preparations for war were in full swing. While earlier efforts had gone unnoticed by the public, now the signs were unmistakable. Nearly every major star system trade route was showing unusual activity. On one such interstellar route, the pilot of a transport ship suddenly shouted, "Look, the Stargate is flashing red at high frequency." The captain strode over, his expression grave. "Reduce speed immediately and reroute to the nearby anchorage. Notify the client that the delivery might be delayed." The merchant aboard the ship grew anxious. Delayed? The penalty fees for breach of contract are astronomical. The captain pointed at the flashing red lights. "See those? A steady red light indicates restricted access. A slow blink means secondary wartime control, allowing only emergency cargo through. But this high-frequency flashing it signals primary wartime control. Only military and essential supplies are permitted on the main and auxiliary routes. It's all in the contract. Delays caused by force majeure like this aren't our responsibility. Right now, the priority is to contact the client. If the cargo is truly urgent, they'll need to arrange for a cross-system heavy transport ship as soon as possible." With that, the captain sank back into his chair and lit a cigarette. The first officer stretched lazily. "Looks like we're getting some downtime again. I wonder who's at war this time? Could it be the Devourer civilization making another move?" "Hard to say," the captain replied thoughtfully. "But this is one of the Empire's main trade routes. Whatever it is, it must be serious." The captain gazed at the wartime control notice before him with a calm, practiced air. As a seasoned interstellar transport captain, he had faced situations like this countless times before. "I've already contacted the boss," the accompanying merchant said as he approached, a trace of resignation on his face. "He's instructed us to wait here at the anchorage. He'll be in touch with further instructions." The captain handed the merchant a cigarette, his tone steady and reassuring. "Don't worry. This isn't something we need to concern ourselves with. Just focus on doing your job properly. You don't need to negotiate with anyone else. As for complaints from the receiving end about delivery delays, well, that's inevitable. How long are we supposed to stay here? Just waiting around?" the merchant asked anxiously as he accepted the cigarette. The captain's gaze swept over the now empty flight corridors, and he began to speak in a measured tone. Based on past experience, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire rarely implements blanket restrictions. Even during the Devourer civilization's invasion, when battles raged across 7 star systems, the Empire still worked to maintain essential operations. They'll likely open up secondary routes and redirect us transport ships away from the main star gates. It'll take a bit more time, but it won't be a major issue. After all, the Empire's Stargate network is vast and interconnected. This kind of full-scale control usually lasts no more than a few hours," he continued. "After that, the gate administrators will coordinate with the Empire's transport department and military command. They'll gradually reopen secondary routes based on military needs, typically restoring about 1/3 to 2/3 of the usual traffic capacity. This ensures that even with military convoys or critical supplies moving through, things won't come to a complete standstill. Of course, congestion is inevitable, and whether we get priority will depend on the value of our cargo and the influence of the parties backing it." Hearing this, the merchant let out a small sigh of relief. The captain then added, "Also, make sure to prepare for alternative docking arrangements. Under wartime management, major starports might cancel docking permits for transport ships like ours. It's best to secure backup options in advance." The merchant nodded and hurried off to make preparations. The captain exhaled a puff of smoke, his thoughts drifting. We're fortunate to be here. If we were stuck at a strategic war hub Stargate, our only choice would have been to leave as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, at the third factory of the Rose-Red Dragon Interstellar Trade Group, an urgent directive had just arrived. The factory manager was personally rushing between departments, issuing updated orders. The facility was now under military control. Non-group personnel were strictly prohibited from entering. All civilian orders were to be paused and stored. Undelivered orders meeting military specifications were to be prioritized for the armed forces, and all production lines were to be immediately converted to military supply manufacturing. Manager, you don't need to run around like this. You could just issue the orders through the communications channel, his out-of-breath secretary called out, struggling to keep up. The manager's expression was grave. A broadcast isn't enough. I need to personally inspect every department and production line. At a time like this, there's no room for mistakes. He couldn't help but recall a lesson from his days as deputy manager, a bitter memory that still haunted him. Back then, a moment of negligence from the former manager had caused a 12-hour delay in fulfilling a military order. Though the incident hadn't resulted in significant losses, the manager had been immediately demoted to a minor role in a remote mining outpost. From that moment on, he had vowed to never let his guard down. In the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, certain mistakes might be forgiven, but failing the military was an unforgivable transgression, a line that could never be crossed. The factory director's voice echoed through the meeting room. Remember, in addition to ensuring output, we must accelerate production speed. All personnel will work in 3 shifts, and lateness or early departures will not be tolerated. His sharp gaze swept across the room, locking onto each attendee. The procurement department must guarantee the timely delivery of raw materials to the production lines. If production is interrupted due to supply issues, I will hold you accountable. He paused briefly, his tone shifting to one of encouragement. Furthermore, inform all departments. Anyone who completes or exceeds their production targets during this critical wartime period will be generously rewarded. But if anyone falters, regardless of their position or rank, they will be dismissed immediately. The secretary standing nearby involuntarily swallowed hard. Such scenes were unfolding in every starship manufacturing plant across the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. The entire empire seemed like a warrior, armored and ready, poised for the battle to come. Meanwhile, in the assembly zones of the various Xiaolong fleet groups, the atmosphere was even graver. Given the massive scale of the interstellar fleets, each group had its own designated star system base, which would serve as their launch point for the impending campaign. On the bridge of the T6 Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought in the Niling military star system, Charlotte stood intently studying the holographic interstellar war map before her. The map was divided into 2 halves. The left depicted the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's universe, while the right represented the universe of the Swarm civilization. On the Empire side of the star chart, the bases of each fleet group were clearly marked, with 15 bold red dragon emblem flags symbolizing the 10 standard fleet groups and the 5 elite fleet groups. There was also a unique Ghost Reconnaissance elite fleet group, which reported directly to the Emperor and Grand Marshal Charlotte herself. This fleet was currently stationed at the military base within the Xiaolong star system. What's the status of the fleet groups? Charlotte asked. The secretary officer beside her promptly replied, all fleet groups have reported readiness. Subordinate fleets are fully on standby in wartime status, and combat equipment is prepared for immediate deployment. Charlotte nodded in acknowledgement before turning to a video feed displaying Zhong Xiaoxia, the newly appointed commander of the Ghost Reconnaissance Elite Fleet Group. Admiral Zhong, how are your preparations progressing? Rest assured, Marshal, Zhong Xiaoxia replied with a composed yet determined expression. We are fully prepared. 24 hours ago, the second wave of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships departed. As per protocol, they will not transmit feedback unless under exceptional circumstances. So far, all systems are normal. Subsequent reconnaissance ships will emit high-frequency cosmic wave signals, enabling us to precisely locate the coordinates of the opposing universe. Charlotte was pleased with the arrangement. The interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships not only carried out critical battlefield scouting, but also provided essential support to other combat fleets. These ships acted as the eyes of the main fleets, gathering intelligence and preparing the battlefield ahead of the fleet's arrival. They would deliver real-time data once the main force is engaged, ensuring a tactical advantage from the outset. Glancing at the time, Charlotte noted that only an hour remained before the operation's commencement. She addressed Zhong Xiaoxia with a tone of resolve. When the time comes, we will execute the original attack plan. Your mission is crucial and directly determines the success or failure of this operation. Charlotte's gaze settled on Admiral Zhong Xiaoxia, seated across from her. The timing of the establishment of the Phantom Reconnaissance Elite Fleet Group was intriguing, neither too early nor too late, coming together hastily just after this operation was finalized. This fleet would make its debut in this mission. While not considered a frontline combat unit, its potential to play a pivotal role on the battlefield might surpass that of any primary fleet. Though Admiral Zhong Xiaxia was a seasoned strategist, taking command of this newly formed fleet group posed an unprecedented challenge. With no precedents to follow, she would have to build everything from the ground up. Charlotte's words were both a reminder and a rallying call before the mission commenced. Rest assured, Marshal, we are fully aware of our mission and responsibilities, Zhong Xiaxia said, straightening her posture with unwavering resolve. We will not disappoint you or His Majesty, the Emperor. Charlotte nodded in approval before momentarily closing the video feed. Once the communication with Grand Marshal Charlotte ended, Zhong Xiaxia exhaled deeply. The pressure was relentless, and the weight of this mission was far greater than anything she had faced before. The leap from deputy commander to supreme commander of an entire fleet group was more than just a promotion. It was a seismic shift in responsibility. Previously, her focus had been on executing orders passed down from higher-ups. Now, she had to oversee the entire operation, balancing countless moving parts. The burden felt as immovable as a mountain. One more hour. Zhong Xiaxia murmured to herself. She gave her face a quick pat to refocus and turned to her aide. While we still have time, call for another meeting with all squadron-level commanders and above. The aide immediately complied. This would be their fourth meeting in 3 days, a testament to how seriously Zhong Xiaxia regarded this mission. Within moments, every squadron-level commander within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's domain had joined the video conference channel. Zhong Xiaxia's expression was solemn as she scanned the faces on the screen. We're an hour away from the operation. I understand some of you may think I'm being repetitive, but these words need to be said and remembered. As a fleet group composed of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, we face significant skepticism from the outside world. There are those who question whether such a specialized fleet group is even necessary. If we fail to deliver exceptional results in this mission, those doubts will only grow louder, undermining the very foundation of our existence. Her voice grew firmer, more resolute. We must win this first battle and execute every task flawlessly. We need to silence the critics and prove our worth beyond a shadow of a doubt. Most of our reconnaissance squadrons have already been deployed to the Devourer civilization's territory. To ensure the success of the overall operation, I'm setting even stricter expectations for all of you. Once inside enemy space, you must reach your designated positions within the assigned time frame and establish a comprehensive intelligence network. Every move the enemy makes must be under our watch. This time, I will accept no excuses. Regardless of the reasons or circumstances, if you fail to meet your objectives on time, there will be no leniency. Her words hung heavily in the air, leaving no room for ambiguity. The commanders on the other end of the line straightened in their seats, their expressions mirroring the gravity of her tone. The weight of the mission was clear. Failure was not an option. I only care about results, not the process. Zhong Xiaoxia's voice rang with authority through the conference channel. If any squad encounters issues, I will hold the squad commander accountable. If any company makes mistakes, I will hold the company commander accountable. And if this operation fails, I will personally submit my resignation to His Majesty the Emperor. Understood, came the unified response from all the commanders. Though her demands were strict and uncompromising, they all understood the stakes. Only by putting everything on the line could they push themselves to their limits. After all, the Ghost Recon Elite Fleet played a decisive role in this campaign, one that could determine victory or defeat. I look forward to celebrating your success, Zhong Xiaoxia said, her tone softening. She gave one final salute to the assembled officers, marking the end of the pre-battle briefing. The final hour of waiting began. For the commanders of the Xiaolong Interstellar Corps, those 60 minutes felt like an eternity. They meticulously triple-checked every detail, ensuring that this intergalactic expedition would proceed flawlessly. 10 minutes left. Zhong Xiaoxia glanced at the time and gave the order in a steady voice. All interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, start your engines. Prepare to activate the interdimensional space equipment and stand by for the departure signal. As the secretary relayed the commands, a series of glowing engine halos lit up the silent expanse of space. The white jade interdimensional space equipment was deployed, ready to be activated. Now, they only needed to wait for the signal to echo back from the other universe. Zhong Xiaoxia clenched her fists, her nerves taut. This was the very essence of the Ghost Recon Elite Fleet's mission. The high-frequency interdimensional signal system, inspired by the wave principles of earlier space exploration tools, acted as a beacon in the vastness of space, guiding the fleet forward. Meanwhile, in a key industrial star system within the Devourer civilization's universe, massive starship factories churned day and night without pause. This was one of the 5 primary starship manufacturing bases of the Devourer civilization, responsible for supplying over 10 of the military's equipment and warships. For the past 6 months, the factories had been working around the clock to meet production demands. Faster! Everyone, pick up the pace! A department manager barked, brandishing an electric baton as he berated the workers. Anyone caught slacking off will answer to me. The crackle of electricity sent shivers down the workers' spines, while the manager and his cronies continued to indulge in food and drink. Reporting in worker at station B81 has collapsed, came a voice over the communicator. Pathetic, the manager muttered impatiently. Drag them out and replace them. Don't let this slow us down. To him, the workers were nothing more than replaceable cogs in the machine. Sir, we're already facing a severe labor shortage, one subordinate said nervously. Every day, a dozen or more collapse. At this rate, it could impact our production targets. It was clear his concern wasn't for the workers' well-being, but for meeting the quotas. Agitated, the manager explained, for the past 6 months, we've been ordered to increase efficiency by 5 every month, amounting to nearly a 40 increase overall. Without technological breakthroughs, all we can do is rely on more manpower and longer hours. All because of that battle 6 months ago, the procurement officer sighed. Who would have thought that the relatively unknown Xiaolong interstellar empire could destroy nearly half our fleet and take out 7 star systems in just a few months? Now, even the civilizations that once feared us are bold enough to hike up their prices when trading with us. Amidst the undercurrents of interstellar trade, a startling revelation has surfaced. There are still civilizations bold enough to engage in transactions with the devouring civilization. In truth, as long as the profits are substantial, any deal can be struck spanning from raw material procurement to the slave trade, and everything in between. Rumors even suggest that high-ranking officials from certain interstellar civilizations are secretly involved, lured by the promise of immense gain and willing to take significant risks. This trade relationship is deeply intertwined with the current state of the universe. During the height of the devouring civilization's power, other civilizations dared not raise their prices. However, as its strength wanes, those same civilizations have grown emboldened to negotiate higher terms. Over the past 6 months, the devouring civilization's demand for interstellar warships has surged dramatically, causing domestic raw material prices to skyrocket. Prices for certain rare materials have even multiplied several times. Yet, as a civilization fundamentally built on war, they have no choice but to continue constructing warships. It's been over 6 months now. Do you think the Triumvirate Lords will launch another expedition against the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire? Someone asked in a hushed tone. An attack on the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is inevitable, a senior official analyzed. It's not just about the anger among our lower and middle ranks. The Triumvirate Lords' pride would never allow them to let this go. However, the timing of the assault must be carefully considered. He elaborated further, pointing out that the first invasion had revealed the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's formidable combat capabilities. Over the past 6 months, the opposing side had certainly been preparing for any future conflict. To ensure victory in a second campaign, the devouring civilization would need to commit at least twice the forces as before, ideally 3 times that amount, nearly 60 million warships. Including reserves, the number could climb to an astronomical 100 million. 100 million? Someone gasped. Our current total fleet doesn't even come close to that number, which is why a second invasion is unlikely in the short term. The earliest plausible timeline would be the end of the year. The conversation soon shifted to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's potential actions. Having successfully repelled the Triumvirate Lords' first assault, they were surely not underestimating the possibility of a renewed attack. Speculation ran rampant that the Xiaolong Empire was ramping up warship production, particularly focusing on the rumored near T7 class model. However, in the next round of conflict, the devouring civilization would undoubtedly act with greater caution, determined not to repeat previous mistakes. In my opinion, their most likely strategy now is to seek allies, someone suggested. Last time, the Holy Elven Empire sent 15 million warships, and that alone caused us significant trouble. Suddenly, a young official voiced a bold idea. What if the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire strikes first and launches a preemptive attack on us? The suggestion was met with a burst of laughter. The department head gave the young man a light knock on the head. What are you thinking? Even if they were the boldest civilization in the galaxy, they wouldn't dare attack our home territory. But didn't they destroy 7 of our star systems and a fleet of 10 million warships last time? The young man retorted, rubbing his head. That was because we knew too little about them back then. Things are different now. Our generals won't make the same mistakes again. If they abandon their home field advantage to attack us, that would be nothing short of suicide. The young officer remained silent, his expression unreadable as he noticed the mocking gazes of those around him. Yet, deep within, his mind was racing. A commander capable of orchestrating a counterattack to invade the native universe of the Devourer civilization, could they not strike again with an equally unpredictable move? Meanwhile, in a remote and desolate area of space near a military manufacturing base, 3 stealth interstellar reconnaissance ships were silently monitoring every move of the facility. The captain was conducting a final intelligence confirmation. Target 17 was guarded by a fleet of 100,000 interstellar warships and housed a stargate as well as a starport within its jurisdiction. If the stargate could not be destroyed in time, the enemy would rapidly deploy massive reinforcements through it. On the other hand, without the stargate, the enemy would be forced to rely on warp travel or other special delivery methods, the timing of which would be unpredictable. Based on the deployment patterns in the surrounding star systems, it was estimated that the enemy could amass up to 2 million warships within 5 hours of discovery. After the secretary officer finished the report and the captain confirmed its accuracy, the intelligence was immediately transmitted to the squadron via an encrypted channel. The information reached the outer edge of the star system in an instant, where 30 stealth reconnaissance ships were stationed in a matrix formation, awaiting orders. Report: the final piece of intelligence has been received. It is consistent with previous reports, the secretary officer informed the reconnaissance squadron commander. Excellent. The time has come. Prepare the instruments and release high-frequency waves in 3 minutes, the commander ordered. Notify all reconnaissance teams to reduce the intelligence transmission interval to 1 minute. Any urgent intelligence can be transmitted directly. Following the command, all 30 reconnaissance ships activated their specialized equipment simultaneously. These devices formed a network in the void of space, releasing invisible high-frequency waves. Suddenly, on specific instruments, the pitch-black expanse of space lit up with dozens of radiant beams. The massive spatial disturbance was immediately detected by monitoring stations across the universe of the Devourer civilization. The stations, which had been as calm as a still lake, now rippled violently as if struck by countless stones. Alert! Multiple high-frequency spatial anomalies detected. An operator at a primary monitoring station urgently contacted their superior. In the background, the sound of a woman's laughter could be heard, but the superior responded with impatience. Sweat beaded on the operator's forehead as they continued to check and relay the information. Sir, this situation is highly unusual. 30 anomaly points appeared simultaneously within 5 seconds. It seems meticulously coordinated. The superior's tone shifted to one of seriousness, and the music in the background abruptly stopped. As he began to inquire whether these anomalies were related to typical spatial collapses, the operator interrupted in panic. Sir, it's worse. These 30 anomalies correspond directly to the coordinates of our civilization's top 50 high-value strategic locations. The revelation sent a wave of fear through the superior's voice. What? Are you sure? The superior shot to his feet, his voice laced with disbelief. The monitoring station staff responded immediately. I'm certain. The relevant star map markers will be sent to you momentarily. I'm heading back to the station right now. Also, he took a deep breath. We need to issue the highest level alert immediately. There was only one explanation for this: the enemy was preparing to launch a strike on a critical strategic stronghold of the devouring civilization. If the enemy succeeded, the consequences would be catastrophic. One by one, the monitoring stations reached the same conclusion. Alarms blared in a relentless cascade. These warnings were quickly relayed to the 3 monarchs. Since the inception of the devouring civilization, such an overwhelming surge of alerts had never been seen. After all, they were usually the aggressors. When had they ever been on the receiving end of an invasion? The troll monarch sat upright, his gaze fixed on the subordinate kneeling before him. What? All monitoring stations have sounded the alarms? Yes. The first alert was raised a minute and a half ago, and the latest one just 10 seconds ago. The subordinate's voice trembled as he delivered the report. The troll monarch's brow furrowed deeply. This sudden development pointed to the worst-case scenario: someone was invading the devouring civilization. The locations of these anomalous spatial fluctuations would undoubtedly become the enemy's footholds. Despite his inner resistance to the idea, only one answer emerged in his mind: the Draconic Star Empire. Madman! That lunatic is utterly insane. He cursed, though his demeanor betrayed no hint of carelessness. Relay my orders. The troll monarch rose abruptly. The entire territory is to enter level 1 war status immediately. Notify the other 2 monarchs. Order the nearest military fleets to dispatch at least 1 battalion to investigate the anomalous locations. Simultaneously, redeploy interstellar legions to defend strategic strongholds that might come under attack. No mistakes can be tolerated. He paused before adding, if the defensive pressure becomes overwhelming, prioritize protecting the most critical locations. Understood. The subordinate hurried off to execute the commands. The troll monarch's gaze shifted to the star map of the devouring civilization, where over 30 warning lights blinked ominously. The sheer scale of this assault was staggering. Even when they attacked the Draconic Empire, their first wave had only opened 5 battlefronts, later expanding to 7. Now, the enemy seemed poised to initiate attacks at 30 locations simultaneously. What could this mean? Every additional battlefield exponentially increased the complexity of command and logistics, especially in interstellar warfare. If the Draconic Emperor were in his right mind, he would never adopt such a reckless strategy. Suddenly, a fervent smile spread across the troll monarch's face. Draconic Emperor, if you truly dare to pull this off, I might just have to thank you for handing me the chance to redeem myself. I'll make sure neither you nor your armies return alive. The sting of past defeats had long haunted him, fueling his desire to face the draconic Star Empire once more. However, the cautious attitudes of the other two monarchs had kept him from making any moves. Now that the enemy had brought the fight to their doorstep, how could he not be exhilarated? The moment the three rulers received the news, they almost simultaneously initiated military deployments. They understood with absolute clarity that regardless of whether the threat posed by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was real, they had to prepare for the worst. The targets potentially under attack were critical military-industrial hubs that the Devourer civilization depended on for survival. Even if only a third of them were destroyed, it would cripple the Devourer civilization's military-industrial system for decades. Chaos engulfed the entire Devourer civilization's universe. The ruler's fleet legions were urgently mobilized, with warship formations darting between star systems. Ordinary citizens, unaware of the details, speculated that this might signal another external invasion initiated by the Devourer civilization. However, the more observant among them quickly noticed something unusual. Previous military operations were always executed with precision and order, whereas this one seemed rushed and frantic. Some sharp-minded observers began to realize that this was more likely a response to an imminent invasion by an external enemy. The residents within the territory of the Troll King, in particular, were not unfamiliar with such scenes. 6 months ago, when the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire launched a counteroffensive against their 7 strategic stronghold star systems, a similar emergency military mobilization had unfolded. At a key strategic location, a fleet of 3,000 interstellar warships was methodically departing the port, accelerating toward the region where abnormal spatial fluctuations had been detected. A secretary officer approached the fleet commander and reported, "At our current speed, we should reach the target area within 10 minutes. The commander nodded and ordered the entire fleet to enter combat readiness. When the secretary officer cautiously questioned whether the Xiaolong Empire would truly dare to provoke them, the commander's expression darkened. He drew a deep breath, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. "You've never truly faced the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion. Those people are a group of highly trained lunatics. They possess the most powerful warships in the known universe. If not for their disadvantage in numbers, not even the combined forces of the entire known universe could stand against them." He continued, "Their combat strategies are flawless. The only way to defeat them is through direct confrontation, taking down their warships one by one. Based on combat data from the past 6 months, if your fleet isn't at least 5 times their size, your best option is to retreat immediately unless you're under strict orders to fight. Even with a 5-fold advantage, you cannot afford the slightest mistake. Those lunatics will fight to the death even in the face of overwhelming odds. The moment you show the smallest weakness." This rewrite retains all the original plot elements while enhancing readability with a tighter structure and vivid details. The main storyline is emphasized, and secondary elements are appropriately conveyed. Those lunatics wouldn't hesitate to tear a chunk of flesh from you. The adjutant stood on the bridge, staring in astonishment at the fleeting trace of fear in the eyes of the fleet commander. This newly formed fleet was composed of 2/3 raw recruits. The commander, however, was a seasoned veteran. Rumors swirled that his previous fleet had been nearly annihilated, but his impeccable performance on the battlefield spared him from responsibility. Instead, the military reassigned him from the front lines to this garrison system fleet, a veiled arrangement for retirement. "I know what you're all speculating behind my back," the commander said, locking eyes with the adjutant. "Yes, I was part of the invasion of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. That place, though breathtakingly beautiful, is a hell I never wish to return to for the rest of my life." He continued his story. "I led 3,000 starships into battle. Amidst a battlefield hosting millions of warships, we were insignificant. I've fought in large-scale conflicts before, and it was this wealth of combat experience that earned me the rank of fleet commander. At first, I thought this would just be another routine invasion, a token resistance from the enemy, followed by their surrender, allowing us to plunder their wealth and offer it up to our great overlords. But from the very beginning, this battle defied all expectations." The commander's voice grew heavy. "The Xiaolong forces retaliated with unprecedented ferocity. According to our civilization-devouring doctrine, large-scale battles operate on a 5-hour rotation system. By the end of the first rotation, my fleet of 3,000 ships was reduced to fewer than 500. Missiles rained down like meteors, heavy artillery lit up the void of space, and the sight of their terrifying warships was enough to freeze the blood. Several task groups operating alongside us didn't even make it to their rotation. They were wiped out entirely. After that rotation, I saw the faces of my officers etched with a fear I'd never seen before. Up until then, we had always triumphed with overwhelming force. But those 5 hours felt like 5 months. His surviving ships later merged with the remnants of 3 other fleets, reforming into a 3,000-ship task force. When we were sent back to the front, the entire crew had lost their former edge. The command channels were eerily silent. Everyone simply followed orders mechanically, silently praying to survive. After the second 5-hour battle, our fleet was down to just 1,000 ships. The adjutant studied the commander, barely 30 years old, and was struck by the profound depth in his Gazia weariness far beyond his years. I suppose I was lucky, the commander said, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. I survived 2 more rotations like that. By all accounts, these merits should have earned me the position of deputy fleet commander. But we all know the truth after the defeat. The Troll King executed many frontline commanders. The fact that I'm still alive is a miracle. If not for my family needing me, if not for my youth, I'd have retired and gone home by now. The secretary swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Commander, aren't we discussing whether this is an imminent attack from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire? The fleet commander's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. I've explained all this, and yet you still don't get it. The Xiaolong Empire's fleet is nothing short of lunatic, and their emperor is an outright war fanatic. If they deem a battle plan feasible, they'll execute it without hesitation. So, mark my words, if the Xiaolong Emperor decides our Devourer civilization universe is worth the risk, he will order an attack without a second thought. Then, what do we do? If we really come face-to-face with the Xiaolong Empire's fleet? The secretary's voice trembled, his panic palpable as the fear of death gripped his chest. The commander waved dismissively, his expression calm and composed. No need to panic. Our primary mission here is to investigate the situation at these coordinates. Even if we discover it's the Xiaolong fleet, our job is simply to report back and await orders. Whether there's a battle or not, that's not our decision to make. Remember, you and I are just pawns in the hands of those above us. The secretary fell silent, unable to refute the truth. They were nothing more than cogs in the war machine, their lives dictated by orders from on high. Yet the commander, a veteran of countless battles, seemed almost indifferent, as though had long made peace with the inevitability of life and death. Meanwhile, far in the distance, a stealth reconnaissance vessel from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire silently observed the 3,000-strong fleet. The captain turned to his second-in-command and issued an order. Relay this intel back to base. An enemy fleet of 3,000 warships is departing their station and heading toward our mission area. Request further instructions should we intercept? It was audacious for a mere 3 stealth ships to even consider intercepting such a massive fleet. But orders were orders, and if their superiors commanded them to delay the enemy, even for a fleeting moment, they would carry it out without question. The reply came swiftly. Squadron commander orders continued surveillance. No interception required. The second-in-command relayed the message. The captain nodded, his expression unchanging, and resumed his watch. For them, scattered like watchful sentinels across the Devourer civilization's territory, maintaining their cover was paramount. Any premature exposure would squander their crucial vantage point. As the 3,000-ship fleet neared the designated sector, their radar systems picked up energy fluctuations. Report: 30 interstellar warships detected hovering in the target area. The enemy is making no effort to conceal their presence, the secretary reported. Deploy unmanned reconnaissance drones to investigate. Maintain the fleet's steady approach and prepare for combat. Simultaneously, update headquarters on the current situation, the commander ordered, his tone grave. Commander, even if those 30 ships are T5 class Xiaolong warships, we have 3,000 vessels. What's there to fear? The secretary asked, perplexed. The commander's expression hardened, his voice firm. Never underestimate Xiaolong warships, not even 30 of them. During the harrowing interstellar battle, the warships of the Xiaolong Galactic Empire demonstrated a terrifying level of combat prowess. On the surface, our side achieved a favorable kill ratio of 10-1, but this was largely due to our numerical advantage and the deployment of our main fleet. The situation is becoming increasingly dire, the fleet corps commander remarked grimly. While we possess T5 class starships, our overall combat strength is, at best, equivalent to the second or third-tier fleets of the Devourer civilization. Coupled with the disparities in morale and training, a full-scale engagement could see us suffer a staggering loss ratio of 20 or even 30-1. If their forces include missile frigates or carrier starships, the consequences would be catastrophic. The aide, hearing this analysis, could not hide their shock. Just then, the interstellar surveillance drones transmitted real-time footage from the target sector. 30 cloaked reconnaissance ships hovered silently in the void, as if engaged in some enigmatic ritual. Aren't these just standard cloaked reconnaissance ships? The aide asked, puzzled. The commander paused briefly before explaining. They're transmitting high-frequency signals to the Xiaolong Galactic Empire, guiding their main fleet to this location. Should we destroy these reconnaissance ships immediately to prevent the enemy reinforcements from arriving? The aide suggested. That's far too naive, the commander replied, shaking his head. If we've detected their signal, the enemy is already aware of our presence. Their arrival is inevitable at this point, and the fate of these 30 reconnaissance ships won't change that. Soon, orders came down from high command. eliminate all Xiaolong warships in the area, maintain strict surveillance, and prepare to deliver a decisive blow once reinforcements arrive. Full speed ahead. Prepare for combat, the commander commanded. Do not underestimate them just because they're reconnaissance ships. Meanwhile, on the Xiaolong side, their Phantom Scout Squadron had detected the approach of 3,000 warships from the Devourer civilization. Due to the activation of specialized equipment, their cloaking devices had temporarily failed, leaving them fully exposed on enemy radar. This is our designated landing zone. We cannot allow the enemy to seize control, the squadron commander declared decisively. Until reinforcements arrive, no ship is permitted to retreat. Prepare for battle. The 30 cloaked reconnaissance ships immediately repositioned, forming a defensive battle formation. The site of this maneuver was clearly visible to the rapidly advancing Devourer fleet, setting the stage for the inevitable clash. The stealth reconnaissance starships hovered silently in the vastness of space, forming an invisible defensive line. The secretary scoffed, a smirk on his face. Just these few reconnaissance ships trying to block us? What a joke. Before he could finish, the fleet commander struck him sharply on the head with the edge of his hand. Remember this, the commander said gravely, his tone heavy with authority. Never underestimate any starship of the Xiaolong Galactic Empire, not even a transport vessel. The secretary, however, dismissed the warning in his heart, convinced the commander was simply overreacting due to the fear instilled by past battles with the Xiaolong Empire. Yet his arrogance was soon met with a harsh lesson. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted ahead. Several Vanguard warships were instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to fiery debris. Report: we've encountered interstellar mines. 3 warships destroyed, and over a dozen others have suffered damage to their shields and hulls. The secretary froze in shock, while the commander immediately barked orders. Deploy destroyers to clear the mines. Once within range, annihilate those reconnaissance ships at any cost. The cloaked interstellar mines had been laid in advance by the Ghost Recon Squadrona calculated trap. Though insufficient to completely halt the invading fleet, the mines bought precious time for the Xiaolong Empire's main fleet to prepare. By the time the devouring civilization's fleet had painstakingly cleared a safe passage, the 30 reconnaissance ships were already within firing range. As the secretary reported the current status, every cannon aboard the fleet was locked onto the seemingly insignificant ships as if they were facing an entire armada. Fire! Destroy them! The commander commanded urgently. Tens of thousands of projectiles unleashed, striking the reconnaissance ships' star shields, sending ripples of multicolored energy waves cascading across their surfaces. Gradually, the shields of the reconnaissance ships began to falter under the relentless assault. And then, chaos erupted. Out of nowhere, tens of thousands of insectoid combat units materialized around the devouring civilization's fleet, launching frenzied attacks against the warship's shields. They hurled themselves relentlessly at the protective barriers, sacrificing their bodies to drain the fleet's energy reserves. Insectoids! It's the interstellar swarm! The secretary cried out in horror, his voice trembling with fear. Damn it! Where did these interstellar Zerg come from? The fleet commander's voice was laced with astonishment. His eyes darted across the tactical display on the bridge, and suddenly, a thought struck him. Quick! Deploy the cloaking disruptor missiles, he ordered decisively. Yes, sir. The adjutant wasted no time carrying out the command. Dozens of interstellar escort ships swiftly formed up and fired specialized projectiles into the surrounding space. These weapons produced no visible explosions, but had a critical function. This was a countermeasure developed by the Devourer civilization specifically to combat the stealth technology of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. After the first battle, recognizing the threat posed by the enemy's elite fleet of cloaked interstellar bombers, the Devourer civilization began mass-producing these disruptor missiles, capable of neutralizing most cloaking systems within a specific range. Sure enough, as the disruptor missiles activated, an astonishing sight unfolded. On both flanks of the fleet, countless Zerg combat units began to materialize, and in the distance, the colossal form of a Zerg mothership emerged. These were unmistakably the Zerg forces of the Xiaolong Empire. Damn it, the previous extermination operations failed to wipe them out completely. The adjutant gritted his teeth in frustration. This must have been their plan all along, the commander said darkly. He recalled the first battle when the Xiaolong Empire had launched a massive counteroffensive against the Devourer civilization, deploying vast numbers of Zerg. After the war, while the main Zerg motherships had retreated, the remaining Zerg scattered to harass their adversaries. Though they caused significant trouble in the initial months, large-scale sweeps had driven them into hiding for the last 3 months. It now seemed they had been lying in wait for this moment. Report: approximately 3,000 Zerg motherships detected, with the highest classification at level 5, a crew member announced. Hearing the number, the commander allowed himself a momentary breath of relief. While the Empire's Zerg forces were indeed more formidable than ordinary Zerg, The Devourer fleet still held the advantage in equal numbers. Relay the order. Stay calm. Form battle formations, and apply our standard extermination tactics. But soon, the commander noticed something unusual. These Zerg weren't attacking with their usual ferocity. Instead, they appeared to be deliberately stalling, shielding a group of 30 cloaked interstellar scout ships. This level of coordination between the Zerg and the Empire's forces was still an enigma to the Devourer civilization. It was baffling how the Zerg, a race infamous for its mindless bloodlust, could work in such harmony with a civilized military force. These damn bugs just want quit, the adjutant exclaimed, slamming his fist in frustration. The sheer number of Zerg was overwhelming, and now their newfound tactical coordination made them even more formidable. This doesn't feel right, the commander muttered, his unease growing. Send an urgent report to command. Request an update on the arrival time of reinforcements, and seek permission for a tactical retreat if necessary. Understood. The adjutant immediately began relaying the orders. The aide returned to the fleet commander with a grave expression and delivered his report. The higher-ups have made it clear. Under no circumstances are we to retreat from the battlefield without their explicit orders. Reinforcements are being urgently mobilized and are expected to arrive within 3 hours. They've asked us to hold steady. 3 hours. The fleet commander let out a bitter smile. Well, it seems we've been cast out as nothing more than sacrificial pawns to test the waters. Noticing the puzzled look on the aide's face, the commander shrugged and elaborated. Given the strength of the Devourer civilization, conducting small-scale maneuvers is trivial for them. But orchestrating a military operation of this magnitude in such a short time? That's beyond our capabilities. We lack the resources and discipline for that. In this situation, the higher-ups have no choice but to prioritize critical sectors. Sure, our star system has strategic value, but it's far from being a top priority. He continued, his tone calm but analytical. What they really want is to gauge the enemy's strength. Are we up against 100,000 warships? 300,000? Or perhaps 1,000,000? If it's 100,000, they'll commit everything to support us. If it's 300,000, they might send just enough reinforcements to hold the line, not to destroy the enemy, but simply to prevent the system from being obliterated. But if it's 1,000,000, they'll abandon this star system entirely. They might even destroy key facilities during the retreat to keep them out of enemy hands. And us? We're the stone thrown into the river to test its depth. The aide's face turned pale, and his legs wobbled. That means we're doomed, doesn't it? That's a very real possibility, the commander replied, his voice steady. No matter how many fleets they send our way. The aide's eyes instinctively darted toward the bridge doors, but the commander's voice turned icy. Thinking of deserting? I won't stop you. But do you remember what happened to the last deserters? Their immediate family members were rounded up, wives sold into slavery, children sent to labor in the mines. Their family name disgraced, burdened with crushing fines. If you're willing to let your loved ones suffer that fate, then by all means go ahead and leave. The aide collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. I'm only 29. I've only been enlisted for 3 years. I worked so hard to become an aide. I didn't sign up for this. I don't want to die. The commander signaled to a seasoned soldier nearby. Inject him with a sedative. We can't afford to let him disrupt morale. Just as the tense silence began to settle, a shout broke through the atmosphere. Commander, look over there. Through the viewport, a luminous object resembling a polished gemstone appeared in the distant void. Moments later, starships began to emerge, one after another, multiplying rapidly from hundreds to thousands, with more still pouring in. The commander's gaze locked onto the familiar insignias and ship designs. A faint glimmer of recognition crossed his face. They've arrived. It's the fleet of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. The commander of the fleet trembled, a flicker of profound fear flashing in his eyes. With shaky hands, he pulled a bottle of liquor from within his uniform and tilted it back, swallowing deeply. The amber liquid dripped from the corners of his mouth, leaving dark stains on the fabric of his attire. If the outcome is inevitable, he said in a low, resolute voice, then let us secure the greatest benefit for our families and our legacy. His tone hardened as he issued the command. All interstellar warships, prepare for combat. Log every detail of the enemy fleet numbers, types, patterns, and transmit updates to headquarters every 10 seconds. Continue until we have only one ship left. He took another long swig of the alcohol, letting out a bitter chuckle. At least this way, maybe my children can grow up with some semblance of comfort, he muttered under his breath. His gaze turned toward the formidable fleet of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. A stray, almost absurd thought surfaced. If only his homeland had possessed such a force back then. If only they had stood together against the tide, perhaps he wouldn't have donned this uniform, wouldn't have borne the brand of a traitor, wandering in exile. Xiaolong Emperor, he thought with venomous intensity, you'd better crush the devouring civilization. Kill those 3 damn bastards. Damn the Triarchs! His silent curse echoed in the recesses of his mind. The battle unfolded as expected. The Xiaolong fleet's massive heavy artillery ships fired first, unleashing tens of thousands of blasts that rained down like a tempest upon the devouring civilization's fleet. Following closely were the destroyers and battleships, surging forward in relentless formation. Against the overwhelming might of these primary warships, especially with several T-6 class vessels among their ranks, the enemy fleet stood no chance. The 3,000 ships of the Allied fleet were obliterated with alarming speed, vanishing one by one under the onslaught. No reinforcements came. None ever arrived. Greetings. This is the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron of the Ghost Scouts Elite Fleet Group. We have been ordered to reactivate high-frequency guidance systems and escort you. A Ghost Scout Squadron commander reported crisply, saluting the fleet ahead. Greetings. I am Major General Maggiani, commander of the 31st Legion under the Xiaolong 3rd Fleet Group, came the response from the Imperial officer on the other side. After a brief exchange, 30 stealth reconnaissance ships from the Ghost Scouts quietly departed the battlefield, vanishing into the void as if they had never been there. Their work was far from over. They would continue to operate in the shadows of the cosmos, repairing their ships and gathering intelligence critical for the Ghost Scouts Elite Fleet Group, serving as vigilant eyes in the darkness. Major General Maggiani stood on the command deck, her gaze fixed on the dissipating white jade gate. These single-use stargates disappeared after each transmission, but the fleet had prepared an ample supply for this cross-galaxy campaign. She approached the central command platform, pulling up a detailed interstellar map and opening over a dozen video feeds connecting her to the various fleet commanders. Relay the order to all units. Maintain a steady course along this trajectory. While we have the chance, let's convene an emergency wartime briefing, she commanded. Her instructions met with a chorus of acknowledgments. This is battlefield designation Avenger 16, she began, her voice precise and unwavering. Our strategic target is one of the top 5 interstellar warship manufacturing bases of the enemy, responsible for at least 10% of the devouring civilization's fleet production. We can expect their elite forces to intercept us. Prepare accordingly. Major General Maggiani stood resolutely in the center of the command room, her sharp gaze sweeping across the assembled officers. According to the latest intelligence, we are about to face nearly 600,000 interstellar warships designed to consume civilizations. While we only have 50,000 at our disposal, she stated firmly, her voice steady and commanding. Based on the 10-to-1 casualty ratio from the first battle, we still have a fighting chance. But don't forget, this isn't a home field operation. Our strategic resources will only last for 5 days of combat. She paused briefly, then continued with determination. Before we receive our next mission, our objective is clear: launch an all-out offensive and inflict maximum damage. Understood. The officers responded in unison, their voices resolute. The group then turned their attention to analyzing the detailed data of the 16 battlefields. A brigadier general was the first to offer a suggestion. This star system holds no significant strategic value. I propose a standard assault strategy. Heavy artillery ships and missile ships provide covering fire, carriers secure air superiority and offer support, while the remaining warships advance hidden. However, our primary target should be the enemy's stargate, not their military factories. After a brief discussion, the battle plan was finalized. Deploy 15,000 warships to launch a direct assault on the stargate and sever the enemy's reinforcement route. Another 15,000 warships would target the military factories, while the remaining forces would act as reserves for rotation. This will be the 31st Legion's first independent mission on a localized battlefield. Major General Ma raised her voice to emphasize her point. We must fight with distinction and prove ourselves worthy of the trust placed in us by the Grand Marshal and His Majesty. Meanwhile, in the enemy's command center, the Demon King and the Drought King were locked in a heated argument over the unfolding situation. 30 defensive star systems were under simultaneous attack. Despite their numerical superiority, their forces were being suppressed by a much smaller enemy fleet. This is impossible, the Drought King declared vehemently. The Xiaolong Empire can't possibly open 30 main battlefronts at once. There must be some kind of deception at play. The Demon King slammed the table in frustration. Then tell me, where is their real primary offensive? The fastest star system might fall in less than 10 hours. His anxiety was not unfounded. His forces had suffered the heaviest losses in the first battle, leaving his defenses stretched thin and forcing him to rely on reinforcements from the other two kings. This adaptation retains all the key elements of the original narrative while delivering a natural and engaging flow of language, ensuring readability and maintaining the dramatic tension. In the dimly lit council chamber, the voice of the Troll King carried a sense of urgency. Dark Sovereign, we must make a decision immediately. If we fail to deploy reinforcements on a large scale, we will lose the initiative on the battlefield. Should the strategic locations fall to the fleet of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the consequences will be catastrophic. His gaze turned to the Dark Sovereign, who had remained silent throughout. As the highest ranking and most powerful of the 3 sovereigns, Every word and action of the Dark Sovereign held sway over everyone present. Even the usually stubborn Hamba Sovereign now fixed her eyes on him, awaiting his decision. The Dark Sovereign finally spoke, his voice steady and commanding. Since the Xiaolong Emperor has made a move, we must respond accordingly. Hamba is correct. The Xiaolong Emperor cannot possibly launch full-scale offensives across 30 star systems simultaneously. Their stretched front lines would be unsustainable, even for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Some of these attacks must be feints, designed to disperse our forces. It's even possible that none of these 30 star systems are their true targets. According to battlefield intelligence, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has deployed a single fleet of 50,000 warships to each star system, totaling only 1.5 million interstellar warships. Yet their total fleet size is estimated to be at least 5 million, Hamba Sovereign added. The Dark Sovereign continued his analysis. This means the Xiaolong Emperor still has at least 3.5 million warships at his disposal. We cannot recklessly commit all our forces, but neither can we allow them to wreak havoc across our territory unchecked. Based on previous battle data, we've seen that as long as our fleet size outnumbers the enemy 10-1, we can hold our ground and drag the conflict into a war of attrition. Currently, in systems where we've deployed over 500,000 warships, the situation reflects this. While the Xiaolong fleets appear aggressive, they've made little actual progress. After a brief pause, he made his decision. First, we will send reinforcements to these 30 star systems, increasing the station fleets to 500,000 warships each. Hamba Sovereign expressed approval of this plan. Such a deployment would mobilize 15 million warships while retaining sufficient reserves for future contingencies against the Xiaolong Empire. The Troll King, however, cautiously suggested, I think we should allocate more forces to key star systems rather than uniformly assigning 500,000 to each. What if this is a ploy by the Xiaolong Empire? They might suddenly launch devastating attacks on our critical systems, and by the time we redeploy, it could be too late. Surprisingly, Hamba Sovereign agreed. That's a valid point. Some star systems can be used to stall and distract the Xiaolong Empire, perhaps even as bait. But certain key systems must not falter. For instance, our largest starship production system must be reinforced with at least 1 million warships, or even more, to ensure its absolute security. The Dark Sovereign nodded in agreement. This suggestion is reasonable. In addition to the 15 million warships, I will allocate another 5 million. Prepare a list of the critical star systems, and bolster their defenses accordingly. The Troll King finally breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly added a reminder. Even with reinforcements, we must remain vigilant against other potential strategies from the Xiaolong Empire. Additionally, the Holy Elven Empire has shown unusual activity. Their fleets are mobilizing, and all military star systems have been sealed off. Our spies can no longer gather intelligence on their intentions. If they, like the Xiaolong Empire, launch an offensive against us, the situation will become dire. While their warships are not as advanced as the Xiaolong Empire's, their total fleet size of 30 million cannot be ignored. Should they deploy 20 million warships to join the conflict, it would pose a monumental threat to us in our current state. Stay vigilant. The voice of the Drought Demon King resonated through the virtual conference room, a glimmer of caution flashing in his eyes. The Black God King fell into a brief moment of contemplation before providing a detailed analysis. Currently, we have 80 million interstellar warships at our disposal, a number restored and consolidated after the last war. Given the cautious nature of the High Elves of the Holy Elven Empire, they are unlikely to dispatch more than 20 million warships. Based on past engagements, to hold our ground against their fleet of this size in a direct confrontation, we would need 40 million ships. However, this is our home turf. Logistics and maneuverability are in our favor. With 20 million ships set aside as a mobile force, we can easily stall their assault. The Drought Demon King nodded in agreement. 20 million ships may not be enough to crush them outright, but it's more than sufficient to buy us time. What about that piece of equipment? The Troll King asked cautiously, referring to the advanced black tech weapon delivered by the Order faction, capable of summoning a fleet from the Abyssal Legion. The Black God King's tone turned stern. We can deploy it if absolutely necessary, but its safety must be guaranteed. We've already lost several of these devices in the last campaign. The construction of such technology, reliant on core materials provided by the great entities, comes at an astronomical cost. Each connection with them exacts a heavy toll. We cannot afford further losses. The warning was unmistakable. The outcome of the previous battle had clearly left him deeply dissatisfied, likely earning him reprimands from the Order. Understood, the Troll King replied, lowering his gaze. The Drought Demon King began strategizing for the future. This time, on our own territory, we must ensure that any enemy daring to invade meets their end. This is the perfect opportunity to annihilate the main forces of the Skylord Interstellar Empire and prepare for our next offensive. Get to work and carry out your assignments, the Black God King ordered, his icy gaze sweeping over the other two. This is our domain. Don't embarrass me again. If anyone causes me trouble before the great entities, I guarantee they'll regret it. With that, he terminated the communication. The Drought Demon King cast a meaningful glance at the Troll King. Make sure there are no mistakes this time, or this council might only have 2 kings left. The Troll King snorted coldly and silently exited the meeting. Back in the physical realm, the Troll King opened his eyes, his expression grim. Without hesitation, he summoned his subordinates and issued strict orders. There will be no room for error. Every star system within our territory must be secured. Inform the commanders of all fleet divisions that if anyone fails, their families will face the consequences. He then turned to his secretary. What's the status of the Troll King-class flagship repairs? This Quasi-T7 interstellar fortress ship had survived the last clash with the Hive mothership but had sustained significant damage. Repairs are 93 complete, the secretary reported. The remaining work involves hull armor and exterior finishing. Full restoration is estimated to take another month. A slight furrow appeared on the Troll King's brow, a clear sign of his displeasure at the delay in restoring his flagship. However, he had no choice but to accept the reality. Order them to continue the repairs, and have the entire crew stationed and ready to deploy at a moment's notice. Ensure that, if needed, the ship can launch within 5 hours. After all, the state of an interstellar warship docked at a starport versus one stationed in dry dock was worlds apart. The former indeed takes less time to activate combat readiness. The latter, however, especially those massive interstellar battleships, often require the assistance of space tugs to leave the dock. For instance, when the colossal Fortress-class warship Troll King entered the dock, it required over 100 space tugs, taking a full 10 hours to complete the docking process. Yes, sir. The secretary responded and turned to the Troll King. My lord, is there anything else you'd like to address? Not for now. You may leave, the Troll King replied. Oh, and one more thing, if any issue arises on the battlefield, report to me immediately. After the secretary silently exited, the Troll King stood in the silent, pitch-black palace, taking a deep breath. He silently prayed, hoping that no new complications would arise this time. He could no longer endure further disruptions. The tides of battle began to shift quickly, with the 3 kings deploying 20 million Devourer-class interstellar warships to reinforce the 30-star system battlefields. The offensive of the Xiaolong Legion's fleet was noticeably impeded, and their advance slowed significantly. The 24-hour assault period passed in the blink of an eye, and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was about to transition to the next phase of its tactical operations. This would serve as a crucial test of the Ghost Recon Elite Fleet Group's combat coordination and capabilities. On the bridge of the T6 Rakshasa Reaper-class interstellar dreadnought, Zhong Xiaoxia reported to Grand Marshal Charlotte via a video feed. Grand Marshal, this is the latest enemy intelligence gathered by our Ghost Recon units. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Nervous? Charlotte asked casually while reviewing the updated intelligence. Zhong Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an opening. A little nervous, she admitted. Understandable, Charlotte said calmly. Our battles and deployments across the universe rely heavily on the intelligence and analysis provided by your Ghost Recon units. You are our eyes and ears. If the intelligence is wrong, every step we take could lead us astray, possibly into an abyss of no return. Rest assured, Grand Marshal, Zhong Xiaoxia responded immediately. Our intelligence is absolutely accurate. Each of our reconnaissance team. That's enough, Charlotte interrupted. Now's not the time for assurances. The accuracy of intelligence isn't for me to decide, but know that we place unconditional trust in your reports. After swiftly reviewing the intelligence, Charlotte continued, her tone measured. According to the report, the 3 kings have deployed 500,000 warships to battlefields 11 through 30 and 1 million to battlefields 1 through 10, totaling 20 million. Aside from stationing some forces near key stargates and systems, there have been no other significant movements. Is that correct? Yes, Zhong Xiaoxia replied, analyzing further. The enemy clearly prioritizes high-value systems, while the other 20 appear to be bait, likely to lure us into committing more forces. Then, Charlotte asked, shifting her tone, if you were one of the 3 kings, what would you do next? Caught off guard by the question, Zhong Xiaoxia hesitated. Grand Marshal, while I command a fleet, my primary role is intelligence gathering. Just intelligence gathering? Charlotte fixed her with a piercing gaze. If that's all you see yourself as, then your qualification to lead the Ghost Recon Elite Fleet Group is questionable. In the vision shared by me and His Imperial Majesty, the Ghost Recon units and the Emperor's Royal Guard fleet are complementary, closely tied to the Dragon Sovereign-class interstellar command ship. Your intelligence acumen directly impacts the decisions of our battlefield commanders. Thus, your role isn't just to gather and organize data, but to form insights and offer perspectives based on intelligence. I'll ask you again, if you were one of the 3 kings, what would your next move be? After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Xiaoxia began analyzing her strategy as one of the 3 sovereigns. She believed in leveraging their advantages. fighting on home territory, abundant resources, deep foundations, and a vast fleet of interstellar warships. Her thoughts were clear. They couldn't allow all star systems to form an impenetrable defensive front. Instead, they needed to deploy their forces strategically and create decoys. High-value strategic star systems must be heavily guarded, but secondary systems can serve as bait to lure the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion into committing their forces. When the time is right, we can deliver a decisive blow to cripple or even annihilate their fleet, Zhong Xiaoxia explained, then nervously looked at Grand Marshal Charlotte, awaiting feedback. Charlotte, however, responded calmly, continue with your assigned tasks. Before Zhong Xiaoxia could press further, Charlotte turned to her aide and issued new orders. Prepare to deploy the second wave of Legion fleets. Reinforce battlefields 11 through 30 with one Legion fleet each. Stunned by the order, Zhong Xiaoxia was taken aback. Based on her earlier analysis, such scattered deployment of forces seemed to play right into the Devourer civilization's trap. Marshal, wouldn't this approach? Xiaoxia, Charlotte interrupted her. Have you heard of the phrase turning the tables? Seeing Zhong Xiaoxia's expression of sudden realization, Charlotte continued. Since the Devourer civilization hasn't revealed any real vulnerabilities yet, we need to provoke them into making more moves. The more they act, the more likely they are to expose weaknesses. That's when we'll strike. The second wave of reinforcements was swiftly executed. 20 star system battlefields received an additional 1 million warships, bringing the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's total forces in the Devourer Civilization's universe to 2.5 million warships. The Devourer Civilization responded immediately, not only increasing their forces in those 20 systems to 1 million warships, but also deploying another million across 10 key strategic systems, raising their overall deployment to 4 million warships across 30 battlefields. Their defenses were tight, leaving no apparent weaknesses. The stalemate persisted until the fourth day, when the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire made its next move. Aboard the bridge of the Roxasa underworld-class dreadnought, Charlotte, with an almost godlike composure, surveyed the battlefield. Her finger traced the star map as she issued new deployment orders. Reinforce battlefields 11, 15, 17, 19, and 23 with 2 Legion fleets each. Send 3 Legion fleets to battlefields 13, 18, and 26. Deploy 4 Legion fleets to battlefield 30. All other battlefields will maintain their current forces. This wave of reinforcements added 23 Legion fleets, totaling 1.15 million warships. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's total forces for this campaign now reached 3.65 million warships. Within the active interstellar fleet of the Xiaolong Star Empire, this fleet accounts for a substantial 60 of the total. In response to the Xiaolong Empire's troop reinforcements, the Devourer civilization's 3 monarchs abandoned their usual evenly distributed defense strategy. Instead, they concentrated their forces, deploying 500,000 warships to each of the 9 star systems where the Xiaolong Empire had increased its presence, amassing a total of 4.5 million additional ships. This brought the Devourer civilization's total forces on the battlefield to a staggering 45 million warships, pushing them perilously close to their operational limit. It is widely known that the Devourer civilization's total active warship count is estimated to be around 7,080 million. Given that this conflict is taking place within their home universe, they must retain sufficient defensive strength. More critically, they must also guard against the Holy Elven Empire, whose ambiguous stance remains a significant concern. Although the Holy Elven Empire has yet to declare its position or join the war, its recent frequent mobilizations across the cosmos have raised suspicions. Analysts generally agree that unless the Devourer civilization faces an existential crisis, they will reserve at least 20 million warships. At this stage, they are unlikely to commit more than 60 million ships to the conflict. With nearly 45 million already deployed, this leaves only 15 million available for further reinforcements, a resource they are unlikely to exhaust recklessly. By the 9th day of the campaign, aboard the bridge of the Luoka-class dreadnought, Zhao Chen, having just returned from a meeting with the Holy Elven Empire, was reviewing the current battle situation via video link with Charlotte. Both sides are holding their positions for now, unwilling to make the first move, Charlotte reported with a grave expression. But time is not on our side. Almost a third of the month has passed. She turned to her adjutant, seeking an update on the battle damage. The adjutant promptly provided the figures. Over the past 8 days, approximately 200 hours of combat, we've been losing 3,000 to 5,000 warships per day in each star system, while destroying 30,000 to 50,000 enemy ships daily, maintaining a 10 to 1 kill ratio. To date, we've lost nearly 100,000 ships, with another 50,000 damaged, while eliminating 1 million enemy warships. He continued with a detailed breakdown of the situation across the star systems. In the first 10 star systems, we've only managed to destroy the enemy's outer defensive structures. In the next 20, we've caused minimal damage to their industrial infrastructure. However, in the last 10 systems, we successfully destroyed 3 of their stargates. The enemy has prioritized the defense of their stargates and spaceports, clearly preparing for such scenarios. Only 1 million enemies destroyed in 8 days? The intensity of combat is far below expectations, Zhao Chen remarked, frowning. Charlotte responded calmly. This was within our projections. The three monarchs of the Devourer civilization are exceptionally patient. They've maintained a defensive posture, neither reinforcing their fleet nor launching counterattacks. Considering we've deployed 3.5 million ships, losing 100,000 isn't a significant blow. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. He then pressed further. What's the plan going forward? Time is of the essence, Su can't afford to drag this out. Charlotte's gaze hardened as she studied the interstellar war simulation displayed on the tactical map, her eyes glinting with determination. Rest assured, the real battle is about to begin. Zhao Chen watched Charlotte closely, as though observing a chess master poised to make a decisive move. True to his expectations, Charlotte soon took action. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has launched a massive reinforcement operation on the Devourer civilization's cosmic battlefront. This time, they dispatched 6 fleet core nearly 900,000 starships simultaneously targeting 3 star systems, battlefields 13, 23, and 30. These systems share a critical vulnerability. Their stargates were destroyed by Xiaolong forces in previous skirmishes, leaving the Devourer troops stationed there with severely limited logistical support and reinforcements. The situation is dire, as the battle reports reveal. Battlefield 13. Xiaolong has deployed 11 core, over 500,000 warships, against fewer than 1.5 million Devourer ships. Battlefield 23. Xiaolong's 10 core, nearly 500,000 ships, are engaging over 1.5 million Devourer vessels. Battlefield 30. The most critical, with Xiaolong fielding 12 core and nearly 600,000 ships, while the Devourer forces have less than 1.5 million remaining. Historically, the Devourer civilization relies on achieving a favorable battle attrition ratio of 10:1 to grind down Xiaolong forces and secure victory. However, at a ratio below 5:1, the Devourer troops face overwhelming pressure. Alarmingly, the current force ratios in these 3 theaters have plummeted to a staggering 2:1 in Xiaolong's favor. The Xiaolong Empire is mounting an unprecedentedly ferocious assault across all 3 battlefronts. Tens of thousands of heavy artillery ships and missile carriers are unleashing relentless firepower, shattering planets and threatening the integrity of key bases. In the emergency Triking Council meeting, the drought-welling Hamba King was visibly anxious, and for good reason. 2 of the embattled star systems lie within his dominion. These systems are critical, he stressed. One houses a starship factory, another a resource hub, and the third is a vital economic trade center. While we initially planned to use these systems as bait, we cannot afford to let them fall without consequence. Xiaolong has committed 25 of their total forces, around 1.5 million warships, to this operation. The encirclement is large enough. If we can annihilate these fleets, it will deal a devastating blow to their war effort. The Troll King, on the other hand, appeared far less concerned, as the besieged systems had no bearing on his territory. Leaning back with a smirk, he remarked, "Perhaps we should wait and see. This might just be a feint." Meanwhile, the Black God King sat in contemplative silence, his mind fixated on a critical question. What is the Xiaolong Empire's true objective? Logic dictated that their focus should be on the 10 most strategically significant star systems, yet those areas remained eerily quiet. Was this an elaborate diversion, or had Xiaolong reassessed their priorities and adjusted their strategy? This lingering uncertainty gnawed at him. What game was the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire truly playing? The Dark God King furrowed his brows, sinking into deep thought. Time was running out. 3 critical star systems gates had already fallen, and the redeployment of reinforcements was imminent. Dark God, we must make a decision immediately, the King of Drought pressed urgently. If we fail to send reinforcements in time, the enemy will crush our interstellar fleets and destroy key strategic locations in no time. By the time reinforcements arrive, all they'll find is a wasteland. The Dark God King slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a low voice. We cannot abandon these 3 star systems. Activate the spatial deployment equipment immediately and dispatch 2 million interstellar warships to each system. This decision swiftly mobilized 6 million warships, bolstering the defensive strength of each star system to 3.5 million ships. Although it fell short of the ideal 10:1 defensive ratio, it was sufficient to hold off the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion's assault in the short term. However, this massive redeployment significantly reduced the maneuverable fleet of the devouring civilization. With a total fleet limit of 60 million ships, the 3 monarchs now had only 9 million ships left for flexible deployment. Let me see what tricks the Xiaolong commander has up his sleeve, the Dark God King said meaningfully. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaoxiao was briefing Zhao Chen and Charlotte on the latest intelligence. Thanks to the surveillance efforts of the Ghost Recon Elite Corps, every move of the devouring civilization was under their watch. Charlotte studied the interstellar map, a faint smile forming at the corner of her lips. The 3 monarchs have finally acted as expected. Relay the order 24 hours from now. Deploy 6 fleet corps to each of the 5th, 7th, and 8th battlefields simultaneously. This command mobilized 900,000 warships, bringing the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's total forces on the devouring civilization's battlefront to 5.3 million ships, just 700,000 shy of the 6 million limit. On the surface, it seemed the Xiaolong Empire's true intentions were exposed, feigning attacks on 3 star systems while targeting 3 other, more strategically valuable regions. 24 hours later, these previously calm star systems erupted into fierce battles. The newly arrived Xiaolong fleets struck with overwhelming force, their offensive intensity surpassing anything seen on prior battlefields. Though the Holy Elven Empire refrained from direct involvement, they closely monitored the war's progression through various means, including advanced technologies deployed on the devouring civilization's home turf. When the latest war reports arrived, a high-ranking Elven strategist briskly entered the room, updating the massive interstellar war map and causing a stir among those present. So the Xiaolong Empire's real targets are these 3 star systems, someone exclaimed in realization. No wonder the earlier reinforcements were just a feint. Now the devouring civilization can muster less than 8 million ships. Even if they deploy them all to these systems, they can barely hold the line. You're underestimating the Xiaolong Emperor. Another strategist sneered. What we've seen so far are just the regular fleets. The elite armadas are the real trump cards. Just wait and see. In the distance, the battlefield buzzed with murmurs and speculation. The gazes of the Elven Kings were fixed on the pivotal conflict unfolding before them. The Azurewater Elven King sighed and remarked, "Who would have thought the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire could hold its own against the Devourer civilization?" The Kagaya Elven King responded calmly, "Their restraint is not without reason. The Devourer civilization is wary of us. Those 20 million unused interstellar warships are clearly being reserved for our intervention. Regardless, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's performance thus far has been remarkable," the Emerald Elven King said with a serious tone. The Radiance Elven King added, "If the Xiaolong Emperor can deal a decisive blow to the Devourer civilization in this campaign and cripple their strategic star systems, it would force them into decades of dormancy, granting us a much-needed reprieve." Just then, a voice laced with sarcasm echoed from the doorway. The Flame Elven King leaned casually against the frame, a cold smirk on her lips. A reprieve for rest and recovery? Or just delaying the inevitable demise? In recent days, the Flame Elven King's dissatisfaction had become increasingly apparent. Even in the presence of the Azurewater and Emerald Elven Kings, she did not hesitate to express her disdain. The other Elven Kings wisely avoided provoking this living volcano that could erupt at any moment. As the eldest among them, the Radiance Elven King stepped forward to mediate with a sigh. "Solomon, I understand your frustration over our decision not to send reinforcements to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. But this choice was made with the interests of the sacred Elven Empire in mind." The Flame Elven King's voice was sharp and unyielding. "Then let me ask you this: if the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire gains the upper hand in this battle, what will you do? Will you commit troops to annihilate the Devourer civilization?" Silence fell over the room. She sneered. "What's the matter? Afraid to answer? Fine. Let me ask again: if the Xiaolong fleet faces peril, will you step in to assist?" Her relentless questioning was met with the same uneasy silence. At last, the Radiance Elven King broke it. "If the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's home universe were under threat, as their allies, we would naturally extend our support." "Allies, you say?" The Flame Elven King's icy gaze swept across the room, her expression a mix of disdain and disappointment. Without another word, she turned and left. Her departing figure exuded a simmering intensity, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, her eyes harboring a storm yet to be unleashed. The remaining Elven Kings exchanged uneasy glances, their unease palpable. Meanwhile, in the Tri-Kingdom Council, the Ogre King slammed his fist on the table, his voice booming. "Do you see it now? This is the Xiaolong Interstellar Fleet's real strategy. Their goal is to obliterate our 3 critical strategic star systems. The earlier assaults on those other systems were mere feints, designed to mislead us. While each of our key systems is defended by 2 million warships, they've deployed 7 fleet corps to each of these 3 fronts, a total of 3.5 million warships, far surpassing their efforts elsewhere." The Drought Fiend King interjected coolly. "And how can we be sure this isn't just another elaborate feint?" The Ogre King jabbed a finger at the holographic star map, his tone sharp. "Our intelligence confirms that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's active fleet totals no more than 6.3 million warships. They've already committed around 5.5 million to 30 different star systems. That leaves them with no more than 800,000 warships to maneuver. Even if they concentrate their remaining forces on a single system, we still have the capacity to respond." The Black God King, ever composed, offered a measured reminder. "Let's not forget, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's elite fleet and their rumored near T7 class warships have yet to make an appearance on the battlefield." The weight of his words hung heavy in the air as the council members fell silent, their minds racing to decipher the next move in this high-stakes interstellar chess game. Faced with the dire situation in 3 critical galaxies, the Troll King could not hide his anxiety. We can't just sit back and do nothing. We've already deployed an additional 2 million interstellar warships to each of these galaxies. Are we now going to abandon these strategically vital regions? The Black King furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He was, of course, unwilling to give up on these crucial galaxies, but the immediate priority was to decipher the enemy's strategic intentions. He was certain that the Xiaolong commander's offensive this time was no ordinary move. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire would never risk attacking their home universe without absolute confidence. But what was their trump card? Was it the Quasi-T7 interstellar warship, or perhaps their elite fleet? The total number of interstellar warships we can mobilize is approximately 30 million, the Black King analyzed. However, to ensure the safety of our territorial galaxies, 20 million of those cannot be moved. That leaves us with less than 10 million ships available for deployment. He pointed out that continuing with the current tactics of probing each other would be disadvantageous, as the enemy had highly mobile elite forces that could respond more swiftly and flexibly. If we persist with this strategy, we will inevitably lose focus and surrender control of the battlefield. The Black King then proposed a shift from defense to offense. We need to identify a few critical points and launch decisive annihilation battles, forcing the Xiaolong Empire's fleet to engage us head-on. What are your plans for deployment? The Troll King asked eagerly. The Black King pointed to 6 critical galaxies on the star map designated as the 5th, 7th, 8th, 13th, 23rd, and 30th galaxies by the Xiaolong Empire. The Xiaolong Empire has heavily fortified these battlegrounds. The first 3 galaxies each have at least 300,000 warships, while the latter 3 have roughly 500,000 each, totaling nearly 2.5 million ships, half of their total forces. If we can annihilate their fleets in these 6 locations, any losses in other regions would be within acceptable limits. After all, our ultimate goal is to launch a counteroffensive against the Xiaolong Empire. The 2 kings nodded in agreement. The Drought King asked, "What are the specific plans?" The Black King replied in a deep voice, "It's time to bring out our trump card." By the 11th day of the campaign, the Devourer civilization launched a large-scale operation. They dispatched an additional 1 million warships to each of the 6 galaxies, mobilizing a total of 6 million ships. For the first time, they also introduced the Soul Altar, a technological weapon. Xiaoxia reported to Charlotte, "According to our intelligence, the enemy has deployed 6 level 5 Soul Altars and 40 level 4 Soul Altars. So far, no level 6 Soul Altars have been detected. They've finally revealed their trump card," Charlotte said gravely. "But without using the level 6 Soul Altar, it seems they are holding back for the final moment." Zhao added, "It could be because we previously destroyed one of their level 6 Soul Altars, making them overly cautious and unwilling to expose the locations of the remaining ones." Charlotte fell silent, her gaze fixed on the war simulation table. Zhao continued analyzing the situation across the 6 major battlefields. The 3 kings of the Devourer civilization aim to wipe out our main fleet in these galaxies in one fell swoop. If they succeed, we could lose nearly half of our forces. He meticulously examined the data on the status of each of the 6 battlegrounds. Zhao Qin's gaze swept across the battlefield data projections, providing a clear overview of the situation on each front. Battlefield 5. The Xiaolong Legion's fleet of over 300,000 warships faced an enemy force of 3 million ships, supplemented by 1 level 5 and 8 level 4 Soul Altars. Battlefield 7. Similarly, the Xiaolong Legion deployed over 300,000 warships against 3 million enemy ships, supported by 1 level 5 and 7 level 4 Soul Altars. Battlefield 8. The situation mirrored that of Battlefield 7. Battlefield 13. 11 divisions of the Xiaolong Legion, totaling 500,000 warships, were holding off an enemy force of 4.5 million ships, reinforced by 1 level 5 and 6 level 4 Soul Altars. Battlefield 23. 10 divisions, with a combined 470,000 warships, faced an enemy force similar to that on Battlefield 13. Battlefield 30. 12 divisions, comprising 560,000 warships, were locked in a struggle against 4.5 million enemy ships. This approach is not in our favor, Zhao Qin analyzed with a frown. The disparity between our forces and theirs is roughly 10 to 1. With the added boost from their Soul Altars, the advantage of our elite warships is significantly diminished. A sharp glint flashed in Charlotte's eyes. The enemy has grown restless. This might look like they're seizing an opportunity, but in reality, they're giving us one. Their ability to mobilize additional forces is limited. Now is the time to force their hand. She gestured toward the battlefield projections. We need to make the enemy believe that we are fully committed to decisive battles on these 6 fronts. Issue the order. Deploy 5 additional divisions to battlefields 5, 7, and 8, 15 divisions in total, with 750,000 warships. This redeployment nearly exhausted the Xiaolong Empire's regular military forces, but Charlotte wasn't finished. She continued, reorganizing the elite fleets in Eilin, Blizzard, Queen of the Stars, and Hell's Angel into 3 specialized task forces, consisting of nearly 500,000 warships. More astonishingly, she deployed 3 super flagships, the Gluttony Overlord to Battlefield 8, the Demon Emperor Carrier to Battlefield 7, and the Rakshasa Underworld-class Dreadnought to Battlefield 5. The assembled commanders exchanged uneasy glances. This level of preparation clearly signaled an intent for an all-out confrontation. When they turned their questioning eyes toward Emperor Zhao Chun, he surprised them with an unexpected inquiry. Does my Dragon Emperor command ship not have a role in this? Your Dragon Emperor is currently on standby, Charlotte replied. So, you're still not ready to reveal your true strategy to me? Zhao Chun asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Charlotte smiled faintly. If I told you I don't even have a fixed target in mind, would you believe me? This series of large-scale military maneuvers took the Swarm Civilization's forces by surprise. The sudden mobilization of elite units forced the enemy to reassess the battlefield dynamics. The balance across the 3 galactic battlefields tipped dramatically in an instant. The fleets of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire struck with overwhelming force right from the start. Swarms of interstellar missile ships and heavy artillery carriers unleashed relentless barrages, while fighter crafts and drone swarms deployed from carrier starships filled the battlefield's expanse. Even though the 3 sovereigns had stationed soul altars across each battlefield, these installations quickly became the primary targets of the Xiaolong forces' devastating assault. On Battlefield 7, Interim Supreme Commander Shen Bing issued a concise yet commanding order through the communication system. This is our first large-scale mixed combat operation. You all know how to fight and coordinate. Until further orders, you have one objective: eliminate the designated targets as swiftly as possible, including all soul altars and industrial facilities. Destroy everything in sight. After issuing her orders, Shen Bing turned toward an always active video feed. On the other side was Grand Admiral Su Lan, the commanding officer of the Queen of the Stars elite fleet group. The two shared a bond that went beyond military ranks. They were both alumni of the North Star Interstellar Military Academy, a connection that had forged a natural camaraderie within the Xiaolong Empire's circle of marshals. Su Lan, any guesses on the Grand Marshal's real target this time? Shen Bing asked. We've committed our best forces here, which makes opening another front in the short term nearly impossible. But a war of attrition on enemy turf doesn't exactly align with our resource capabilities. Su Lan paused, mulling over the question before replying. I can't say for sure, but this aligns with our earlier strategic doctrine: hit the enemy where they least expect it. A surprise strike instead of a drawn-out conflict. If even we can't fully grasp Marshal Charlotte's intentions, there's no way the 3 sovereigns will see it coming. True enough. Let's focus on the task at hand, then. Shen Bing's gaze locked onto the cluster of soul altars at the heart of the enemy's formation. How many do you think we can take out? We'll know once we try, Su Lan replied calmly. A sly smile spread across Shen Bing's face. Looks like he'll finally get to fulfill a long-standing wish. We've been allocated 20,000 interstellar missile ships this time. It might not match the peak days of the Hell's Angels fleet, but it's more than enough to make this worthwhile. Without hesitation, she accessed the command channel and announced, Attention, all units of the Hell's Angels elite fleet group. This is Supreme Commander Shen Bing. All interstellar missile ships, prepare to fire. Target the enemy's soul altar formation and execute a saturation bombardment. Commence firing now. As the order reverberated through the fleet, thousands of missile silos began to open, revealing their lethal payload. A moment later, an overwhelming barrage of missiles was unleashed, streaking across the void like a meteor shower, all converging toward a single target. On the opposing side, the warships of the Devourer civilization were no strangers to this tactic. Many of their vessels had survived the First War and knew all too well the terrifying power of the Xiaolong forces' saturation missile strikes. Without a defense system magnitude stronger than their attackers, interception was nearly impossible. Within moments, the warships tasked with guarding the soul altars were struck one after another, erupting into fiery explosions that illuminated the cold darkness of space. The galaxy-devouring warships stood like an impenetrable wall of steel, safeguarding the soul altars behind them. Every captain and commander aboard those vessels understood the gravity of their mission. These soul altars, treasures rivaling or even surpassing the value of T6 class warships, could not fall under any circumstances. But even the most formidable defenses can falter. Under a relentless onslaught of interstellar missiles raining down like a storm, a fatal breach emerged. The fleets surrounding 2 Level 4 soul altars were obliterated, leaving the altars exposed to the merciless missile barrage. In mere moments, the towering structures erupted into dazzling infernos, blazing like torches against the cold void of space. The battle was far from over. While the missile strikes continued to hammer the Devourer civilization's fleet, swarms of drones and starfighters silently seized control of the skies. Any enemy aircraft launched from their carriers were reduced to fiery wreckage within moments, helpless against the impenetrable anti-aircraft net cast by the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion. Yet, the true nightmare was still unfolding. The main assault force, a devastating coalition of the Niling and Blizzard elite fleets, was charging straight into enemy lines with unstoppable ferocity. This elite armada, composed of T5 and T6 class battleships, battlecruisers, and cruisers, unleashed a torrent of firepower capable of erasing the Devourer civilization's defenses as if they were mere sandcastles before a tidal wave. The Soul Altars don't seem to be making much of an impact, Shen Bing muttered under her breath, her expression clouded with doubt. From the video feed, Su Lan's voice came through with calm precision. The Soul Altars rely on absorbing the soul consciousnesses of the fallen as fuel. But in this star system, we've kept the intensity of prior battles deliberately low. There's been a lack of available soul energy to convert, which naturally limits their effectiveness. As the situation spiraled toward disaster, the commanders of the Devourer civilization simultaneously sent out desperate calls for reinforcements to the three overlords. In the ensuing emergency council, the Troll Overlord bellowed with urgency, the Xiaolong Emperor's true objective is now crystal clear: these three-star systems. They've deployed all their elite fleets and 3 super flagships, obliterating 5 of our level 4 soul altars in the process. If we don't respond immediately, these systems will fall within days. The Dark God Overlord, his gaze fixed on the holographic war map, spoke in a low, measured tone. The Xiaolong Emperor still has cards left to play. The Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab class heavy dreadnoughts, the Shadow Hunter elite fleet, the T6 class Dragon Emperor command ship, and his Emperor's Guard. And let's not forget, he paused, his voice heavy with foreboding, that Quasi-T7 battleship line. We've only seen 5 of them during their New Year's ceremony. Their exact numbers and capabilities remain a mystery. Then there's the matter of the superweapon in his possession, capable of annihilating an entire star system in one strike. The Dark Lord furrowed his brow, deeply wary of the unknown arsenal in the hands of the Draconic Emperor. His hesitation was evident, and the Demon King, unable to bear the tense silence any longer, spoke up. Dark Lord, your caution is understandable, but the immediate priority lies with those 3 galactic battlefields, the Demon King said with a serious tone. Are we really going to abandon them just because we're intimidated by the possibility of the Draconic Emperor's undisclosed interstellar warships? As for their so-called super bomb, we already have a comprehensive contingency plan in place. Surveillance systems have been deployed across all critical star systems. At the first sign of high-energy fluctuations, we can neutralize the threat swiftly. Worst-case scenario, we lose a few insignificant systems. But in a war against AT6 interstellar civilization, isn't sacrificing a few minor territories to exhaust their strategic weapons a worthwhile trade? Surprisingly, the usually contentious Drought King sided with the Demon King for once. For once, this guy makes sense, the Drought King remarked before adding, Dark Lord, it's time to make a decision. As you said, we've set the bait, and now the Draconic Interstellar Legion has committed 36 fleets, including their elite forces, over 2.3 million warships in total. If we can annihilate this force here, even at the cost of a few secondary systems, it would be a decisive victory. Afterward, with some preparations, we could launch a counteroffensive against the Draconic Interstellar Empire itself. The combined arguments of the 2 kings seemed to sway the Dark Lord. He took a deep breath and finally spoke. You both make valid points. Very well, dispatch reinforcements to secure those 3 battlefields. We must seize the initiative and eliminate these Draconic fleets. How many reinforcements are we sending? The Drought King pressed eagerly. If necessary, I'm ready to personally lead my forces into battle. The Dark Lord fell silent, contemplating the critical balance. The number of reinforcements was pivotal enough to ensure victory without compromising the defense of their core systems, or leaving them vulnerable to potential interference from the Holy Elven Empire. With a hard cap of 60 million warships, they had already deployed 56 million. Sending only 4 million more wouldn't be enough to achieve a decisive victory. Break the previous limit, the Dark Lord decided at last. Send an additional 9 million warships, 3 million to each battlefield. Drought King, you may lead your elite guard to any of the 3 battlefields and act as the spearhead for our offensive. The Drought King's face lit up with excitement. Among the 3 most formidable armies of the devouring civilization, the Demon King's forces were still recovering from heavy losses, and the Dark Lord's elite fleet had to be kept in reserve as a trump card. This left the Drought King's army as the only one ready to immediately engage in battle. What about me, Dark Lord? The Demon King interjected, unwilling to be left out. My forces may not be at their peak, but they're more than capable of fighting on home turf. The Dark Lord shook his head. No, your fleet must remain here. Don't forget, the Draconic Interstellar Empire still has the Starborn Zerg at their disposal. The Zerg lost at least 1 billion hive ships in the last campaign, the Demon King mused. Even with their prolific breeding, they couldn't possibly recover in just 6 months. The Black God King wore a grim expression, his voice resonating through the council chamber. We know far too little about this Xiaolong Zerg fleet. We must not take them lightly. Considering your prior combat experience with them, You will take full command of this unit should we encounter them. The Troll King reluctantly agreed, casting a glance filled with envy at the Drought Demon King. The Drought Demon King's gaunt face curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Troll, rest assured. The humiliation you suffered before, I will help you erase. After all, we are the three kings. Your shame is our shared shame. Though the words seemed comforting on the surface, they carried an undertone of mockery. The Troll King shot a cold glare at the Drought Demon King and merely let out a disdainful snort. Some things could not be resolved through words alone. Only by personally erasing his disgrace could he silence certain people. That humiliation was etched in his memory. The Black God King decisively concluded, now that we have a decision, time is of the essence. Begin preparations immediately. With that, the King's Council adjourned, and all parties swiftly moved to make their arrangements. The devouring civilization mobilized a staggering 9 million interstellar warships, alleviating the urgent crises across 3 star systems and fundamentally altering the battlefield dynamics. Despite losing hundreds of thousands of ships in the earlier battles, their remaining fleet of 6 million was still substantial compared to the Xiaolong Legion, which had fewer than 700,000 ships per system. At first glance, even considering the Xiaolong Legion's elite fleet, the 10-2 numerical advantage seemed to favor the devouring civilization. However, a shocking decision by the devouring civilization changed everything. Through the implementation of the blood sacrifice plan, massive numbers of pitch-black interstellar warships began to appear across the 3 star systems. The daily production rate reached a staggering 1 million ships. When Zhao Chen learned the details of this plan, he was deeply shaken. A multitude of interstellar transport ships started appearing on the battlefield, but instead of carrying weapons or equipment, they were loaded with living slaves the fuel for the soul altars. These individuals were confined in specially designed incineration chambers, meeting their end in the most horrific ways. These bastards, the deputy captain of the Dragon Sovereign cursed in fury upon learning of the atrocities. Zhao Chen watched coldly as the charred remains of discarded bodies were thrown aside. His voice was low and grim. They're compensating for the energy deficit in the soul altars, resorting to any means necessary to increase the production of their pitch-black fleet. Charlotte issued a warning via video. The soul altars are operating at an alarming rate. If they're not destroyed soon, they'll be producing nearly 1 million warships every single day. Even though these are only products of 4th or 5th level altars, their sheer numbers could severely disrupt our strategic objectives, dragging us into a war of attrition. Lilith added, the cruelty of the 3 kings far exceeds anything you can imagine. She then played several videos, each more horrifying than the last. Near-Earth orbital weapons unleashed indiscriminate bombardments. Artificial beasts hunted people in the streets. Toxic gas blanketed cities, and weapons of extreme heat, cold, and viral outbreaks were used to carry out mass exterminations. On the interstellar battlefield, a stealth reconnaissance ship transmitted a shocking discovery. Lilith held a classified document intercepted by Ghost Scouts, detailing the devouring civilization's ruthless blood sacrifice plan. This plan was divided into 2 phases. The first phase involved utilizing slaves transported by interstellar carrier ships. A massive number of these ships would unknowingly deliver the slaves to the star system where the soul altar was located, where they would be slaughtered to fuel the altar's energy. The second phase was even more horrifying. An extensive massacre was to be carried out across all planets within the battlefield star system, with the goal of exterminating 95% of the general population. Only a select few, including the privileged class, high-ranking talents, and elites, would receive advance notice and escape to shelters to preserve their lives. After hearing Lilith's account, even the cold-blooded orc Charlotte couldn't help but curse. What monsters! Zhao Chen's expression darkened as he remarked, these 3 sovereigns have truly provoked the wrath of gods and men alike. He fixed his gaze on Charlotte, suppressing his inner fury as he awaited her next strategic move. He was certain Charlotte had deeper plans in mind. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with an urgent report. New intel from the Ghost Scouts. In addition to the 3 million interstellar warships already deployed to support the 3-star system battlefronts, the Drought Sovereign's Legion has also begun mobilizing. They have left their station system and are now traversing a stargate. They are expected to arrive at one of the battlefield star systems in 5 hours. This news sent a shockwave through everyone present. Charlotte immediately pressed, what about the movements of the other 2 sovereigns' legions? Upon receiving a negative response, she fell silent for a moment before issuing her command. Lock onto the Drought Sovereign Legion's fleet position and prepare to execute a decapitation strike. She turned to Zhao Chun. Your Majesty, we will need your flagship for this mission. I've been waiting for this moment, Zhao Chun replied with a faint smile. Aboard the Dragon Emperor, the interstellar command ship, Zhao Chun spoke with Zhong Xiaoxian via video link. Due to the need for close coordination with the Ghost Scout Ace Fleet Group, the 2 sides maintained constant communication. Zhong Xiaoxia promptly transmitted comprehensive information on the Drought Sovereign Legion. The strength of this legion was formidable. 100,000 active interstellar warships, all of them elite T6 and T5 class vessels. This included 1,000 T6 class warships and nearly 99,000 T5 class warships. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that 80 of the fleet consisted of interstellar destroyers, showcasing the Drought Sovereign's preference for this highly versatile and cost-effective ship type. Among the T5 class interstellar destroyers, the Drought Sovereign Legion deployed 5 distinct models. T5 Ghost Crocodile class heavy interstellar battleship destroyer, specialized in frontal firepower. T5 Ghost Hunter class light interstellar cruiser destroyer, focused on high-speed maneuvering and penetration. T5 Ghost Giant class heavy interstellar escort destroyer, responsible for fleet protection. T5 Ghost Dragon class heavy interstellar assault destroyer, boasts strong durability and close-range assault capabilities. T5 Ghost Flame class medium interstellar heavy artillery destroyer, primarily a firepower output platform. This comprehensive deployment of interstellar destroyers vividly demonstrated the Drought Sovereign's unique strategic approach to warfare. The scale of the Drought King Legion's fleet was staggering. Apart from a few T6 class ships, the entire fleet was composed of T5 class interstellar warships, a configuration rarely seen even among top-tier destroyer fleets. Zhao Chun quickly disseminated detailed data to 3 key commanders: the AI of the Interstellar Command Ship Dragon Sovereign, Commander Xiong Xiangxiang of the Imperial Guard Fleet, and another critical officer. The interstellar war map displayed the enormous fleet heading toward a stargate, preparing for a warp jump to reinforce a battlefield. The sudden arrival of 100,000 warships was enough to shift the tide of any engagement. Charlotte certainly didn't give us an easy task, Zhao Chen remarked, his gaze fixed on the tactical display. Once we attack the Drought King Legion, the other 2 kings will likely send reinforcements immediately. The Dragon Sovereign stands out too much, it'll be an obvious target. He glanced at the 2 commanders on the communication windows, suspecting this was part of Charlotte's strategic ploy. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Xiong Xiangxiang declared with unwavering determination. The Imperial Guard Fleet will defend you with our lives. Don't worry, big brother, we've got you covered. Not a hair on your head will be harmed. A lively voice chimed in. Zhao Chun turned to see his sister, Zhao Wanner, the top commander of the Shadow Hunter Ace Fleet Group. This rare opportunity for the siblings to fight side by side had Zhao Wanner brimming with excitement. Charlotte was well aware that the Imperial Guard Fleet's 3,000 warships alone couldn't take on 100,000 enemy ships. Thus, Zhao Wanner's Shadow Hunter Ace Fleet Group had been called in to assist. This fleet, also boasting 100,000 warships, was primarily composed of T4 class interstellar stealth bombers, perfectly suited to counter the Drought King Legion. And yet, this wasn't Zhao Chen's full hand. So, what are your thoughts on the upcoming battle? Zhao Chun asked the 2 commanders. Xiong Xiangxiang deferred to Zhao Wanner, who held the higher rank. My fleet is better suited for ambushes, Zhao Wanner said decisively. Let the Imperial Guard Fleet handle the direct confrontation. I'll strike from the shadows and hit them where it hurts. A mischievous grin spread across her face. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes, half amused. 3,000 warships engaging Hedon, while 100,000 staged an ambush. The strategy was certainly unconventional. Fortunately, there were other contingencies in place. Xiong Xiangxiang, you'll take charge of the direct assault plan. Share the details with Zhao Wanner. Both of you will operate independently, coordinating only to ensure awareness of each other's deployments. We have a single objective: eliminate the Drought King's flagship and annihilate his fleet in the shortest possible time. This will secure a key part of our strategy to invade the heart of the Devourer civilization. Zhao Chen's voice was resolute, his eyes sharp with determination. Don't worry, this time that Drought King won't even have a chance to escape, Zhao Wanner said confidently. Xiong Xiangxiang nodded firmly, understanding the gravity of the mission. As the commander of the Imperial Guard Fleet, she knew this battle wasn't just about completing their objective, it was about upholding the Emperor's authority. Meanwhile, within the capital star system of the Drought King's territory, a heavily armed fleet was traveling at warp speed. Soon, they exited warp, gradually decelerating as they prepared for what lay ahead. A massive interstellar fleet was gradually decelerating, preparing to activate the Stargate. At the center of the fleet stood an especially striking warship, towering with an air of dominance. This was the super flagship of the Hamba Monarch Legion, the Hamba Ghost King class heavy strategic interstellar composite destroyer. This near T7 class warship featured a unique skeletal frame armor rather than traditional solid plate armor. Its hull was shaped in a chilling, bone-like design, with the bow sculpted into a massive skull, as if resurrecting the remains of some ancient demon. Though not as colossal as the Troll Monarch class interstellar fortress ship, its unparalleled combat capabilities in localized battlefields and exceptional maneuverability made it adaptable to any combat scenario. The Hamba Monarch lounged lazily on his throne, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. Finally, a chance to face off against those Xiaolong fools. That troll weakling never stopped bragging about how tough they are. Let's see how long they last under my assault. Suddenly, The blaring of alarms shattered the calm. Warning! Unidentified interstellar warships detected ahead. Several officers hurried in to report, our Stargate has been attacked. Although it remains under our control, the travel route has been blocked by destroyed ships. Combined with the effects of enemy interference weapons, we estimate it will take 24 hours to restore normal operations. The Hamba monarch frowned. A mere Stargate attack? No matter, we'll just rear out through another star system. My lord, one officer stammered nervously, it appears the enemy is targeting us specifically. Our scouts have detected a battle formation directly in our path. All of the ships bear the Xiaolong insignia. More importantly, we've confirmed the presence of the Xiaolong Emperor's flagship, the T6 Dragon Sovereign-class interstellar command ship, along with the Emperor's personal guard fleet. What? The Hamba monarch sprang to his feet. The Xiaolong Emperor himself? Are you certain? The officer promptly pulled up reconnaissance footage. The formation of warships on the screen matched the database records of the Emperor's personal guard fleet perfectly. The Hamba monarch scrutinized the footage closely, his sharp instincts catching a critical detail. Wait, only the Emperor's guard fleet? Yes, sire. The officer confirmed. Intelligence reports indicate that the Imperial Guard fleet of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire consists of only 3,000 starships. This number made the Han Hai King frown in disbelief. Are you certain? The Han Hai King's voice carried a hint of skepticism. Yes, your majesty, the subordinate replied respectfully. 3,000 starships, facing our fleet of 100,000. The Han Hai King didn't immediately mock the audacity of his opponent. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Sensing his hesitation, the subordinate quickly added, although their fleet is small in size, every ship is either a T6 or T5 class warship. Among them, there are approximately 100 T6 class ships. Oomph! The Han Hai King sneered. 100 ships? That's nothing. My fleet has 1,000 T6 class warships. Yet even as he spoke, he muttered under his breath, granted, their Xiaolong class ships might outperform ours in the same tier. But no matter how advanced their vessels or how skilled their crews are, 3,000 against 100,000? That Xiaolong Emperor is far too arrogant. Suddenly, his expression turned wary. Something's not right. You mean, it's a trap? The subordinate asked cautiously. Most likely, the Han Hai King replied, just as the subordinate suggested nervously, should we halt and wait for reinforcements from the other battalions? Before he could finish, the Han Hai King kicked him to the ground. Reinforcements? You want me to disgrace myself even more than that fool troll king? It's 10,000 against 3,000, and we're on my turf. Yet you think we need backup? The subordinate scrambled to his feet, bowing deeply. Then, what should we do? The Han Hai King stroked his chin thoughtfully. If these 3,000 ships are bait, where is the Shadowhunter Ace fleet? The one with their infamous stealth bombing ships? The subordinate quickly pulled up the relevant data. Based on the first battle's intel, the Shadowhunter Ace fleet consists of approximately 60,000 starships, predominantly T4 class, with a smaller number of T5 and T6 class ships. After weighing the options, the Han Hai King made his decision. This might very well be a trap, but the Xiaolong Emperor is on board that Dragon Emperor flagship. This is an opportunity too great to pass up. That man has been involved in the design of nearly every Xiaolong-class warship. If we can eliminate him, the Xiaolong Empire will crumble. That would be more valuable than destroying 1,000,000 ships. He then issued his command. All forces, maintain battle formation and advance. Stay on high alert in every direction. Our enemy could strike from anywhere. The Drought Demon King wore a grim expression as he issued his command. Activate all anti-stealth systems. The enemy is likely deploying a fleet of interstellar stealth bombers, and they may have even planted space mines along the trade routes. He understood the gravity of the situation. This was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss, but recklessness was not an option. Also, contact the garrisons in the surrounding star systems. Order them to enter a state of combat readiness and prepare to reinforce us at a moment's notice. One of his subordinates hesitated, then asked, if we need reinforcements, why not send them now? Because we still don't fully understand the true intentions of the Xiaolong Emperor, the Drought Demon King explained in a measured tone. They could be targeting us directly, or this could be a diversion. They might be using themselves as bait, hoping to draw our nearby fleets away, leaving other star systems vulnerable to attack. The subordinate nodded in sudden understanding and quickly set about carrying out the orders. Meanwhile, the Drought Demon King's fleet pressed onward. Before long, the radar on the starships detected the opposing force, the Emperor's elite guard fleet. 3,000 T5 and T6 class starships were arranged in a flawless defensive formation, with the massive T6 flagship, the Longhuang, positioned prominently at the center. So, Xiaolong Emperor, let's see what game you're playing. The Drought Demon King muttered to himself coldly. If you're the bait, then don't blame me for swallowing you whole. He gave his next order with icy resolve. Forward fleet, prepare for a direct assault. Spare no effort to destroy the enemy ships at all costs. All other units, maintain combat readiness on all fronts. Immediately, 10,000 frontline interstellar warships broke formation and surged ahead, charging directly toward the Jiaolong fleet. Aboard the command bridge of the Longhuang, Zhao Chun stood with his arms crossed, eyes fixed on the holographic war table. The display flickered with glowing circles, representing radar scans of the battlefield. The enemy is well prepared, Lilith observed, her voice calm but analytical. They're not rushing in recklessly. They've sent 10,000 ships as their vanguard, while the remaining 90,000 maintain a combat formation behind them. They've also kept their anti-stealth systems active throughout. Through a video feed, Zhao Weiner added, their anti-stealth coverage is comprehensive. If our stealth bombers enter their range, they'll be immediately exposed, making a surprise attack impossible. Her expression was composed, as though she had anticipated this all along. Zhao Qin nodded slightly, his demeanor unshaken. As expected of a king-class opponent, at least their tactical discipline is commendable. Weiner, execute your plan. I'll coordinate the fleet to support you. Understood. Zhao Weiner replied with a resolute nod. Zhao Chun then turned to another video feed, where Xiong Xiangxiang appeared on the screen. Are you ready? He asked. Relax, Xiong Xiangxiang replied with unwavering confidence. The Emperor's elite guard fleet isn't here to play games. Zhao Qin's gaze shifted back to the battlefield, his eyes narrowing as they locked onto the imposing silhouette of the enemy flagship near T7 class Drought Ghost King heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Drought Ghost King, let's see whose near T7 class warship truly reigns supreme. With a subtle motion of his hand, 5 glowing rings suddenly materialized across the battlefield. The unexpected phenomenon immediately captured the attention of the Drought Demon King's fleet. It appears to be some form of spatial warp technology, the Drought Demon King remarked, his tone steady yet watchful. Continue the assault. No one is to halt without my explicit command. His sharp gaze lingered on the glowing rings, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What hidden card could the Jiaolong Emperor be playing to exude such confidence in the heart of this perilous battleground? Moments later, the outlines of colossal structures began to emerge from within the 5 glowing rings. The colossal vessel loomed into view, dwarfing the Drought-fiend Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer, a formidable warship of near T7 classification. Even the Troll Monarch, another near T7 class interstellar fortress ship, could only rival it in sheer size. As 5 warships slowly emerged from the glowing rings, the Drought-fiend King instantly recognized their identity. These were the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts, the latest near T7 class warships unveiled earlier this year by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. So, this is the ace up their sleeve, the Drought-fiend King murmured, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. 5 near T7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts, combined with the elite Shadow Hunter fleet, indeed posed a force that could rival his own Drought-fiend King fleet. Yet, the true combat prowess of these new warships remained to be tested. As a seasoned warrior, the Drought-fiend King felt no friendly anticipation. A high-stakes clash against a worthy opponent was the only thing that could truly satisfy him. One-sided massacres might temporarily appease his twisted desires, but they left behind nothing but emptiness. Suddenly, the space behind the 5 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts lit up with a cascade of engine flares. Tens of thousands of interstellar stealth bombers surged forward, 10,000 from each direction, flanking the Xiaolong Imperial Guard fleet on both sides. Another 20,000 bombers joined the formation. It was clear, the 5 Golden Scarabs intended to lead this massive stealth bomber fleet in a full frontal assault. Oomph! Laughable tactics, the Drought-fiend King sneered. Stealth bombers were notorious for their prowess in covert strikes, but in direct combat, they were far inferior to destroyers of the same class. Deploying them in a frontal assault was nothing short of suicidal. Relay my orders. Have all fleet divisions prepare for battle. Annihilate every Xiaolong warship, the Drought-fiend King commanded with icy resolve. Keep a close eye on the Golden Scarabs, and don't let those stealth bombers armed with short to mid-range weapons get too close. Both the Xiaolong Emperor and Zhao Weiner were fully aware of the flaws in this strategy. Yet the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was out of options. There were no reinforcements left. The Shadow Hunter fleet had no choice but to engage. The battlefield was starkly defined. The Xiaolong forces were divided into 6 sectors. At the center, the Emperor's personal guard fleet of 3,000 ships was flanked by 10,000 stealth bombers. Each of the 5 flanks was led by a Golden Scarab-class dreadnought, commanding an additional 10,000 stealth bombers. Meanwhile, the Drought-fiend King's fleet of 100,000 warships advanced steadily, with their primary focus on the Xiaolong Emperor's flagship, the Dragon Sovereign. Though the Drought-fiend King recognized the Dragon Sovereign as the highest value target, he remained wary of the 5 unfamiliar Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts. On board the Dragon Sovereign, Zhao Chun stood calmly, observing the unfolding battle. The strategic objective of this sudden strike was clear: to cripple or even obliterate the drought-fiend King fleet in the shortest possible time. Commander Xiong Xiangxiang issued a decisive order over the command channel. Prepare to destroy that quasi-T7 Drought Demon King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. Imperial Guard Fleet. Assume combat formation and execute Combat Plan 3. 3,000 interstellar warships deployed into formation across the vast expanse of space. Among them, over 100 T6-class main battleships gleamed with imposing brilliance, their presence no less intimidating than the enemy's fleet of 100,000. True to the combat doctrine of the Xiaolong Legion, the T5-class Sinister Spear heavy artillery ships and the T6-class Fury Goddess heavy interstellar bombardment ships took the lead. The colossal cannons mounted on their hulls began to charge with immense energy. The first salvo was unleashed like a meteor shower, streams of devastating energy projectiles streaking toward the enemy fleet. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Guard Fleet's destroyers, battleships, battlecruisers, and cruisers launched a direct assault. This bold maneuver shattered the enemy's expectations. They had assumed that the Guard Fleet, tasked with protecting the Xiaolong Emperor's flagship, would remain defensive. However, Zhao Chun had already made his stance clear to Xiong Xiangxiang. On the battlefield, victory takes precedence above all else. With that in mind, Xiong Xiangxiang resolved to engage the enemy's massive fleet head-on, determined to prove with sheer strength who the true ruler of the stars was. The T5-class Sinister Spear artillery ships and the mere 10 T6-class Fury Goddess bombardment ships unleashed extraordinary firepower. Each Fury Goddess was equipped with 1,000 heavy energy cannons, their relentless barrage roaring in unison. The cannons glowed red-hot from the continuous salvos, yet the assault did not waver. Following Xiong Xiangxiang's orders, this firepower barrage was to last for 10 full minutes, precisely the time required for their fleet to close in on the enemy's formation. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the Xiaolong fleet held a significant edge in individual ship capability. Xiong Xiangxiang's strategy was clear. Close the distance as quickly as possible to force the enemy into close-quarters combat, where the superior performance of their ships would tip the scales. The heavy artillery barrage served as a suppressive shield, ensuring the enemy had no opportunity to retaliate effectively. Report: 10% of the cannons are overloaded, and primary engine 1 has reached critical alert status. 30 seconds remaining. The adjutant urgently relayed the situation to the captain of a Fury Goddess-class ship. The captain fixed his gaze on the timer, which showed 2 minutes remaining, and barked sharply, "No cannon is to cease fire unless it explodes." The order from command is 10 minutes of sustained bombardment, not a second less. The Dragon Emperor is watching from the rear. We cannot disgrace ourselves before him. The adjutant hesitated, his voice faltering. But the captain's furious roar echoed throughout the bridge, so loud it seemed to shake the ceiling. No buts. All of you were whining before about how there were no battles to fight in the Emperor's honor guard fleet, envying other legions for their chance to earn glory. Now the opportunity is right in front of you, and you suddenly lose your nerve? Pass this order down. Anyone who chickens out can get the hell off this starship. I don't want cowards on my ship. The secretary officer was just about to leave to relay the orders when the captain called her back, her tone heavy with seriousness. Remember, don't forget the emergency protocol. If the gun barrels show signs of overload or risk of self-destruction, execute the plan immediately. 0 casualties, understood? Yes, ma'am. The secretary officer felt a chill run down her spine, understanding the deep care for the crew's lives hidden behind the captain's seemingly harsh orders. The command was quickly disseminated across all departments. In one of the heavy artillery control sections, the temperature had already climbed past 40 degrees Celsius. The department head, drenched in sweat, loosened her uniform collar as she glanced at the ventilation system running at full capacity. This section was in charge of 30 heavy cannons, each firing cycle generating immense heat that kept the temperature perpetually high. Report: Barrel 057 is showing deformation. A young crew member suddenly shouted in alarm. Stay calm. The department head barked immediately. Calculate the deformation level and determine if we need to shut down the cannon. Remember the emergency protocol. Just then, the indicators for Barrel 057 switched from flashing red to a constant alarm. The barrel was collapsing, a clear sign of severe overload. The young crew member froze, panic overtaking her as all emergency procedures seemed to vanish from her mind. The department head quickly stepped in beside her, taking over the controls. What are you standing there for? Initiate the emergency protocol. With swift precision, she pressed the separation button. The barrel instantly detached from the ship's structure, and a surge of coolant sprayed out, enveloping the overheated gun mount. Only after the alarm subsided did she let out a breath of relief, turning to glare at the rookie. I've warned you before, don't mess up at critical moments. This is your only warning. If it happens again, you're going back home. I won't be here to clean up your mess every time. Why, wise ma'am. Thank you. The crew member sighed in relief, fully aware of how close she had come to causing a disaster. The department head, still stern, ordered, "Repeat the emergency protocol." The young crew member immediately recited, "If the gun barrel shows overheating and deformation, immediately eject the barrel and cool the mount. If the mount is compromised, seal the section and flood it with coolant. In case of an explosion, sound the evacuation alarm, clear the affected sections, and activate fire suppression systems." In the end, during this 10-minute barrage of sustained firepower, the department's 30 heavy cannons performed admirably, with only a few barrels being sacrificed. No major malfunctions occurred, and when it was all over, everyone finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. The department head left a team behind to keep monitoring each position while ordering the others to retreat to the outer cabin for a break. As she stepped through the hatch, it felt like moving from a furnace into a cool oasis. The stark temperature difference was astonishing. Exhausted crew members collapsed onto the floor of the outer cabin, leaving streaks of sweat on the surface. "Stay hydrated. Don't let yourselves get dehydrated," she reminded her subordinates, despite her own fatigue. She then opened the communication channel with other department heads to review the battle reports from their respective sections. Most departments were holding up well, but her brows furrowed when she saw a report of 13 gun turrets suffering consecutive overload explosions. She immediately inquired about the details. Fortunately, the affected department had evacuated personnel in time. Although 30 heavy cannons were temporarily out of action, there were no casualties. This brought her some relief. 10-minute break, she called out to her crew. "Change your clothes, rehydrate, and take your nutrition supplements. After that, return to your stations immediately and assist the repair team in replacing the gun barrels. We need all positions operational as soon as possible." "Yes, ma'am," the crew responded in unison. The 10-minute barrage of interstellar heavy artillery had created an excellent offensive opportunity for the Xiaolong-class starships. As the smoke and explosions above the Drought Demon King's fleet began to dissipate, the Xiaolong fleet had already closed in to a near point-blank range, so close that even Closian weapon systems could engage the enemy ships. In the next moment, the Xiaolong fleet unleashed an intense wave of firepower. At such close range, nearly every shot hit its mark without the need for precise targeting. Although the Drought Demon King's fleet quickly reacted, their ships were vastly inferior in individual performance compared to the Xiaolong-class vessels. Even their T6-class warships were nothing more than sitting ducks within the Xiaolong fleet's firing range. The T6-class Seraph Ballista long-range sniper ships of the Imperial Guard fleet demonstrated their ultra-long-range precision capabilities. Guided by the battlefield command of the Dragon Emperor flagship and intelligence from Ghost Scouts, they systematically targeted and destroyed enemy warships. The operators of the sniper ships only needed to input attack coordinates and press the fire button to annihilate their targets in the shortest time possible, especially the enemy's T6-class ships. However, against the Drought Demon King's fleet of 1,000 T6-class ships, long-range sniping alone wasn't enough. At this critical moment, the T6-class Purple Gold Silver Dragon heavy battleships, hidden among the assault fleet, began to reveal their true power. Unlike the more aggressive destroyers and cruisers, these battleships acted like lurking dragons, carefully selecting their prey. Once a target was locked, they would deliver a devastating strike. This marked the second combat deployment of this battleship class. Unlike their first battle against the invading Devourer civilization in the Xiaolong Empire, this time the battlefield was in the home universe of the Devourer civilization. Report: the enemy's T6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship is tearing through our formation. A soldier urgently reported to the King of Hamba. The King of Hamba lowered his gaze, flipping through the intelligence reports laid out before him. These hard-won data had been acquired at the cost of countless warships and the lives of brave soldiers. The specifications of the Purple Gold Silver Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship were nothing short of terrifying. Starshield energy level, 700 million units. Cruising speed, 1,300 stellar knots. Warp drive, grade 9. Hull length, 119 kilometers. Mass, 6.9 million tons. Crew capacity, 100,000 personnel. Its weaponry was even more fearsome. 1 Purple Gold Silver Dragon clustered laser bow cannon, 12 Dragon pulse laser main cannons, 58 16 caliber heavy energy railguns capable of deploying up to 19 types of physical projectiles, 990 12-barrel heavy pulse rapid-fire cannons, 2,000 fully automated high-density 8-barrel Closian laser defense guns. Even the King of Hamba, known for his preference for interstellar destroyers, couldn't help but silently admire the data in astonishment. Among all known T6-class main warships, few could rival this monstrous vessel. What made it even more remarkable was the fact that such a super battleship came from the rising Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, a power that had emerged only a decade ago. Reviewing the battlefield reports, the King of Hamba's fleet of T6-class ships consisted of over 80 of 2 main interstellar destroyer models, the T6 Ghost Knight-class heavy interstellar destroyer and the T6 Ghost Samurai-class medium interstellar destroyer. These two warships share the same core technology, differing only in their structural framework, the former being an upgraded variant of the latter, enhanced with greater firepower and armor. However, in actual combat, even the reinforced T-6 Ghost Knight-class heavy interstellar destroyer proved woefully inadequate against the purple gold silver Dragon class. Its starshield could be shredded in just 5 minutes, while its armor would be breached in another minute. Meanwhile, the Ghost Knight's full-force counterattack couldn't even penetrate the purple gold silver dragon's protective armor. What was even more terrifying was that, even when surrounded by multiple enemy ships, this super battleship maintained an overwhelming dominance. On this battlefield, a North Wind God King-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser followed closely behind, acting as a loyal escort and ensuring the invincibility of the purple gold silver Dragon class. The T-6 purple gold silver Dragon class heavy interstellar battleship traced a graceful arc across the vast expanse of space, positioning itself for the perfect vantage point for the imminent hunt. Beside it, the imposing T-6 North Wind God King-class heavy battlecruiser loomed with an aura of unmatched power. This behemoth of steel boasted not only extraordinary speed but also firepower second only to that of the battleship. Combined with its formidable armor, it stood unrivaled within the Hanhai Sovereign's fleet, save for the supercarrier flagship itself. The specifications of the North Wind God King-class battlecruiser were awe-inspiring. A colossal 34.9-kilometer-long hull fitted with 3 heavy forward-mounted main cannons, 16 15-000mm caliber heavy electromagnetic railguns, and countless secondary artillery and close-in weapon systems. Its staggering 300 million units of starshield energy and a level 9 warp drive allowed the 100,000-ton warship to traverse the starry void at an astonishing speed of 1,200 knots. The Hanhai Sovereign surveyed the battlefield with a mixture of awe and disbelief. His once proud fleet had been systematically dismantled by the North Wind God King-class battlecruiser, but what stung even more was the exceptional performance of the Xiaolong T-6 interstellar destroyers. As a commander with a particular fondness for destroyers, he had invested vast resources into specialized research facilities, yet he had never managed to develop a warship that could rival the Xiaolong series. Especially devastating was the T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer. Its specifications, at first glance, seemed unremarkably: a 10.9-kilometer hull, 530,000-ton mass, and 15 million units of starshield energy. However, its revolutionary weapon system had completely reshaped the dynamics of warfare. The 300 Thunderlord arc cannons it carried were a game-changer, unleashing arcs of electricity that leapt between enemy ships, delivering devastating area effect damage. When multiple Thunderlord-class destroyers fired in unison, their interweaving arcs not only created a visually stunning spectacle but also wreaked havoc on enemy electronic systems, posing a lethal threat. The Hanhai Sovereign buried his head in his hands, his gaze fixed on the battle report in front of him. His once prized T-5 and T-6 destroyer squadrons had crumbled before the Xiaolong series warships. The disparity was not merely one of classification, but an insurmountable gulf of technological advancement. In the blue glow of interwoven arcs, an era's obsolescence was laid bare with merciless clarity. The T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer demonstrated a terrifying dominance on the battlefield. When these colossal warships assembled, they became a razor-sharp spearhead, effortlessly tearing through any defensive line in their path. By contrast, the T-6 Revenant Knight-class and T-6 Ghost Samurai-class destroyers, once the pride of the Drought Monarch's Legion, paled in comparison. Even when outnumbered 2-toon or 3-toon, the Thunderlord-class destroyer could still suppress its opponents with ease. In coordinated fleet operations, this advantage was magnified exponentially. The Drought Monarch, once supremely confident, suffered a severe blow to his pride as he witnessed the battlefield unfold. What stung even more was the realization that, apart from a handful of T-6 class warships, the bulk of his fleet consisted of T-5 class interstellar ships. The backbone of his forces was composed of 5 distinct T-5 destroyer models: T-5 Ghost Crocodile class heavy battleship destroyer, T-5 Ghost Hunter class light interstellar cruiser destroyer, T-5 Ghost Giant class heavy interstellar frigate destroyer, T-5 Ghost Dragon class medium interstellar armored assault destroyer, T-5 Ghost Flame class medium interstellar heavy artillery destroyer. These 5 titans had once been the Drought Monarch's most reliable tools of conquest, cutting a swath across the stars. But this time, they faced a formidable adversary, the T-5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyer of the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion. The Chaos Knight class destroyer boasted an impressive set of technical specifications: starshield energy, 1.1 million units, cruising speed, 700 stellar knots, warp engine, level 9, length, 6.8 kilometers, mass, 310,000 metric tons, crew capacity, 6,000 personnel. Its weaponry included a tractor beam emitter, 100 heavy short to mid-range rapid-fire pulse cannons, and 300 fully automated medium electromagnetic close defense turrets. While it lacked any singularly outstanding feature compared to the T6 Thunderlord class, it achieved an exceptional balance across all parameters. The most remarkable feature of the Chaos Knight class was its Chaos Lance, a specialized ramming device mounted at the prow of the ship. Capable of delivering devastating damage in close-quarters combat, the Chaos Lance could also absorb enemy starshield energy and repurpose it, either storing it within the lance itself or converting it into power for the ship. In live combat scenarios, a single Chaos Knight-class destroyer could hold its own against 5 of the Drought Monarch's T5 destroyer types simultaneously. Even the T5 Ghost Flame class, renowned for its long-range firepower, found itself unable to gain the upper hand in such engagements. The T5 Chaos Knight class Heavy Assault Interstellar Destroyer showcased unparalleled defensive capabilities. When enemy fire struck its surface, the Starshield defense system absorbed the initial impact. Even when the shield was depleted, its reinforced armor remained an impenetrable fortress. This was no mere claim. An extraordinary battlefield example proved its mettle. During a tactical retreat, a Chaos Knight-class destroyer found itself encircled by the Hanya Monarch fleet. Its Starshield energy was quickly exhausted, leaving it exposed to the relentless barrage of AT-5 Ghost Flame-class medium interstellar heavy cannon destroyer. Yet, the concentrated onslaught barely scratched its armor, leaving only minor dents and craters. Remarkably, the ship managed to retreat safely, sustaining no significant damage beyond slight spatial distortion caused by structural deformation. In stark contrast to the Chaos Knight class's resilience, the Hanya Monarch fleet's vessels fell short. When AT-5 Ghost Dragon-class assault destroyer, also designed for armored combat, engaged at Hedon, the Chaos Knight's Chaos Lance easily pierced the enemy's starshield. A single strike crushed the Ghost Dragon-class's bow, rendering it combat ineffective. Other ship models fared even worse. The T5 Ghost Croca-class heavy battle destroyer, despite its self-proclaimed battleship status, lagged behind in both firepower and armor. The T5 Ghostian-class heavy escort destroyer's defensive systems were a poor match for the Chaos Lance, which effortlessly breached them. The only ship capable of posing a challenge was the T5 Ghost Hunter-class light cruiser destroyer, but its edge lay solely in its superior maneuverability. In theory, with ample room to operate in an open battlefield, the Ghost Hunter class could exploit its agility to threaten the Chaos Knight class. However, its firepower was woefully inadequate. An hour of sustained assault would be required to breach the Chaos Knight's defenses, even if it remained stationary. In the claustrophobic confines of the current battlefield, the Ghost Hunter class had no room to leverage its strengths. On this interstellar battlefield, a breathtaking confrontation is unfolding. The once proud fleet of interstellar destroyers commanded by the King of Hamba is now being relentlessly pushed back under the suppression of the Xiaolong system's destroyers. Coordinating with other Xiaolong warships, the Emperor's Guard fleet quickly gained the upper hand on the battlefield within mere minutes. Despite the dire situation, the King of Hamba maintained a facade of calm composure. He was well aware of his numerical advantage. An impressive force of 100,000 warships was not to be underestimated. Yet, behind the scenes, he was already mobilizing reinforcements, instructing his deputy to contact nearby star systems for immediate support. The message he sent to the outside world was simple. They had located and engaged the Emperor's Guard fleet of the Xiaolong system and needed reinforcements to encircle and annihilate them. This narrative was clearly crafted to his advantage. After all, even a king knows the importance of controlling the story. Moreover, his most formidable trump card, the Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer, had yet to make its move. As reinforcements continued to pour in, the tide of war began to shift in favor of the Hamba King's forces. No matter how superior the Xiaolong warship's performance, or how elite the Emperor's Guard fleet might be, facing an overwhelming disadvantage of 20 or 30 times the number of ships rendered their position increasingly precarious. However, in the command room, Zhao Chen remained remarkably composed, his gaze fixed on the video feed of Xiong. He recalled Charlotte's past evaluation of the young commander. Not only did she possess exceptional combat talent, but her comprehensive abilities set her apart. Unlike commanders such as Su Lan, Qi Tong, Zhao Wan'er, or the Wolf Warrior Bai Shui, who excelled in specific domains, Xiong Xiangxiang's greatest strength lay in her strategic vision and resource allocation skills, enabling her to maximize the effectiveness of limited forces. It was this very assessment that led Charlotte to make the unconventional decision to appoint Xiong, despite her relatively low rank, as the commander of the Emperor's Guard fleet. This choice also reflected a broader vision for the future military reforms of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. At this moment, Xiong demonstrated her command prowess. She activated the T5 Crimson Reaper class and T6 Sacred Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships, which had been lying in wait. These missile launch systems, long prepared, were finally unleashed. Unlike the previous saturation bombardments, Xiong adopted a precision strike strategy this time. She meticulously designated target zones for each missile and transmitted this information in real time to the Xiaolong warships on the front line, ensuring Allied forces could promptly withdraw from the strike areas. From their ship windows, the captains of the Xiaolong warships could clearly see the missiles streaking past with dazzling trails, detonating at dangerously close ranges. The resulting shockwaves hurled debris from destroyed ships into the air, raining down on their own hulls with a cacophony of impacts. This tactical maneuver was bold yet calculated. An ordinary commander would never dare to take such risks, as even a minor mistake could lead to friendly fire grave offense that would result in facing a military tribunal. Ordinary military commanders tend to act cautiously to preserve their honor, but Xiong Xiangxiang is an exception. She has always prioritized results over methods. At this moment, the fleet of interstellar missile ships under her command is executing precise strikes, targeting the enemy fleets that are besieging the Xiaolong interstellar warships. The intense missile bombardment tears through the enemy formations, creating critical gaps and giving our fleet valuable breathing room. Xiong Xiangxiang swiftly mobilizes the accompanying interstellar supply ships to resupply the missile ships that have just completed their bombardment, preparing them for the next wave of attacks. Meanwhile, the previously dormant carrier starship fleet begins to spring into action. T-5 Fire-Killing class heavy carriers and T-6 Divine Wing Empress class super heavy carriers deploy massive swarms of interstellar fighters and drones equipped with T-5 and T-6 weaponry. Although these swarms frequently need to return for resupply, they relentlessly harass the enemy like a swarm of persistent mosquitoes. The Hamba King's Legion is forced to divert some of their escort ships and destroyers to deal with these pesky little nuisances, as their limited number of carriers cannot compete with Xiaolong's overwhelming air power. This plays right into Xiong Xiangxiang's hands, successfully scattering the enemy's firepower. At this moment, Zhao Weiner leads a fleet of 10,000 interstellar stealth bombers in a surprise attack. This fleet, composed of T-5 Ghost Wolf class and T-6 Shadow Phantom class medium stealth bombers, stealthily approaches the battlefield while the Imperial Guard fleet draws enemy fire. When they unleash their devastating interstellar torpedoes and bombs, a series of fiery explosions erupts across the enemy fleet. In just half an hour, the Hamba King's Legion loses over 5,000 warships, while our side suffers fewer than 100 losses. This staggering casualty ratio is unacceptable to the Hamba King, but at this point, he can only pin his hopes on his numeric advantage and sustained combat capability. Though the enemy's stealth bombers must retreat for resupply after their initial strike, an even greater threat looms on the horizon. 5 T-6 Golden Scarab class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts, each leading its own stealth bomber squadron, are closing in from 5 different directions, gradually entering the engagement zone. The Golden Scarab class heavy interstellar dreadnought was about to embark on its maiden battle. On the expansive bridge, Captain Hua Feifei stood focused, her gaze fixed on the semicircular virtual command interface before her. She meticulously verified that every department, every module, and every component of the warship was primed and ready for optimal combat performance. As a mixed-blood officer from the Holy Radiance Kingdom, Hua Feifei's military career was nothing short of legendary. Her exceptional talent for command had defied the odds stacked against mixed-blood individuals in the kingdom. Recognized by Shang Kana for her potential, she was recruited into the Holy Angel Fleet and eventually promoted to Chief Staff Officer. While her lineage barred her from directly commanding troops, this position allowed her to fully demonstrate her strategic prowess. After Shang Kana ascended to the throne with the support of Zhao Chun, she introduced her capable ally to him. Within the Xiaolong Legion fleet, strength and loyalty were the only metrics that mattered. Starting at the very bottom, Hua Feifei's outstanding evaluations earned her the role of deputy captain on a T-4 class interstellar warship. Through successive victories and accumulated military merit, she ultimately rose to the rank of Major General. When faced with the choice between becoming a Legion commander or the captain of the latest Stady-Off-Tart warship, Hua Feifei chose the latter without hesitation. She firmly believed that with her abilities, opportunities to become a Legion commander would arise again in the future. However, the chance to command Xiaolong's most powerful warship was truly one of a kind. In the days that followed, she personally witnessed the birth of the Golden Scarab class heavy interstellar dreadnought. From its initial framework to its final commissioning, she led a hand-picked team to seamlessly take control of the warship and accompanied the Xiaolong Emperor on imperial inspection tours. Now, standing on the bridge, Hua Feifei felt a surge of emotion. As a seasoned commander, it was rare for her to experience such moments of sentiment. This unique sensation stemmed from the special bond she shared with the warship. She had watched it grow every step of the way, much like a mother witnessing her child prepare to face a pivotal moment in life. Report. Our ship will enter firing range in 30 seconds. The voice only solidified Hua Feifei's resolve. In this inaugural battle, she was determined not to let anything tarnish the performance of the child she had so carefully nurtured. As the report was delivered to Captain Hua Feifei, her gaze remained fixed on the holographic starfield battle map before her. All gun stations to standby mode. Prepare the interstellar missiles. Open the Starship hangar bay doors and deploy every T-7 Silver Scarab-class unmanned medium interstellar interceptor. Her voice was calm but commanding, carrying the weight of authority. The moment the orders were issued, the colossal golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnought began to transform. Its massive armor plates slid apart with a deliberate grace, resembling the unfolding wings of a giant insect. From its cavernous hangars, a swarm of sleek, silver interceptors poured into the void like a metallic river. Though diminutive compared to their mothership, each interceptor was equivalent in size to a T-4 class starship. A staggering fleet of 3,000 T-7 Silver Scarab-class unmanned interceptors emerged, forming a dazzling, unified torrent of silver against the backdrop of space. The sight sent a ripple of unease through the ranks of the opposing Hanyin King's forces. Rising abruptly from his throne, the Hanyin King stared in disbelief at the spectacle of the Silver Armada. A single mothership capable of deploying this many interceptors, he muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with astonishment. When one of his subordinates dismissed the interceptors as merely the size of T-4 class destroyers, the Hanyin King scoffed sharply. Foolishness. The Xiaolong fleet starships are never to be underestimated. Their carriers are renowned for deploying fighters and drones of equal caliber. Issue the command treat these interceptors as T-7 class threats until further assessment. Cautious and calculating, the Hanyin King ordered his forces to reinforce the flanks, wary of potential stealth bombers lurking in the shadows. He was determined not to repeat the devastating losses his fleet had suffered in previous frontal assaults. Yet, even as his subordinates carried out his commands, a lingering skepticism gnawed at them. Could a single T-7 class starship truly carry an entire fleet of its own caliber? Back aboard the Golden Scarab, the deployment of the interceptors was complete. Yet Captain Hua Feifei refrained from issuing the order to attack. She was waiting for the precise moment when her fleet would breach the enemy's firing range. Prepare the main cannon, the orbital railguns, and the heavy energy artillery. Target every enemy ship preparing to fire. Ensure that their weapons are silenced before they can retaliate. And release the Bronze Scarab-class drone swarm. Hua Feifei, whose name was inspired by the unending rain of her home planet, now stood poised to unleash a storm of her own, a storm destined to bring annihilation to her foes. The countdown commenced, and the bridge buzzed with the synchronized voices of her crew confirming readiness across all systems. A cataclysmic interstellar battle was about to erupt. On the bridge, all departments were fully prepared. The Quasi-T-7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought was about to unleash its true might, while the warships of the Drought King Legion fleet across from it were intently focused on the colossal vessel as it approached firing range. Report. The target is now within firing range. As the subordinate's report echoed, the captain immediately issued the command to open fire. Yet, at that very moment, his gaze froze as he looked out through the viewport. A golden rainstorm like none he had ever seen was descending from the heavens. Tens of thousands of golden light particles, varying in size, cascaded down like meteors, weaving a dazzling tapestry of death across the void of space. The Drought King Legion fleet barely had time to mount an effective counterattack before their warships began exploding one after another under the golden onslaught. The sporadic counterfire either collided mid-space with the golden light particles and disintegrated, or was intercepted by the enemy's dense Closian defense systems. From a distance, the golden warship resembled an unstoppable force, sweeping through its enemies with overwhelming dominance. Hua Feifei watched in awe, her cheeks flushing with exhilaration. This was without a doubt the most beautiful rain she had ever seen. Meanwhile, the Drought King himself observed the golden web of firepower descending from 5 directions. This was the signature feature of the Golden Scarab-class warship. Every visible attack radiated with a brilliant golden hue. Under the cover of this golden firepower, countless interstellar interceptors and swarms of unmanned drones surged toward the Drought King Legion fleet, with stealth bombers following close behind. This high-intensity, concentrated firepower provided perfect cover for their fleet's advance. A single warship suppressing thousands of enemy ships into helpless submission was a scene so extraordinary it was hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. The Drought King fell silent, even beginning to doubt whether his Quasi-T-7 Drought Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer could ever match such combat capabilities. Report, my lord. Our fleets across all 5 battlefronts are under intense fire suppression from the enemy's Quasi-T-7 warship, and the pressure is overwhelming. A subordinate, wiping cold sweat from his brow, urgently reported. The arrival of the Quasi-T-7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnought had completely shattered their understanding of what a Quasi-T-7 warship was capable of. Contact the garrison forces in the surrounding star systems immediately and request reinforcements, the Drought King ordered in a low voice. I will personally reach out to the other kings for assistance. Faced with such an overwhelming situation, the Drought King set aside his pride and urgently convened a 3-king conference with the Troll King and Black God King. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the holographic meeting chamber. Well, well, if it isn't our esteemed Drought King. However do you find the time to summon us in such a busy moment? The Troll King sneered, clearly already aware of the Drought King's predicament. Although they all belonged to the devouring civilizations, the three sovereigns maintained a subtle sense of mistrust among themselves. Each had planted spies within the other's territories, and this unspoken rule of mutual surveillance had long become a tacit understanding. Thus, when the Troll Sovereign displayed knowledge of the happenings within the Drog Sovereign's domain, the latter was not surprised. The Troll Sovereign gazed at the Drog Sovereign across from him, a cold smirk curling his lips. Since their first battle, the Drog Sovereign never missed an opportunity to mock him during their meetings. But now, the tables had turned in his favor. Though the Troll Sovereign's spies couldn't provide real-time updates on the Drog Sovereign's fleet, he could still discern that his rival was in a precarious position. This conclusion was based on two critical pieces of information. Firstly, the Drog Sovereign was reallocating forces from other star systems, a sign of waning confidence in his control over the battlefield. Secondly, the urgent convening of the three sovereigns meeting revealed the immense pressure currently weighing on him. The Shadow Sovereign fixed his gaze on the Drog Sovereign and spoke calmly. Tell us about the situation on your front lines. How does the Draconic Legion's Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought perform in combat? At this question, even the Troll Sovereign, who had been itching to sneer, restrained himself and showed genuine interest. This Quasi-T7 class warship, which the Draconic Interstellar Empire claimed to be capable of mass production, had not only captured the attention of the three sovereigns but also drawn the eyes of all those observing the chaotic battlefield. After all, this was the first live combat deployment of this warship. The Drog Sovereign took a deep breath, his expression grave. The situation is grim. While I am confident in my ability to contend with the Draconic Emperor and his fleet, prolonged conflict of this nature will deal devastating losses to my forces, even if we achieve victory. As he spoke, he projected several combat footage clips of the Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. This vessel's firepower rivals that of interstellar battleships, equipped with an array of advanced weapon modules. More importantly, it comes with a fleet of 3,000 auxiliary ships resembling T4-class interstellar interceptors. While their exact combat capabilities remain to be assessed, based on my understanding of Draconic technology, these auxiliary ships likely incorporate Quasi-T7, or at least T6 level advancements. Additionally, the dreadnought is supported by a massive swarm of interstellar drones, which are estimated to exceed T6 technology as well. Hearing this detailed breakdown, even the Troll Sovereign, who moments ago had been mocking, abandoned his flippant demeanor. While he relished ridiculing the Drog Sovereign, the Draconic Legion's fleet was a shared enemy of all three sovereigns. Moreover, he had his own score to settle with the Draconic fleet and knew he would eventually face the Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. Understanding its combat capabilities in detail was just as crucial to him as it was to the Drog Sovereign. After listening to the account of the Drought Demon King, the Black God King asked in a deep voice, "Are you requesting us to deploy a fleet to support you?" The Drought Demon King nodded solemnly, his expression heavy. "It's not that I doubt my ability to defeat the Xiaolong Legion fleet, but the opposing side includes the Emperor's Imperial Guard fleet, personally commanded by the Xiaolong Emperor. This is an extraordinary opportunity to eliminate the Xiaolong Emperor directly, far more valuable than destroying 1,000,000 Xiaolong-class interstellar warships. To ensure absolute success, I urgently request reinforcement from the main fleet." "Well, isn't that convenient? You're just scared," the Troll King sneered, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. "The Imperial Guard fleet might be there, but how can you be so sure the Xiaolong Emperor is with them? Did you see him yourself? Or did he send you an invitation?" The Drought Demon King clenched his fists tightly, his anger barely contained at the Troll King's relentless mockery. "I've said everything I need to say. If you don't trust me, fine, don't send reinforcements. But if the Imperial Guard fleet and the Xiaolong Emperor slip away, and we miss this opportunity, don't you dare blame me." The Troll King opened his mouth, ready to deliver another jab, but the Black God King intervened with authority. "Enough. We're in the middle of a war. This is no time for infighting." The Drought Demon King makes a valid point. The Xiaolong Emperor venturing into the heart of our Devourer civilization's home universe is indeed a rare chance. If that's the case, well, send reinforcements. Drought Demon King, how many do you think you'll need? "Send as many as possible." The Drought Demon King responded immediately. "The more, the better. And speed is critical. From my observations, the Xiaolong Emperor seems intent on a swift strike. If they fail to achieve their objectives quickly, they'll likely retreat. Reinforcements need to arrive as soon as possible. Use spatial jump equipment if necessary." The Black God King paused to consider. "Our supply of spatial jump equipment is running low. We've already used a significant portion for emergency reinforcements across various star systems. We'll need to conserve what remains. Given the urgency of your situation, we'll split our forces into two groups. One will reinforce you via stargates, while the other will deploy using spatial jump equipment. For maximum effectiveness, the reinforcements must be elite units. The Drought Demon King nodded in agreement, prompting the Black God King to continue. Troll King, you will lead the Troll King's fleet to provide immediate support. Take your Quasi-T7 Troll King class interstellar fortress ship. With 2 Quasi-T7 class warships, you should be able to hold off their 5 Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab class heavy dreadnoughts and minimize our losses. Additionally, I'll dispatch 100,000 Devourer fleet ships via Stargate routes, but it will take over 20 hours for them to arrive. Your Stargate repairs will also take nearly 20 hours, but with the Troll King's fleet reinforcing you, you should be able to hold the line until then. The Troll King chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Who would have thought the day would come when the Drought Demon King begged me for help? Well, since he's so pitifully desperate, I suppose he'll show some mercy and lend a hand. The Drought Demon King gritted his teeth, fury simmering beneath his composed exterior, but the urgency of the situation forced him to swallow his pride. The Black God King, keen to prevent further discord, quickly sought to finalize the details. Troll King, this mission is critical and cannot be delayed. When can your fleet reach the battlefield? How many ships will you deploy? The Troll King hesitated briefly before replying. My Troll King-class interstellar fortress is still in the dock. It'll take at least 5 hours to activate and launch. As for the fleet, I can deploy 50,000 ships, 300 of them T6 class, 10,000 T5 class, and the rest T4 class. 5 hours. Both the Drought Demon King and the Black God King frowned at the response, clearly dissatisfied with the timeline. The Troll King shrugged helplessly. What can I do? My flagship, the Troll King's interstellar fortress dreadnought, is still docked. I can't just conjure it out of thin air. 5 hours is absolutely out of the question, the Drought King stated bluntly. After a moment of thought, the Black King offered a proposal. 5 hours is indeed too long. Here's an idea. Troll King, deploy 40,000 interstellar warships as reinforcements immediately. Once your flagship is out of the dock, you can lead the remaining 10,000 ships to the battlefield. What do you both think? The Drought King nodded in agreement without hesitation. That works. With 40,000 warships as backup, the battlefield should hold for now. And when your flagship arrives in 5 hours, we can crush the Soaring Dragon Legion in one decisive strike. The Troll King frowned slightly. He had hoped to sit back and let the Drought King and the Soaring Dragon Emperor wear each other out, so he could reap the benefits afterward. But with the Black King weighing in, he couldn't argue further. Fine. But those 40,000 ships will need 30 minutes to prepare before they reach the battlefield. How much of that 30 minutes was legitimate preparation and how much was deliberate stalling? Only the Troll King knew. Still, the Drought King chose not to press the matter after all. Even 5 Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts couldn't secure a decisive advantage in just half an hour. It's settled then, the Drought King concluded. Relax, I won't let you down. But you better hold your ground for 30 minutes. I don't have time to collect your corpse, the Troll King quipped with a smirk. And with that, the meeting of the three kings came to an end. The Drought King opened his eyes, his rage boiling over as he slammed his fist down and cursed. That damn Troll King. Always kicking me while I'm down. His 40,000 ships could reach the battlefield with spatial jumps in 15 minutes tops, yet he claims he needs half an hour. I'll make him pay for this someday. After venting his frustration, the Drought King turned his attention back to the battlefield. In the few minutes the meeting had taken, the 5 Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts had already dispatched interceptors and swarms of drones, which were now encroaching on the front line of the Drought King's forces. While the Golden Storm of firepower had lost some of its earlier intensity, it remained devastatingly powerful. Do we have any combat data on their interceptors and drones? The Drought King demanded. One of his subordinates promptly responded, the analysis team is working on it. Here's the combat footage and our preliminary findings. The Drought King studied the battle footage closely. The enemy interceptors were astonishingly fast, nearly matching the speed of T6 class cruisers, and they possessed short-range acceleration capabilities. Though their hulls were only the size of T4 class ships, their rapid-fire cannons packed the punch of T6 class weaponry, making their overall combat effectiveness nearly equivalent to Quasi-T7 class vessels. As for the 3 million drones, not only did they consistently operate at T6 level combat strength, but their specialized alloy construction allowed them to maintain remarkable defensive capabilities even without their energy shields. These two forces alone were equivalent to the strength of over 1,000 of the Drought King's warships. The formidable power of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought made the Hamba King furrow his brow in contemplation. The fact that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had managed to develop such a mass-produced warship was genuinely astonishing. 5 of these ships were already known to exist. A fleeting thought made him wonder if there might be more, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Even for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the large-scale production of such powerful warships would exceed their industrial capacity. On the battlefield, the Xiaolong fleet was launching an assault from 6 different directions. The Emperor's Guard fleet spearheaded one of these offensives, while the other 5 directions were led by near T-7 class interstellar warships. The Hamba King anticipated that stealth interstellar bombers would soon initiate a new wave of attacks from these 5 flanks. Analyzing the current situation, the Hamba King concluded that the Xiaolong fleet had no chance of winning this engagement. His immediate priorities were twofold. First, to entangle the enemy's main forces, particularly the Emperor's Guard fleet and the flagship Longhuang command ship, preventing their easy retreat. Second, to ensure his own safety, as it was clear the enemy was employing a decapitation strike strategy. Once the Troll King's fleet arrived as reinforcements, the combined might of the 2 kings would surely overpower the Xiaolong forces. He promptly issued his orders: maintain low-intensity combat across all forces, while ensuring the enemy cannot retreat, minimize our own losses. Specifically, all warships around the Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer must form a defensive formation to guard against sudden strikes from the enemies near T-7 class warships. Aboard the Longhuang command ship's bridge, Zhao Chun stood with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the tactical display. Is the Hamba King already losing his nerve? He mocked. Lilith, standing beside him, analyzed the situation calmly. He's likely already contacting reinforcements. The other 2 kings won't sit idly by while we eliminate one of their fleets. Their superiors will demand an explanation. Zhao Chun sneered. Who cares about their explanations? Since we've already made our move, we can't leave empty-handed. Charlotte's ambitions far exceed mine. He couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of the true strategic objective Charlotte had revealed to him earlier. Lilith cut in at the right moment to refocus him. If Charlotte has chosen to keep it secret, she must have her reasons. She shifted the topic, reminding him, we've been fighting in the devouring civilization universe for nearly half a month now. Our expedition's resources are running thin, and 1 month is the absolute limit. We must achieve our strategic objective within the remaining 2 weeks. Zhao Chen's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield as he spoke in a low, determined voice. For this battle, we have, at most, 20 hours. Although the Hamba King has called for reinforcements, the stargates are under our control, and no large-scale fleet will arrive within the next 20 hours. However, the possibility that the enemy might deploy a spatial warp device to directly send their Legion fleet into the battlefield could not be ruled out. This unsettling prospect caused Zhao Chun to furrow his brows deeply. Standing beside him, Lilith gave a resolute nod, silently echoing the same concern. Both knew all too well that the longer the battle dragged on, the more it would tilt against their favor. Without hesitation, Zhao Chun reconnected to the communication channel with Xiong Shangxiang and Zhao Weiner. Based on the latest intelligence, it seems highly likely the enemy will soon dispatch reinforcements, possibly even their elite fleet. I need to know how long will it take for you to achieve the minimum objective, annihilating at least 70 of the Hanhai Monarch Legion fleet? Ideally, full eradication would be preferable, specifically targeting that quasi-T-7 Hanhai Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. Exchanging a quick glance, Xiong Shangxiang responded with a grave tone. Your Majesty, if we disregard all costs and launch an all-out assault, we can achieve that goal within 10 hours at most. Zhao Weiner immediately added, our Shadow Hunter Ace fleet group can coordinate with 5 quasi-T-7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts to execute a decapitation strike on the enemy flagship. Leave the tactical details to you. Zhao Chun nodded firmly. But remember, while we can endure some losses, those sacrifices must yield proportional results. We cannot afford to waste our interstellar warships without purpose. Understood, the 2 replied in unison. With that, both sides began implementing their respective strategies. Xiong Shangxiang led the Emperor's Guard fleet, a force of only 3,000 warships, in a relentless frontal assault. Bolstered by the long-range stellar shield energy support of the Dragon Sovereign interstellar command ship, this elite fleet demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess, with each warship capable of taking on 10 foes at once. Meanwhile, aboard her flagship, Zhao Weiner convened her officers. The Emperor has issued his orders. We must act swiftly and decisively. I have assured His Majesty that we can neutralize the Hanhai Ghost King-class destroyer within the allotted time. The 5 quasi-T-7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts have been authorized to fully support our operation. I expect zero errors, do you understand? Understood. Her officers responded in unison. Fixing her gaze on the holographic star map of the battlefield, Zhao Weiner continued, I had hoped for a more opportune moment, but we can no longer wait. It's time to show the Hanhai Monarch Legion what the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet group is truly capable of. Let them learn that we excel not only in ambushes, but also in hidden engagements where we are equally unstoppable. As her orders were relayed, the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet group began to unveil its hidden strength. Meanwhile, aboard the bridge of the quasi-T-7 Hanhai Ghost King-class heavy strategic destroyer, the Hanhai Monarch maintained a facade of composure. He remained confident that reinforcements 40,000 warships strong would arrive within half an hour, allowing them to hold their ground against the Xiaolong Legion fleet for hours, if not longer. But the Xiaolong Legion's sudden maneuvers shattered his carefully laid plans. Report, a subordinate called out in alarm. Two groups of interstellar stealth bombers have suddenly emerged on both flanks and are striking at our defensive lines. They've breached our formation theater, heading straight for the flagship. What? The Han Hai Monarch's voice betrayed a rare note of disbelief. Weren't all interstellar stealth bombers accounted for under our surveillance? Where did these come from? He had already ordered the activation of all anti-stealth systems, and up until now, the Shadow Hunter Ace Fleet Group had fought openly, seemingly aware that stealth was futile in this environment. This sudden appearance of two cloaked forces was entirely beyond his expectations. The tide of battle shifted dramatically in an instant. Two massive fleets of stealth interstellar bombers emerged seemingly out of nowhere on the battlefield, each boasting a staggering 20,000 warships. The frontline commanders broke into a cold sweat as they rushed to report the crisis to the Han Hai King. The Han Hai King's gaze was locked onto the interstellar war map, his brow furrowed deeply. With their advanced anti-stealth systems, such an enormous fleet should have been impossible to conceal. Yet as he zoomed in on the coordinates where the fleets appeared, his pupil's contracted sharp eye had uncovered the key to their deception. The exposed enemy warships weren't randomly positioned. They were meticulously arranged into an umbrella-shaped formation. This revelation struck the Han Hai King with the realization of the enemy's cunning. While their anti-stealth systems had an extensive scanning range, the scanning wavelengths could be obstructed. The enemy exploited this vulnerability, using the umbrella formation to create a shadow zone that perfectly concealed the 40,000 stealth bombers within. The brilliance of this strategy left the Han Hai King momentarily stunned. Even the slightest misalignment in the formation could have betrayed the hidden fleet, and the enemy had precisely calculated the range of their anti-stealth systems. But there was no time to marvel at their ingenuity. Those 40,000 stealth bombers had already begun their assault. On the war map, the two fleets surged forward like arrows, slicing through the flanks of the Han Hai forces formation. Their target was clear: the Han Hai King's flagship, the Han Hai Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. To make matters worse, an ominous presence loomed on the battlefield. The enemy's near-to-7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought was moving to converge with the advancing bombers. In an instant, the Han Hai King grasped the enemy's intent. It was a meticulously orchestrated decapitation strike. The stealth bombers were tasked with breaching the defensive lines, carving a path for the fearsome near-T7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnought to launch a direct assault on the flagship. Having witnessed the devastating power of this warship crafted by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the Han Hai King understood the gravity of the threat bearing down on them. This was no ordinary skirmish. It was a battle for survival, and the Han Hai King knew the stakes couldn't be higher. Sweat beaded on the brow of the Hamba King as his voice thundered with urgency, his expression dark and troubled. They absolutely have the power to destroy this Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. Relay my orders. Pull back the defensive lines, immediately consolidate the fleet. At all costs, intercept those infiltrating stealth bombers and the Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts. The sheer weight of the threat brought back memories of the suffocating dread he had faced in the past when confronting the forces of order. The two squadrons of stealth bombers executed blitzkrieg tactics with ruthless precision, launching a swift and unrelenting assault that left no room for defense. At the forefront, the bombers unleashed their full arsenal: interstellar missiles, torpedoes, and bombs, all fired in a relentless barrage before veering sharply to the flanks to clear the path for the next wave. The following ships mirrored this relentless pattern, wave after wave, advancing with unwavering resolve. This relentless strategy tore through the Hamba King's fleet defenses at an astonishing speed, carving a direct path to the Hamba Ghost King-class heavy destroyer. Even more alarming was the fact that the bomber's blistering pace did nothing to slow the full-speed advance of the Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts trailing behind. Press forward. Keep attacking. We must breach two openings in their defenses quickly to give our Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts a clear path. Zhao Wanner commanded, her eyes fixed on the holographic star map, her tone sharp and resolute. Her Shadow Hunter elite fleet, numbering a staggering 100,000 warships, had been meticulously prepared for this moment. Yet, to deceive the enemy and maintain stealth, she had cleverly concealed 40,000 ships from detection. This deliberate misdirection turned out to be a devastating advantage, catching the Hamba King entirely off guard. Soon, the star map displayed the two breach points rapidly closing in on their target, the Hamba Ghost King-class destroyer. Leading the charge were two Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts, designated Ship 2 and Ship 5, the maximum Zhao Wanner could commit under the current conditions. Without hesitation, Zhao Wanner opened a direct communication channel with the two rear admirals commanding the dreadnoughts. After a crisp exchange of salutes, she addressed them with solemn authority. The battlefield and the opportunity are yours. It's up to you now. Remember, my stealth bombers can only hold open these 2 attack corridors for 15 minutes. Regardless of mission success, you must retreat within the time limit, or you'll be trapped in the enemy's encirclement. Understood. 15 minutes mission will be accomplished. Both rear admirals responded firmly, their resolve unshaken. Good. They'll be waiting for your success, Zhao Wana replied, returning their salute before cutting the communication. The countdown had begun. The fate of the battle and perhaps the war hung in the balance. The bridge of the second Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought reporting in. The communications officer's voice rang out crisply across the command deck. We will enter the combat zone in 1 minute and prepare to engage the enemy Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. Reports from various departments filled the bridge like a well-rehearsed symphony. The recovered interstellar drones and interceptors were fully serviced and ready to re-enter the fray. Every artillery system had been meticulously checked and primed, standing by at peak operational readiness. The ship's modules were running flawlessly, poised to execute any tactical directive. This was the debut battle for the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, a near T-7 class warship. Captain Huafeifei knew that to etch their mark in history, they had to claim victory against an equally formidable foe. The enemy vessel before them, the near T-6 Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer, presented a rare and glorious opportunity. Huafeifei pulled up the data interface once more, though she had already committed the specifications to memory. Classification: Interstellar Dreadnought. Tech level: Near T7. Starshield energy capacity: 800 million units. Cruise speed: 1,500 stellar knots. Warp drive: 9.9 grade. Length: 200 kilometers. Mass: 21 million tons. Crew complement: 10,000 personnel. And the weaponry? Nothing short of awe-inspiring. 3 ultrabioplasma pulse cannon main guns at the bow. 36 electromagnetic bio-orbital heavy cannons. 900 electromagnetic energy main guns. 3,000 fully automated high-density Closian defense guns. 100 unit interstellar missile launchers, stocked with 30,000 near T7 standard mid-range interstellar missiles. 1,000 squads of bronze Scarab-class drones, each squad comprising 3,000 drones. 3,000 near T7 silver Scarab-class unmanned medium interstellar interceptors. For this critical engagement, the second ship had preserved its full arsenal of 30,000 interstellar missiles and maintained the integrity of its interceptor and drone forces through prior skirmishes. Transmit my orders. Huafeifei's voice carried an uncharacteristic edge of exhilaration. All departments, elevate to maximum combat readiness. The Emperor entrusted us with this mighty vessel, not to serve as a mere display of grandeur, but to unleash its true power on the battlefield. She drew in a deep breath, her eyes blazing with determination. Deploy all interstellar drones and interceptors. Bring every missile system and artillery emplacement into combat mode. Lock onto the target the enemy Hamba Ghost King's flagship, the Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. At her command, 3,000 silver Scarab-class unmanned medium interceptors shot forth like streaks of light, while 1,000 bronze Scarab-class drone squads surged out in a dense, swarming formation. Every artillery battery aligned its firepower toward the steadily advancing enemy vessel. Simultaneously, the 5th Golden Scarab-class dreadnought mirrored the deployment, its systems humming in unison with its counterpart. Together, the 2 colossal dreadnoughts, gleaming like twin golden arrows, set their sights on the Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer, prepared to unleash their full might. The Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer was caught in the crossfire, pinned between 2 Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnoughts within the Legion's fleet formation. With no room to maneuver, the view through the bridge's panoramic windows was dominated by the colossal, golden-hued hulls of the enemy ships. Even in the vast emptiness of space, they gleamed like twin radiant gemstones, their brilliance impossible to ignore. So, you think you can take me on? The Hamba King sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Let's see just how mighty your vaunted Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts truly are, Xiaolong Emperor. While a single Golden Scarab-class ship might outgun the Hamba Ghost King-class in direct combat, the battlefield was far more complex than it appeared. Both enemy dreadnoughts were now encircled by the Hamba King's own fleet, making it nearly impossible to destroy his flagship in short order. Should the battle drag on, the cloaked interstellar bombers providing cover for the enemy would inevitably be reduced to wreckage, their Achilles' heel being their lack of sustained combat capabilities, as most of their armaments were one-use only. Adding to the enemy's woes, the Troll King's fleet of 40,000 reinforcements was rapidly closing in on the battlefield. Fools, the Hamba King muttered, a smirk curling across his lips. Looks like my trophy collection could use a shiny new addition. With that, he activated the ship-wide command channel. Attention all departments aboard the Hamba Ghost King. Initiate maximum combat readiness. Power up all weapon systems. launch every starfighter, and prepare missile batteries for immediate deployment. Yes, sir, came the resounding reply. The destroyer's belly began to open, revealing a meticulously arranged arsenal of 10,000 T-6 Ghost Soldier-class medium starfighters. These versatile crafts rivaled carrier-based fighters in performance, and their sheer numbers exceeded those of many dedicated carriers. One by one, the starfighters were released, unfolding their sleek wings into full combat configuration as they emerged into the void, ready for battle. At the same time, the ship's upper hull revealed 800 missile silos, their cavernous launch tubes brimming with interstellar missiles poised to strike. Exactly how many more missiles lay hidden within the ship's interior was a secret known only to the Hamba King himself. But the most awe-inspiring sight of all was the ship's signature prow, a massive skull emblem that suddenly split apart, unveiling an enormous forward-mounted cannon. Its barrel shimmered with swirling particle energy, a clear indication of its devastating power. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a battleship-grade main gun, built to annihilate. The heavily modified Hamba Ghost King-class destroyer was now baring its true fangs, ready to unleash its wrath. The interstellar destroyer boasted a unique concealed bow cannon design, clearly intended to minimize energy consumption during regular combat, activating only when absolutely necessary. Its hull was bristling with an array of main cannons, secondary guns, and rapid-fire turrets, armed to a degree that surpassed even standard interstellar battleships. It was hard to believe this was merely a destroyer. Even more astounding was its triple-layered star shield defense system, an exceedingly rare feature among star ships. Not even specialized defensive escort ships often carried such advanced technology. A triple-layered star shield would typically result in massive energy inefficiency unless supported by 3 fully independent energy systems. However, if this destroyer indeed possessed such independent energy supplies for each layer, its defensive capabilities would be nothing short of extraordinary. The captain of the opposing Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought had, of course, taken note of these remarkable features. Major General Mu Baiqing, you've reviewed the combat data on the enemy ship, haven't you? Major General Hua Feifei asked through a video feed, addressing the captain of the 5th ship, Mu Baiqing. Mu Baiqing nodded solemnly. As expected of the super flagship of the 3 sovereigns, its performance has clearly been modified to the absolute limits. We mustn't underestimate it, but at the same time, let's not forget the strength of our Golden Scarab-class vessels. This is, after all, the Empire's first mass-produced quasi-T7 interstellar warship. Have you decided on a strategy? Hua Feifei inquired. Mu Baiqing shrugged with a faint smile. What other strategy is there but to attack? In a situation like this, surrounded by enemy ships and without allied support, there's no room for elaborate coordination. Agreed. Hua Feifei replied with a grin. In that case, let's go all out. We'll split directions. Our 2 ships will each choose a different path. Let's see who breaks through first within 15 minutes. Mu Baiqing raised an eyebrow, and even through the video feed, one could sense the battle spirit radiating from Hua Feifei. With a playful hint of challenge, Mu Baiqing remarked, Feifei, little sister, you're always so obsessed with being first in our simulation drills. If the second ship underperforms this time, don't be too disappointed. Her words carried some truth. The crews of the 5 Golden Scarab-class ships had trained together extensively before deployment, fostering a competitive dynamic. Hua Feifei and Mu Baiqing had frequently vied for the top spot, with Mu Baiqing's calm demeanor and wealth of combat experience giving her a slight edge in overall victories. Hua Feifei's lips twitched, but she responded with good humor. Sister Mu, just make sure you don't end up crying if you lose this time. The 2 shared a knowing smile before quickly finalizing their battle preparations. The stage was set for a clash between 3 quasi-T7 level interstellar warships. Surrounding interceptor ships and swarms of unmanned drones held their positions, allowing the Golden Scarab-class ships to take the lead. The Beaumont super bioplasma pulse cannons of the 2 Golden Scarabs began to glow, their golden spheres of energy radiating like miniature suns, charged and ready. In an instant, 6 massive golden orbs shot forth, roaring through the void like 6 blazing suns ascending into the heavens. From 2 directions, 3 golden crows each descended toward the star shield of the Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar integrated destroyer. The collision unleashed dazzling bursts of light, visible even from a great distance. Meanwhile, the Hamba Ghost King-class warship swiftly activated its weapon systems, with its 12 Beaumont main cannons locking onto the 2 flanking Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts. The scale of these main cannons was staggering. The barrel diameter of the Hamba Ghost King-class warship's cannons was 4 to 5 times that of the Golden Scarab-class warships. Among all its weaponry, only the concealed super bow cannon on the Hamba Ghost King-class warship, which had yet to be deployed, could rival the enemy's main cannons. This superweapon, if loaded with physical projectiles, required an extensive cooldown between each shot, making every round fired precious and not to be wasted lightly. The battle intensified as support fleets from the Hamba Monarch Legion joined the fray, though their reinforcements came at a significant cost. In the face of a near T7 level showdown, even T6 class warships struggled to withstand the intensity of the crossfire, let alone the T5 class vessels. The Golden Scarab class warships unleashed astonishing firepower. In addition to their 3 bow-mount main cannons, they deployed 36 electromagnetic bi-orbital heavy cannons and 900 electromagnetic energy main cannons in continuous volleys. The 2 rear admirals commanding these ships issued orders with no regard for cost. For the next 15 minutes, unless a weapon system became inoperable or a ceasefire was absolutely necessary, all weapon systems would operate at full capacity and overload to relentlessly bombard the target. In the command center of the Hamba Ghost King-class warship, the Hamba Monarch stood with a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the data panel before him. 3 circular indicators surrounded the ship's model, and the numbers next to one of Thema representation of the outermost star shield's energy were dropping rapidly. Report. At the current intensity of the enemy's attacks, our first star shield layer can hold for no more than 4 minutes, the deputy officer reported anxiously. The number made the Hamba Monarch's heart sink. He had already known the Golden Scarab-class warships were formidable, but experiencing their might firsthand brought a chilling realization. His warship was equipped with 3 robust star shield layers, which could typically withstand an assault from a 3,000-ship swarm civilization fleet for at least 15 minutes per layer. Yet now, just 2 Golden Scarab-class warships were achieving the same in under 5 minutes. This meant that in merely 15 minutes, the enemy could completely dismantle the star shield defenses of the Hamba Ghost King-class warship. The implications sent a cold shiver down the Hamba Monarch's spine. He couldn't help but ponder. What kind of power was the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire capable of developing such devastating warships? If given more time to grow, simply mass-producing these Golden Scarab-class warships could pose a challenge even the swarm civilization might not overcome. At this moment, the Hamba Monarch was utterly convinced. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire must not be allowed to continue its development. Its very existence was an immense threat. This was his ultimate verdict on the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. The Troll King's initial disdain for the Skylong Interstellar Empire stemmed from a widespread misconception. Before launching their invasion, over 90 of their forces dismissed Skylong as an insignificant opponent. They believed Skylong's previous victories were merely the result of battling weaker civilizations, and that things would be drastically different when facing the might of the Devourer civilization, which had annihilated countless interstellar societies. Reality, however, delivered a harsh lesson. Confronted with the Skylong Interstellar Empire's military prowess, the Troll King was forced to admit that this force was truly formidable. A civilization that had been virtually unknown just a decade ago now boasted top-tier starships and highly skilled military commanders. Such a meteoric rise was nothing short of astonishing. The Skylong-class starships had sparked a frenzy across the galaxy. The brand itself became its own best advertisement, drawing the attention of countless buyers. Astute interstellar traders began marketing their products under the banner of partners in Skylong-class starship production. Even more remarkably, in the second-hand market, debris from Skylong ships became highly sought after. Starship scavengers braved the dangers of old battlefields, risking their lives just to recover fragments of Skylong vessels. One such scavenger managed to retrieve a T4 class Skylong main cannon turret and its weapon core. After restoration and installation on a standard T4 destroyer, the ship's value skyrocketed. The mere addition of a Skylong component was enough to double its worth. As the Troll King remained awestruck by the terrifying might of the Skylong fleet, his deputy's anxious voice jolted him back to reality. "My lord, what should we do? According to projections, continuing the fight could lead to mutual destruction. We're not confident we can defeat their 2 near T7 class starships." The deputy's palms were slick with sweat, his eyes filled with fear. Such an expression was rare on the face of an officer from the Devourer civilization, a force that had effortlessly crushed countless interstellar realms. But now, they found themselves with no escape, forced to fight their enemy to the bitter end. The King of Hamba stood in the center of the bridge, his expression grave. He was well aware that he did not wish to engage the Xiaolong Legion's fleet, but the current situation left him no room to retreat. Report. The enemy's interstellar drone swarm has begun to mobilize. A soldier hurried forward to deliver the news. Interstellar dogfighting? A glint of anticipation flickered in the King of Hamba's eyes. Let's see what these drones are capable of. After all, we have real pilots. This was perhaps his last sliver of hope, desperately sustaining him in the face of his fear of the Xiaolong Legion. Meanwhile, aboard the No. 2 ship of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, the deputy captain was briefing Captain Hua Feifei on the situation. The enemy's Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer is equipped with approximately 10,000 quasi-T7 Ghost Soldier-class medium starfighters. This fighter squadron roared as it advanced. Though the quasi-T7 Ghost Soldier-class fighters were similar in size to the standard T6 class, they incorporated several T7 class technologies. Their standout feature was the 4 Ghost Fire cannons, which provided overwhelming firepower in close-range dogfights. Their enhanced energy ammunition systems significantly extended their operational time. Additionally, they were armed with Ghost Claw interstellar missiles, the exact number of which was unknown, but their destructive potential against large targets was undeniable. Only 10,000? Captain Hua Feifei's lips curled into a confident smirk. Relay the order to the Interstellar Drone Control Battalion. Didn't let the number 2 ship lose face. At the very least, outperform the number 5 ship. Within the Xiaolong Legion's fleet, rank, lineage, and background were not matters of comparison, but combat performance had fostered a unique culture of internal rivalry. Whether it was an individual pilot or an entire fleet, everyone was quietly competing. After a battle, units that achieved significant results often boasted subtly among their peers. While this behavior might draw some eye rolls, it also inspired others to fight harder. The High Command not only tolerated this healthy competition, but actively encouraged it through initiatives like bulletin boards and award ceremonies. When the achievements of exceptional ships were showcased across recreational planets and starships, it filled those recognized with pride while motivating others to strive harder. Many crew members even trained in secret, determined to prove themselves in the next battle. This sense of competition permeated every level of the fleet. Even captains like Hua Feifei couldn't resist a subtle boast during post-battle review meetings. "I did tell the Flight Control Battalion to hold back a little," she would say with feigned modesty, "but these ladies are just too capable. Before I knew it, they'd wiped out so many enemies." The exceptional combat proficiency of the Xiaolong fleet soldiers can largely be attributed to the unique core culture cultivated within the fleet. At this moment, the executive officer was carrying out Captain Hua Feifei's orders. Her figure appeared on the communication screen, her gaze sharp and commanding as she addressed the Flight Control Squadron commander. "Deploy your units immediately to engage in battle. Secure control of the interstellar airspace and provide support for the starship operations." She paused briefly before adding, "The captain also mentioned that she hopes you'll make us proud at, the very least. Perform better than Ship 5. The squadron commander instantly grasped the underlying challenge in her words. "Please inform the captain that she can rest assured. My team will complete the mission and ensure that Ship 2's reputation remains untarnished." The operations center of the Flight Control Squadron was housed in a massive compartment within the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. Rows of monitors emitted a cool blue glow as over 1,000 soldiers manned their stations, seated in specialized control pods. This warship was equipped with a swarm of bronze scarab drones, controlled through a groundbreaking system that integrated manual operation, AI assistance, and Zerg-inspired hive mind technology. Each operator was tasked with commanding a staggering 3,000 drones simultaneously, a feat that would have been unimaginable in the past. This innovative design was the result of years of technological refinement. Earlier systems that relied solely on AI or manual piloting each had their drawbacks. It wasn't until the incorporation of Zerg technology that researchers achieved a near-perfect balance. While a single bronze scarab drone might fall short of the performance of a manned fighter of the same class, its cost-effectiveness was unmatched, being dozens of times more efficient. Compact, heavily armored, and packing impressive firepower, these drones also possessed the close combat capabilities unique to Zerg units. Remarkably, all these advanced features came without a significant increase in production cost. Even more crucially, the warship was equipped with an onboard drone manufacturing line, allowing for an endless replenishment of combat units as long as raw materials were available, eliminating the need for supply ships or return trips for repairs. Standing on the highest platform of the command center, her very own Bridge, the Flight Control Squadron commander surveyed the team of operators beneath her. This would be their first battle aboard the Golden Scarab-class dreadnought. Activating the internal communication channel, she addressed them. "Deployment begins in 30 seconds. While you're making final preparations, I have a few things to say. I know some of you think my training methods are too harsh, that one mistake earns 10 extra drills, and I've heard the nickname you've given me behind my back, the Iron Tyrant. Am not offended. Rigorous training is what sharpens your skills for the battlefield. Some of you might think, they're just drones. Losing them doesn't matter since replacements are easy to produce. And you're right, losing drones won't hurt the Empire. I could file a requisition and get replacements with no questions asked. But I want to make one thing clear to all of you. The Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, the only mass-produced quasi-T7 starship of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, stands as a testament to the Empire's pinnacle of military technology and its enduring pride." The commanding voice of the Flight Control Squadron leader reverberated through the chamber. "As members of the Primary Weapons Division, every mistake you make could tip the scales of the entire battle. While it may not directly result in casualties, it will undoubtedly increase the burden on other combat units. More critically, it will tarnish the reputation of the second ship's Flight Control Squadron across the entire Golden Scarab fleet." Her tone grew sharper, carrying a weight of finality. "Today is your last chance. Those who fail to meet the operational standards will be dismissed without exception. Don't think for a moment that the squadron cannot function without you. Out there, Countless exceptional interstellar drone pilots are eager to take your place. During training, I can give you unlimited chances. But on the battlefield, you only get one. Understood. The unified response was deafening, a resounding echo of determination. Each pilot understood that this was no idle threat, but the harsh reality of the elimination system. As elite operatives who had risen above millions of candidates, they knew all too well that being sent back to their original units could mean losing the opportunity to serve aboard a quasi-T7 warship forever. A mechanical chime signaled the opening of the interstellar drone bay doors. Inside each operator's cockpit, 3 red lights illuminated, representing distinct preparation phases. The first light extinguished as they entered the Neuralink standby state. The second light went out when the drones were ready for deployment and docking, and the third light signaled full combat readiness. The ship's hull opened, revealing honeycomb-like compartments, each housing a folded interstellar drone. The deployment process was seamless. The honeycomb unit spun rapidly, ejecting the folded drones one by one, which then unfolded with precision. In just 3 seconds, 3,000 bronze scarab drones were deployed, assembling into a meticulously organized battle formation. The operators donned their helmets, engaging the Neuralink system to establish a mental connection with their drones. This swarm-based control system, inspired by insect colonies, amplified the combat effectiveness of the drone network but placed immense strain on the operator's mental endurance. As a result, over 2/3 of these drone operators were selected from among active fighter pilots. These seasoned veterans, already adept in aerial combat, required only additional training in group control techniques to excel in their roles. The selection criteria for interstellar drone operators and starfighter pilots differ in one critical aspect: the innate capability of neurocognition. While this ability can be enhanced through training, natural talent remains the decisive factor. Consequently, identifying such gifted individuals among active starfighter pilots and providing them with specialized training is the most cost-effective approach. Furthermore, the position being offered a role aboard the quasi-T7 class Golden Scarab heavy interstellar dreadnought is an irresistible opportunity that would entice most starfighter pilots. At this moment, an intense interstellar battle was raging. When the opposing squadrons clashed, the quasi-T7 Ghost Fighter medium-class starfighters initially demonstrated a slight advantage. However, they were soon overwhelmed by the swarming bronze scarab drones. With 10,000 starfighters facing off against 6 million drones deployed by 2 Golden Scarab dreadnoughts, every Ghost Fighter had to contend with an onslaught of 600 drones simultaneously. The sheer numerical disparity quickly handed aerial supremacy to the Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnoughts. The Bronze Scarab drones even began targeting the energy shields of the Drought Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer, pushing its defensive systems to unprecedented limits. Report: the combat capabilities of the enemy drone fleet are far too overwhelming. Our starfighters are utterly incapable of matching them, an officer reported to the Drought King. The Drought King clenched his fists, frustration boiling within him. The Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts were like ferocious beasts bristling with spikes, impenetrable from any angle. He couldn't fathom how the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had managed to field such powerful warships. Taking a deep breath, he issued his orders in a low, commanding tone. Order all T6 class starships that can disengage to immediately return to defensive positions. Stop those 2 Golden Scarab dreadnoughts at all costs. The primary goal of this command was to ensure the safety of the Drought Ghost King-class heavy strategic destroyer, even if it meant the collapse of the outer defensive perimeter and greater losses for the fleet. As long as the flagship survived, reinforcements from the Troll King's fleet and the Troll King-class interstellar fortress would eventually arrive to exact revenge on the Xiaolong forces. Report: the enemy fleet is tightening its encirclement. Several T6 class ships are approaching us, seemingly attempting to delay our advance. The deputy captain reported to Captain Hua Feifei. Hua Feifei glanced at the tactical display, her gaze fixed on the Drought Ghost King-class destroyer. She smirked disdainfully. So much for their so-called quasi-T7 class warship. When they can't win, they call for reinforcements. Do they really think that will slow us down? Relay my orders. Ignore the T5 class ships, concentrate fire on the T6 class vessels we've identified, and deploy interstellar missiles if necessary. Understood. The deputy captain immediately moved to execute her orders. This strategy had been carefully considered. While T5 class ships posed a manageable threat to the quasi-T7 Golden Scarab dreadnoughts, the sustained firepower of T6 class ships could not be underestimated. In just 5 minutes, the first energy shield layer of the Drought Ghost King-class destroyer was breached. The next wave of attacks would directly strike the second shield layer. At the same time, Xiaolong's outer warships intensified their offensive maneuvers, pressing the Drought fleet further into a corner. The Imperial Guard fleet's starships launched a ferocious offensive on the front lines. Xiong Xiang watched intently as 2 T7 class Golden Scarab heavy interstellar dreadnoughts penetrated deep into enemy territory. Although she couldn't directly assist them, she knew the priority was to exert maximum pressure on the main battlefield, preventing the enemy from reallocating forces to threaten the two flagship vessels. The strategy worked. Nearly 100 T-6 class warships from the Imperial Guard fleet overwhelmed the enemy, forcing the Drought King Legion to commit a significant number of their own T-6 class ships to this front, or risk a rapid collapse of their defenses. Suddenly, the deputy commander of the 5th Golden Scarab Dreadnought reported urgently, bridge reporting. Enemy forces detected 30 T-6 class warships closing in. Rear Admiral Mu Baiqing immediately issued orders. They're coming for us. Develop a plan and ensure these T-6 class warships are eliminated as quickly as possible. The strategy team recommends deploying interstellar missiles in coordination with interstellar interceptors to launch an offensive. The deputy commander responded promptly. Do it. Rear Admiral Mu Baiqing commanded decisively. The 5th Dreadnought's hull swiftly opened multiple missile silos, and one by one, interstellar missiles locked onto their targets and roared into the void. First wave of 3,000 interstellar missiles launched, each targeting one of the 30 enemy ships, the missile control team reported. Each enemy vessel now faced an average of 100 T-7 class interstellar missiles, vastly superior to standard T-6 class ordnance. To make matters worse for the enemy, each missile was enveloped in a starlight shield, ensuring it could penetrate defensive interception attempts. Following the missile barrage, 300 T-7 class Silver Scarab medium autonomous interceptors surged forward, forming a deadly strike formation. The enemy fleet quickly activated its defensive firepower grid, attempting to intercept the incoming missiles. However, the sheer intensity of the T-7 class missile assault proved overwhelming. Enemy shields were either punctured by the onslaught or drained of energy entirely. During the critical seconds when their shields were down for repair, the Silver Scarab interceptors seized the opportunity, darting into the fray at blistering speeds to deliver devastating close-range strikes. While many interceptors were reduced to fireballs under the enemy's point defense systems, their automated systems activated in their final moments, turning their wreckage into projectiles that rammed into their targets. In just a matter of minutes, all 30 enemy T-6 class warships were annihilated. Report: all 30 enemy T-6 class warships have been destroyed, came the triumphant confirmation. The expenditure of 3,000 interstellar missiles and the loss of nearly 100 Silver Scarab class unmanned medium interstellar interceptors. The vice captain's report echoed through the command room. Major General Mu Baiqing had been mentally prepared for these losses. Although the Silver Scarab class interceptors were classified as quasi-T-7 warships, this designation primarily reflected their offensive capabilities. Their defense and endurance lagged behind. A more methodical approach could have minimized the sacrifice, but the current battlefield demanded swift annihilation of enemy vessels, making heavier casualties inevitable. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared through the command center of the Huanba Monarch's flagship. Warning: second layer star shield energy at 3, 2, 1. Depletion imminent. The Huanba Monarch's gaze fixed on the dimming display screen before him. The second layer of the star shield, protecting the Huanba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer, had been breached. Only the final layer of defense remained. Damn it, he muttered through gritted teeth. Are those two Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts out for blood? Does the Xiaolong Emperor actually intend to trade those two warships for my flagship? If their roles were reversed, the Huanba Monarch admitted he would make the same call. Sacrificing two ships to eliminate an enemy monarch and flagship was a deal worth making. However, he realized he had overestimated his own importance. To the Xiaolong Emperor and his commanders, his value paled in comparison to the Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts. These warships had adopted such aggressive tactics not out of recklessness, but because they were inherently equipped with robust self-preservation capabilities, enabling them to operate deep behind enemy lines without hesitation. Why haven't we breached their star shields yet? The Huanba Monarch demanded, pointing at the two dreadnoughts still cloaked in their shimmering barriers. His voice brimmed with frustration. Their energy reserves can't possibly be infinite. The operations staff fell into an uneasy silence. They had estimated the shield capacity of these warships before 5 billion units? 6 billion? Yet as the battle raged on and cumulative damage was calculated, the figure had soared past 10 billion units, a revelation that left the entire command team in disbelief. You're telling me, the Huanba Monarch roared, his voice seething with anger, that the star shield capacity of this Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnought exceeds 10 billion units? Our Huanba Ghost King-class destroyer's single-layer star shield only holds 5 billion. At that moment, one of the strategists brought up a series of combat records related to the Longhuang, the Xiaolong fleet's flagship. Eyes narrowing in thought, he reported, Your Excellency, this anomaly may be linked to the Longhuang Interstellar Command ship. This superflagship rarely engages directly in combat. We've long speculated that it serves as a battlefield support vessel, equipped for command, large-scale anti-stealth operations, and other auxiliary roles. One consistent observation across all our encounters with it is this: whenever the Longhuang is present, the combat effectiveness, endurance, and defensive capabilities of Xiaolong-class warships are significantly enhanced, especially their star shields. I suspect the Longhuang possesses the capability to remotely replenish the star shield energy of its allied ships. The strategist's analysis resonated deeply within the command room. The seemingly inexhaustible star shield energy of the two Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts had finally been given a plausible explanation. It all stemmed from the energy transfer provided by the Dragon Emperor, the interstellar command ship. The King of Hamba's face darkened with a grim expression, his gaze fixed firmly on the Dragon Emperor. So you're saying, unless we destroy the Dragon Emperor first, these two Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts are invincible? The strategist shook his head and clarified, not exactly. Based on previous battle reports, we've been able to destroy enemy ships even with the Dragon Emperor present. It just requires significantly more time and firepower. This indicates that the Dragon Emperor's energy transfer capability is finite. As long as we maintain pressure, we will eventually break through their defenses. This explanation did little to ease the King of Hanba expression. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Then tell me, how much longer will it take to destroy those two dreadnoughts? The command room fell into a heavy silence. No one could provide a definitive answer. Damn it! The King of Hamba cursed under his breath before turning to inquire about reinforcements from the King of Trolls. Report: the King of Trolls' fleet of 40,000 interstellar warships is estimated to arrive at the battlefield in 15 minutes, the deputy officer promptly replied. Those mere 15 minutes felt like an eternity to the King of Hamba. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "It seems we have no choice but to rely on the Troll King's fleet. Until then, we must hold our ground." Meanwhile, aboard the bridge of the second Golden Scarab-class ship, the vice-captain reported to Captain Hua Feifei, "We've breached the second star shield of the Hamba Ghost King-class destroyer and are now attacking its final line of defense. We estimate we'll break through in 5 minutes. What's the status of our star shield energy?" Captain Hua Feifei inquired. The vice-captain's expression turned grave. "Although the Dragon Emperor continues to supply us with energy, under the enemy's relentless assault, our star shield will only last another 5 minutes. That timeline aligns exactly with the deadline provided by Marshal Zhao Weiner. Once the Shadow Hunter elite fleet withdraws, we'll be left isolated and vulnerable." The battle raged on, as the showdown between three super-capital starships reached its most critical phase. With each passing second, time inexorably pushed the conflict closer to its ultimate resolution. Upon hearing the deputy captain's suggestion, Hua Feifei's expression turned unusually complicated. She decisively stopped the deputy captain from contacting Marshal Zhao Weiner for reinforcements. Marshal Zhao Weiner's Shadow Hunter Ace fleet consists of interstellar stealth bombers, which are unsuitable for direct combat. They've already endured immense pressure maintaining our escape route for 15 minutes. We can't add to their burden, Captain Hua Feifei said firmly. So we're just going to give up? We've worked so hard to break through the target starship's shields. The deputy captain clenched his fists in frustration. Hua Feifei completely understood the sentiment retreating now. When they were so close to destroying the Hanhai Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer, was almost more painful than death. "Patch me through to the captain of Ship 5, Hua Feifei ordered. Meanwhile, aboard the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship, Lilith was reporting to Zhao Chun on the combat status of Ship 2 and Ship 5. Based on the simulations, within the 15-minute retreat window provided by Marshal Zhao Weiner, the two Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts will barely manage to breach the enemy's shield defenses. Rubbing his chin, Zhao Chun studied the battlefield reports carefully and confirmed. So, it's impossible for them to complete the mission within the set time frame. Correct, Lilith replied decisively. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Chen's mouth as he pulled up the profiles of the two captains. Lilith, do you think they'll retreat as ordered? No, Lilith responded after a brief pause. The captains of Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts are undoubtedly outstanding commanders. Retreating after seeing the target starship's shields go down is not in their nature. They'll push forward and fight to destroy the target. We've given them the authority to make their own decisions. Now, all we can do is cover for them, Zhao Chen said with a wave of his hand. Instruct the operations staff to draft contingency plans for this scenario. Be ready for anything. At the same time, in the Troll King's domain, 40,000 interstellar warships had already moved into standby. Despite his subordinates urging him to launch, the Troll King remained composed. There are still over 10 minutes left until the agreed 30-minute mark. We need to be fully prepared, neither late nor early. After all, the one we're supporting is none other than our comrade, the Hanhai King. There was a hidden meaning behind his words. While the three kings appeared united on the surface, each harbored their own agendas. The Black God King's status was untouchable, leaving the Troll King and the Hanhai King to quietly compete and scheme against one another. The three sovereigns were in constant conflict over control of the galaxy, their tensions often escalating to the brink of war. Time and again, it fell to the Black Sovereign to step in and mediate. In a previous battle against the Xiaolong Galactic Empire, the Troll Sovereign suffered a crushing defeat, and was forced to pay a hefty price at the Black Sovereign's behest. This, in turn, allowed the Drought Sovereign to reap significant benefits. Though the Troll Sovereign outwardly remained silent, he had already etched this grievance deep into his mind. As a member of the Tri-Sovereign Alliance, the Troll Sovereign couldn't stand idly by while the Drought Sovereign faced potential peril. Yet, he had already resolved to exact a bloody price from his ally. He vividly remembered the Drought Sovereign mocking his poor command decisions during the battle against the Xiaolong Empire. Now, it was time for the Drought Sovereign to experience firsthand the might of the Xiaolong fleet. Meanwhile, hidden amidst a nearby asteroid belt, several cloaked reconnaissance ships belonging to the Phantom Vanguard silently observed everything. Every movement of the Troll Sovereign's fleet was under their watchful gaze. Report: the Troll Sovereign's 40,000 warships are prepped and ready for deployment. The Troll Sovereign Fortress-class dreadnought is also departing the docks, the deputy captain reported, barely able to contain his excitement. The captain, however, remained composed. Hold your excitement. Wait for the perfect moment. Remember, under no circumstances can we allow our presence to be discovered. If we're exposed, the Empire's entire strategy will collapse. Understood. Every reconnaissance ship is maintaining strict stealth protocols. There's no chance of detection, the deputy captain replied confidently. Good. Prepare to transmit the intel. The moment their fleet departs will be our window to strike, the captain said, her eyes fixed on the Troll Sovereign's flagship and its surrounding star systems, as though she were a predator locked onto her prey. At last, the 40,000 warships began activating their spatial transfer systems, one by one vanishing into the void of space. The captain held her breath, her focus unwavering, fearing even the slightest hitch. When the final ship disappeared, she immediately issued the order. Send the signal. Tell them the Rabbit has left the burrow. Commence operations. The encrypted message swiftly reached Charlotte, Grand Marshal aboard the Rakshasa-class dreadnought. A glimmer of exhilaration lit up her face. Finally, all is in place, she declared. She turned to her officers and commanded, alert Corps 11 through 30 to prepare for immediate disengagement. Inform the decapitation squad that the Rabbit has left the burrow. Eliminate the targets in the shortest time possible. Charlotte's gaze fell upon the holographic star map of the battlefield, where the positions of the Drought Sovereign and Troll Sovereign's flagships were clearly marked. From the very outset, her objectives had extended beyond just the Drought Sovereign's Ghost King-class heavy strategic destroyer. The Troll Sovereign Fortress-class dreadnought was also in her crosshairs. These two near T7-class warships were as strategically vital to the devouring civilization as any key star system. The three sovereigns had always assumed that the Xiaolong fleet's primary targets were their strategic star systems. Little did they know, the true aim was far more personal. Themselves? All of the prior military maneuvers and attacks across 30 star systems were merely a diversion, designed to redirect and deplete the enemy's long-range deployment capabilities. Now, the plan was nearing its climax. Even though the devouring civilization still had 15 million warships and the Black Sovereign's forces at their disposal, the tide was about to turn. The Dark Sovereign stood firm in his conviction, certain that the true target of the opposing Xiaolong fleet could not possibly be him. This battlefield was still a high-stakes gamble orchestrated by Charlotte. Over the course of a single month, Charlotte had relentlessly pursued maximum gains, pushing the limits of risk and reward. When Zhao Chen learned of Charlotte's intricate series of battle plans, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer audacity and ambition concealed within. But behind this greed lay Charlotte's ultimate trump card, the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. At this very moment, somewhere in the depths of a distant star system, 10 near T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts were receiving direct commands from Grand Marshal Charlotte. One by one, the ships powered up and began locking in their coordinates. Contrary to public knowledge, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire did not possess only 5 of these formidable vessels. The true number was 15. These 10 new additions represented the first wave of this year's construction program, an unprecedented show of strength. Report from the Xiaolong Imperial Guard Fleet and the Drought King Corps. Our Star Shield energy is down to its final minute. The enemy's 2 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts show no signs of retreat, a subordinate reported anxiously to the Drought King. The Drought King clenched his fists, his expression a mix of disbelief and frustration. How could those 2 enemy dreadnoughts endure for so long? What's the status of their star shields? How much energy do they have left? Someone tell me, he roared. A cautious voice emerged from the monitoring department. Based on our observations, their star shield energy has been steadily depleting. We estimate they won't last more than 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Are you certain? The Drought King's piercing glare bore into the speaker, his voice sharp and menacing. The officer hesitated, lowering his head in silence. No one dared make an absolute guarantee under the king's wrath. Any miscalculation could mean a swift and brutal end. The Drought King let out a cold, derisive snort. 2 minutes. If their shields are still up after that, Your entire department will pay the price with your heads. The officer's legs nearly gave out beneath him, his face pale with fear. He could only silently pray that the enemy's shields would falter within the allotted time. Otherwise, their fates were sealed. Time dragged by in agonizing increments. All eyes were fixed on the dwindling energy levels of their own Drought Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar composite destroyer. Alarms blared incessantly. Warning. Third layer star shield energy at 3, nearing depletion. Warning. Third layer star shield energy at 2, nearing depletion. Warning. Third layer star shield energy at 1, nearing depletion. The tension in the air was suffocating. Just as the Drought King felt the crushing weight of the situation closing in, a sudden exclamation erupted across the bridge. Look, the star shields of the 2 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts have collapsed. All heads turned to the display screens. Sure enough, the once imposing barriers of energy surrounding the enemy dreadnoughts had vanished, leaving their armored hulls exposed. A surge of hope reignited in the hearts of everyone on the bridge. The monitoring officer collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. It had been a matter of seconds, mere moments, separating the collapse of the enemy shields from the imminent failure of their own. Their lives had been spared by the slimmest of margins. Excellent! The Drought King's voice boomed across the bridge. We've breached their shields. Relay my orders to all nearby starships. Launch an all-out assault on the enemy vessels, no matter the cost. His command was laced with a ferocity that left no room for hesitation. The final phase of the battle had begun. Finally, on the bridge, this was the perfect moment to vent stress and anger. Watching the 2 enemy interstellar battleships flaunting their arrogance in front of their fleet's formation, the humiliation was palpable. Every department on the bridge understood. Destroying the enemy's Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought wasn't just a rare military achievement, it was a chance to restore their honor. On the bridge of the 2nd Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, Captain Hua Feifei stared expressionlessly at the screen showing her ship's energy shield dissipating. At that moment, a video window popped up, revealing the anxious face of Marshal Zhao Weiner. Hua Feifei, Mu Baiqing, the agreed 15 minutes are up. My fleet is about to retreat, and you must withdraw immediately. Otherwise, you'll be surrounded by enemy ships and lose your last chance to break through. However, the reactions of the 2 rear admiral captains were unexpected. Hua Feifei calmly replied, Marshal Zhao, thank you for your cooperation. But right now, the enemy flagship, the Drought Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar integrated destroyer, has had its energy shield breached. This is the critical moment when we can deal real damage to the enemy. If we retreat now, all the prior fighting and sacrifices will have been in vain. Therefore, Rear Admiral Mu Baiqing and I have decided to stay and continue the battle. Marshal Zhao opened her mouth to respond, but Hua Feifei interrupted her. Marshal Zhao, we are fully aware of the current situation. You don't need to maintain the retreat route any longer. Please evacuate your fleet immediately. We will decide the subsequent course of action on our own. This is the wartime decision-making authority granted to us by His Majesty, and we are prepared to bear all consequences. Mu Baiqing solemnly echoed her sentiment. Captain Hua Feifei's decision is mine as well. As a seasoned commander, Zhao Weiner understood their rationale. The enemy flagship, a near T7 class vessel, had finally had its shield breached. Abandoning the fight now would render all their efforts meaningless. She saluted the 2 rear admirals as a sign of respect. I honor your decision. The Shadowhunter Ace fleet will retreat immediately. I wish you both victory. As the communication ended, the interstellar war map displayed the retreat trajectory of the Shadowhunter Ace fleet gradually vanishing. The 2 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts were now fully isolated, surrounded by enemy forces. Mu Baiqing, do you regret agreeing to my decision? Hua Feifei asked. Mu Baiqing chuckled lightly. Regret? That word doesn't belong in a commander's vocabulary. Every decision we make, every order we give, must be without regret. Since I've chosen to join you in this madness, I have no complaints. Besides, with our black tech capabilities, we can always revive. Hua Feifei shook her head with a faint smile. On the surface, death seemed trivial, but the implications behind it were far more complex than they appeared. This is a battle that will determine their future and fate. For the 2 captains, losing the maiden battle of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought means not only forfeiting the opportunity to command this quasi-T7 starship, but also potentially jeopardizing their chances for future promotions. In the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought is the dream command ship for countless officers. Even major generals leading fleet divisions, or powerful imperial vice-admirals, are willing to relinquish their current positions to compete for the role of its captain. However, with the scarcity of such quasi-T7 warships, there are far more contenders than available ships in the Empire's active forces. We will succeed, Captain Hua Feifei declared firmly, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted. Report. 2 groups of enemy stealth interstellar bombers are retreating from the battlefield. the communications officer urgently announced. However, the two Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts were engaging show no signs of retreat. Instead, they are continuing to close the distance for combat. They are now far beyond the typical engagement range. Upon hearing the news of the stealth bomber's retreat, the King of Hamba let out a cold laugh. But when he learned that the two enemy Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts were still advancing, he abruptly stood up, his rage ignited. Good. If they dare to underestimate us, then let these two ships meet their end here. Relay my orders, destroy them at all costs. The battle intensified. As the distance between the two sides continued to shrink, the deafening roars of ship-mounted weaponry filled the void. Gunners no longer needed to aim. They simply repeated the mechanical process of reloading and firing. Alarms blared incessantly on the bridge. Captain Hua Feifei's display screen showed a detailed schematic of the ship's framework, highlighting over 100 damage locations. Each one displayed specific details of the damage, with live footage of the affected areas available through onboard cameras. This battle was not just about the survival of their warship. It was a pivotal moment that would shape the future of the two captains. Mu Baiqing and Hua Feifei were staking their careers on the outcome of this fierce confrontation. This method of observation allows the Starship's Structural Analysis Department to accurately and promptly assess the damage sustained by the warship in real time, enabling them to report to higher command without delay. While this task may seem tedious, a thorough understanding of one's own warship often provides a critical edge in battle. At this moment, the Closian Weapon System CIWS of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought is operating in full saturation defense mode. This is the warship's last line of defense, and the enemy's attacks are deliberately targeting these systems. Once the CIWS is destroyed, the ship will be completely exposed to enemy firepower. Despite the intense assault on the ship, Captain Hua Feifei's expression remains exceptionally calm, as if the attacks are not directed at her own flagship. Her composure stems from her resolve. Having chosen this position and accepted this mission, she is prepared for anything. How many interstellar missiles do we have left? Hua Feifei asks in a steady voice. Over 800 remaining, the vice captain quickly responds after pulling up the data. Fire them all. Target the CIWS turrets of the Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar composite destroyer, Hua Feifei orders. Ensure that this wave of attacks takes out 70 of their defensive firepower to create an opening for our drones. Concentrate all firepower on that warship, and have the heavy interstellar marine unit prepare for boarding operations. She lets out a cold chuckle. The enemy thinks we're going to trade two Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts for one Hamba Ghost King-class warship? Ridiculous. Our warships are far more valuable than theirs. 2 for 1? They wish. As her orders are carried out, the missile silos of the warship open one by one, and hundreds of interstellar missiles roar into the void, their blazing trails streaking across the battlefield. While this might not match the sheer scale of a missile fleet's meteor shower, at such close range, this precision strike is just as deadly. The fifth ship also launches its entire missile payload, forming a dense web of firepower. Under this ferocious assault, the Hamba Ghost King-class warship is engulfed in hundreds of fiery explosions. Even with prior preparation, such an overwhelming offensive leaves the Ghost King-class captain deeply shaken, as the entire bridge shudders violently. Fortunately for the enemy, this Quasi-T7 class warship boasts exceptionally thick armor, with multiple compartments beneath the hull designed to absorb and distribute the impact. This level of attack is insufficient to destroy a Quasi-T7 class warship outright. Even the most powerful main gun of a T6 class interstellar battleship can only damage its armor but cannot deliver a fatal blow. This is precisely the advantage of a Quasi-T7 class warship. Hua Feifei is well aware of this fact. She never expected a single missile salvo to sink the Hamba Ghost King-class warship. This is merely the first step in her carefully orchestrated strategy. The fleet's initial assault targeted the weapon systems of the Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. It was a calculated tactical decision to neutralize its fangs before aiming for its core. This strategy was designed to create a relatively safe corridor for the follow-up strike forces to advance. Meanwhile, on the flanks of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, a series of hatches began to open slowly, revealing rows of fully prepared heavy-armored interstellar marines. This elite force, equipped with the most advanced combat mechs, operated in a unique infantry mech synergy. Within the Xiaolong Legion, interstellar marines held a pivotal role. Every warship was equipped with such a unit, armed with cutting-edge weaponry. This stood in stark contrast to other civilizations, where marine units were often relegated to logistics and support roles. At that moment, in one of the combat chambers, the Golden 2 Hammerstone Squad stood at the ready. Golden 2 Hammerstone Squad is prepped and awaiting orders, the female commander reported through the command channel from within her combat mech. Deployment in 90 seconds. Mission directives have been transmitted to your squad channel. Good luck. The bridge operations officer replied succinctly. Understood. Mech pilot Song Kiki took a deep breath, her gaze briefly catching her reflection on the display screen. At just over 20 years old, standing under 5 feet tall with a slight frame, she hardly fit the image of a combat mech pilot. The echoes of past skepticism rang faintly in her memory. Song Kiki? Less than 5 feet tall, and you want to pilot an interstellar combat mech? Little girl, this isn't some game. Your academic scores in humanities are excellent. Why not pursue a bridge officer position? You're a star dwarf. Shouldn't you follow the industrial path like Chief Engineer Annie or Chief Engineer Nana? Far from discouraging her, these doubts only fueled her determination. To meet the physical demands of mech piloting, she trained twice, sometimes 3 times as hard as others. While others rested, she pushed herself further. Her petite stature didn't stop her from outmatching opponents over 2 meters tall in combat exams, though the journey was fraught with countless failures. In the end, she achieved what many deemed impossible, earning her interstellar combat mech pilot certification. She became the first star dwarf to claim this honor. The look of astonishment on the certifying officer's face was something she would never forget. Song Kiki's journey with the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion fleet began at the very bottom, piloting the T2 Black Knight-class light interstellar combat mecha. Her interstellar dwarf heritage endowed her with exceptional talent, and she excelled in combat training. Whenever a new model of interstellar combat mecha was introduced, she was always among the first selected for the training program. With her sharp intuition, she could quickly identify critical performance issues in the mechas and design corresponding training strategies. However, behind this important responsibility lay a trace of frustration. Some among the higher-ups harbored doubts about an interstellar dwarf piloting a combat mecha and assigned her to a role that was both relatively safe and suited to her skills. Despite the injustice, Song Kiki never voiced her grievances. Late at night, she would curl her petite frame, barely 1.5 meters tall, under her blanket and quietly encourage herself. Song Kiki, you can do this. You will make it. She firmly believed that as long as she continued to prove her abilities, she would one day truly soar across the battlefield. On this lonely path, even her closest family members were not confidants. Coming from a prominent family among the interstellar dwarves, her bloodline carried a connection to legendary figures like Chief Engineer Annie and Chief Engineer Nana. As a child, she displayed extraordinary talent in the industrial field, and her family had high hopes that she would become an outstanding engineer. However, Song Kiki chose a completely different path to become a pilot of interstellar mechas. This decision caused an uproar at home. Her father, in a fit of rage, smashed everything within reach and pointed at her forehead with a final ultimatum. This house doesn't need a mecha pilot. If that's what you want, then get out. Resolute, the young Song Kiki left home and moved into the school dormitory. Since that day, her father never contacted her again. Only her mother and brother secretly visited her, quietly transferring her living expenses. Despite their unsuccessful attempts to persuade her otherwise, they continued to support her from behind the scenes. Her moment finally came. In a critical battle, Song Kiki piloted an old T2 Black Knight-class light combat mecha, engaging enemy forces on the surface of an interstellar warship. Though her mecha was destroyed after just 2 waves of combat, she single-handedly brought down 10 enemy interstellar fighters, proving her strength beyond doubt. That battle became a turning point. The higher-ups began to take this small yet formidable mecha pilot seriously. She was soon given the opportunity to pilot more advanced mechas, progressing from the T3 Templar class to the T4 Thunder Warrior class medium interstellar combat mecha. Whether it was crash landing on a planet's surface, suppressing ground battles, boarding enemy ships for sabotage, or providing fire support on allied warships, Song Kiki adapted seamlessly to every combat scenario and completed her missions flawlessly. Song Kiki is a highly respected interstellar dwarf warrior. Despite standing at only 1.5 meters tall, her exceptional combat skills and impressive military achievements have earned her the admiration of all. As a skilled mech pilot, she has risen to become one of the top 10 instructors for interstellar combat mechs in the Xiaolong Legion fleet. Additionally, she serves as an honorary teacher in the Interstellar Combat Mech Department of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Whenever new cadets see this petite instructor step onto the podium, their faces often show expressions of disbelief. Her career reached a pivotal turning point when she was chosen to pilot the most advanced T6 Fenghuai-class medium multifunctional interstellar combat mech. Not long after, she was entrusted with an even more critical mission. She was secretly selected to establish a heavy interstellar marine corps for the mass-produced quasi-T7 class interstellar warships of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Although not the highest-ranking commander of the Marine Corps, her appointment demonstrated the military's deep trust in her abilities. At this moment, through the holographic display of her mech, Song Kiki gazed at the scene beyond the open hatcher next battlefield. Her eyes shifted to the personalized section of her mech's control interface, where a special family photo was displayed. In the picture, she stood at the center in her combat uniform, her sturdy build reflecting years of rigorous training. Her parents, older brother, and sister-in-law surrounded her. This photo carried a deeply meaningful memory. After her first near-death and subsequent revival, her father had volunteered to care for her, mending years of estrangement. They had a heartfelt conversation by her bedside, which lasted until the medical staff had to interrupt them. As her father turned to leave, he looked at her hands, worn and scarred from countless battles, and said with tears in his eyes, "Kiki, you are your father's pride. I was wrong. I'm sorry." In that moment, Song Kiki cried for the first time in years. In the photo, her father wore her military medals on his chest, his face beaming with pride. Composing herself, Song Kiki turned her attention back to the task at hand. Through the video feed, she observed their target, the enemy's flagship, a Quasi-T-7 Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. Their mission was to execute a boarding operation, infiltrate the enemy ship, sabotage critical systems, and, if necessary, plant high explosives to destroy the ship from within. Suddenly, the voice of her deputy commander came through the command channel. "Captain, look over there. It seems to be the enemy's mech units." Song Kiki quickly zoomed in on the image and spotted the enemy interstellar combat mechs lurking in the shadows of the enemy ship's hull. She analyzed the situation swiftly. That's the enemy's interstellar marine corps. They're likely attempting a boarding operation as well, but they've been intercepted by our Bronze Scarab interstellar drones. They'll undoubtedly target us next. Without hesitation, she issued orders over the command channel. "Listen up, when we move, the marine soldiers will secure themselves to the Fengwei mechs. Once we land on the enemy warship's hull, find cover immediately and establish defensive positions." The structure of the Golden Squad 2, led by Hammerstone, was meticulously designed. 100 Fengwei mechs paired with 1,000 interstellar marines. Each combat unit usually consisted of 3 Fengwei mechs and 30 soldiers. While the marines didn't have mechs of their own, they were equipped with exoskeletal combat suits and a variety of advanced weapons. This combination was perfectly complementary. Though Fengwei mechs were incredibly powerful, their maneuverability was limited during boarding operations, requiring the agility and adaptability of marine soldiers for support. Song Kiki delivered her orders with sharp precision. 3 combat units will deploy simultaneously. First, eliminate enemy forces on the exterior of the hull to secure a safe landing zone for the rest of the troops. Next, install high-frequency armor-piercing drills at the 10 designated locations. Once the enemy ship's armor is breached, move into the interior and neutralize all hostiles. Maintain open communication at all times, map out your movements, and prepare for an organized retreat. "Understood," came the unified response from the Marines and officers, their voices sharp and disciplined. Meanwhile, the dispatcher on a separate channel reported the countdown to the boarding operation. To the right, other squads of heavily armed Marines had already begun their deployment. The enemy ship's remaining point defense cannons locked onto these approaching units, while the enemy's surface troops unleashed a barrage of firepower against the Yetoland forces. With the limited mobility of the Xiaolong interstellar Marines in open space, this phase of the operation typically resulted in significant casualties. Taking a deep breath, Song Kiki issued her next command over the operations channel. "Detuniu, you're on rear guard. Oversee the deployment. I'll lead the first wave with 3 combat units. After that, deploy an additional 3 units every 30 seconds. Complete the boarding operation within 5 minutes. Why am I always on rear guard? Captain, can't I lead the charge for once?" Detuniu grumbled in protest. "That's an order," Song Kiki replied firmly, her tone leaving no room for debate. "Understood," Detuniu responded reluctantly, though her frustration was clear. The 30-second countdown began. 10 Fengwei mechs lined up at the ship's airlock, their legs outfitted with single-use rocket boosters for maximum speed. Each mech carried several Marines, securely attached via specialized equipment to ensure stability during deployment. "Go," Song Kiki commanded. At her signal, the 10 Fengwei mechs launched from the airlock, carrying nearly 100 Marines into the vacuum of space. The blue flames of their rocket boosters burned brightly, streaking across the void like comets. "Warning! Hostile targeting systems have locked onto this unit," blared the AI's monotone alert. "Deploy smoke screens," Song Kiki ordered, her voice steady and composed. In response, the mechs released smoke grenades at staggered intervals, creating a dense cloud that obscured their approach. The enemy's point defense systems fired blindly into the smoke, their effectiveness drastically reduced. As the 10 crimson silhouettes of the Fengwei mechs emerged from the haze and closed in on the enemy ship's surface, the opposition's ground forces retaliated with everything they had. Machine guns, missiles, and handheld rocket launchers unleashed a torrent of firepower, aiming to halt the invaders before they could gain a foothold. Unit 1, activate Shield Trooper mode with me to protect the formation. Units 2 and 3, switch to gunner mode and target the enemy ship's surface with suppressive fire, Song Kiki commanded with calm precision. Leading by example, she piloted her mech to the forefront of the battlefield. With practiced efficiency, she maneuvered her mech's right arm to retrieve a crimson shield from its lower back. As the shield affixed to the arm and extended forward, it expanded in an instant to the height of the mech itself, forming a massive barrier that seamlessly integrated with the mech's star shield. Together, they created an impregnable wall of defense. The Crimson Shield's resilience was extraordinary despite the relentless barrage of enemy fire. It bore only superficial marks, no deeper than 3 centimeters. Another Fengwei mech mirrored her movements on the flank, deploying a similar defensive formation. This tactical setup was designed to conserve star shield energy. Although the massive shield couldn't be retracted once heavily damaged, its durability was formidable enough to withstand direct hits from the main cannons of a T5 class interstellar destroyer. The trade-off was unquestionably worth it. Under the cover of the 2 shield-bearing mechs, the other 2 Fengwei units deployed 6 Gatling-style rotary cannons each, boasting a staggering 89 barrels per weapon. The sheer volume of firepower unleashed rivaled the rapid-firing guns of a T5 class light interstellar cruiser. The storm of projectiles created an impenetrable web of suppression. While this extreme firepower design drastically shortened the lifespan of the barrels, necessitating frequent replacements, it was a practical compromise given the typically short combat lifespans of interstellar combat mechs. The emphasis on overwhelming short-term firepower proved highly effective. Faced with such devastating suppression, the enemy ship's close-in weapon systems and ground forces were significantly hindered. The fact that a single mech could go toe-to-toe with a warship's defensive artillery underscored the terrifying potency of these weapons. 3 kilometers to ground impact. Prepare for landing. Song Keek's voice came through the command channel. The 4 Fengwei mechs coordinated seamlessly, engaging their retro thrusters to execute a controlled descent. Move. Find cover, she ordered sharply. The interstellar marines swiftly disengaged their tethering modules, scattering with their gear to seek cover. While the mechs provided significant protection, over-reliance on them risked turning the soldiers into easy targets. With precision, Song Kiki drove the Crimson Shield into the enemy ship's hull, securing it firmly. At the same time, she deployed twin heavy cannons from her mech's shoulders, transitioning into heavy gunner mode. Using the shield as cover, she quickly locked onto a nearby closed defense turret that was firing on the follow-up landing forces. Twin crimson energy beams erupted from her cannons, striking the target with pinpoint accuracy. A deafening explosion followed, obliterating the turret and its mounting in a fiery cascade of destruction. The Fengwei mech piloted by Song Kiki had just deployed its crimson shield when the outer star shield shimmered with a kaleidoscope of light, a clear sign of enemy fire. Maneuvering skillfully to evade attacks, she scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Soon, at her 2 o'clock position, approximately 900 meters away, she identified an enemy interstellar marine combat stronghold. Without hesitation, she marked the location on the shared map of the command channel. This feature allowed all combat teams to access real-time enemy positions. Just then, an urgent distress call came through the communication channel from the incoming boarding combat team, reporting from coordinates, encountering heavy firepower from enemy interstellar marines. Under suppressive fire, unable to land safely, requesting immediate support. Song Kiki swiftly reviewed the newly flagged red exclamation mark on the map, along with the accompanying video feed. The footage revealed not only a team of heavily armed interstellar marines equipped with combat mechs, but also a deployment of over a dozen portable rapid-fire cannons. The entire stronghold was tightly shielded by a personal star shield defense system. She checked the 2 heavy cannons mounted on the shoulders of the Fengwei mech's most powerful long-range weaponry, but they were still in cooldown mode. The target was approximately 5 kilometers away, causing her to frown slightly. She had initially hoped to resolve the situation with minimal resources, but at this range, that plan was clearly unfeasible. No choice, we'll have to do it this way. Song Kiki decided firmly. Prepare 100 Fire Phoenix missiles. Lock onto the target. Instantly, the missile launch ports on the back and sides of the Fengwei mech opened, revealing rows of neatly aligned interstellar missiles. These missiles had the advantage of free-flight navigation within their attack range, requiring no direct line of sight to the target, perfect for the current combat scenario. While each mech was equipped with only 1,000 of these consumables, and their explosive power, even with T6 grade technology, was inferior to that of heavy cannons due to size constraints, they were invaluable for filling certain tactical gaps. The missile swarm roared into action, and soon, a report came through the command channel confirming the threat had been neutralized. On the shared map, the enemy stronghold and its closed defense cannon markers were disappearing one by one, clearing the way for the subsequent mech units to land. The area is secure. Begin Phase 2 of the operation. With her command issued, 3 soldiers carrying large cases moved into position. They set down the cases and entered commands into their displays. The cases unfolded automatically, transforming into spider-like devices with 8 legs, each extending a needle-like structure aimed at the ground. Laser mole drills are ready. Activating now. Following the operator's command, a powerful beam shot out from the base of each device, beginning to corrode the armor plating of the hull. These specialized weapons were designed to penetrate even the toughest armor, which could withstand high-intensity attacks. Within 10 seconds, they had bored half a meter deep. But to create an opening large enough for a Fengwei mech to pass through would require more time. How much longer will it take? Song Kiki asked intently. The answer to this question was critical to the next phase of their battle plan. The soldier operating the laser drilling mole quickly reported, at our current depth and progress rate, the entire operation is estimated to take about 5 minutes. This was already an impressive time frame for penetrating the hull armor of a quasi-T-7 class starship. However, Song Kiki frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied. What if we only carve out a space large enough for soldiers to enter? Half a minute will suffice, the soldier replied with unwavering certainty. Song Kiki immediately turned to the sergeant of the Interstellar Marine Squad, her tone grave. Time is life. We must dismantle the enemy flagship as quickly as possible. As soon as an entry point is opened, you will breach immediately. I understand this is an extremely dangerous mission without mech cover, but it's our best chance to buy time. Your objective is to secure the lower deck and use explosives to breach the hull from the inside, creating an entry point for our starfighter mechs. The sergeant nodded in silence, showing no hesitation toward an order that could result in heavy casualties. This was the nature of the Interstellar Marines' duty, sacrificing themselves to seize critical opportunities. It was also why they rose through the ranks so quickly. Before long, the laser drilling mole had created an opening just large enough for soldiers to pass through. The Marines swiftly took their positions, ready to storm in. Throw grenades, smoke bombs, and disruptors break in 5 seconds. Hundreds of specialized explosives were hurled through the opening, followed closely by the Marines, who moved with precision and without hesitation. Song Kiki kept her eyes fixed on the dark, gaping entrance. Despite careful preparation, the possibility of ambushes from enemies inside the ship was ever present. Blindly breaching in such a manner was perilous, and one misstep could result in the entire squad being wiped out. Explosions and flashes of fire erupted from within, confirming the fierce resistance of the enemy forces inside. After about a minute of intense gunfire and chaos, a broken transmission came through the comms channel. Reporting, Captain, we've secured the target section. Encountered heavy resistance, but the enemies have been neutralized. We're setting up high explosives now. Requesting ground units to retreat to a safe distance. Song Kiki could hear the exhaustion in the soldier's voice, but there was no time for concern. She immediately directed the surrounding personnel to evacuate. About 30 seconds later, a deafening explosion shook the area. Even within her mech, the tremor was palpable. The ground cracked, and parts of it caved in, exposing the lower deck of the ship. Clear the area quickly, Song Kiki commanded. Under her leadership, debris was swiftly removed, revealing an opening large enough for a Fengwei mech to pass through. The entire operation took less than 2 minutes, cutting the originally estimated time by more than half. Peering into the exposed lower deck, Song Kiki could see visible battle damage, bloodstains, and fragments of interstellar marine uniforms scattered across the scene. What's the casualty report? She asked immediately. The officer responded somberly. 3 combat teams suffered a total of 34 losses. 29 were killed during the initial breach. The enemy forces had taken cover in blast-resistant shelter modules. Though well concealed, they were ultimately eliminated. This meant that in less than 10 minutes of combat, the casualty rate had already exceeded 30. The Starfleet Marines were notorious for having the highest casualty rate within the Xiaolong Interstellar Legiona, grim but undeniable truth. At this very moment, Song Kiki was leading this elite unit on a critical mission. All units, disperse immediately and scout the enemy ship's environment. Focus on identifying pathways suitable for the Fengwei mechs to traverse. Share all discovered routes in real time. Song Kiki commanded sharply, leaving no room for hesitation or delay. The Marines sprang into action with practiced precision. Due to the need to clear a path for the massive Fengwei mechs, the mech units had to remain stationed temporarily. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Han-Hai Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer, the Ghost King's expression was as dark as a stormy abyss. Through the surveillance monitors, he could see the enemy Marines moving through various sections of his ship, with mech units already infiltrating critical areas. The sensation was maddening, as though his body were crawling with fleas. Unacceptable! How dare they run rampant on my warship? The Ghost King roared in fury. The vice captain quickly stepped forward to calm him. Your Majesty, please rest assured. We've already dispatched our Marines to sweep every sector. These intruders will be eliminated. You'd better not fail me this time. The Ghost King growled, his tone icy as his gaze shifted back to the screen. 2 golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts loomed in the distance, their golden hulls gleaming like razor-sharp blades poised to strike, their sights locked on his flagship. Meanwhile, Song Kiki had established contact with the other vice-captains of the Hammerstrike squad. Despite sustaining notable losses, the mission was progressing smoothly. She activated her. Take cover behind the mech, Song Kiki shouted. her voice cutting through the chaos as she activated the star shield system of her Fengwei mech. Though her massive crimson shield was already out of commission, the remaining star shield energy was still sufficient to provide temporary protection for the soldiers of the interstellar heavy infantry. Enemy fire roared in from the 8 o'clock and 3 o'clock directions. "Return fire," she commanded decisively, swiftly switching the mech to gunner mode. The Fengwei's cannons roared to life, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy rounds. But as the beams struck their targets, the sound that followed sent a chill down her spine. It wasn't the familiar impact of shots hitting flesh or structures. "They've got star shields, possibly equipped with heavy weaponry. Everyone, stay alert," she warned. In the confined battlefield, visibility was nearly non-existent, forcing both sides to fire blindly at predicted enemy positions. Suddenly, a low, grinding mechanical noise echoed from the rear section of the hold. "Report 5T6 class interstellar combat mechs detected at the rear," a panicked voice crackled over the comms. Song Kiki's stomach dropped. The enemy was executing a pincer maneuver, aiming to annihilate her team with superior numbers. Her squad had only 4 Fengwei mechs, and the enemy's frontal assault was already overwhelming. If she pulled the Fengwei units away from the front lines, the Xiaolong infantry, stripped of both star shield defense and suppressive firepower, would be wiped out. "Unit 1, you're in charge of the front lines," she ordered without hesitation. "Maintain suppressive fire. As soon as you notice their firepower weakening, begin advancing. Once visibility is restored, prioritize neutralizing their heavy weaponry. I'll handle the 5 mechs at the rear. Captain, your star shield energy is down to less than 40. Taking on 5 mechs alone is too risky. Let me go with you." Her team members protested, their concern evident. "That's an order. Unit 1, take my position immediately," she replied, her tone leaving no room for argument. With confirmation received, Song Kiki pushed her Fengwei mech toward the rear, disengaging gunner mode on the move. "Activate spearman mode," she commanded. In response, a crimson Fengwu Jiutian spear materialized in the mech's hands. Forged from a rare alloy, this close combat weapon was not only incredibly durable, but also capable of delivering devastating damage to both metal armor and star shields with its superheated spearhead. Within moments, she located the 5T6 class combat mechs in the rear hold. Their formation was well organized. The lead mech carried a large rectangular shield, flanked by 2 mechs equipped with heavy cannons, and 2 more at the back armed with what resembled shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. The instant they spotted each other, Song Kiki launched her attack. She hurled a smoke grenade infused with radar-disrupting particles, engulfing the entire hold in a dense, swirling fog. The enemy mechs, blinded and disoriented, unleashed a storm of fire into the smoke, their shots tearing into the hold and rattling the ground with deafening impacts. Seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity. Then, without warning, a crimson blur streaked down from above. Song Kiki's Fengwei mech dove into the fray, the Fengwu Jiutian spear driving straight toward the rear of the enemy formation. The sudden, aerial strike caught the 5 combat mechs completely off guard, shattering their carefully coordinated attack plan. On the battlefield, a crimson Fengwei mech unfolded its imposing wings, with several jet ports between them glowing with blue flames. The pilot, Song Kiki, gripped the Fengwu Jiutian lance tightly, its tip aimed directly at the star shield of an enemy mech. The spearhead of the lance radiated intense heat, rapidly depleting the energy of the enemy mech's star shield with lightning speed. Even more astonishing, before the shield's energy was fully drained, a breach had already formed at the point of contact. The Fengwu Jiutian lance pierced straight through, driving deep into the enemy's chassis. Although another 5 seconds would have been enough to completely penetrate the enemy mech's outer shell, Song Kiki chose not to linger. At that moment, 4 additional enemy combat mechs had locked onto her position. She knew all too well that while the Fengwei mech was formidable, it couldn't withstand a concentrated attack from multiple enemies. Her mission wasn't just to survive, it was to annihilate all 5 enemy mechs in one fell swoop. Under Song Kiki's expert control, the Fengwei mech darted through the enemy formation with breathtaking speed. Its agility was several times faster than the reaction speed of the 5 enemy mechs, with remarkable turning and short-range maneuvering capabilities. Paired with the Fengwu Jiutian lance, the mech repeatedly posed lethal threats to its opponents. The enemy pilots panicked over the comms. "Damn it! How is this red one so fast? Our melee weapons can't even touch it. Can we pull back? At this range, we can't risk using our cannons. No way if we spread out. It'll pick us off one by one. My star shield energy is draining fast. This is getting dangerous. This can't be the speed of a T6 class mech. Wait, look at the ground." As the dust raised by the battle settled, the ground in the distance was littered with equipment: 2 heavy cannons, 6 Gatling guns, and various ammunition storage modules. It finally dawned on the enemy pilots this crimson mech had discarded all its ranged weapons and equipment in pursuit of ultimate speed and maneuverability. This was the unique tactic of the Fengwei mech. Song Kiki had meticulously planned to use close-quarters combat to offset her numerical disadvantage. By shedding all unnecessary weapons and equipment, she reduced the mech's weight, forcing the battle into a range where her agility could nullify the enemy's firepower advantage. She had decisively discarded 2 heavy cannons, 6 Gatling guns, ammunition storage, and even the now-depleted interstellar missile launchers. Stripped of its heavy armor, the Fengwei mech now displayed a sleeker, more aerodynamic form. If it had previously resembled a heavily armored warrior, it now moved like a graceful dancer, wielding a lance with deadly precision and an aura of lethal intent. After shedding excess weaponry, the Fengwei mech shifted into its ultimate close combat mode. This was Song Keek's desperate gamble. Any mistake in battle would prove fatal. Such audacity was almost unheard of among other interstellar mech pilots. A bloody spectacle of the Red Spear mech was about to unfold. Meanwhile, the bridge of the Longhuang-class interstellar command ship received the latest combat report. 2 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts were locked in close-range combat with the Targeta Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. The battle was so intense that even point-defense cannons could land direct hits on the enemy hull. Live combat footage revealed the dire state of all 3 supercapital ships. With their star shields down, they were forced to rely on their hull armor to withstand the relentless barrage. Even the sturdiest armor couldn't endure such sustained punishment. Each ship's surface was riddled with craters, their once majestic forms battered and scarred. Yet, the 2 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts pressed on, undeterred by the deadly crossfire. They clung to the Hamba Ghost King-class destroyer with unrelenting determination, resolved not to retreat until their enemy was obliterated. They had deployed a large number of T-6 Fengwei multifunctional interstellar mechs for boarding operations. Several heavily armed assault teams had already infiltrated the enemy ship, wreaking havoc and significantly accelerating its destruction. The mention of Fengwei mech stirred a flicker of memory in Zhao Chun. In today's Xiaolong Corps, equipped with cutting-edge Xiaolong series interstellar warships, deploying mechs against enemy ships was increasingly rare. Most battles concluded in the opening salvos of the warships, leaving mechs to handle post-conflict cleanup. Zhao Chun pulled up the technical dossier on the Fengwei mech. Model: Fengwei-class medium multifunctional interstellar combat mech. Tech tier: T6. Star shield capacity: 1.6 million units. Height: 43 meters. Mass: 1,288 tons. Pilot: single operator. Weaponry configuration: 300 Fengwei-class interstellar drones, 1,000 Huofeng-class mech missiles, 1,000 Lai Feng high-explosive bombs, 689 barrel Gatling medium beam cannons gunner mode, 1 Fenglin alloy shield defender mode, 2 shoulder-mounted double-head Feng-class particle cannons heavy gunner mode, 1 Fengwu Jutian spear lancer mode, 2 Yin flame chain swordsman mode. Soaring mode. The Fengwei mech's comprehensive capabilities were undeniably impressive, explaining why the 2 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts risked everything to engage in boarding operations. Beyond its 5 standard combat modes, pilots had the option to customize configurations, though most preferred the default settings. Among these, the gunner mode equipped with 689 barrel Gatling medium beam cannons was by far the most common and cost-effective. Even this single configuration hinted at the mech's staggering firepower. The T6 Fengwei mech, a cutting-edge interstellar combat unit, boasts 6 specialized operational modes. Its primary battle mode is equipped with 6 medium Gatling-style beam cannons, each featuring an impressive 89-barrel configuration. Powered by energy-based ammunition, this design ensures sustained combat capability. While individual shots may lack the raw power of traditional physical rounds, the absence of the need for physical ammo resupply significantly enhances battlefield mobility. The second configuration, the Fengwei Shield Bearer mode, equips the mech with a shield forged from Fengscale alloy, offering defensive capabilities that far surpass the main armor of interstellar battleships. The third, Fengwei Heavy Artillery mode, deploys dual concealed Feng-class particle cannons from the mech's shoulders. These devastating cannons deliver overwhelming firepower but consume over 90 of the mech's energy reserves, requiring the unit to remain stationary while firing. For close-quarters combat, the T6 features 2 distinct modes. The Fengwei Spearman mode wields the Fengwu Jutian spear, ideal for mid-range engagements and throwable for added versatility. Meanwhile, the Fengwei Swordsman mode is armed with dual flame chain swords, excelling in rapid, close-range strikes. The final configuration, Fengwei Soaring mode, grants the mech limited flight capabilities. Though energy-intensive, this mode is indispensable in the dynamic environment of interstellar warfare. This mech can adapt to almost any battlefield scenario, and its instantaneous firepower rivals that of an interstellar warship, Zhao Chun murmured, his gaze fixed on the tactical display. But with both captains piloting Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts deep into enemy lines and cut off from retreat, the risk is enormous. Lilith smiled faintly. Yet you didn't stop them, which means you trust their judgment deep down. Of course I trust them, Zhao Chun replied firmly. They were handpicked by Usho, could I not? Mid-sentence, The bridge was suddenly filled with the blaring of an urgent alarm. Warning! Anomalous spatial fluctuations detected. The alert repeated 3 times. Zhao Qin and Lilith snapped into action. The radar revealed multiple spatial disturbances along the battlefield's flank. Lilith quickly analyzed the data. According to the Phantom Scout reports, it's likely the Troll King's fleet 40,000 reinforcements. Zhao Qin's brows furrowed. As the decoy fleet, their mission was to draw out this elite force, and they had succeeded. Activate Grand Marshal Charlotte's contingency plan. Delay them as long as possible, he ordered with a steady voice. Without hesitation, Lilith began executing the battle strategy. Despite the enemy assembling a formidable fleet of 40,000 elite interstellar warships, the Xiaolong Legion, under Zhao Qin's command, still stood a fighting chance. Anchored by 3 Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnoughts in the rear and the T-6 Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship where Zhao Qin himself resided, this elite fleet was more than capable of holding the enemy at bay, at least for a time. And even if the tides turned, Zhao Qin still held several unplayed cards close to his chest. As the massive enemy fleet loomed closer, Zhao Qin's face broke into a faint smile. This expression did not go unnoticed by Lilith, who stood by his side. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. What kind of emperor does this? Charging to the front line of every battle like you're afraid the enemy won't notice you. Why not just tattoo, "Come kill me if you dare" on your forehead and be done with it? Her sarcastic tone couldn't fully mask the concern laced in her words. Though she had agreed to this battle plan, the thought of Zhao Qin putting himself in such grave danger gnawed at her. Zhao Qin, of course, was well aware that Lilith had meticulously prepared multiple contingency plans in secret. Even now, scattered across the bridge were personnel planted by her, blending in seamlessly with the regular officers. The moment she deemed his life to be in imminent danger, they would execute their orders to extract him from harm's way whether he consented or not. You were like this when you were just a lord, then as a fleet commander, and now even as the Emperor of Xiaolong. Nothing's changed, Lilith said with a mix of frustration and resignation. You're the father of 3 children, Zhao Qin. When will you start valuing your own safety for once? Zhao Qin placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I understand. Next time. Next time. I promise I'll be different. Lilith snorted, unimpressed. Next time. You never mean it. There's not a shred of truth in your promises. She shot him another pointed look before diverting the conversation to something else. Meanwhile, in a battered and smoke-filled chamber, 3 destroyed interstellar combat mechs lay scattered across the floor, each bearing the telltale marks of a spear's deadly thrust. Standing amidst the wreckage was Feng Wei, a mech wielding a broken spear, its posture defiant despite the scars and battle damage adorning its frame. The integrity of its core systems, however, remained uncompromised. I'll give it to you, your mech's impressive. But now that your spear's broken and your ranged weapons are gone, let's see how you fight us now. One of the 2 remaining enemy mechs taunted as they closed in, forming a pincer formation to encircle Song Kiki. A smirk tugged at Song Kiki's lips. Talk all you want. A broken spear is more than enough to finish you off. Without hesitation, the 2 enemy mechs launched their assault. Song Kiki hurled the remnants of the spear at one of them, the weapon spinning through the air like a missile. Simultaneously, she piloted Feng Wei into a direct charge at the other. As the enemy mech swung its massive blade downward, Feng Wei's arms suddenly extended, revealing twin crimson chain blades that ignited with a menacing hum. In the blink of an eye, Chainblade clashed violently against Longsword, sparks flying as the 2 weapons collided in midair. The Feng Wei mech, piloted by Song Kiki, plummeted with unrelenting speed, heading straight toward the enemy's long blade. The enemy's blade struck with precision, piercing through the armor just above the left shoulder of the Feng Wei mech. However, Song Kiki had anticipated this and crossed her 2 flame chain swords in an X formation beneath the blade, preventing it from pressing further and inflicting greater damage. Seizing the moment as the mechs drew close, Song Kiki deftly twisted her flame chain swords, driving the blade directly into the cockpit of the enemy mech. This was the fatal weak point she had observed earlier while destroying 3 other enemy units. Blood immediately gushed from the point of impact, and the enemy mech went completely lifeless, ceasing all movement. The system's alarm blared urgently. Warning: left shoulder armor breached. Partial functionality lost. Left arm mobility reduced by 36. On the control interface, a flashing red warning lit up the triangular zone representing the left shoulder, surrounded by a yellow caution area. Fortunately, this damage had minimal impact on the mech's overall combat effectiveness. It was a calculated risk and injury-for-injury tactic Song Kiki had employed to secure a swift victory. A sudden whooshing sound came from behind her. Without turning, Song Kiki swiftly maneuvered her mech into a kneeling position while raising the flame chain swords above her head in a horizontal block. The last enemy's long blade struck heavily against her swords but was firmly parried. Through the mech sensors, Song Kiki could almost feel the panic in the enemy pilots' gaze. Missing this final opportunity meant they stood no chance in the ensuing unknown duel. After the battle concluded, Song Kiki piloted the Fengwei mech back to the prior chamber. The sight before her was heart-wrenching. The ground was littered with the bodies of fallen comrades, while some wounded soldiers were being tended to. One Fengwei mech leaned helplessly against the wall, its chest bearing the unmistakable marks of a heavy cannon blast. "What's the situation here?" Song Kiki asked directly. The pilot of Unit 1 immediately reported, "We were ambushed by 3 enemy squads, around 300 members of their interstellar marine force. This included 3 heavy firepower teams equipped with portable laser cannons, rapid-fire guns, and railguns. Thanks to the heroic charge of Unit 3, we managed to break through their fire blockade and ultimately annihilate the enemy. But the cost was high. Several comrades, including Unit 3, were lost." In silence, Song Kiki opened the star map. It displayed the internal layout of the Hanhai Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer they had infiltrated. The map was crisscrossed with red lines resembling blood vessels, with some areas forming intricate spiderweb patterns. These marked the regions they had already explored. However, due to the ambush, their progress had been severely hindered, and they had yet to achieve even the basic objective of regrouping with the other teams. As part of Hammerstone's squad, their mission was to secure one of the primary assault routes leading to the ship's bow. Being near a critical area suspected to house the bridge had drawn fierce resistance from the enemy forces. The battle report painted a grim picture. Aside from the small squad guarding the entrance, only 7 Fengwei mechs and 43 soldiers remained on the field. Song Kiki's mech had almost entirely lost its long-range firepower. 2 other mechs had depleted their star shields and sustained heavy damage, barely operational. The remaining 4 Fengwei units retained some shields and weaponry, but their combat efficiency had been reduced to merely 30% of their peak capacity. As for the soldiers, the situation was dire. 3 were critically injured and unable to fight. 7 were wounded but still in action, and the rest bore varying degrees of injuries. After hearing the report, Song Kiki felt a heavy weight settle in her chest. Her eyes fixed on the star map. They were still 3 compartments away from the designated infiltration point. Given the battered state of her team, proceeding any further felt like walking into certain death. Nearly 10 minutes had already passed, and their location deep inside the enemy ship meant communication with the outside world was sporadic at best. Syncing the starship's layout with their map was already pushing the limits of their capabilities. The original plan allocated them 20 minutes for the operation. Once that time elapsed, all ground forces were to retreat, as the pre-planned high-explosive charges would be remotely detonated. Song Kiki's gaze shifted toward a pile of explosives in the corner. A small fraction of the 100 detonation points planned. Even if only half of them went off, the resulting destruction would be catastrophic. Now, she faced a harrowing decision. Should she order a retreat and abandon the placement of the remaining 3 charges, or press forward? The earlier battles had already drained their efficiency, making it highly unlikely they could safely evacuate within the 20-minute window. And the explosives they would detonate on schedule, whether her team was still aboard or not. Taking a deep breath, Song Kiki weighed her options carefully. Evacuating the wounded alone would take at least 5 minutes. Continuing forward would extend their retreat time even further. If they encountered another fight, survival would be nearly impossible. Her gaze lingered on the injured soldiers around her, and at last, she made her decision. Mech 5, Mech 7, take the critically wounded and retreat to the entrance immediately. Leave 70% of your ammunition for us. If we don't return by the time the clock runs out, don't wait. Get out of here at once. The moment the order was given, everyone present understood her resolve to see the mission through. The 2 damaged mechs began transferring their weapons and ammunition to bolster the remaining unit's firepower. Meanwhile, the soldiers got to work, clearing the battlefield. They used a specialized powder derived from Zerg technology to process the bodies of the fallen Xiaolong soldiers. The powder contained microscopic organisms that consumed carbon-based remains and then self-terminated. These creatures emitted hallucinogenic toxins, ensuring that even if used on the living, there would be no pain. The medical team moved swiftly, administering a specially formulated serum to the gravely wounded soldiers. The serum allowed them to pass away peacefully in a painless, dreamlike state. It was a harsh but necessary decision in the interstellar battlefield. Retrieving the bodies of fallen warriors was often impossible. If these remains fell into enemy hands, even though the soldiers could later be revived in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, their bodies might first be desecrated or used to humiliate the empire. History had seen too many such incidents. For this reason, many commanders, when faced with defeat, would rather go down with their flagship than let their remains fall into enemy hands. The battlefield was quickly cleared. As the team prepared to evacuate, they saluted solemnly to Song Kiki and her squad. "Captain, we're pulling out first. Stay safe out there." Watching Song Kiki's team charge toward the next section of the ship, the pilot of Mech 7 let out a heavy sigh. Glancing at the critically injured soldiers strapped to the mech, they turned and began moving back the way they came. Behind them, the The sounds of gunfire and explosions raged on. 5 minutes later, the retreating team reached the extraction point. The squad left behind to guard the exit had clearly encountered a skirmish. The bodies of attackers were scattered around the area. These were likely enemy troops sent to sweep the area. Where's the rest of your team? Where's the captain? One of the mech pilots urgently asked over the comms channel. The pilot of Mech 7 explained, "We were ambushed in this section. The fight dragged on, and we took heavy losses. With the injured and damaged mechs, the captain ordered us to retreat while they continued the mission. But there's less than 5 minutes left until the extraction window closes," someone said anxiously. No one answered. All eyes were fixed on the red trajectory line displayed on the starship's tactical map. During this time, the once static red line had crept forward, now reaching the last mission section. It was dangerously close to connecting with the other red lines, signaling a critical point. The time left for the captain's squad to escape was quickly running out. The pilot of Mech 5 forced themselves to focus on something else. What's the situation outside? They noticed the fighting near the entrance had intensified, with enemy warships increasing in number. The pilot of Mech 9 responded, "About 5 minutes ago, another fleet from the Troll King's army arrived. It's only 40,000 warships, but they're giving us a lot of trouble. We can't delay any longer. The longer we stay, the more danger our mothership faces." Mech 5's pilot looked up at their mothership Golden Scarab, class heavy interstellar dreadnought, Ship 2. Its armor was scarred with battle damage, several secondary turrets destroyed, and thick plumes of smoke billowed from parts of its hull. Explosions erupted intermittently. The most severe damage was to the electromagnetic bio-railgun emplacement, likely hit directly by a T6 grade main cannon or a frontal assault cannon. The impact had left a massive crater over 10 meters long, devastating the section beneath it and leaving only twisted metal and rubble. Fortunately, the Quasi-T7 class warship was resilient enough to endure such punishment for now. The damage was within manageable limits. Seconds ticked by, but there was still no sign of the captain's squad. As the final minute approached, the pilot of Mech 9 spoke with a firm tone. "For everyone's safety, we have to leave now. If we wait too long, the blast wave from the detonation could compromise our escape." "No, the captain and her team haven't returned yet," Mech 5's pilot protested, their voice filled with frustration and defiance. Mech 9's pilot responded sternly, "I understand how you feel, but the captain entrusted you with leading this retreat. She didn't send you here to die waiting." "Wait a second. The mechs can withstand the explosion, but what about the interstellar marines hanging outside? Can their exoskeleton armor handle it?" The question plunged the pilot of Unit 5 into silence. "Prepare to pull back." Ultimately, the decision to retreat was unanimously agreed upon. The pilot of Unit 5 took one last look at the deep passageway ahead before quietly activating the mech's backup energy reserves for its foot propulsion. The Fengwei mech's foot-mounted rocket thrusters consumed internal energy, which was why external boosters had been used on the way in to conserve power, leaving the internal thrusters for the retreat. Is everyone ready? The enemy might still have external defensive forces. Stay alert during the withdrawal. Ready. Begin retreat. At the command, 4 Fengwei mechs launched away from the enemy ship's hull like rockets, heading toward the number 2 ship of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. As they ascended, they saw other interstellar heavy assault teams in nearby positions also retreating, with dozens of fiery trails igniting across the enemy ship's surface. The remaining Closian weapon systems on the Hanhai Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer continued to fire. Though their firepower had significantly diminished, they still posed a deadly threat to the retreating forces already pushed to their limits. The pilot of Unit 5 kept a vigilant eye on the enemy ship's attacks below while anxiously watching the passageway, hoping to see the squad leader and her team emerge safely. But until the very end, the sight she longed for never appeared. "Stay focused. Align with the landing trajectory," came a reminder over the comm channel. On the Golden Scarab-class dreadnought, several docking bays were open, ready to welcome the warriors back. "Lock onto the docking bay coordinates. Move in." Just then, an urgent announcement echoed through the high-level command channel. "In 30 seconds, we will detonate all explosives. Any remaining interstellar marines on the enemy ship must evacuate immediately. Reminder, 25 seconds until detonation. Evacuate now." The news was a crushing blow to everyone. The pilot of Unit 5 clenched her fists, vivid images of Captain Li Kiki and the team pressing forward without hesitation flashing through her mind. Thankfully, her mech entered the landing trajectory smoothly. Despite a hard crash onto the docking bay floor that sent the soldiers aboard tumbling, they had made it back safely. Meanwhile, the surface of the Hanhai Ghost King-class destroyer erupted into a series of fireballs, bursting like a cascade of fireworks. Far away, in a factory on the Xiaolong star system, an elderly dwarf craftsman named Lao Song was hard at work when his hand slipped, sending a new welding tool plummeting toward his foot. Just in time, a nearby colleague reached out and caught the tool midair. "Lao Song, what's going on with you lately? You've been so distracted." That was almost a workplace accident. Sure, we have free medical care, and as long as the injury isn't too severe, they can fix you up. But the pain is yours to bear. And if it leaves you with a mental scar, you might not be able to keep doing this job, even after you've healed. The quick-thinking dwarf cautioned him sternly. My apologies. I'm sorry, Lao Song muttered under his breath. Old Song stood in front of the workbench, sweat beading on his forehead, his expression dazed. The elder craftsman noticed and spoke up at the right moment. I think you need a break. It's our rest time anyway. Come on, brother. Let me take you for a breather. Putting down his tools, Old Song handed over his work before the two left the workshop. They headed to the washroom first, carefully scrubbing away the grime on their bodies. After changing out of their grease-stained uniforms, they donned clean, casual clothes. Ah, this feels so good, the elder craftsman exclaimed as he stretched. Thinking back to the old days, just having a bite to eat was a blessing. Now, working here in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire feels like heaven. Fixed working hours, generous benefits, even our kids' education is taken care of. Everything is so well thought out. And here, no one discriminates against us just because we're interstellar dwarfs. The Xiaolong Emperor is truly a great ruler. For a leader like that, it's worth more than just working hard, it's worth giving your life. At that moment, he noticed Old Song staring blankly at a pendant. Leaning in, he saw it was a holographic family portrait. The most striking figure in the image was a sturdy interstellar dwarf woman in a combat suit, standing in the center. Still worried about Coco? The elder craftsman asked. You know, you really overreacted. She just wanted to become an interstellar mech pilot, and you went so far as to kick her out of the house for 5 whole years. I never abandoned her. Old Song retorted immediately. You think I didn't know my wife and son were secretly taking care of her? Where do you think they got the money? It was all from me. The elder craftsman squinted and smirked. So you were just being stubborn, huh? You've got to work on that temper of yours, too headstrong. A father and daughter can't hold a grudge forever. Besides, look at Coco now. She's doing so well, already a brigadier general in the Xiaolong fleet. There are fewer than 10 interstellar dwarves who've ever earned a military rank, you know? You're all just saying this after the fact. Old Song shot back. If it were your kid wanting to become a mech pilot, would you have agreed? The elder craftsman chuckled without answering, fully understanding the sentiment. While everyone admired Old Song now for having such an accomplished daughter, if it had been their own child, their reaction likely wouldn't have been much different. In their eyes, an interstellar dwarf choosing to pilot mechs was seen as a rebellious act, straying from tradition. Coco's been through so much, Old Song muttered, clutching the pendant tightly, his voice trembling. Do you know how many calluses are on her hands? How many scars are on her body? She's been afraid of pain since she was little, and now she has to endure all this suffering. Seeing Old Song's eyes redden, the elder craftsman patted him on the shoulder. Coco's a good kid, and good fortune follows good souls. You need to take care of yourself. If she finds out you're like this, how will she have peace of mind on the front lines? Come on, treat me to a meal. Consider it a thank you for saving you today. You old rascal, all you think about is food. Old Song grumbled, feigning irritation. A series of violent explosions tore through the hull of the Drought Demon Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. The shockwaves rippled outward, reaching 2 nearby Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts. Scorching fragments of metal scattered like meteors, posing a severe threat to everything in their path. The 2 Golden Scarab-class warships were already battered from prolonged combat. Their armor plating was riddled with crater-like dents, and entire sections had been torn apart, exposing the inner chambers. Along the exterior, their Closian defense systems were working at full capacity, desperately trying to intercept the high-velocity debris. These fragments, though merely remnants of the destroyed warship, carried immense kinetic energy and were constructed from high-strength materials, making them just as deadly as solid artillery shells. The situation was most dire for the Interstellar Heavy Assault Marine Squad led by Song Kiki. They were stationed in a partially sealed compartment, directly in the path of the incoming debris. The Closian defense systems in their vicinity were insufficient to handle the onslaught. Emergency. Incoming debris threatening our position. All Marines, aim every usable weapon outside and fire at will, roared the pilot of Unit 5, struggling to keep their damaged mech operational. The 6-barrel autocannons mounted on the mech roared to life, spraying a torrent of firepower. But within moments, the low ammunition warning began flashing across the display. At the height of the crisis, a voice broke through the comms channel. Open the ammunition bay connection now. Several logistics troops were rushing toward their position, pushing a spare ammunition module. As soon as the connection was secured, the blaring alarms ceased. The pilot of Unit 5's eyes burned with renewed determination. This is our turf. With the mothership behind us, what do we have to fear? Get lost, all of you. The 6 autocannons erupted once more, unleashing a barrage of suppressive fire that shredded the incoming debris. The resulting explosions fragmented the debris further, either melting it or breaking it into smaller, slower-moving pieces. Though less dangerous, the fragments still posed a significant threat. "Take cover. Raise your shields," barked the squad leader. The Marines reacted instantly. Some raised energy shields, others activated their personal starfield barriers, while those without protective gear took shelter behind the mechs. A young female logistics soldier cowered behind a towering mech, her body curled up tightly as the relentless clanging of impacts surrounded her. Cautiously, she peeked out, only to see the floor littered with craters of varying sizes, evidence of the chaos that had just unfolded. Fragments of wreckage rained down like deadly hail, crashing into the ground. She cast a tense glance over her shoulder at the mech behind her. If not for the steel armor shielding her, those high-speed shards could have easily been fatal. The covering fire from the mech's cannons reduced the number of fragments striking the machine. The few that did hit merely caused the massive frame to tremble slightly. "All units, hold your positions. Our comrades are behind us. No one is to move," ordered the pilot of Unit 5, her voice sharp and commanding over the comm channel. "Understood," the other pilots responded in unison. "Hang tight. The hatch is closing just a little longer," came the voice of a ground crew member. The massive hatch was indeed closing, its panels converging from all four directions. As the opening narrowed, the storm of debris became less of a threat. But then, a faint, distorted transmission crackled through the comms. "SSHH. SSHH. The pilot of Unit 5 froze, her ears straining. Despite the static, the voice sparked a sense of familiarity deep within her. "This is Song Kiki. My unit is retreating. Requesting landing coordinates. I repeat, requesting landing coordinates." "Captain." The pilot of Unit 5 immediately recognized the voice. Her heart raced as she frantically scanned the space outside the hatch, zooming in on various sectors of the visual feed. At last, she spotted thema formation of 4 foamway mechs in a protective diamond pattern, shielding a group of interstellar marines. From afar, the entire formation resembled a fiery meteor hurtling towards safety. "It's her. It's our captain. Don't close the hatch. Stop the hatch now," she shouted desperately. The ground crew leader hesitated, his tone heavy with concern. "But if we don't close it, the personnel inside the bay will be at risk." "That's our captain. She's the leader of the Hammerstone squad." The pilot of Unit 5 choked out, her voice trembling with emotion. "Please, just give us a little more time. They're almost here. If we leave them out there, they'll be doomed. The captain has already died twice. If she falls again, she might never return to the front lines." In the Xiaolong Legion fleet, mech and fighter pilots bore the brunt of the danger in every battle. Their roles were not only the most perilous, but also had the shortest operational lifespans. When pilots were killed in action, the revival process often left them with severe trauma, increasing their risk of developing post-resurrection syndrome, a condition that frequently forced them into non-combat roles. Captain Song Kiki had already made the ultimate sacrifice twice, and her last revival had left lingering aftereffects. Only her extraordinary talent and unyielding determination had allowed her to return to active duty. "All right, well wait." The ground crew leader finally relented. The pilot of Unit 5 exhaled in relief and immediately activated her mech's navigation system, projecting a bright guiding beacon. She broadcasted on the comms with urgency, repeating her message. "Captain, it's us. We're in Section B211. The hatch isn't fully closed yet. You can land here. I've activated a navigation signal. Lock onto it and follow the path." But hope was short-lived. A sudden cry of alarm shattered the momentary reprieve. "Emergency! The hatch closing mechanism may have been damaged by debris. It's not responding. We can't stop it from closing," the ground crew leader shouted. The pilot of Unit 5's eyes widened as she realized the hatch was still inexorably sealing shut. If they couldn't halt the process, their captain and her team would be stranded outside, left to endure the relentless barrage of debris in the vacuum of space, a certain death sentence. "Can you hear me?" The pilot of Unit 5 activated the mech's external speakers, her voice ringing out clearly to the maintenance crew and soldiers huddled behind the towering machine. "I'm going to move us to the side now. Follow me, and I'll make sure you all reach safety." With that command, the massive Unit 5 began to shift sideways, its movements deliberate and controlled. The partially closed hangar doors created a narrow corridor on either side, shielding the group from the deadly hail of debris outside. The mech carefully escorted the personnel, each step calculated and precise. One wrong move, and the soldiers could be torn apart by the relentless onslaught of high-speed fragments. "We're safe now. Go do what you need to do." A maintenance worker patted the mech's armored foot, signaling their gratitude. Only then did the pilot feel confident enough to proceed. Unit 5 surged forward, rushing toward the hangar doors that were now 2/3 shut. Its powerful arms clamped onto one side of the door, straining to halt its progress. The effort slowed the movement slightly, but the opposite door continued to close. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the comms. "You didn't think I'd let you handle this alone, did you? It was the pilot of Unit 7. Moments later, another Fengwei mech appeared on the other side, its massive hands gripping the door to assist. Meanwhile, in the distance, four more Fengwei mechs floated in the void of space, led by Song Kiki. The squadron maneuvered with precision, using their jets to adjust their trajectory and ensure a perfect landing inside the hangar. Just hold on a little longer. The pilot of Unit 5 growled through gritted teeth, as if willing the mech to endure the strain alongside her. More Fengwei mechs joined the effort, each bracing against the doors to buy precious seconds. With a series of resounding thuds, several figures dropped heavily onto the hangar floor. Let go. Provide cover fire, the Unit 5 pilot commanded. The mechs immediately released the doors and positioned themselves at the entrance, their weapons blazing to suppress the external threat. The barrage continued until the hangar doors finally sealed shut with a deafening clang. Outside, the sound of debris colliding with the ship persisted, but for now, everyone inside was safe. Captain? Captain! The pilot of Unit 5 called out urgently, her voice trembling with emotion. Around her, 20 or so space marines slumped to the ground, battered but alive. Medical teams rushed forward, tending to the injured. Nearby, the four Fengwei mechs lay in various states of disrepair, their battered forms sprawled across the hangar floor. One of them was missing an arm and a leg, a testament to the harrowing journey it had endured to return. 3 pilots stumbled out of their cockpits, collapsing to the floor from sheer exhaustion. But the fourth mech remained eerily still. Check the captain's mech, now! The Unit 5 pilot barked, panic creeping into her voice. Maintenance personnel scrambled to the unmoving machine, only to discover that the cockpit hatch had been warped shut from the impact. Worse still, the readings showed the pilot's vital signs were plummeting rapidly. Stand back. Unit 5 moved into position, its massive hands gingerly gripping the deformed hatch. Bit by bit, the pilot pried it open, careful not to cause further damage. When the gap was finally wide enough, she leapt from her own cockpit, ignoring the numbing pain shooting through her legs as she landed. Crawling to the damaged hatch, she peered inside. The dim glow of the cockpit's emergency lights revealed a horrifying sight. Blood and shredded flesh coated the interior, painting a gruesome tableau that made her stomach churn. This made her heart leap with anxiety. Captain! Captain! Yang Xiaoxiao shouted desperately. After what felt like an eternity, a faint response finally came from inside the cockpit. Cough, I am okay, Song Kiki said weakly. I just wanted to rest for a bit, but you all woke me up. At that moment, the ground crew's searchlights illuminated the cockpit, revealing a gruesome scene. Song Kiki was slumped in the pilot's seat, her left leg severely deformed from being crushed. Even more horrifying was her abdomen. A piece of unidentified debris, roughly the size of a baby's fist, was lodged deep inside her, the surrounding area charred black and emitting a nauseating burnt smell. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a gaping hole in the mech's side wing that pierced straight into the cockpit. It was clear that the impact of this debris had caused Song Kiki's critical injuries and the complete failure of the communication system. Medic, we have an injured soldier here. Yang Xiaoxiao screamed frantically. The medical team rushed over, using specialized equipment to extract Song Kiki from the cockpit. After administering painkillers, they carefully placed her on a stretcher. Look at you shouting like that, Song Kiki said weakly with a faint smile, glancing at the tear-streaked Yang Xiaoxiao. Anyone would think him about to die. Yang Xiaoxiao, one of the team members Song Kiki had personally trained, was deeply attached to her. I thought you weren't coming back, Captain, she sobbed uncontrollably. This isn't the time for talking, one of the medical staff interrupted. Her condition is stabilized for now, but she needs to be taken to the medical bay immediately. Please step aside. Song Kiki and the other critically injured soldiers were quickly transported away, leaving behind a chaotic scene and a team of survivors finally able to exhale in relief. Curiosity immediately turned toward the less severely injured survivors. Come on, tell Usho, did you make it back alive? By all accounts, there shouldn't have been enough time to retreat. The others pressed eagerly. Through the accounts of several survivors, the harrowing details of their escape began to unfold. After completing the last 3 sections of their mission, they had less than a minute left. Returning the way they came was impossible. Song Kiki made a split-second decision, proposing a daring plan to survive against all odds. She led the team into a room adjacent to the explosion site and used every available resource, including the wreckage of equipment from both allies and enemy to construct a makeshift protective barrier. They huddled in the corner, with the Phoenix Guard mech still partially powered, forming an outer defensive arc to shield the ground troops in the innermost layer. The plan, while seemingly straightforward, was fraught with peril. First, they had to withstand the shockwave from their own explosives. Next, they gambled that the explosion would breach the enemy ship's armor. Finally, they had to break through the ensuing chaos of crossfire, evade both ships' Closian weapon systems, and safely reach the drop pod. Fortunately, fate smiled upon these brave warriors. Not only did they overcome every challenge, but they also flawlessly completed their mission and returned home safely. On the bridge of the second ship of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, Rear Admiral and Captain Hua Feifei fixed her gaze unwaveringly on the enemy vessel ahead. Through the massive observation window, she could clearly see the eruptions of explosions rippling across the hull of the Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. Report, the executive officer said, standing at attention. Our deployed interstellar heavy assault troops are returning in waves. Out of the planned 100 detonation points, 73 were successfully triggered. We are currently assessing the damage to the enemy ship. No need for calculations, Hua Feifei ordered decisively. Deploy all available firepower immediately: bow cannons, main guns, secondary guns, interstellar missiles, and drone swarms. Target the damaged sections of the enemy ship for a final assault. Any severely damaged drones or interceptors are to execute suicide attacks. Once this round of attack is complete, rendezvous with the fifth ship and prepare to break through. Understood. The executive officer promptly carried out the orders. Hua Feifei's thoughts were crystal clear. Destroying the enemy ship was crucial, but not at the expense of her own vessel. The current results were already significant. The enemy ship was heavily damaged. Even if it didn't go down immediately, it would take at least a year to restore its combat capability. In contrast, the two Golden Scarab-class ships under her command, though battered, had sustained mostly superficial damage, with some gun positions destroyed and losses among drones and interceptors. These could all be replenished within a month. Such an exchange inflicting severe damage on a super flagship at the cost of relatively minor losses was more than worthwhile. What's the status of the interstellar heavy assault troops? Hua Feifei asked. The executive officer's expression grew somber. Less than 60 of the combat mechs have returned, of which 3 are critically damaged and beyond repair, and 16 require extensive repairs. The return rate for ground troops is below 39, with over 80 injured and 20 severely wounded. They are currently receiving emergency treatment in the medical bay. In this boarding operation, we lost a total of 12,000 personnel. Hua Feifei was silent for a moment before speaking solemnly. Convey my respect to them. Using my authority, grant all ground troops a promotion of 3 ranks, and combat mech pilots a promotion of 1 rank. Understood. The executive officer quickly noted the order. Such rewards were unquestionable in interstellar warfare. Ground troops and starfighter pilots had the fastest paths to promotion, but also the highest mortality rates. A 3-rank promotion in a single battle was an honor earned through their sacrifice. Under Hua Feifei's command, all operational gun positions on the ship's flank unleashed a relentless barrage at the damaged sections of the enemy ship. The remaining drones and interceptors launched suicide collisions, creating a cascade of fiery explosions. The second ship successfully rendezvoused with the fifth ship, both adopting the same aggressive strategy. Through a video feed, Hua Feifei inquired of Rear Admiral Mu Baiqing aboard the fifth ship. What's your status? Can you continue moving forward? Mu Baiqing responded directly. 1 engine is damaged, propulsion is down by 5, and the star shield is depleted. Over 30 of the hull armor is compromised. 15 of gun positions are non-operational, and we've exhausted all interstellar missiles. Combat effectiveness is down to less than 60. About the same here, Hua Feifei replied. At least we're still mobile and won't slow you down. Then let's proceed as planned, Mu Baiqing affirmed. The enemy had reinforced the outer battlefield with an additional 40,000 interstellar warships, causing immense pressure on the Emperor's forces. Standing at the command platform of the bridge, Rear Admiral Mu Baiqing frowned deeply as she studied the battle situation displayed on the tactical map. In mere minutes, the reinforcement fleet from the Titan King's army had seamlessly joined the fray, placing the Xiaolong Corps under immense strain. Fortunately, the front lines remained steady, anchored by 3 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts and the Dragon Sovereign, the fleet's command ship. What's the status of the Hanhai Ghost King-class heavy strategic destroyer? Mu Baiqing asked softly, her tone calm but laced with concern. Rear Admiral Hua Feifei, standing nearby, responded with a composed expression. Even if it doesn't go down right now, it'll take at least a year or more to recover its combat capabilities. That should be enough to make the Hanhai King feel the sting. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Hanhai Ghost King-class destroyer, the air was filled with the deafening roar of explosions. The violent tremors cracked the walls of the bridge, forming spiderweb-like fissures. A subordinate rushed forward to report urgently. My lord, 80 of the ship's armor is compromised, with 30 severely damaged, breaching internal compartments. Over 300 compartments have been destroyed, and casualties exceed 300,000 soldiers. 60% of our weapon emplacements have been obliterated, and of the remaining 40%, less than half are operational. Most critically, the ship's structural integrity has dropped by over 30, and even the safety coefficient of the bridge has decreased by 27. I strongly recommend immediate evacuation. Evacuate. The Hanhai King clenched his teeth, his fury barely contained. Do you want me to become the laughingstock of the galaxy? The subordinate froze, stricken with fear. For a king, having his flagship severely damaged on the battlefield was a humiliation of the highest order. Calculate the probability of destruction immediately, the Han Hai King commanded, his voice cold and resolute as his fists tightened. Do whatever it takes to preserve the Han Hai Ghost King. Drag it back to the shipyard if you must. This near T7 class flagship was of immense value to the Han Hai King, surpassing even an entire fleet in importance. It was precisely because of such heavy warships that the Xiaolong Corps had managed to hold their ground despite the enemy's reinforcements. The calculations were quickly completed. My lord, if the enemy ceases their assault, we are unlikely to be destroyed outright. However, if the attacks continue, the risk of total loss is exceedingly high. Additionally, 2 of the enemy's Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts are retreating. Our surrounding fleets request permission to intercept and pursue. The Han Hai King found himself at an impasse. Pursuing the enemy could potentially deal a devastating blow to their forces, but it would also expose his critically damaged flagship to further attacks. His clenched fists trembled slightly, a physical manifestation of the rage and frustration boiling within him. Yet, he knew he had no choice but to weigh the risks carefully. The Drought Demon King surveyed the battlefield with a furrowed brow. Sacrificing his flagship, the Drought Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer, for the sake of 2 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts, was simply not a trade he could afford. Relay my orders, he commanded in a low voice. All fleets are to establish defensive formations on the spot to protect the flagship. Firepower is authorized against the enemy Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts, but the flagship's safety remains the top priority. The bridge trembled intermittently with the reverberations of distant explosions. The Drought Demon King slammed his fist against the armrest in frustration, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Meanwhile, aboard the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship, Zhao Chun was focused on assessing the situation. What's the status of the retreat for ships 2 and 5? Commander, Lilith responded promptly. While both ships have completely depleted their star shield energy, their near T7 grade armor and firepower should allow them to break through together. It's nearly impossible for the enemy to destroy them without expending everything they've got. Zhao Chun nodded in approval, his gaze shifting to the screen displaying the battered and smoke-spewing Drought Ghost King-class destroyer. Though they hadn't managed to destroy it outright, inflicting such severe damage meant the ship would be out of commission for at least a year and a half. That alone had bought the Sky Dragon Legion invaluable time. He understood the perils of overreaching. Attempting to annihilate the enemy flagship could drive the opposing forces into a desperate counterattack, potentially costing several Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts. For the Sky Dragon Interstellar Empire, every dreadnought was a priceless asset that could not be risked. This battle was part of Marshal Charlotte's meticulously orchestrated plan. Using a diversionary strategy, they had successfully lured the Troll King's fleet of 40,000 warships to this location. At the same time, on another front, a mere 10 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts were holding off an elite fleet of 10,000 ships, including the newly repaired Troll King-class fortress battleship. The outcome of this bold gamble would determine the trajectory of the war. The plan was unfolding seamlessly. By launching simultaneous attacks across 30 star systems and steadily reinforcing their efforts, they had thoroughly confounded the enemy regarding the Sky Dragon Empire's true strategic target. Now, nearly half of the Drought Demon King's forces had been depleted, forcing this once devastating invasion fleet into a period of recuperation alongside its damaged flagship. This was precisely Charlotte's strategic vision, not to obliterate the enemy in one fell swoop, but to seize the initiative in the war and secure critical time for the Sky Dragon Interstellar Empire to grow stronger. 10 ships against 10 Thusanda high-stakes gamble whose outcome was about to be revealed. Lilith cast a worried glance at Zhao Chun. Although they had 10 Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts at their disposal, the odds seemed grim against the overwhelming force of the enemy's fleet of 10,000 warships. Zhao Chun, however, remained remarkably calm. In a steady voice he said, I can't promise we'll annihilate the enemy, but if it comes to retreating, their 10,000 ships won't be able to stop our 10 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts. His assurance eased Lilith's anxiety, if only slightly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield within the Troll King's dominion, the 10 radiant Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts had already wiped out all the outer patrol ships and sentry posts. Like 10 ferocious beasts poised to strike, they encircled the Troll King's homeworld, his flagship the massive interstellar fortress, Troll King, and the entirety of his fleet of 10,000 warships. The dreadnoughts' cannons locked onto the central zone, advancing methodically, their oppressive presence sending chills through the enemy fleet. On the bridge of the Troll King flagship, the Troll King himself, seething with rage, hurled his goblet to the floor. His roar filled the room. Damn it! The intelligence said the Xiaolong Empire only had 5 Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts. 5 of them are tied up with Hamba. So why are there 10 of them here now? These bastards are clearly coming for me. He knew all too well that the moment his main fleet of 40,000 ships had left, the enemy had precisely timed their assault with these 10 dreadnoughts. Their intent was unmistakable. "Do not panic, my lord," a fleet commander declared confidently over the command channel. "The enemy has only 10 ships. We will ensure your safety and crush these arrogant fools. We request permission to engage. We will destroy the enemy fleet." Other commanders echoed with enthusiasm, eager for battle. But the Troll King's expression only darkened. This fleet of 10,000 ships had been hastily assembled after their defeat in the first campaign. The commanders, though talented, were brash and inexperienced. They had never faced the terrifying might of the Xiaolong Empire firsthand. While they had studied the battle data from the first engagement, those cold, lifeless statistics could not prepare them for the true horror of the Xiaolong forces. "Without my command, no one is to attack," the Troll King ordered, rejecting their requests. "Execute the pre-planned homeworld defense protocol and send distress signals to nearby systems." Even with the intelligence he had gleaned from Hamba, the Troll King dared not underestimate the threat posed by 10 Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts. When someone attempted to argue, the Troll King cut them off with an icy glare. "Since when has my command been up for debate?" His gaze swept across the video feeds, his voice laced with menace. "Follow my orders to the letter. Anyone who dares defy me knows the consequences." The young commanders were abruptly reminded of the Troll King's fearsome reputation. Though his defeat in the first campaign had tarnished his standing, none doubted that provoking him again would lead to their swift and brutal demise. In the central video window of the temporary command channel for the Golden Scarab battleship fleet, a female angel with elegant wings sat gracefully in the command chair on the bridge. She was Tabitha, a current rear admiral of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the captain of the number 6 ship among the Quasi-T7 class Golden Scarab heavy interstellar dreadnoughts. As one of the first angel commanders to establish contact with Xiaolong, Tabitha rose through the ranks from a mid-level angel to a high-ranking one. After the angelic race merged into the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, she, along with other elite members of her kind, joined the Xiaolong military. With their innate gifts, extensive combat experience, and the advantage of their long lifespans, these angel officers excelled in both the military academy and the Academy of the Goddess, demonstrating exceptional capabilities in various combat roles. Tabitha stood out as one of the best among them. Although she had already commanded fleets of over 10,000 starships during her time with the angelic race, she showed little interest in advancing to the rank of Legion Commander. Instead, her fascination was drawn to the mysterious and powerful Quasi-T7 class Golden Scarab. Thanks to the experience gained from the first 5 ships, the training efficiency for the captains of the second batch of 10 Golden Scarabs improved significantly, allowing this fleet to quickly achieve combat readiness. 3 minutes until engagement with the fleet surrounding the Troll King's homeworld, Tabitha announced, her gaze sweeping over her peers in the command channel. "While I've been appointed as the acting commander, we all hold the rank of Rear Admiral. Our mission is clear. First, destroy or severely damage the Troll King-class interstellar fortress ship. Second, annihilate the enemy fleet of 10,000 elite warships. Third, eliminate the Devouring Civilization Research Institute and leadership on the Troll King's homeworld." In the command channel, Rear Admiral Winnie was the first to respond. "Understood." The other Rear Admirals quickly echoed their agreement. While Winnie's command talent was not particularly remarkable, her status as a veteran who had served since the early days of the Xiaolong fleet made her the most senior officer present. If not for the special arrangements by Marshal Charlotte and the Emperor, the position of mission commander would have naturally fallen to her. Among the gathered generals, Major General Winnie might not be the most brilliant commander, but she is undoubtedly the most battle-hardened veteran within the Xiaolong Legion. Starting her career as an ordinary soldier, she spent a full decade rising step by step to the rank of Major General. Without any extraordinary talent, she earned her place here through sheer perseverance, a testament to her undeniable strength. If not for the special arrangements made by Grand Marshal Charlotte and His Imperial Majesty, Major General Winnie's prestige among the 10 present Major Generals would undoubtedly have been the highest. After Angel Tabitha, another Major General, finished her speech, the brief silence on the command channel spoke volumes. All were waiting for Major General Winnie's stance. While the Emperor and the Grand Marshal's orders were clear, the hearts of the officers leaned toward Winnie. Her eventual show of support for Angel Tabitha sent a clear message. With the minor tension resolved, 10 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts swiftly transitioned into combat mode, advancing toward the target zone from 10 distinct directions. At this moment, Major General Winnie discreetly initiated a two-way video link with Angel Tabitha. "Major General Tabitha, don't take their earlier attitudes to heart," Winnie said with a casual tone. "They meant no harm, just some stubborn habits they can't shake. I can assure you, they'll follow your battlefield commands. If anyone dares to disobey orders, let me know, and I'll deal with them personally. Those folks may have more talent and potential than me, but they owe me their lives several times over. If I give them a hard time, they wouldn't dare complain." After her light-hearted remark, Winnie's tone turned serious. I know my place. I was born in the Xiaolong star system, joined the Xiaolong fleet by chance, and followed His Majesty of Xiaolong to where I am today. Because of this, many people respect me, even those with higher ranks address me as Sister Winnie. But I'm fully aware of my abilities. Commanding a fleet of tens of thousands of warships is a massive challenge for me. That's why, when I learned I had the opportunity to captain a Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, I immediately volunteered. I may not excel at commanding vast fleets, but I can handle a single warship with precision. I've read about your achievements. You are already an outstanding leader among the angels, and you've proven yourself in numerous battles since joining the Xiaolong Legion. I fully trust your capabilities, and I will do everything in my power to support your command during this operation. Hearing this, Angel Tabitha paused for a moment before nodding earnestly. No matter the task we're assigned, we fight for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Exactly. We fight for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, Winnie replied with a firm nod. The brief exchange dissolved any lingering tension, and the battle commenced. The 10 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts moved like 10 golden arrows, locked onto their target. Despite their reluctance, the Troll King's Legion deployed a fleet of 10,000 elite warships into formation. Surrounding them were layers of defensive installations, including fortifications and interstellar fortresses. This was, after all, the Troll King's home planet, fortified to the highest degree. To most observers, the idea of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire defeating this fleet with just 10 warships seemed utterly preposterous. The battle erupted in an instant. Though the 10 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts were identical in appearance, each captain had their own unique combat style. Angel Tabitha, captain of the 6th ship, adopted a particularly cautious approach. She activated her ship's star shield, positioning it at the forefront, while deploying all interstellar interceptors and drones. These auxiliary forces didn't immediately strike, but instead formed a fan-shaped attack formation on either side of the 6th ship. Her tactical intent was clear: to first use the Golden Scarab-class dreadnought to penetrate the enemy's firepower net and close the distance for direct engagement. The interstellar interceptors and drone swarms had tactically positioned themselves at the optimal attack range. This not only minimized their operational strain, but also maximized the threat they posed to the enemy. In stark contrast, Major General 1 and I, commanding the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought No. 7, employed a strategy characteristic of the Xiaolong Legiona relentless saturation missile barrage right at the outset. Under the cover of this overwhelming firepower, the flagship, along with its interceptors and drones, pierced through the enemy formation with astonishing speed. The ferocious assault of 10 Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts instantly escalated the battle to its fiercest intensity. The young commanders of the Troll King's fleet, who had initially brimmed with confidence, were now gripped by a stark realization. Their king's earlier apprehension had been well-founded. In mere moments of engagement, the Xiaolong Legion's devastating firepower had suppressed their entire fleet, making it seem as though they faced an army of thousands rather than just 10 warships. Even those who had previously witnessed the power of Quasi-T7 class vessels found themselves in disbelief. The combat capabilities of these golden dreadnoughts rivaled that of the Troll King's fortress flagship itself. Meanwhile, aboard his command ship, the Troll King sat with a grim expression. His flagship, the Troll King Fortress, had yet to fully detach from the shipyard. If their defensive line were breached, the fortress ship would be left catastrophically vulnerable. The loss of this flagship would not only shatter his standing among the three kings, but could also strip him of his throne within the Devourer civilization forever. This was precisely why he had ordered his fleet of 10,000 ships into a defensive formation. Increase the efficiency of the interstellar dockings. The Troll King Fortress must attach and enter combat immediately. The Troll King bellowed, his massive frame shifting restlessly on the throne. Your Majesty, even with expedited procedures, it will still take 20 minutes. A subordinate on the bridge replied with a tone of helplessness. To the Troll King, those 20 minutes felt like a noose tightening around his neck with every passing second. Unacceptable. It must be ready to launch in 10 minutes, he roared. 10 minutes? That's impossible. The subordinate's protest was cut short as the Troll King struck him with a massive hand, sending him hurtling into a bridge pillar. Blood spattered from the subordinate's mouth as he crumpled to the floor. If not for his robust physique and protective gear, the blow would have shattered multiple bones. I understand, sire. I'll see to it immediately, the subordinate stammered, groveling in fear as he scrambled to carry out the order. The Troll King let out a disdainful snort before turning his attention to establishing contact with the Black God King. The Troll King paced restlessly back and forth in the command room, his gaze darting between the flickering, connecting message on the video screen and the sprawling interstellar war simulation laid out before him. In less than 10 minutes of combat, the enemy's 10 Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnoughts had annihilated nearly 1,000 of his fleet's warships. At this rate, His remaining 10,000 vessels would barely hold out for an hour and a half. Though much of the devastating losses came from the enemy's opening missile salvo, the true extent of their capabilities remained a troubling unknown. The Troll King's gut-churned, uneasily Xiaolong's fleet was infamous for its meticulous preparation. Just as they had effortlessly overwhelmed the homeworld of the Devourer civilization, they wouldn't have deployed these 10 dreadnoughts without absolute confidence in their plan. Their objective was clear: obliterate his fleet in the shortest time possible, then destroy his flagship and homeworld. The thought sent a shiver through the Troll King, his fleshy face betraying a flash of fear that replaced the commanding authority he usually exuded. "Where is Black God? Why hasn't he answered my call yet?" he growled, glaring at the unresponsive video feed. The longer the connection took, the more his anxiety mounted. At last, after what felt like an eternity, the screen flickered, and the imposing figure of the Black God King appeared. Without wasting a second, the Troll King blurted out, "Black God, we're in deep trouble. My fleet is under attack by 10 near T-7-class Golden Scarab heavy dreadnoughts. It's a coordinated assault. They lured away my 40,000 warships and struck while my defenses were thin. Their target is obvious: me and the homeworld. I need immediate reinforcements. 10,000 ships won't cut it. I need 100,000, and I need them now. Deploy them to my system through the spatial transport network." The Black God King's expression remained grim as he replied in a measured tone, "I've just been briefed on your situation. But you're not the only one under attack. Hamba forces are also taking heavy losses. His Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic destroyer has sustained critical damage and could be destroyed at any moment. He's demanding support as well. My situation is desperate." The Troll King's voice cracked with urgency. "If reinforcements don't arrive, my fleet won't last another hour. When that happens, it won't just be my flagship. Our homeworld's key institutions and research facilities will be obliterated. The loss would rival that of an entire industrial or resource star system. Black God, you command a fleet of 15 million warships. I'm only asking for 100,000, just a fraction of that." But the Black God King hesitated, his tone heavy with doubt. "Yes, I have 15 million ships at my disposal, but we're facing threats on all fronts. The Xiaolong Empire hasn't even unveiled their full arsenal yet. Their Zerg fleets remain idle, their superweapons untouched. And let's not forget the looming threat of the Holy Elven Empire's advance. Even with these numbers, we're stretched thin. On top of that, I've just received intelligence suggesting Xiaolong's forces have been spotted near the Black God system. If they're bold enough to strike at Two Kings, they won't hesitate to target me as well. I can't leave my defenses vulnerable." The Troll King, after listening to the Black God's explanation, was already seething with rage. He could clearly see through the other's excuse. It was nothing more than an unwillingness to lend a helping hand. Yet, in this dire moment, the Troll King had no choice but to cling to this single lifeline. "Black God, are you really going to stand by and watch my territory fall? This would be a tremendous loss for the entire devouring civilization." Suppressing his fury, the Troll King lowered his stance and pleaded, "I don't need much, just 100,000 interstellar warships will suffice. I'm begging you." The Black God regarded the other's humble plea with a cold gaze before finally relenting. In truth, he had already devised a plan for assistance and could not truly ignore the safety of his two fellow kings. "Understood. I'll dispatch 100,000 interstellar warships to support your side as soon as possible. Hold on for now," the Black God said, though he intentionally refrained from giving an exact timeline for the reinforcements. The transmission ended abruptly, and the video screen faded into darkness. Turning to the 5 fleet commanders of the Black Legion standing nearby, the Black God addressed his trusted subordinates. These 5 were the core of his command, overseeing the most elite fleets of his forces. "Sir, do you truly plan to abandon those 2? asked the 5th commander, whose armor bore the numeral 5. The bluntness of the question raised no eyebrows among the others, who were accustomed to such directness. The Black God stared at the vast cosmic map of the devouring civilization and responded in a cold tone, "I've long considered consolidating the power of those 2. Outwardly, they are at odds with each other, but in truth, they're cunning, never engaging in real conflict while remaining perpetually wary of us. Taking them both on simultaneously is within my ability, but it would inevitably affect the entire devouring civilization. Originally, I planned to deal with them after the campaign against the Skylong Interstellar Empire. However, the failure of that campaign forced me to delay my plans." The 3rd commander, deep in thought, remarked, "Such an action would undoubtedly weaken the strength of our civilization. Perhaps now isn't the right time." But the 1st commander, standing at the forefront, held a different perspective. "I believe now is the perfect opportunity. Sometimes, destruction is necessary for rebirth. Eliminating their factions will indeed impact the devouring civilization, but it's a matter of minimizing that impact. This time, due to the Skylong Interstellar Empire's assault, they've suffered heavy losses. Even their flagship fleets and super flagships have been severely damaged. Striking now would reduce the fallout to its lowest level. He continued his analysis. As for the threat posed by the Skylong Interstellar Empire, we all know their resources cannot sustain a prolonged war. Their tactics can last at most 1 or 2 months before their main interstellar warships run out of munitions, especially their interstellar missiles. At that point, their fleet's casualty rate will skyrocket. Based on our understanding, the Skylong Empire values its losses highly and would not take such risks. Moreover, with the Order backing them, they cannot fully commit to a war, as they must reserve strength for potential threats elsewhere. Their recent attack was strategically aimed at gaining the upper hand in the war and preventing us from launching a surprise assault. From my judgment, after this round of hostilities, the Skylong Interstellar Empire will likely remain quiet for at least a year or more. Their next major offensive will come next year, not now. This gives us the perfect window to eliminate those two and establish a more unified devouring civilization. You've all seen its Skylong Empire under their Emperor's unified command wields incredible combat power. If we were all united under the Black God's leadership, we could unleash even greater potential in warfare. The first commander's argument garnered widespread agreement among the group, though some remained apprehensive. One of them voiced their concern, but if we make a move against those two kings? In the shadowy, cavernous hall of the throne room, the Black God King sat motionless upon his throne, eyes closed in contemplation. A group of Black God commanders were engaged in a tense discussion about a delicate issue: their relationship with the Great Order. On the matter of the Great Order, wouldn't our actions be somewhat inappropriate? One commander ventured cautiously. After all, they were the ones who initially supported the three of us equally. If we start eliminating dissent within, might this provoke their dissatisfaction? The Black God King remained unmoved, his tone calm and measured. As of late, the Great Order has no time to concern itself with us. Why? The commanders exchanged curious glances. In the extragalactic voids between universes, a force has emerged that poses a grave threat to the existence of the Great Order, the Black God King explained. They are fully occupied addressing this danger. As long as we can eliminate the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, I doubt they will hold us accountable. The revelation left the commanders stunned. To them, the Great Order was an unfathomably powerful entity, one that inspired both fear and awe. Much of the advanced war technology that had propelled their civilization forward was a gift from the Great Order. Without such support, they would never have reached their current level of dominance. Let's get to the point. The Black God King's eyes snapped open, piercing and electric. Now that our course of action is decided, we must make thorough preparations. That single look was enough to convey the king's resolve. Henceforth, the devouring civilization would tolerate only one ruler. The second commander, the sole woman among them, spoke up. We need to reinforce these two battlefronts, but timing will be absolutely critical. The Black God King tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his throne, elaborating on the strategy in detail. The two rival kings must be eliminated, but not through direct action. Their trusted followers must also be quietly removed during the conflict, with the blame conveniently placed on the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. The super flagships of the Troll King and the Drought Demon King should ideally be seized for their own use. Additionally, their research institutions and industrial systems must remain intact. The Xiaolong Emperor seeks to dictate the terms of this war and undermine our offensive capabilities, the Black God King continued. While it's true that we may struggle to launch another offensive against the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire in the short term after this war, we cannot allow them to leave unscathed. Our universe is not a place they can enter and exit at will. The five commanders understood the unspoken directive. Use the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire as a tool to eliminate the two rival kings and their inner circles, preserve their assets, and ensure that the Xiaolong forces pay a heavy price for their intrusion. According to intelligence from the outposts, on the Drought Demon King's star system battlefront, the fleets of the Drought Demon King and Troll King comprising 40,000 interstellar warships were still locked in a fierce stalemate with the Xiaolong fleet. Without reinforcements, the conflict had ground to a deadlock. Meanwhile, the Drought Demon King's Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer had suffered severe damage in its engagement with two Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts. Though it survived, it was no longer combat-ready. Before the interstellar war simulation, the Black God King and his five commanders were engaged in a critical strategic deployment. The situation on the Hamba King's battlefield remained relatively stable. The Xiaolong Legion's fleet had refrained from obsessively attempting to destroy the Hamba Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar multirole destroyer. Meanwhile, the Hamba King had shifted to a fully defensive stance and issued a call for reinforcements. The Black God's third commander analyzed calmly, stating that the current situation was still under control. They could determine the timing of reinforcements based on whether the Xiaolong Legion sent additional support. The situation on the Troll King's battlefield, however, was much clearer. The Black God's fifth commander provided a detailed description of the battlefield dynamics. 10 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts from the enemy were besieging the Troll King's fleet of 10,000 interstellar warships and the massive Troll King fortress starship. We only need to intervene when his fleet is reduced to about 2,000 ships, or when the enemy fleet threatens the Troll King's main planet and flagship. After all, the savior always shows up at the last moment, the Black God's fourth commander added with a hint of playful sarcasm. The Black God's first commander focused his gaze on the Xiaolong Legion fleet's position on the Hamba King's battlefield displayed on the simulation. The Xiaolong Emperor's personal guard fleet and his flagship, the Dragon Sovereign-class interstellar command ship, are here. It's highly likely the Xiaolong Emperor himself is present. This guard fleet would be our ideal target, and striking here could draw more Xiaolong Legion fleets into a decisive battle. The Black God King acknowledged his subordinate's analysis and then inquired about the specific forces required and the command assignments. All 5 commanders instinctively turned their attention to the Black God's first commander, the undisputed leader among the 5, overseeing the elite fleet cluster composed of 5 distinct Black God Corps. The Black God's first commander began issuing assignments. He pointed toward the Troll King's battlefield. 5th Commander, you'll lead a Black God 5th Corps fleet along with a fleet of 100,000 standard warships to execute the plan. The Black God Corps, as the Black God King's ace forces, comprised only 150,000 interstellar warships in total. However, their combat prowess was so formidable that even the other 2 kings dared not underestimate them. A single corps of 30,000 ships, excluding Quasi-T7 class interstellar warships, was more than capable of holding its own against an enemy's main fleet. 130,000 interstellar warships are more than enough to handle those 10 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts, the Black God's 5th commander said eagerly. This will be the perfect opportunity to personally test the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's mass-produced Quasi-T7 warships. The Black God's first commander reminded him, remember, your primary objective is to secure the outcome, not annihilate the enemy. Got it, got it. If they retreat, I won't chase them. The 5th commander replied with a dismissive wave. Turning to the Hamba King's battlefield, the first commander addressed the 2nd and 3rd commanders. Each of you will lead a Black God Corps fleet, supported by 300,000 interstellar warships, to secure the battlefield. Apply pressure on the Xiaolong Emperor's fleet, and if possible, destroy his flagship. The goal is to attract as many reinforcements from their side as possible. On this battlefield, you have full discretion to eliminate enemy forces. The Black God's 2nd commander licked her lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, while the 3rd commander nodded coldly in acknowledgement. And once again, I'm the one left behind. The Black God's 4th commander grumbled with feigned indignation. We must prepare for any unexpected moves from the enemy, the 1st commander explained. The Xiaolong Emperor still has his Xiaolong Swarm fleet, and the Holy Elven Empire's forces remain suspiciously inactive. Besides, I'll be staying with you. The Dark God King swept his gaze across the assembly in the Grand Hall, his voice low and commanding as he issued the final orders. The 3 Dark God commanders bowed respectfully and left without hesitation, leaving only the 4th commander standing in place. You may leave as well, the 1st commander said calmly. The 4th commander hesitated for a moment, then seemed to understand something. A faint smile crossed his face as he turned and departed. The vast expanse of the throne room was soon left with only the Dark God King and the 1st commander. Brother, the Dark God King, clad in black armor, leaned back against his throne, his face obscured by the shadows. Do you think him too ruthless? Those 2 may have made mistakes, but they've fought by our side through countless battles. The 1st commander gazed at his younger brother, his expression a mix of guilt and complexity. Despite being siblings, he had chosen to serve under his brother's commanded choice with its own deeper reasons. Whatever you decide, I will see it done, the 1st commander replied evenly, as if eliminating the 2 kings was no more than a trivial task. Ha ha ha, the Dark God King laughed, his voice echoing through the chamber. It's good to have you by my side, brother. When we rule over the entire Devourer civilization, shall I make you a king as well? The 1st commander knelt on one knee, his armor glinting faintly in the dim light. The Devourer civilization needs only one king, and that is you. I will always be your sword, fighting for your cause. The scene shifted to the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, a massive interstellar command ship. Zhao Chun stared at the video feed of Charlotte, her determined expression filling the screen. You're contacting me to initiate the next phase of the operation, aren't you? Exactly, Charlotte replied with a resolute nod. We've detected movements from the Dark God King's elite fleet. It's likely their targets are your battlefield and the Troll King star system. That guy sure knows how to bide his time, Zhao Chun said with a smirk, waiting until I've almost cleaned up his 2 brothers before making a move. Doesn't seem like the bond between the 3 kings is all that strong. Charlotte pulled up a holographic war map, the entirety of 32 battlefields projected in vivid detail. She meticulously outlined the strategy. In 5 hours, 2/3 of the forces across the star systems would retreat and regroup, while the remaining forces would adapt to the changing situation. Zhao Chen leaned back thoughtfully. The Dark God King thinks he's using me as bait, but he doesn't realize we're the real hunters. As long as we keep the Supernova Ultimate Bomb and the Wyvern Zerg fleet as hidden aces, hell, remain cautious. This position will be extremely dangerous for you, Charlotte said, her concern evident. Shouldn't you consider relocating to another starship for safety? Zhao Chen interrupted her firmly. Don't even suggest that. I'm the linchpin of your plan, and the enemy's eyes are fixed on my every move. Besides, you should know my personality by now. Charlotte shrugged helplessly, covering her forehead with her hands. She let out a deep sigh, her eyes filled with concern. Honestly, I know that neither I nor Lilith can persuade you. We know your personality all too well. She looked up, her gaze intense as she stared at Zhao Chen. I'm not insisting that you retreat to a safe zone, but please, take care of yourself. Winning or losing this battle doesn't matter, but you absolutely cannot come to harm. You know very well that your importance to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire far exceeds the outcome of a single battle. Her words were sincere and heartfelt. Anyone present could face danger, even sacrifice. Both Charlotte and Lilith could accept the possibility of death, but not Zhao Chen. His fall would be something the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and everyone present simply could not bear. Don't worry, after going through so many battles, haven't I always come out fine? I won't die, Zhao Chen replied lightly. Charlotte said no more and turned to arrange the deployment. 3 hours was neither too long nor too short. On the battlefield against the Drought Demon King, both sides remained locked in a stalemate. Fortunately, the number 2 and number 5 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts had safely withdrawn. Though temporarily unable to continue fighting, they guarded the Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship, waiting for the return journey while ensuring its safety. Your Majesty, Captain Hua Feifei of the number 2 ship requests punishment, Major General Hua Feifei said solemnly through the video window. We failed to destroy the Drought Demon King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. In another video window, Major General Mu Baiqing, captain of the number 5 ship, also spoke up. We bear responsibility for the combat failure, and I am willing to accept all consequences. Zhao Chen looked at the two captains and shook his head. When I assigned the task, I said that you weren't required to destroy the enemy ship. It was up to your judgment. Engage if you can, retreat if you can't. You managed to severely damage the enemy's Drought Demon King-class ship with just 2 ships, sidelining it for at least a year and a half. I'm very satisfied with this outcome. There's no fault in that. Now, just rest where you are and be ready for new orders. We might still need you in this battle. Hearing the Emperor's reassurance, both Hua Feifei and Mu Baiqing responded, but still felt a sense of regret. It was such an opportunity. The number 2 ship is ready to execute orders at any time. Hua Feifei stood tall. The number 5 ship as well, ready to face any enemy, anywhere, anytime, Mu Baiqing promptly added. After the call ended, the bridge lights dimmed, and everyone except the duty officers went to rest. But Hua Feifei remained standing like a statue at the command platform, repeatedly watching the battle footage. Captain, why are you still here? A deputy captain approached, trying to persuade her. The Emperor didn't blame us and even mentioned rewards when we return. Don't dwell on it. Hua Feifei's expression remained stern. Even though the Emperor didn't blame us, we could have done better. Maybe even destroyed the enemy ship. Hua Feifei stood in the bridge command room, her expression serious as she reviewed several battle scenes and command logs. Each frame on the screen reminded her that Ship 2 could have performed better, perhaps even altering the outcome of the battle. This was our oversight. We can't become complacent just because His Majesty hasn't reprimanded us, she said, her voice tinged with self-reproach. If only my decisions had been more precise during those critical moments. The deputy captain watched the captain struggle with self-doubt and sighed, covering her forehead with her hand. She understood all too well that even Marshal Charlotte couldn't make flawless decisions in every battle scenario. A perfect commander doesn't exist. Such a being would have to be a god, not a mortal. Meanwhile, the situation in the Ogre King star system was becoming increasingly dire. In just 3 hours, his fleet had lost over 3,000 interstellar warships. The assault from 10 Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnoughts was relentless, steadily shrinking the battlefield, threatening to bring even the main star system under enemy fire. The most devastating blow was the plight of the Ogre King fortress ship. This flagship, originally trapped in the dock, had become a prime target for 3 enemy ships. Although it managed to escape the dock at great cost, its armor was badly scarred, with multiple engines and turrets damaged, reducing its combat effectiveness to less than half of its peak. Report. We've lost over 60 of our defensive positions and star fortresses. The outer defense line of the main star system has completely fallen, and we have fewer than 5,000 operational ships. The officer's report was filled with urgency. The Ogre King gritted his teeth, finally understanding the true intentions of the Black God King. Throughout these 3 hours, he had repeatedly called for assistance from the Black God, only to be met with dismissive promises of soon. Now, He realized this so-called ally was waiting for the perfect moment to seize the spoils. That bastard black god plans to let us die, the Ogre King growled in fury. As one of the three kings, he had once fantasized about annexing the territories of the other kings, but it had remained merely a fantasy. Yet now, the Black God King seemed poised to turn this ambition into reality. So what do we do now? The subordinate's question was laced with anxiety. Faced with this inquiry, even the Ogre King found himself at a loss, unable to devise any strategy. The Troll King found himself in an unprecedented predicament. The earlier battles against the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had depleted his forces, and he had been compelled to dispatch a significant number of troops to aid the Black God King. Additionally, he recently sent 40,000 starships to support the Drought Demon King, leaving his available forces at an all-time low. In this critical moment, an officer burst into the command room, exclaiming, "Report! In 30 galactic battlefields, nearly 20 of them have seen the Xiaolong forces suddenly withdraw." Withdraw? The Troll King furrowed his brow, murmuring thoughtfully, "Could it be that the Xiaolong's true targets are me and the Drought Demon King? Were the attacks on those 30 galaxies just a feint?" His subordinates remained silent, too intimidated to speculate on such crucial military intelligence. After careful consideration, the Troll King made a decisive call: send the order. All available fleet units, return for reinforcement immediately. He believed that securing his own position in the headquarters was the top priority. If the main base was overrun, the resources from those galaxies would be meaningless. However, his deputy expressed concern. "Sire, could this be a trap by the enemy? Those are vital resources and industrial galaxies. Even if we survive the current crisis, losing those galaxies will severely weaken us, making post-war recovery difficult. Your position might be at risk." These words placed the Troll King in a dilemma. It was a choice between preserving life and preserving wealth, either risk everything to protect resources or lose everything just to stay alive. For some, survival is paramount. But for those accustomed to power and wealth, living without them might be a fate worse than death. After a long silence, the Troll King ordered, "Immediately gather data on our direct forces in the 30 galactic battlefields and the number of warships currently available to deploy." Soon, the information was before him. Of the nearly 80 million starships in the devouring civilization, the majority belonged to the three great kings or their subordinate lords. The Black God King controlled half, commanding 35 million warships, making him the most formidable. This only intensified the Troll King's challenging situation. The Troll King stood on the bridge of the command center, his brow furrowed. The first battle against the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had cost him dearly. Despite spending 6 months rebuilding his fleet, his military strength remained at the level of 20 million starships. In contrast, the Drought Demon King commanded 25 million ships, a disparity that often led to his mockery of the Troll King. "Report, sir." The lieutenant stood at attention. "Excluding the 10 star systems currently engaged in battle, we have approximately 8 million ships available in the remaining 30 star systems." The Troll King knew well that under the circumstances, the actual available forces would be halved. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered, "Divide these 10 star systems into 2 categories for deployment station, 500,000 ships in each key system and 300,000 in each secondary system." "Yes, sir." "This will leave us with 4 million maneuverable ships," the lieutenant quickly calculated. This number meant that they had abandoned all reserve allocations, and if these systems were attacked by the Xiaolong Legion, they would have no choice but to request support from the Black God King. No matter. The Troll King gritted his teeth. "Immediately redeploy these 4 million ships back to the main star system for support." The order was swiftly communicated. Due to insufficient long-range transport devices, most ships had to rely on stargates for transportation. Even for large stargates, transporting such a massive fleet in a short time was a significant challenge. Ultimately, only 2 million ships were successfully redeployed, largely due to the Black God King's covert interference. It was rumored that the relevant Legion commanders received special messages from the Black God star system. On the front line, the commanders of 10 Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnoughts were conducting a battle analysis. Major General Tabitha, through a video conference, informed the other 9 captains, "The enemy will provide reinforcements through the Stargate, with the first wave of 100,000 ships expected to arrive within an hour, followed by additional support." "What about our reinforcements?" one Major General inquired. Tabitha explained, "According to Marshal Charlotte's instructions, as most T6 Emerald Dream-class jump ships are cooling down, reinforcements will be in 2 waves. The first wave of about 100,000 ships will travel at warp speed, taking 5 hours. The main force will wait for the jump ships to reset, which will take at least a day." All commanders' expressions grew serious. On the current battlefield, the enemy still had 5,000 ships and a quasi-T7 Troll King fortress ship. Although they maintained a full complement of 10 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts, missile reserves and star shield energy were critically low. Once enemy reinforcements arrived, Even 10 Quasi-T7 ships would struggle to withstand such overwhelming forces. In the command room of a Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, 10 uniformed Rear Admiral captains sat around a tactical meeting table. Rear Admiral Captain Tabitha, the Angel, scanned her 9 fellow officers with a grave expression and said, "If we get trapped here by the enemy, all 10 of our main battleships could get bogged down. I've heard there's movement from the Black God King's fleet." Rear Admiral Captain Winnie of the 7th Fleet broke the silence, her sharp gaze fixed on Tabitha. Tabitha nodded in confirmation and proceeded to analyze in detail. According to intelligence from the Supreme Staff, there is discord among the 3 kings. The Black God King might use us as a tool to seize the power of the other 2 kings. However, they also won't allow us to cause excessive damage to the devouring civilization. One of the Rear Admirals astutely suggested, "Perhaps we should consider the next move from the Black God King's perspective." As soon as he finished, another Rear Admiral picked up the thread, beginning his analysis. As the Black God King, the ideal strategy would be to use the Xiaolong Legion to weaken the 2 kings' forces while ensuring they don't inherit a wasteland. The key is the timing of their intervention. He continued, "There are 2 critical points. First, if we launch an attack on the Troll King's main star, which houses significant research and central institutions. Second, the opposing Quasi-T7 Troll King-class interstellar fortress battleship. Despite its old wounds, this newly repaired ship is one of the only 3 Quasi-T7 interstellar warships of the devouring civilization and holds significant strategic value." Rear Admiral Winnie raised a crucial question. "So, can we maintain battlefield balance to delay the Black God King's fleet's engagement?" Tabitha's eyes were sharp. "Are you suggesting we bet on the Black God King's level of greed?" Winnie nodded in agreement. "Since they've shown their ambition to annex, it indicates their greed. We can exploit this by controlling the intensity of our attacks, creating the illusion of a stalemate with the Troll King's defensive fleet." Tabitha added, "According to my calculations, once we initiate an attack on the main star and the Troll King-class ship, we have only 10 minutes of actual combat time. Exceeding this limit means we must immediately withdraw from the battlefield." 10 minutes? The Rear Admirals present frowned at the words. Capturing 2 critical targets in such a brief time frame posed a significant challenge. A tense atmosphere filled the air as everyone contemplated this nearly impossible mission. Captain Major Winnie spoke with determination. "To ensure our combat efficiency is maximized, I propose that several of our Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts take a break to restore to their optimal combat state before leading this offensive mission." No sooner had she finished than she posed a critical question. "We face a daunting challenge. The Troll King is redeploying legions from other galactic battlefields, and it's estimated that millions of warships will gradually join this battle. Meanwhile, neither the Grand Marshal nor His Majesty the Emperor has promised any reinforcements. Our 10 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts are more than capable of handling the immediate threat of 10,000 enemy ships, and we are confident against 100,000 standard Devourer civilization ships. However, facing forces numbering in the millions is a formidable task." Major Angel Tabitha approached the star map, pointing to the location of a stargate. According to intelligence, enemy reinforcements will arrive through 2 methods: stargate teleportation and warp travel. The stargate is faster but limited in capacity, while warp travel, although slower, can transport large-scale forces. The main enemy forces will reinforce using this method. Her gaze was intense. "We have no choice but to allocate part of our forces to destroy this stargate, delaying the enemy reinforcements." The other 8 majors exchanged glances, understanding the crux and complexity of the plan. "How exactly should we deploy? Every move of our 10 dreadnoughts is crucial." Angel Tabitha traced several tactical routes on the map. "Here's my plan: split the 10 ships into 2 groups. 5 will feign an attack on the stargate, but only 2 will actually proceed to assault it. The other 3 will remain concealed, out of enemy detection, to receive supplies and prepare for a critical 10-minute strike. The remaining 5 will continue to engage here, to confuse the enemy." One major voiced concerns. "I have 2 questions. First, the Dark King is closely monitoring the battlefield. Won't our attack on the stargate trigger his response? Second, can 2 dreadnoughts alone take down a stargate defended by 3,000 regular troops and receiving constant reinforcements?" Angel Tabitha responded calmly. "Regarding the first question, there is indeed a risk. This is precisely why we are sending only 2 dreadnoughts, because even we are unsure if we can seize this stargate." The majors collectively wore expressions of doubt upon hearing this. Major General Tabitha, the angelic fleet commander, paused for a moment, her expression grave as she analyzed the situation. "The Dark God King is known for maximizing his benefits. He won't act recklessly without a sure chance of victory. Our true mission with the 2 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts is not to directly destroy the enemy's stargate, but to disrupt its operations and limit its transport capacity. If we can cause some damage, all the better." The other major generals present wore serious expressions upon hearing this. One captain immediately raised a crucial question. When exactly will the 10-minute operation plan be executed? The timing depends on the enemy's movements, Tabitha explained. But there's a prerequisite to need 3 Golden Scarab-class warships to complete their resupply, which will take at least 3 hours. This means we will hold our position for 3 hours, after which we may act at any moment. Major General Winnie promptly responded, "Let's have a show of hands to approve this operation plan." She raised her hand first, and the other 8 followed suit. Unanimous approval with 10 votes. Tabitha nodded and quickly began assigning tasks. The ships in the best combat readiness, numbers 7, 11, and 15, will execute the 10-minute operation under the unified command of Major General Winnie. My ships, number 6 and 13, will handle the Stargate attack. This arrangement shocked everyone. Major General Winnie immediately protested. "No, you are the overall commander. You should stay here to oversee the entire operation. Let me take charge of the Stargate attack." Tabitha frowned. "The task over there is more critical, Major General Tabitha," Winnie interrupted, "this isn't about the importance of tasks, but about who is better suited for which position. You are the helmsman. Your command skills are needed here." Tabitha was momentarily speechless. She understood that Winnie had seen through her intent to lead by example, yet she couldn't deny the validity of Winnie's argument. After taking a deep breath, she restructured the deployment. "Then let's arrange it this way. Major General Winnie's ships, number 7 and 13, will be responsible for the Stargate attack. My ships, number 6, along with 11 and 15, will execute the 10-minute plan. The rest of the fleet will maintain the current offensive pace." Any questions? The group responded in unison. No questions. Soon, the Troll King across the battlefield noticed that 5 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts, which had been attacking, suddenly withdrew from the battle. His subordinates immediately reported, "Sir, 5 of the enemy's Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts are retreating from the battlefield." The Troll King, his face a mass of wrinkles and fat, furrowed his brow in deep thought. The battlefield situation before him was puzzling. Why would the opposing Xiaolong commander withdraw half of their forces at such a critical moment? It defied all logic. With the advantage of possessing 10 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts, they should be launching a full-scale assault. As he pondered, a new intelligence report solved the mystery. Report: 5 enemy Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts are heading towards our star system's gate, possibly preparing to attack. The Troll King immediately grasped their intent. They've learned we have reinforcements on the way and want to destroy the Stargate to prevent our backup from arriving. A nearby advisor cautiously reminded him, "Our Stargate garrison consists of only a standard fleet of 3,000 starships, which could be risky." "No matter," the Troll King replied calmly. "Though the Stargate garrison is just 3,000, our reinforcements are already en route. More importantly, our main reinforcements are using warp travel, so damage to the Stargate will have limited impact. With the enemy diverting 5 main warships, it significantly eases the pressure on our main battlefield." For the Troll King, protecting the home planet and flagship was paramount. A mere Stargate, at most, would only delay the arrival of reinforcements, a price he was willing to pay. He immediately ordered, "Alert the Stargate defense line. Enemy Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts are approaching. Instruct them to hold the line at all costs." The first wave of reinforcements should prioritize defending the Stargate. As both sides believed they were making the optimal choice, the battlefield situation subtly shifted. The 5 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts, instead of heading straight for the Stargate, maneuvered into a hidden zone surrounded by an asteroid belt. There, an interstellar supply fleet had been waiting. This was a carefully planned move by Grand Marshal Charlotte. Utilizing the Ghost Scout Elite Corps advantage of having operatives throughout enemy territory, they could strategically position within enemy lines. The cover provided by the stealth reconnaissance ships ensured the supply fleet remained hidden, awaiting the mission's start. "Is this area secure?" Angel Major General Tabitha inquired of the reconnaissance squad leader. "We have dispatched 10 scout teams for confirmation. There are no enemy eyes in the vicinity," the reconnaissance commander replied confidently. Satisfied, Tabitha nodded and then turned to another communication window displaying Major General Winnie. "Winnie, your mission carries the highest risk. If anything unexpected happens, you're free to make your own decisions. Remember, the value of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts far outweighs that of the enemy Stargate. If necessary, you can retreat. Don't worry, leave everything to us," Major General Winnie replied with a smile. After wishing each other success, the 5 warships split into 2 groups. 3 remained in place, while the other 2, accompanied by 30 interstellar supply ships and stealth reconnaissance ships, continued forward. Cleverly, the reconnaissance ships used optical camouflage equipment to project the illusion of 3 additional Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts. From a distance, it appeared as if all 5 main ships were still advancing in formation. Golden Scarab number 7, This is Star Spirit Supply Team 016. We have been assigned to accompany and resupply your vessel, came a clear voice over the communication channel. On the bridge, Major General Winnie gazed out the porthole to see 15 interstellar supply ships of varying sizes clustering around her Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnought like offspring around a mother beast. On the video feed, she could see the determined face of the supply fleet commander. "This is Golden Scarab number 7. Thank you for your support." Major General Winnie responded succinctly. Soon, the 16 ships synchronized their data and began moving at a uniform speed. Numerous supply hatches on the hull of the Golden Scarab opened slowly, and the surrounding supply vessels extended their docking modules, aligning perfectly with the mothership. This supply fleet represented the most advanced logistics of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire: 1 T6 Star Spirit Heavy Supply Ship, 4 T5 R-Class Heavy Supply Ships, and 10 T4 Moon Goddess-Class Heavy Supply Ships. Although higher-grade ships have greater capabilities and cargo capacities, the most efficient operations often result from the seamless cooperation between different models. Report: all supply ships have completed docking. The voice of the deputy sounded. Commence supply operations immediately. Countdown set to 30 minutes. The captain ordered, and the countdown appeared on every terminal on the bridge. Various strategic resources flowed continuously through the supply pipelines into the mothership, especially the crucial interstellar missiles. Mid-flight resupply is a highly challenging task, where any mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, the Xiaolong fleet, including these supply ships, embodied the pinnacle of technological advancement, ensuring the process proceeded without a hitch. In what felt like an instant, 30 minutes passed, and the 2 Golden Scarab-class warships were nearing the Stargate of the star system. Meanwhile, 3 sister ships stationed at the asteroid belt were also receiving supplies. Supply operations complete, beginning to disengage, the supply fleet commander reported via video to Major General Winnie. "Thank you for your hard work." Major General Winnie saluted. "It's our duty. Best of luck to you." The supply fleet commander returned the salute and cut the communication. Major General Winnie turned to the tactical display, focusing on the nearby Stargate. 5 minutes until entering combat range, the Major General of the 13th Fleet reminded her. "Proceed as planned." "Any issues on your end?" Winnie asked. "No issues whatsoever," the 13th Fleet captain replied firmly. "Then issue the order and prepare for battle," Major General Winnie commanded calmly, as if facing not thousands of enemy ships but a routine drill. Soon, deep space telescopes projected the enemy positions onto the bridge's display. A T6 medium star system gate stood in space, surrounded by defensive structures and interstellar bunkers. 3,000 enemy ships were arrayed before the gate, ready for combat. In the command center of the Stargate garrison fleet, alarms blared incessantly. 2 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts were closing in on their combat range. This news brought a dismissive smirk to the fleet commander's face. "Just 2 quasi-T7 interstellar warships? We've got 3,000 ships here." The commander leaned back in the captain's chair on the bridge, his voice brimming with confidence. The deputy commander stood nearby, his expression serious as he cautioned, "Sir, we must remain cautious." On the Troll King's battlefield, the enemy managed to suppress our elite fleet of 10,000, with just 10 Golden Scarab-class ships. Even the Troll King's flagship, the Troll King Fortress, was helpless. "Humph." The commander sneered, cutting him off. "These 2 ships have just rushed over from that battlefield. They must be in poor condition. Besides, we're backed by the Stargate, with reinforcements pouring in. They'll only grow weaker, while our strength will only increase." Ambition flashed in his eyes. "If we can secure the first kill of an enemy quasi-T7 warship, the Troll King's reward?" The deputy commander was about to agree when a crucial thought struck him. "Wait, sir. The previous intel mentioned 5 Golden Scarab-class ships coming to assist. Why are there only 2 now? Where are the other 3? This question furrowed the commander's brow. Just as he was about to report this anomaly to the Troll King, the communications department delivered even more unsettling news. "Report: all communication systems are being jammed. We can't contact the outside world." "It seems the enemy has other plans," the deputy commander quickly strategized. "We could send a few ships through the Stargate to relay messages via other star systems. It might take half an hour, but it's our only option at the moment." The commander immediately agreed to the suggestion. If a delay in intelligence led to severe consequences, the Troll King's wrath would be unbearable. "Do it at once," he ordered urgently, calculating the potential threat posed by the 3 missing Golden Scarab-class ships. The successful transmission of intelligence brought a sigh of relief to the commander. If the information hadn't gotten through, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, the opposing Xiaolong-class interstellar battleships lacked the capability to disrupt the Stargate, allowing this crucial step to proceed smoothly. The fleet commander, having set aside any previous underestimation, now wore a serious expression as he issued orders: "Relay to all units. Every fleet must approach those 2 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts with caution. Focus on defense, and no fleet is to leave their position without my explicit permission. Understood. The deputy captain promptly began disseminating the orders. Meanwhile, the two massive Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts were steadily advancing towards the defensive line, their tactical formation baffling observers. Report. The deputy captain pointed to the display screen. The enemy ships are exhibiting an unusual combat formation. On the screen, the two Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts appeared nearly merged, stacked one above the other like a giant biscuit without filling. This mode of navigation defied conventional tactics. Such proximity not only heightened the risk of collision, but also rendered the weaponry on their adjacent sides ineffective. Even the most skilled helmsman couldn't prevent at least 1/5 of the gun positions from being unable to fire due to restricted angles. To everyone's astonishment, these two colossal ships were also rotating in a synchronized manner while maintaining their close alignment. What are the captains of these starships thinking? The fleet commander stood abruptly, staring at the screen in disbelief. The staff officer quickly offered his analysis. Sir, this seemingly illogical tactic actually has significant merit. Firstly, because of their close proximity, the star shield of a single ship can almost cover both vessels. Secondly, the overlapping Closian weapon systems enhance the overall defensive capability by at least 50. He paused briefly before continuing. As for the rotation, it's designed to allow all gun positions to alternate between firing and cooling. When one side's guns are restricted due to overlap, they can cool down, preventing the risk of overload from continuous high-intensity firing. Even a near T-7 class interstellar battleship requires such a tactical arrangement. This analysis plunged everyone present into deep thought. This seemingly clumsy tactical combination was, in fact, a meticulously crafted and perfectly coordinated strategy. The rotating attack strategy was akin to a precise Gatling gun, with intermittent firing effectively mitigating the risk of overheating. The fleet commander furrowed his brow after hearing the explanation. So, what can we do to counter this enemy tactic? The strategist shook his head and sighed, then explained in detail. Countering this is straightforward, as we learned in the academy. A dense formation offers stronger fire cover, but also becomes a prime target for the enemy. Against high-intensity saturation attacks, a dense formation is suicidal. In theory, we just need to suppress the enemy with overwhelming firepower. However, the reality is different. Those two quasi-T-7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts far exceed our fire capabilities. The enemy's tactics are quite clever, avoiding their weaknesses while maximizing strengths. Without equivalent firepower, we must rely on the sheer number of our 3,000 ships to wear down the enemy's star shields, breach their armor, and ultimately defeat these two dreadnoughts. In essence, it's like peeling back layers of a hedgehog's defense. The fleet commander impatiently waved his hand. Enough with the talk. I get it. Let's proceed with the attack as planned. He then ordered, reform the line defense into a crescent shape. Once the enemy ships are in range, fire at full capacity. Slow their advance at any cost. Aye, sir. The vice captain immediately relayed the orders. With arms crossed, the commander scoffed. I refuse to believe that just two quasi-T-7 warships, with mere tricks, can stand against my 3,000 ships. The fleet soon reconfigured into a crescent formation. Yet the two Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts advanced steadily, undeterred by the 3,000 ships before them. As soon as the enemy was within range, Major General Winnie commanded, all fire units, except for the Interstellar Missile Division, pick your targets and open fire. The order ignited a torrent of golden rain-like fire from the gun emplacements on Ship 7, targeting the enemy vessels. Simultaneously, Ship 12 unleashed its own barrage, with both dreadnoughts fanning out to launch a fierce assault on the 3,000 enemy ships. These quasi-T-7 warships were equipped with top-tier weapon systems, while the opposing fleet fell short, lacking even T-6 vessels. Their main force consisted of T-5 ships, with the majority being T-4. In this interstellar war, the two quasi-T-7 class Golden Scarab heavy star dreadnoughts demonstrated overwhelming superiority. Against a defensive line of 3,000 lower-class starships, their firepower was nothing short of divine intervention. The frontline star frigates suffered varying degrees of damage. T-6 class frigates barely managed to sustain their star shield fields, but T-5 and T-4 class frigates were not so fortunate. Even when T-4 class frigates activated their star shields and Closian defense guns to create dense barrages, these defensive measures were futile against the Golden Scarab dreadnoughts, which were 2.5 generations ahead in technology. T-5 class frigates could only hold out for a moment before being destroyed. The firepower deployment of the Golden Scarab dreadnoughts was exceedingly precise. The three super bioplasma pulse cannons at the bow targeted T-6 class ships specifically, taking down an enemy ship with each volley, whether it was a frigate, destroyer, or battleship. Even with full shield energy, they couldn't withstand the onslaught. This overwhelming firepower forced the enemy's T-6 flagship to retreat to a safe distance, losing its ability to command the front lines. To deal with T5 and T4 class ships, the dreadnoughts employed 36 electromagnetic biorail heavy cannons and 900 electromagnetic energy main cannons. These weapons formed the infamous Golden Rain, effortlessly tearing enemy ships to pieces. The fleet commander looked pale. Although he had anticipated the strength of quasi-T7 ships, the current battle far exceeded his expectations. The deputy captain anxiously reported, "In less than 10 minutes of engagement, we have lost nearly 500 ships. At this rate, we'll be completely wiped out in an hour, possibly sooner if the enemy is holding back." What about reinforcements? Didn't the sovereign order the Stargate to be secured? The commander asked urgently, as reinforcements were now his last hope. The deputy captain replied, "Reinforcements are arriving through the Stargate at a rate of about 3,000 ships per hour. This number might sound substantial, amounting to nearly 100,000 ships in a day, an impressive capacity for the conventional fleets of the devouring civilization. However, against the quasi-T7 ships of the Xiaolong Legion, this reinforcement speed was clearly insufficient. In the vastness of space, two Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts unleashed a golden storm of firepower, their formidable combat capabilities causing the fleet commander to furrow his brow in contemplation. Gazing out at the intimidating spectacle through the porthole, he spoke gravely, "The power of these quasi-T7 class starships is indeed terrifying. For now, we must tighten our defenses and concentrate our fleet's strength to mount a resistance." The deputy commander, upon hearing this strategy, frowned slightly. While this tactic seemed viable, it was a double-edged sword. It would protect the Stargate, but concentrating their fleet too much could make them an easier target for the enemy, potentially leading to heavier losses. However, given the urgent need to defend the Stargate, it seemed like the only option. Relay the order. As soon as reinforcements arrive, they are to join the defensive battle, the fleet commander said sternly. The current fleet alone could not withstand the relentless assault from the two Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts for long. "I will try to contact the Emperor and request reinforcements from all quarters," he added with resignation, his gaze fixed on the two marauding golden warships in the distance. The deputy commander attempted to offer some comfort, saying, "Sir, there's no need to worry excessively. No matter how powerful these warships are, they will eventually run out of energy and ammunition. They can't sustain combat indefinitely against our thousands of ships. As the battle drags on, their combat effectiveness is bound to diminish." These words did alleviate the commander's anxiety somewhat, but neither of them had yet fully grasped the true nature of the enemy they faced. Meanwhile, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had declared a Level 2 war status. However, since the conflict had not yet reached the homeland and the populace was accustomed to warfare, life within the empire continued smoothly outside the military industry. The military sector and its upstream raw material industries were ramping up production to ensure the supply of military necessities. In the resource landscape of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, only 30% was directly controlled by the government, while over 50% of the remaining 70% was managed by interstellar corporations in which the empire was either an investor or a partner. Take, for instance, the largest northern resource extraction group, managed by private enterprises like the Bayin Group, which took a 30% profit share, while the empire effectively controlled 70% of the profits. Zhao Chen implemented this management model, allowing experts to excel while ensuring oversight through regulatory bodies, creating a win-win situation. Currently, on one of the extraction planets belonging to the Northern Resource Extraction Group, at a transport station on a resource-rich planet, a heated dispute over shipping fees was unfolding. A masked individual pointed to the transport vehicle behind them and loudly questioned the staff inside the booth. The price was clearly 37 per ton before, so why is it now just 35 per ton when we arrive? Not far away, a massive interstellar transport ship was docked, serving as a crucial link in the resource transportation chain. The planet's resource extraction system was well organized. The Northern Resource Extraction Group handled the core mining operations, while transportation was divided into two tiers. The first tier consisted of specialized interstellar fleets handling space transport. The second tier was ground transportation on the planet itself, further divided into the self-operated fleets of the Northern Resource Extraction Group and private fleets assembled by local residents. To support the livelihoods of the planet's indigenous population, the authorities established a dual-track system. Locals could choose to join the Northern Resource Extraction Group as formal employees or purchase transport vehicles to form private fleets. The private fleets, while taking on greater risks, also had the potential for higher rewards and incentive designed to encourage more participation. However, this job was not without its pitfalls. Transport fees could fluctuate, delays or losses could lead to deductions, and some unlucky contractors might even face significant losses. The staff in the booth pointed to a datasheet and replied coldly, "It's not me trying to undercut your price. Look closely, your transit loss exceeded 3, and according to the rules, that means a deduction in payment. You all know these rules, so either deliver the cargo or get lost. We got caught in a planetary storm, that's why. And the previous convoy had quite a loss too, so why weren't they penalized?" the masked woman angrily questioned. The staff member sneered. They did have losses, but not beyond the threshold. Does that answer satisfy you? Keep complaining, and you can forget about delivering here again. Before the woman could continue arguing, a man hurriedly got out of the vehicle and pulled her back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My daughter has a quick temper. Please forgive us. We'll accept the price. As he spoke, he discreetly handed over a pack of cigarettes. The staff took the cigarettes and coldly warned, if you want to make a living here, you should know the rules. Next time, don't blame me for being harsh. After the man input his agreement, the gate opened, and 10 transport vehicles drove to the unloading point, where robots immediately began their work. Meanwhile, the deducted payment was transferred to the fleet's account. Back in the vehicle, the man looked at his sullen daughter in the passenger seat. With the dust inside the vehicle reduced, the woman removed her veil, revealing rough skin that made her appear in her 40s. Sasha, when are you going to learn to control that temper of yours? It's always the same, the man said helplessly. On this resource-scarce planet, a father and daughter were discussing a troubling situation. We're at their mercy now, trying to survive. If we offend them, they have countless ways to make our lives difficult, the man said, removing his veil to reveal a face weathered by hardship. But Dad, they're clearly taking advantage of us. The losses from the convoy ahead couldn't possibly be within limits. It's obvious they're conspiring against us. Jiang Shasha exclaimed indignantly. Her father sighed, handing her a water bottle from nearby. We all know what's happening, but what can we do? If they have the means to avoid deductions, what can we do about it? Shasha hesitated several times, then finally took the bottle and gulped down some water. Noticing her father's parched throat, she offered it back to him. Dad, you're thirsty too. Have some. I'm not thirsty, he insisted, though his dry throat betrayed him. On this planet, where resource extraction had led to extreme water scarcity, nearly all water was imported from interstellar sources, making it prohibitively expensive. Under his daughter's persistence, he eventually took the bottle, only moistening his lips as if savoring nectar, then carefully tightened the cap. Shasha, after all these years, you should understand. We're no longer the Jiang family we once were. Over the past decade, we've worked our way up from laborers to owning our own convoy. We're better off than most, but to others, we're still at the bottom. When faced with bullying, we have to bow our heads and endure. If we can persevere, even if I don't see it, at least in your generation or your children's generation, the Jiang family will rise again. He paused before continuing. Shasha, you're at the age where you should be thinking about settling down. With our current situation, while we might not match with the nobility, finding someone with a decent background and skills isn't out of reach. Jiang Shasha, moved by her father's earlier words, immediately changed her expression at the mention of marriage, a topic she considered off-limits. Dad, I've told you, I won't marry in this lifetime. If I want children, I'll use genetic technology. I, Jiang Shasha, won't rely on anyone else to revive the Jiang family. Shasha, are you still thinking about that person? He's now the emperor of the Jiaolong Empire. Those events happened 10 years ago. Reviving our family might be possible, but revenge is out of the question. It's gracious of him not to have destroyed us completely, her father said helplessly. We made the wrong choice back then. If we had stayed in the Jiaolong system, his words were filled with regret. Those who remained in the Jiaolong system had become prominent figures in the empire. Though he professed to have moved on, his heart clearly hadn't. Falling from an influential figure in a star system to their current state was a stark contrast, leaving only dreams to reminisce about lost glory and waking up to harsh reality. For Jiang Shasha, the events of 10 years ago were a heavier blow. If not for those incidents, her status and position would be entirely different now. She claimed to have moved past them, but deep down, she knew those memories would haunt her forever, never truly letting go. Jiang Shasha remains unmarried, largely due to the influence of that man. Whenever she meets a new suitor, she can't help but compare him to that person. In the current Xiaolong interstellar empire, finding a man who can even remotely match his talents, even just a tenth of them, is nearly impossible. That man has become the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless young women. In Jiang Shasha's social circle alone, 9 out of 10 women are infatuated with him, and even married women aren't exceptions. Interestingly, their husbands show no jealousy, as they too can't help but admire his excellence. This high standard has made it difficult for Jiang Shasha to find someone who truly captures her heart. Jiang's father, noticing the expression on his daughter's face, sighed helplessly. He then turned his attention to the accounts of their latest shipment. Though we didn't earn much this time, at least we didn't lose money. After paying the drivers and workers, we can afford a new transport vehicle. At this rate, within 3 years, we'll be able to upgrade to a T3 class interstellar transport ship. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps outside the car caught their attention. The father and daughter stepped out, stopping a familiar face, Old Jean, to ask, Old Jean, where are you rushing off to? Old Jiang, great news. Old Jean exclaimed excitedly. The high-ups from the Northern Resources Extraction Group are visiting our resource planet today, looking for partners to build their own interstellar transport fleet. They're prioritizing transport teams they've worked with before. With that, Old Jean hurried off. This news lit up the father and daughter's eyes. Aligning with a powerful ally is the quickest way to amass wealth. For the past decade, the Jiang family had been building their business from scratch, lacking connections or backing. To earn support, they first needed to establish their own strength and foundation. Sha, let's go. Jiang's father quickly pulled his daughter along, leaving the workers to manage the fleet as they followed the crowd towards a distant hall. This was the site where major unloading operations were handled, and the only place large enough to accommodate so many people. As they hurried along, Jiang Shasha's attention was drawn to a shuttle on the tarmac. As a former student of the North Star Military Academy, she immediately recognized the shuttle as something extraordinary. Peering through the dust, she spotted a distinctive emblem on its body, causing her to pause. "What are you standing around for?" her father urged, pulling her forward. "Opportunities to meet important people like this are rare. We need to find a way to hand over our business card. It might not work, but what if it does? It could mean the Jiang family's big break." Jiang Shasha lowered her head, her expression complicated. But the emblem on that shuttle is the Li family's crest." "The Li family? Which Li family? What does it matter now whether it's the Li family, the Zhang family, or the Song family?" Mr. Jiang waved his hand impatiently. "It's the Li family of the Beiyin group," Jiang Shasha replied coldly. The mention of that name made Mr. Jiang freeze instantly. After a moment of silence, he spoke more softly. "Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's those few people. There are so many high-ranking members in the Li family, it can't be such a coincidence. Besides, the shadows of those families are bound to be in the upper echelons of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. If we want to climb up, we'll have to deal with them sooner or later. Unless we leave the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." He took a deep breath. "We should still go and see. It might be an opportunity." Jiang Shasha didn't respond. Her rational mind told her that her father was right. In business, you must seize every opportunity. Yet, an indescribable feeling of unease lingered in her heart. "Hurry up," Mr. Jiang urged, pulling his daughter into the crowd. Jiang Shasha could only silently pray not to encounter any familiar faces from the Li family. After all, Li Wei was Zhao Chen's friend and knew her true identity. As for Li Yaqi, though she knew a bit, the difference in status and subsequent events likely made her forget about a small figure like Jiang Shasha. In the center of the hall, a distinguished lady was surrounded by people. She was elegantly dressed, with skin as fair as snow, and looked as youthful as a maiden. Seeing this unfamiliar face, Jiang Shasha quietly sighed in relief. Since the incident, the Jiang family feared anyone discovering her true identity, which was why she had changed her name to Jiang Sha. Only her father still called her Sha in private. Unless someone deliberately investigated, who would remember the long-buried stories of the Xiaolong Empire? Standing beside the lady were several bodyguards, and the venue manager stood by with a beaming smile. He pointed at the names on the electronic display, speaking enthusiastically, "Madam, these are all outstanding private transportation fleets. Any one of them could become a valuable asset to the Li family." Names like Feisha, Fat Brother, and Zhang Boy were listed among the transportation fleets on the screen. Being selected to stand before the lady meant these fleets had undeniable strength, with implications that needed no explanation. "Madam, I'm from the Swift Transport Fleet." Someone eagerly pushed forward. "Our transport record is flawless, and we're planning to expand into interstellar trade. We only ask for a 10% profit share. The rest is for the Li family. We pledge eternal loyalty, just for a chance." The scene became chaotic, with everyone desperately trying to promote themselves, even willing to sign away their futures. They all understood that aligning with the Li family, even for the smallest benefit, would be enough to last a lifetime. The lady frowned slightly at the chaotic scene before her. The manager immediately barked at the security personnel. "What are you doing? Keep things under control. How did all these people get in here? Get them out immediately. If they disturb the madam, can you take responsibility for that?" The person in charge shouted sternly. The security personnel sprang into action, wielding batons to drive away the intruders. Even as the batons struck them, these people continued to shout their demands. Once driven out of the hall, they refused to leave, instead gathering outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, holding up signs with the names of their factions, desperately hoping Madame Li would hear their voices. "Father, is your arm all right?" Jiang Shasha asked with concern, looking at her father who was clutching his arm. The baton strike had been quite hard. This scene brought back memories from 10 years ago. Back then, she was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, accustomed to seeing various groups bowing and scraping for a chance to collaborate with her family. They would offer generous terms, send gifts in secret, and even present beauties and treasures. In comparison, the current scene seemed rather ordinary. But being chosen was as unlikely as winning the lottery, considering the numerous resource-rich planets. Jiang Shasha did not believe she would be so lucky. Inside the hall, Madame Li didn't even glance at the list handed over by the person in charge. She simply said, "Give me all your transport orders from the past year." The person in charge was momentarily stunned. "But the transport orders are vast in number. Reviewing them all will take a considerable amount of time." "What, are my words not effective anymore?" Madame Li asked coldly. "No, no, I'll arrange it right away." The person in charge responded hastily. He was well aware of Madame Yao's significance. She was the wife of the current head of the Li family, Li Wei, and had been personally recognized by Li Yaqi as a business prodigy. Since marrying into the Li family, she had displayed extraordinary business acumen, so much so that Li Yaqi entrusted the family affairs to Li Wei and his wife, specifically advising Li Wei, "For important decisions, consult with your wife. If there's a disagreement, listen to her." These words had initially shocked Li Wei, who thought his sister was being too partial towards his wife. Li Yaqi simply replied, "In business, I only value ability and talent. For the affairs of the Li family, the capable should take charge. You have some skills, but in this area, even three of you can't compare to your wife." This evaluation left Li Wei frustrated for a long time, even leading him to secretly compete with his wife in a few business deals, all of which ended in failure. From then on, he fully acknowledged his wife's brilliance in business, consoling himself that his wife's achievements were also his own. Now, Madame Yao's status in the Li family was second only to Li Yaqi, who focused on the empire's Ministry of Commerce, even surpassing Li Wei himself. Soon, as she requested, a detailed set of documents was placed before her. After connecting the equipment she brought with her, Madame Yao quickly sorted and organized the data. Several key names flashed on the screen, leaving the person in charge stunned. Among these names were both the fleets he had just submitted, and some that were not on the list. Madame Yao carefully examined the status of each fleet, removing them one by one from the list until only one name remained: the Jiang family fleet. She looked at this name with interest, prompting the person in charge to hastily explain, "Madam, the Jiang family fleet is really nothing significant. They only have 10 transport vehicles and are just small-time traders here, not even considered mid-level in terms of strength. Do you think I'm blind and can't see for myself?" Madame Yao retorted unexpectedly, causing the person in charge to shrink back and say no more. She then instructed, "Bring the head of the Jiang family fleet to me. I want to meet them." The person in charge dared not hesitate, fully aware that Madame Li was already displeased with him. He secretly planned to return any favors he'd received to keep his position secure. Soon, he sent someone to fetch the Jiang family fleet members. Outside, Jiang father and daughter were incredulous when they heard that Madame Li wanted to meet them. This unexpected summons quickly drew envious and jealous glances from others. Jiang, the father, hurriedly dusted off his clothes and, with his daughter, eagerly went inside. In front of Madame Yao, Jiang the father immediately bowed and said, "I am Jiang Xiong, head of the Jiang family fleet, at your service, madam." Beside him, Jiang Shasha also bowed respectfully and said, "Jiang family daughter, Jiang Sha, at your service, madam." As she sipped her drink, Madame Yao remarked, "I find your Jiang family fleet quite intriguing. In 5 years, you've grown from a single vehicle to 10. Although the growth isn't rapid, it's entirely self-sustained, maintaining a 3-monthly increase, with annual revenue growth exceeding 40. Over 5 years, your profits have increased more than 5-fold. This kind of steady management is impressive. I'm curious, who is responsible for your operations?" When Jiang the father instinctively glanced at Jiang Shasha, Madame Yao noticed this detail and requested, "Look up." Seeing Jiang Shasha hesitate, the person in charge immediately scolded her. Jiang Shasha then slowly raised her head, and a flicker of interest appeared in Madame Yao's eyes. "Our Li family is willing to invest in you," Madame Yao said, standing up. "Within 3 months, you are to assemble a fleet of 30 interstellar transport ships. All costs will be covered by our Li family, and you will handle the operations. Any issues?" This proposal left Jiang father and daughter astounded. Jiang, the father, was moved to tears. As Madame Yao headed towards the tarmac, she turned back and said to Jiang Shasha, "See me off, will you? Our people will follow up with the cooperation contract." Jiang Shasha followed closely behind Mrs. Miao, her head bowed as they walked slowly. Just as they were about to reach the helipad, Mrs. Miao spoke with a hint of significance in her voice. "These past 10 years must have been tough for you, Jiang Shasha. Once the fiancé of the Emperor of Xiaolong." The words hit Jiang Shasha like a sledgehammer, causing her to freeze. She looked up in disbelief at Mrs. Miao. "I am Li Wei's wife," Mrs. Miao stated calmly. Seeing the confusion in Jiang Shasha's eyes, she continued, "Li Wei has a school photo with Zhao Chun and you in it. He pointed you out back then, so I remembered your face. Although you don't look quite the same as you did 10 years ago, I have a knack for recognizing people I've seen before. Then, why did you choose to partner with us?" Jiang Shasha finally asked, meeting Mrs. Miao's gaze. Mrs. Miao, already on the steps of the shuttle, turned to look at Jiang Shasha. Because your Jiang family fleet is indeed impressive, and you have a natural talent for it, she replied with a level tone. Don't overthink it. No one is targeting the Jiang family now. When you left the Xiaolong system, no one stopped you, and the emperor took no action afterward. It speaks volumes. We're no longer on the same path. Just focus on doing your job well. If you don't perform in future collaborations, I'll have no hesitation in cutting ties. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that, Mrs. Miao disappeared behind the shuttle door, leaving Jiang Shasha standing alone in the swirling dust, her emotions a complex mix. This chapter of her life was a secret, an unnoticed footnote. With the funding they received, the Jiang family didn't regain its former glory, but their quality of life improved significantly. They managed an interstellar transport fleet in partnership with the Li family and purchased an estate on a habitable planet, in a way rebuilding their legacy. Despite her father's urging, Jiang Shasha never married. Instead, she chose to have 3 children through genetic pregnancy technology, raising them as heirs to the Jiang family. For Mrs. Miao, who had left, this was just a minor episode. Her choice of Jiang Shasha was purely based on the latter's talent in transport logistics, a skill worth nurturing, with no other intentions. After finishing her current tasks, Mrs. Miao returned to the Xiaolong system, where an important meeting at the Empire's Ministry of Commerce awaited her that day. In front of the Ministry of Commerce building in Chang'an City, Xiaolong system, Mrs. Miao gracefully alighted from the hovering vehicle. The entrance was bustling with interstellar traders. For these merchants, the Empire's Ministry of Commerce was akin to a godsend within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's domain. Collaborating with the ministry almost guaranteed profit. Additionally, through the ministry, they could access advanced technology, such as purchasing T5 or T6 level interstellar mining ships, far superior to the T3 or T4 levels used by ordinary traders, with incomparable efficiency. Hence, the ministry's threshold was worn by countless traders daily. The news of today's significant meeting had spread, and many hopefuls had gathered early. When they saw Mrs. Miao, a key figure in the Li family, they rushed forward. Mrs. Miao, we have an excellent project for your consideration. Mrs. Miao, with your investment, you'll see returns in 3 years, triple the profits in 5, and guaranteed annual earnings over 10 billion star coins within 10 years. Mrs. Miao, our family has collaborated with yours in the past. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss. Fortunately, the security team was prepared, intercepting the crowd and even deploying security robots to raise electronic barriers along the corridor. While this deterred the traders from advancing, their calls continued unabated. Such scenes were routine for Mrs. Maya given her stature. Her presence invariably drew a crowd wherever she went. In the business world of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, Mrs. Miao is considered a coveted money-making tree. Every interstellar trader knows that establishing a partnership with her is a shortcut to wealth and prosperity. Inside the Ministry of Commerce building, despite the constant flow of people, a solemn atmosphere prevails, starkly contrasting with the outside hustle and bustle. This building is not a place for ordinary people to enter at will, as it represents the economic lifeline of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Anyone daring to offend this wealth territory will forever lose their chance to do business in the empire. Those who set foot in this building are the elite of the empire's business world, with influence and assets ranking at least in the empire's top 1,000. There's a saying in the business community: to measure a businessman's success, see if he can enter the Ministry of Commerce building. To judge his status, see if he holds an unobstructed bronze card. This hierarchical system is reflected in the 4 types of cards issued by the Ministry of Commerce: bronze card, silver card, gold card, and diamond dragon card. Each card is not only valuable but also requires annual renewal and strict review. Bronze cardholders must pay 100,000 star coins annually and can access the first 10 floors. Silver cardholders can reach up to 30 floors. Gold cardholders can go up to 90 floors. And the most prestigious diamond dragon card allows access to any floor except the minister's office on the 99th floor. These cards are not only symbols of status, but also come with numerous privileges. At imperial banquets, cardholders of different levels receive different treatments. Bronze cardholders can attend alone, silver cardholders can bring 1 immediate family member, gold cardholders can bring 3 people, and diamond dragon cardholders can bring 5 guests and have the opportunity to dine with the emperor. The number of diamond dragon cards is strictly limited to 30 and is currently held by the leaders of 15 top interstellar trading enterprises. At this moment, Mrs. Miao, one of the esteemed diamond dragon cardholders, enters the building. Her presence prompts the business elites in the lobby to nod from a distance, showing their respect in the most appropriate manner. Although the collaboration opportunity with the Li family was tempting, the business people present were well aware of their boundaries and dared not overstep. After all, they were individuals of status and position. Madame Miao walked through the opulent hall, took out her diamond dragon card, and unlocked access to the elevator leading to the 90th floor. As the elevator doors opened, a well-mannered attendant was already waiting at the entrance. As a staff member of the Empire's Ministry of Commerce, specifically in the Interstellar Trade Department, she exhibited the highest level of service awareness. "Madam, the meeting will start in 15 minutes, the attendant said with a slight bow. Would you like to use the lounge, the dining area, or would you prefer to meet with other distinguished guests in the hall? Your husband and several other esteemed guests have already arrived. The attendant's demeanor was perfectly balanced, neither obsequious nor arrogant. This was the training standard for service personnel at the Ministry of Commerce building. They provided service, but were by no means of inferior status. These attendants could potentially become CEOs of billion-dollar interstellar trade groups, admired by interstellar traders. Serving as attendants here was a unique training method by the Ministry of Commerce and an excellent opportunity to build their network. To the hall, please, Madame Yao said. As the attendant led the way, Madame Yao asked, Xiaoro, if I remember correctly, you're being posted abroad in a month, right? Yes, Xiaoro replied calmly. I will be taking a position as vice president at an interstellar transport group that trades with the Holy Elven Empire. Intergalactic trade is booming right now. That's a great position, Madame Yao said approvingly. It's all thanks to the minister's support, Xiaoro said modestly. The higher the floor they were on, the greater the potential for future development. Work hard. With your talent, you could reach level 9 in the ministry within 10 years, Madame Yao said with a smile. Hearing this almost minister-level prospect, Xiaoro maintained her professional poise, offering only a modest smile. You're too kind, madam. Have confidence in yourself, Madame Yao encouraged, reminiscing, when I was young, I only wanted to be an interstellar adventurer. I never imagined I would be standing here now. It's truly gratifying to see plans come to fruition. As they spoke, they reached the hall. Amidst the elegant decor, Madame Yao immediately spotted her husband, Li Wei, indulging in the gourmet section. She approached and gave him a playful kick. Ouch. Oh, honey, you're here. Li Wei, noticeably more rotund now, looked every bit the successful interstellar trader. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I would have come to greet you. After returning from his interstellar adventures to take the helm of the Li family, Li Wei's lifestyle underwent a dramatic shift. Without the intense battlefield training and with frequent business engagements, his physique gradually changed, becoming more rounded. Have you forgotten the doctor's advice? Are you really considering using those medical treatments to lose weight? Mrs. Miao looked at her husband with concern. Even in this era of advanced technology, weight loss methods often cause irreversible harm to the body. Unless it's a matter of life and death, she would never let her husband take such a risk. Honey, you're misunderstanding me, Li Wei said, holding his wife's hand with a look of grievance. I've only just arrived here and have been traveling across several star systems for business. I barely had time to eat properly. I just finished with the Ministry of Commerce and finally got a chance to grab a bite. It was well known that ever since their marriage, Li Wei always behaved particularly gently in front of his wife. Seeing her husband's expression, Mrs. Miao gave him a reproachful look but still picked up a tray, filled it with healthy food, and handed it to him. Eat less of that unhealthy stuff and more of this. Though the sight of the bland food dampened his enthusiasm, Li Wei dutifully began eating. Are you two showing off your affection as soon as you arrive? A melodious voice interrupted. They looked up to see a woman in a red cheongsam approaching gracefully. It was Hong Mei-Gue. Despite nearing her 40s, she was well-maintained, naturally beautiful, and appeared as youthful as a woman in her 20s. Rose. Mrs. Miao warmly hugged Hong Mei-Gue's shoulders. Both women shared past experiences as interstellar pirates and adventurers, which forged a strong bond between them. When Mrs. Miao first took over the business, she frequently sought Hong Mei-Gue's advice, and Hong Mei-Gue was always generous with her help. Watch out, or your sister-in-law might see you, Hong Mei-Gue teased. In the early days of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's rise, she and Li Yaqi were known as the twin flowers of the business world, with both family enterprises being trade giants of the empire. Publicly, they often appeared at odds, but their actual relationship was far more complex than rumors suggested. Yaqi is now the Minister of Commerce. She's in a different league, Mrs. Miao laughed. Besides, it was her who suggested I learn from you. She said that among all the interstellar traders in the empire, you're the one she admires the most. Hong Mei-Gue playfully pinched Mrs. Miao's cheek. You and your sweet talk. Miss Rose, Li Wei chimed in between bites of his healthy meal. Do you know what major issues are up for discussion at the Ministry of Commerce meeting this time? Mrs. Miao shot her husband a disapproving glance, but Hong Mei-Gue was unperturbed. If I'm not mistaken, it should be about expanding production. The Empire is currently engaged in a cross-universe expedition against the Devourer civilization, and demands are rising across the board. Although there's an ongoing effort to control the financial situation, the increased demand from the war has caused a supply-demand imbalance, leading to continuous rises in civilian goods prices. To address this, we either end the war or expand production to improve transport efficiency. The former is beyond our control as merchants, leaving us with only the latter option. The moment the conflict between the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the devouring civilization was mentioned, the atmosphere in the hall turned solemn. Just then, the sound of footsteps grew closer. Li Yaqi entered the hall with a determined stride, followed by a team of senior officials from the Empire's Ministry of Commerce. This group formed the core think tank of the ministry, responsible for crafting many of the Empire's commercial strategies. Her presence prompted everyone in the hall to pause their activities and watch as the group made its way through. Li Yaqi glanced around, nodding slightly at Li Wei, Madame Miao, and Red Rose before proceeding into the conference room. As a key figure in the Ministry of Commerce, Li Yaqi rarely returned to the Li family, spending most of her time in Chang'an City. Despite the city's real estate prices rivaling those of interstellar battleships, to the former richest person in the Empire, it was merely a string of numbers. 3 minutes before the meeting was set to begin, the doors to the conference room swung open. Attendants guided the participants to their seats, with Li Wei and his companions walking in together. As they entered, the weighty atmosphere was palpable. The oval conference table was set with nameplates at each seat. Personnel from the Ministry of Commerce occupied one side, while interstellar traders sat on the other. Li Wei's group was positioned near the center, with Red Rose directly across from Li Yaqi. Since Li Yaqi's withdrawal from the interstellar trade market, Red Rose's company had naturally ascended to become the Empire's largest business conglomerate. However, she chose not to expand recklessly, instead focusing her efforts on research and supporting small to medium-sized interstellar traders. This decision stemmed from her understanding of the risks of attracting undue attention. Despite her unwavering loyalty to the Emperor of Xiaolong, who was a wise ruler, she was acutely aware of the dangers of amassing wealth that could rival the Empire itself. Once the last participant was seated, the conference room doors closed gently. The wealth controlled by those present accounted for over 90% of the Empire's economy. Li Yaqi began the meeting by addressing the pressing issue at hand. The war-induced resource shortages had caused domestic product prices to soar, with some essential goods rising more than 80% in the past year, severely impacting the populace. She urged everyone present to collaborate in addressing this problem. Red Rose was the first to respond, pledging that her conglomerate would expand the supply chain for essential goods within 3 months, aiming for at least a 30% increase in production. Her commitment set a precedent, prompting other interstellar traders to follow suit. All attendees understood the purpose of this meeting and recognized the importance of maintaining this market. Finally, Li Yaqi proposed a new direction for cross-universe trade. With the construction of multiple inter-universe stargates, she hoped companies would explore these new markets, importing external raw materials and products to support the Empire's development while exporting the Empire's quality products to generate more profits. Li Yaqi's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the conference table as her sharp gaze swept across the room. Let's cut to the chase. Each of your companies needs to achieve a 50% increase in investment and returns in the intergalactic trade sector every quarter for the next 3 years. Any objections? Faced with her assertive demand, the attendees were silent and intimidated. The rest of the meeting revolved around this ambitious goal. As it concluded, everyone filed out except for Hong Meigue, who stayed behind at Li Yaqi's request. Thank you, Li Yaqi said, adjusting her collar and showing a hint of weariness. Hong Meigue teased, why so polite, Minister Li? I'm just trying to make a living under your leadership. Enough with the jokes, Li Yaqi rolled her eyes. Being a minister is exhausting, so many things to consider. It's nothing like the freedom I had as an interstellar trader. Many outside would envy you for saying that, Hong Meigue said meaningfully. This position is coveted by many. They see you as a goddess of fortune. Li Yaqi waved her hand dismissively and got to the point. Let's not dwell on that. I genuinely appreciate your help this time. You know the Empire's current situation. Without your initiatives, some people wouldn't have stepped out of their comfort zones. I'm doing it for myself too, Hong Meigue admitted. We're all in the same pond. For us to thrive, the environment and conditions must improve. Still, I owe you my thanks, Li Yaqi said sincerely. Not lingering on the topic, Hong Meigue asked, is the war nearing its end? Within a week, most likely. But then, our pressures will increase. The Emperor will probably draft new military production plans. We need to ramp up output in advance. Meanwhile, in the asteroid belt outside the Demon King star system battlefield, Major General Angel Tabitha was intently watching the tactical display. Major General Winnie should be attacking the star system's gate by now. Their communications will likely be jammed, so they'll probably dispatch starships through the gate to the nearest star system to contact us. This process will delay them by about half an hour. She continued her analysis. In half an hour, the Demon King will realize that of the 5 Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnoughts we withdrew, 3 are unaccounted for. We must act before they get this intel. The deputy commander nodded in agreement. Angel Tabitha traced an attack route on the star map. From here, how long will it take to return to the battlefield once the enemy notices us? The deputy quickly calculated. If we accelerate to maximum speed over a certain distance, and then break through the asteroid belt without interference, we can return to the battlefield in approximately 15 minutes to launch an attack on the enemy ships. Angel Tabitha frowned slightly, knowing that once the enemy detected the sudden appearance of 3 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts, they would bolster their defenses, complicating the assault. As she pondered how to minimize the time before being discovered, The voice of the reconnaissance team commander interrupted through the communication window. Sorry to disturb you, but I have an idea. Angel Tabitha immediately enlarged the communication window. Let's hear it. The reconnaissance team commander began outlining his plan. Your goal is to have the 3 Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnoughts infiltrate close to the battlefield unnoticed and execute a surprise attack, similar to stealth bombers in space. Here's my idea. The reconnaissance squad commander stood before the tactical projection table, deftly moving his fingers across the holographic display to outline a sophisticated fleet deployment plan. He first marked the positions of dozens of interstellar supply ships, then cleverly arranged the hidden placement of 3 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts in the central area of the supply fleet. 50 interstellar supply ships are sufficient to provide visual cover, he confidently explained, but the enemy's starship radar systems will detect the energy signatures of the dreadnoughts. The deputy captain was about to voice his doubt when Major General Angel Tabitha remained silent, waiting to hear more. The reconnaissance squad commander gave a confident smile. We are equipped with a Class Silent Phantom Light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. It not only has conventional stealth reconnaissance capabilities, but can also emit a special interference field that masks the energy fluctuations of starships within its range. To ensure absolute success, we can deploy additional stealth reconnaissance ships between the supply ships and dreadnoughts, creating an invisible barrier. Major General Angel Tabitha's eyes lit up, and she immediately approved. Proceed with this plan. To ensure everything went smoothly, the fleet began its operation 15 minutes early. The deputy captain confirmed the readiness of each department through multiple video windows on the command channel, while Major General Angel Tabitha focused on the images of the interstellar supply fleet leaders. We'll need your help not only for the supply mission, but also to cover for us, she said sincerely. The leaders of the supply fleet exchanged smiles, and one of them cheerfully replied, We're more than happy to play a bigger role on the battlefield. According to the plan, a special fleet took shape. 50 interstellar supply ships formed the outer layer, the middle layer consisted of cloaked interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, and at the core were the 3 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts. The entire fleet moved forward at a steady pace. As soon as this seemingly ordinary supply fleet appeared, it was detected by the Legion fleet on the battlefield of the Troll King's main star. Report, an interstellar supply fleet from the Xiaolong side has been identified. A Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought on the battlefield has slowed its offensive, possibly preparing for resupply, a subordinate reported, showing captured images and radar scans that only revealed the presence of the interstellar supply ships. Should we dispatch a fleet to disrupt the supply operation? The subordinate asked. The Troll King waved off the suggestion. No need. This could actually buy us time and reduce the pressure on the front lines. Although the dreadnoughts will launch a fiercer attack after resupply, we have fewer than 4,000 starships left, and reinforcements are still an hour away. Sending a fleet to disrupt would only add to our losses. On the command bridge of the Troll King, the atmosphere was tense. They had adopted a cautious defensive strategy, waiting for the right moment. However, the unusual behavior of a Xiaolong interstellar supply fleet caught everyone's attention. As this supply fleet approached the battlefield, it suddenly dispersed like an opening umbrella, revealing a shocking sight. 3 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts slowly came into view, like a stunning beauty unveiled. Alarms blared throughout the Troll King's massive star fortress. Report. 3 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts are rapidly advancing on our position, estimated to enter engagement range in 30 seconds. A subordinate urgently reported. The Troll King was taken aback and shouted angrily, What's going on? Wasn't it just a supply fleet before? His subordinate, sweating profusely and trembling, explained. Deep space telescopes and radar failed to detect these 3 ships. They seem to have used some kind of cloaking technology. Useless. The Troll King roared in fury, striking the subordinate, who tumbled away and fainted. He knew all too well the terrifying power of the Golden Scarab-class warships and immediately ordered a defensive formation. Gazing at the interstellar map now showing the 3 new ships, the Troll King frowned deeply. Where did the Xiaolong Empire get these Golden Scarab-class warships? 5 at Hamba's side, 10 here before, 5 attacking the Stargate, and now 3 more. How could they possibly build so many quasi-T7 level warships in just half a year? At that moment, another report came in. Report. Only 2 Golden Scarab-class warships have appeared at the Stargate direction, not the 5 initially expected. What? Only 2? The Troll King suddenly realized, and the mystery was finally unraveled. 3 heavy interstellar dreadnoughts of the Golden Scarab class suddenly reappeared on the battlefield. These were 3 of the 5 that had previously withdrawn. The retreat was nothing but a carefully orchestrated ruse. They had been lying in wait nearby for the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack. The Troll King's face was contorted with rage, veins bulging on his plump cheeks. Why are we only receiving this information now? We should have engaged half an hour ago. Sire, it's due to communication interference from the Xiaolong faction, a subordinate explained. bowing his head. We had to dispatch ships through alternate stargates to relay the message. Communication interference? The Troll King clenched his fists, realizing this was part of a meticulously planned series of traps by the enemy commander. Just then, another officer urgently reported, "The 3 dreadnoughts are launching a fierce assault. They've breached our defenses and are heading straight for our main star and flagship positions." On the war table, in just a few minutes, the 3 dreadnoughts had broken through the defenses, charging directly toward the Troll King's location. Their intent was unmistakable: destroy the flagship and obliterate the main star. "Contact the Black God immediately," the Troll King roared. "Tell him if he doesn't send reinforcements now, I'll haunt him even in death." For the first time since joining the Great Order, he felt a real threat of death looming over him. In reality, the Black God had not neglected this battlefield. His spies had already detected the enemy's intentions and reported promptly. When the news reached the ears of the Black God's 5th commander, he leapt from his captain's chair in shock. "Prepare for immediate space deployment to support the Troll King's main star battlefield," the 5th commander ordered decisively. The aide reminded him, "Currently, the deployment equipment can only transport 30,000 star ships. That will suffice," the commander nodded. "Deploy the 5th Legion's 30,000 ships immediately, and have the regular fleet of 100,000 proceed as planned." "How long will it take?" "Approximately 10 to 15 minutes. The Black God's 5th commander frowned, hoping the Troll King could hold out for that duration. 15 minutes? It should be manageable, he murmured to himself, trying to convince himself he wouldn't face punishment from the Black God. 10 minutes later, the orbit around the Troll King's home planet had transformed into a battlefield wasteland. The debris of elite fleets drifted in space, while several combat and defense satellites turned into bright fireballs. Some wreckage, pulled by gravity, plummeted towards the planet, but thankfully, the planetary energy shield acted like an invisible net, intercepting these meteor-like fragments and safeguarding cities and vital facilities below. On the ground, panic spread like wildfire. Residents gazed skyward, witnessing the bursts of light on the energy shield, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought hovered above the planet, its captain staring impassively at the world below. As a professional soldier, she knew only to execute orders, showing no mercy to the enemy. After all, the Troll King's nobility on this planet had long amassed blood debts through countless raids on other civilizations. Major cities and military bases on the surface activated their last lines of defense. Anti-aircraft gun arrays emerged from the ground, targeting the massive golden warship above. At that moment, the warship seemed like a deity, poised to deliver judgment upon the demons below. "Prepare for orbital bombardment, 1 minute to go. Target all planetary surfaces," the captain ordered coldly. Every cannon on the ship ignited with lethal brilliance, sending countless beams of light, like divine retribution, streaking towards the ground. Meanwhile, on another front, Major General Tabitha's Ship 6 was locked in a close-quarters standoff with the Troll King's flagship, the Troll King Fortress. The ships exchanged relentless fire, their energy shields flickering with the intensity of the attacks. The space between them was shrouded in a gray barrier formed by explosive debris. On the battlefield's flank, interceptor ships and drone swarms from the Golden Scarab fleet launched harassing strikes against the Troll King Fortress. With the drone swarm's superiority, airspace control in this sector was firmly in the hands of the Dragonhawk forces. The interceptors, like hunting swarms of bees, repeatedly assaulted the Troll King Fortress. Despite attempts by the Troll King's support fleet to rescue the flagship, another Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnought, leveraging its formidable firepower in coordination with the interceptors and drone swarms, successfully repelled these reinforcements. This allowed the other 2 main ships to focus on their respective combat objectives. Finally, the tide of battle shifted. The Troll King Fortress's energy shield was the first to be breached. On the battlefield, the 2 supposedly superior Quasi-T7 class starships are facing an unexpected turn of events. Despite its previous intense battles and partially restored star shield defenses, Major General Tabesha's Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnought is gaining the upper hand. The 6th ship's fierce assault has first breached the star shield defenses of the Troll King. With its protective shield gone, the massive hull of the Troll King is now fully exposed to enemy fire. Although its Closian defense systems are still desperately intercepting incoming attacks, the Golden Scarab smells victory and intensifies its assault. To swiftly dismantle the enemy ship's resistance, the 6th ship decisively deploys a swarm of suicide drones, targeting the Troll King's defensive weaponry with concentrated attacks. Simultaneously, squads of heavily armed interstellar marines, propelled by rockets, swarm towards the enemy ship's vast structure like bees. Soon, the surface of the Troll King is ablaze with flickering flames and billowing smoke. "How much time do we have?" Major General Tabesha asks with a serious expression. 3 minutes and 30 seconds, the deputy commander promptly replies. "It's not enough time," Major General Tabesha mutters, her brow furrowed as she regards the Quasi-T7 class super dreadnought. Destroying it in such a short period seems nearly impossible. Execute the contingency plan. Remember, once the time is up, we must retreat immediately, regardless of the outcome. She has just received intelligence from the Ghost Scouts that the Black God's fleet is on the move, evidently targeting them. As a crucial force of the Xiaolong Legion, these 8 Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnoughts must retreat safely without any losses. On the tactical display, the damage status of the Troll King is clearly visible. Although the severely damaged areas red are limited, the moderately damaged areas yellow have spread over 10 of the ship's critical positions, with damage steadily advancing into the ship's interior. Another screen broadcasts the real-time battle on the Troll King's home planet. Cracks have appeared in the planetary shield, with energy levels nearing depletion. Indeed, just seconds later, the entire shield system collapses due to energy exhaustion, and the massive protective barrier vanishes instantly. The Troll King's home planet lay fully exposed within the firing range of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. All environmental beams on the ship immediately locked onto the surface, poised to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, the capital of the home planet, the Troll King's most cherished city and the most luxurious metropolis in the entire interstellar realm, was engulfed in chaos. Millions of residents rushed to underground shelters, leaving abandoned interstellar vehicles and various modes of transport littered across the streets. Robotic police had taken over the city's defense systems, their mechanical warnings echoing through the skies. Warning: the home planet is now in a state of war. Everyone must immediately proceed to the nearest underground shelter. Screens throughout the city flashed with glaring red alerts, and the retractable defense turrets atop buildings stood ready. Yet, all these defenses seemed fragile against the super bioplasma pulse cannons of the Golden Scarab-class dreadnought. A massive golden beam descended from the heavens, instantly igniting the entire city. The bustling metropolis was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye, with the remains of buildings scarred by the corrosive marks characteristic of bioplasma. This was merely the beginning of the devastation the home planet would endure. On the bridge of the Golden Scarab-class dreadnought, the captain observed a holographic projection of the home planet, marked with several key targets. This attack was not a blind act of destruction, but aimed to precisely eliminate critical facilities of the Devourer civilization on this planet. Report: 60 of the targets have been neutralized, the vice captain reported. We have 1.5 minutes left. We must complete all designated targets within the allotted time, the captain sternly reminded. As the captain and battlefield commander of the 6th ship, Major General Angel Tabitha issued orders through the communication channel to other ships. Attention all Golden Scarab captains, in 1 minute, regardless of combat status, the 3 warships executing the raid must immediately retreat. The 5 ships on the perimeter will provide cover for the retreat. Once the 8 ships regroup, determine the breakout direction. Remember, when the time is up, our primary mission is to retreat. Do not engage unnecessarily. Ship 8, acknowledged. Ship 14, acknowledged. The responses came swiftly. Just then, the Outer Ghost Scout fleet issued an alert. Detected spatial warp traces of enemy interstellar warships and coordinates, suspected to be the Black God's Legion fleet. Major General Tabitha calmly marked the enemy's position on the strategic map and promptly ordered, Strategic Department, calculate the optimal escape route immediately. Ship 11 is executing the retreat mission, came a message over the communication channel. Received. Ship 11, rendezvous with my ship and Ship 15. After our breakout, we'll regroup with the 5 perimeter ships, then withdraw together, Major General Tabitha commanded decisively. Her gaze fell upon the Troll King's home planet. In mere minutes, this once prosperous and beautiful world had been transformed into a hellish landscape. The surface of the planet was riddled with craters, bearing the scars of a relentless assault by a Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. From space, the planet resembled a battle-worn warrior, with mountain ranges severed and vast plains split open into deep, yawning chasms. The ruins of cities were strewn with debris, and natural disasters erupted in the aftermath of the bombardment. All this was the handiwork of the 11th ship of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought fleet. Now, this fleet, consisting of 3 dreadnoughts, had completed its mission of destruction and was slowly moving towards the perimeter of the battlefield. Behind them lay the burning homeworld of the Troll King, the smoldering remains of the Troll King's interstellar fortress ship, and countless wrecks of the Troll King's fleet. The bridge of the Troll King's fortress ship was in chaos. Red alert lights flashed incessantly, and explosions echoed throughout the ship. Fire control. There's fire here. Seal the breach quickly. Someone's trapped here. Medic. We have wounded. Urgent cries filled the air. The throne of the king at the center of the bridge was half destroyed, with a gaping hole where the other half used to be, caused by a collapse of the chamber below. The corpulent Troll King stood nearby, his face dark with anger as he surveyed the devastation. Your Majesty, his aide suggested cautiously, the enemy dreadnoughts have retreated, but our fortress ship is severely damaged. It might be wise for you to relocate to another ship, retreat to another ship after they bombarded our homeworld? You want me to hide?" The Troll King roared hysterically. "You useless fools. If not for you, we wouldn't have lost this battle." At that moment, the communications officer reported, "The Black God King has dispatched the 5th Legion to assist. The 5th Commander is organizing a pursuit of the enemy's 8 dreadnoughts, with specific orders to ensure your safety." Huh, playing the hero now? The reinforcements should have arrived ages ago. Bunch of hypocrites. The Troll King's furious roar echoed through the bridge. As the battle unfolded, it became clear that even the Black God Legion's 30,000 starships couldn't entirely encircle the 8 Quasi-T7 class dreadnoughts. Eventually, the Black God Legion split into two. 20,000 ships pursued the enemy dreadnoughts, hoping to capture at least one or two. The remaining 10,000 took over the defense of the Troll King's homeworld, as the original Troll King fleet was nearly decimated, with fewer than 2,000 battered ships remaining. Half an hour later, the Troll King's interstellar fortress ship received visitors. Footsteps approached the bridge, where the Troll King sat on a makeshift throne, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Empty bottles lay scattered at his feet, and the walls were adorned with the bodies of those tortured to death, a testament to his fury. "Your Majesty," a trembling voice called out cautiously. "I said, don't you dare disturb me," the Troll King bellowed, hurling a bottle in his hand. Yet the anticipated sound of shattering glass never came. A melodious sound broke the silence of the bridge. The Troll King slowly raised his head, gazing through the dim atmosphere towards the entrance. A squad of soldiers stood there, led by a commander clad in black armor, casually toying with a bottle that had just been thrown his way. At his feet, a bridge officer trembled in fear. The style of the black armor was identical to that worn by the Dark God King. "What brings you to my flagship? Did you report your presence?" The Troll King slurred, clearly inebriated. "Don't think that just because you're the 5th commander under the Dark God, you can throw your weight around on my turf. To me, you lot are nothing but a pack of lackeys." The 5th commander of the Dark God let out a cold chuckle, his eyes sweeping over the dilapidated bridge. "Such a pity, this magnificent starship, ruined under your command. Your home planet was even bombarded by the enemy. Can't even defend your own planet. What a disgrace of a king you are." A flash of anger crossed his eyes, knowing that the Troll King's failure to protect his home planet would earn him the Dark God King's wrath upon his return. "How dare you blame me?" The Troll King was furious, stumbling forward with a massive bottle raised high. "Who do you think you are? Believe me, I could crush you like the insignificant worm you are." Just as he was about to strike the 5th commander, several figures suddenly emerged. With a thud, the enormous bottle rolled to the 5th commander's feet. The Troll King's limbs were pierced by specialized weapons, chains binding him firmly to the ground, his corpulent body causing the entire bridge to shake. "What are you doing? I am a king. How dare you disrespect me like this?" The Troll King roared and struggled on the ground. "Guards! Where are my guards? Capture these people for me. I want to drink their blood and eat their flesh." The 5th commander of the Dark God stepped forward, placing a foot on the Troll King's face. "By order of the Dark God King, I am here to take over the Troll King's star fortress. As for you," he stated coldly, "the devouring civilization no longer needs an extra king." Sweat trickled down the Troll King's flabby cheeks. "Impossible. This can't be," he shouted, struggling desperately. "We made a promise before the great entity to develop the devouring civilization together. If the Dark God dares to act against us, it would be a betrayal of the Great Order. He will be punished. I demand to see the Dark God. I want to see him." The 5th commander toyed with the light sword drawn from his belt, dismissively saying, "You think you became one of the 3 kings because of your abilities? What a joke. If it weren't for the sheer number of your fleet, you wouldn't have qualified at all. You've enjoyed enough on your past achievements. It's time to step down. This universe only needs one king, and that is our Dark God King." As the light sword glistened in the glow, the Troll King's sweat flowed even more profusely. The 5th commander continued, "And as for your claim that the Great Order will punish us? So naive. After all these years, you still don't understand the Great Order's nature? It only cares about the outcome, not the process. As long as the result pleases it, it doesn't care what we do. Right now, the Great Order is preoccupied with other matters, too busy to concern itself with us." The words of the 5th commander of the Dark God made the Demon King's pupils widen in shock. The plan indeed seemed feasible. First, absorb the smaller factions to gather resources and strengthen the fleet, then launch a decisive strike against the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. By that time, what could the Grand Order possibly do? At most, they would issue a few verbal condemnations. The Demon King calculated in his mind. Once the deed was done, the Grand Order would still need the Dark God's henchmen to handle various tasks, so they would likely turn a blind eye to everything. As for the fate of small kings like him, no one would care. Gazing at the gleaming lightsaber before him, the Demon King was filled with terror and began to plead frantically, I understand. I'm willing to give up everything and hand over all the resources to the great Dark God King. I swear my allegiance. With my help, the consolidation would be faster. If you don't need me, I'm willing to step aside. For the sake of our past relationship, I beg you to spare my life. Let me contact the Dark God King personally. The fifth commander of the Dark God sneered. Do you think you can still help us? Do you know why we could so easily board your flagship and reach the bridge? Our people infiltrated every corner of your forces long ago. Taking over your territory requires just one command. Your existence is nothing but a nuisance to us. And nuisances, we always eliminate completely. Only then did the Demon King realize the gravity of the situation. Such a significant event occurred on the bridge, yet not a single person intervened. Looking around, his personal guards were nowhere to be seen, either dead or subdued. The remaining crew fell into two categories. Those who continued working expressionlessly, as if the scene before them had nothing to do with them, and those who were shocked but silenced by the Dark God's fearsome reputation. The lightsaber descended slowly, piercing the Demon King's skull. The fifth commander of the Dark God deliberately slowed the process to let him fully experience the agony of death. The Demon King struggled frantically, but his bound limbs did not budge. No, I have many treasures and resources. All can be yours. I beg you. His pleas grew weaker until a pool of blood stained the floor, and he fell silent. The lightsaber entered through the top of his head and exited through his jaw, pinning his head to the bridge floor. The fifth commander of the Dark God frowned at the bloodstains on his boots and wiped his hands on the Demon King's clothing. He approached the shattered throne and coldly surveyed the bridge crew. From now on, the Demon King's Star Fortress battleship is under my command. You are all subjects of the Dark God King and will serve him. Do you understand? Sparse responses echoed throughout the bridge. What's this? It sounds like some of you are dissatisfied, he said, casting a cold glance around. We understand. Long live the Dark God King. We pledge our loyalty to the Dark God King. This time, the response was unanimous. The fifth commander of the Dark God smirked disdainfully, uninterested in these people, and directly asked, who is the highest-ranking officer on the Demon King's Star Fortress battleship now? Step forward. It's me. The vice captain staggered out, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The fifth commander of the Black God stared at the visibly shaken subordinate, reaching out to pat him on the shoulder. Tell me, what's the current status of the Troll King-class interstellar fortress? Reporting, sir. The vice captain's voice quivered. The Troll King sustained severe damage during the battle with the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought from the Xiaolong faction. The extent of the damage far exceeds that of the first engagement. We must return to the dock for repairs immediately, and it will take an estimated year to restore it. The fifth commander of the Black God frowned, his tone dripping with disdain. You are all useless. To be outmatched by a few Xiaolong interstellar warships when you had 10,000 vessels against their less than 10 is utterly disgraceful. The vice captain kept his head down, silently disagreeing with the commander's words. The terrifying combat power of those Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts was beyond comprehension without first-hand experience. Although their individual power might not match the three Quasi-T7 super flagships of the Devourer civilization, they were truly mass-produced Quasi-T7 warships designed for war, unlike the makeshift combination of Quasi-T7 weapons on the Three Kings super flagships. This outcome would not have been better under anyone else's command. From now on, you take over this warship. I'll assign someone to supervise you, so don't try anything funny. The fifth commander of the Black God sneered, slapping the vice captain's face. Loyalty to the Black God King is your only choice. Yes. I've always admired the Black God King, sir. The vice captain quickly forced a smile. The commander glanced around the devastated bridge. Initially, he had planned to command the upcoming battles from this super flagship, but the current state made him reconsider. He turned and left, leaving only a few to supervise the ship, while the rest of his entourage withdrew. Silence engulfed the bridge once more. The lone, enormous corpse on the floor seemed forgotten by everyone, with only the stark pool of blood drawing attention. Without orders to address it, the bloated body lay there for a long time until it impeded daily operations. Only then, after consulting their superiors, did the Black God's subordinates dispose of the once feared presence by ejecting it through the trash chute into space. His massive body floated in the cosmos, suspended above the burning main star of the Troll King, creating a scene rife with irony. As the fifth commander of the Black God prepared to return to his flagship, he surveyed the battlefield remnants from the shuttle, asking, what's the current situation? The aide immediately reported, Commander, the battle status in the Troll King system is as follows. Of the original 10,000 interstellar warships, fewer than 2,000 remain. All major strongholds on the Troll King main star have been bombarded by enemy orbital attacks, with losses currently incalculable. The situation is dire. The Quasi-T7 Troll King class interstellar fortress is severely damaged. I can see that for myself, the commander interrupted impatiently. What I want to know is the status of the pursuit of those 8 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts. The aide paused before continuing. We dispatched 20,000 warships in pursuit. However, those 8 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts possess outstanding performance in every aspect. Although they sustained some damage in the previous battle, with 3 losing their star shield protection, the speed of Quasi-T7 warships is simply too fast. We couldn't form an encirclement in time, and it's proving difficult to intercept them. The 5th commander of the Black God furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Not even one can be stopped? Clearly, he found it unacceptable that the 8 enemy ships could withdraw so easily after completing their mission. The adjutant stood before the 5th commander of the Black God, his expression one of resignation as he reported, "We've indeed assembled a fleet of interstellar cruisers for pursuit, and their speed is just about able to keep up. However, in terms of numbers and firepower, we are completely outmatched by the enemy's 8 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts. Not only did we fail to stop them, but we also suffered significant losses. The disparity in ship class is simply too great. If they are determined to leave, we can't hold them back." The 5th commander of the Black God clenched his fist in frustration and cursed, "That fool, Juamo. If only he could have delayed those Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts a little longer, we might have been able to take down a few." The adjutant remained silent. Given the current situation in the Juamo King system, even if they had a chance to engage those 8 dreadnoughts, their odds of success were slim. The enemy's ships alone were enough to throw the entire battlefield into chaos. "What should our next move be, sir?" the adjutant inquired. Now that they had taken over the affairs of the Juamo King system, they needed to plan their next steps carefully. "Contact the 10,000 interstellar battleships coming to support us and redirect them to the Stargate battlefield. Establish communication with that area as soon as possible," the 5th commander ordered. "The Black God King only requires us to control the Juamo King system, so other concerns can wait. As for those 8 fleeing dreadnoughts, continue the pursuit until it's clear we can't catch them or they exit the system." "Understood," the adjutant replied. The 5th commander then reported the battle status and requested permission to support the drought-stricken King system's front. However, this request was denied. The Black God King had explicitly instructed him to lead the 5th Legion and the fleet of 100,000 regular troops in managing the Juamo King system, preparing for the takeover of the entire territory. Meanwhile, aboard the fleeing 8 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts, the deputy captain sought guidance from Major General Angel Tabitha. "Report, the 5th Legion of the Black God is still in pursuit. Should we turn back and engage?" Angel Tabitha examined the star map. Although the fleet was retreating, their battle formation remained tight, which meant the pursuers would gain no advantage even if they caught up. "Avoid getting entangled in battle. Our resources are severely depleted. Our priority is to exit the battlefield swiftly." She then asked, "What's the status at the Stargate? Have ships 7 and 13 withdrawn successfully?" The deputy captain replied, "Major General Winnie and Ship 13 have retreated as planned. Although we couldn't disable the enemy's Stargate, both ships sustained minimal damage and can be quickly repaired for redeployment." A new battle. Angel Tabitha gazed out the porthole into the vast expanse of space, her thoughts drifting to another, more critical battlefield. "Submit our combat intelligence to the Dragon Emperor and request the next phase of our mission." On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship, stationed at the drought-stricken King's battlefield, a report from the Juamo King system was handed to Zhao Yuchun. After a quick scan, his secretary Lilith commented, "It seems things are progressing smoothly over there as well." Zhao Chun closed the document, his gaze sweeping over the battle report before him. "The 10 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts have successfully completed their surprise attack mission," he stated with a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "The Troll King's home planet has been destroyed. Although his flagship, the Quasi-T7 class Troll King Fortress starship, was not completely annihilated, intelligence indicates it has sustained severe damage and will require at least a year to be fully operational again. The 10 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts that executed the mission are in good condition. 3 of them still have intact starshield systems. The remaining 7 have depleted shields but only minor hull damage. The most severely damaged ship has lost just over a dozen Closian weapon systems and 3 main guns. The fleet is currently retreating from the Troll King star system. Although pursued by the Black God Legion, the threat is not significant." Lilith, Zhao Chen's secretary, turned to the interstellar war sand table beside her. "It seems the only battlefront left is ours." "Exactly," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. "Ghost scouts report that the Black God King is mobilizing a large fleet towards us, likely aiming for me." Lilith shot him an annoyed glance. "That's because someone decided to use himself as bait. As the Emperor of the Empire, They naturally don't want to miss this chance. Zhao Qin didn't respond to her remark, instead focusing on another display showing the entire Devourer civilization's war map. Thanks to Grand Marshal Charlotte's strategic adjustments, the original 30-star system battlefields have been reduced to 6 active combat zones. Battlefields 5, 7, and 8. 12 Legion fleets, totaling 600,000 Xiaolong interstellar warships and mixed elite fleet groups. Battlefield 13. 11 Legion fleets, 550,000 warships. Battlefield 23. 10 Legion fleets, 500,000 warships. Battlefield 30. 12 Legion fleets, 600,000 warships. In total, these battlefields have mobilized 69 Legion fleets of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and 4 elite fleet groups, exceeding 2.6 million warships. The enemy is clearly unwilling to relinquish control of these 6 critical star systems, making a breakthrough on our side nearly impossible. The battle is already halfway through, Zhao Qin remarked, shaking his head. The intensity far exceeds expectations. We initially planned for a month-long campaign, but now it seems even 20 days might be pushing it. His attention shifted to the drought-stricken King star system battlefield, where reinforcements from the Black God King had arrived. Currently, the drought-stricken King's forces, along with reinforcements, total 50,000 warships, combined with 100,000 warships from 2 elite legions dispatched by the Black God King. More troubling is the fact that 300,000 warships from the Devourer civilization are in warp travel, expected to arrive in the battlefield in 20 hours. The Black God King's intention is clear to trap the Xiaolong Emperor Zhao Qin here. This galaxy is about to become the final battleground. Even if they can't eliminate the Dragon Emperor Zhao Qin, the Devourer civilization is determined to make the Dragon Legion pay a price. As time progresses, the scales of war begin to tip in favor of the Devourer civilization. The first wave of the Black God's conventional troops, a full fleet of 1 million starships, has arrived on the scene. The once spacious galaxy feels cramped with this massive fleet. The disparity in forces is stark. One side commands 1 million ships, while the other has fewer than 10,000, of which 70% are stealth bombers not suited for direct combat. The dynamics of the battlefield change in an instant. On the bridge of the Black God's second fleet flagship, the second commander of the Black God focuses intently on the holographic war map, paying particular attention to the enemy's super battleship. In her view, if the Dragon Emperor doesn't act soon, this will be a doomed game. Through a video feed, the third commander of the Black God analyzes calmly, the enemy will definitely make a move. The Ogre King may not be very capable, but he's not entirely useless. The Dragon Empire, which defeated him in the first battle, must have exceptional qualities. Remaining silent while knowing we're sending more reinforcements is suspicious in itself. So what do you think the Dragon Legion will do next? The second commander shows no trace of worry, instead displaying a look of eager anticipation, as if hoping the opponent will bring more surprises. Suddenly, a dramatic change occurs. Behind the Dragon Legion fleet, a massive blue rift tears through space. The rift is so vivid that it can be easily seen with the naked eye. Alarms blare throughout the command centers. Alert! Anomalous space fluctuation detected ahead. The two commanders exchange a knowing glance, opting to observe before acting. They need to understand the enemy's strategy before formulating a counter. The blue rift continues to expand, evolving into a colossal gateway in space. Through this blue gateway, the silhouettes of countless starships become faintly visible. Is this some kind of space deployment technology? The third commander of the Black God squints to observe. Soon, one Dragon-class starship after another emerges from the gateway, as if materializing from nothingness. The second commander leaps to her feet, astonishment evident on her face. Reinforcements were expected, but the sheer number of ships, now exceeding 100,000 and still rising, far surpasses their estimate of the Dragon Empire's military capacity. The anticipated maximum of 5 million ships had already been surpassed, heading towards 6 million, and new ships continue to pour in. Half an hour later, the number of Dragon starships has surged past 300,000 and continues to climb. These reinforcements immediately engage in the front line, significantly boosting the Dragon Legion's combat strength. The Shadowhunters' elite fleet managed to withdraw their stealth bombers from an unfavorable frontal battle position. However, the third commander of the Black God noticed something unusual through high-definition imagery. The hulls of the Xiaolong starships were riddled with battle scars. He quickly accessed the data and presented a set of comparison images to the second commander of the Black God. Look here. He pointed at the features of the same Model T5 class interstellar destroyer in the photograph. This warship was on a battlefield in another galaxy just 5 days ago. The second commander of the Black God stared at the evidence in disbelief. That's impossible. Without a spatial transfer device, it's inconceivable to arrive here on time through warp travel alone. Isn't that portal over there a spatial transfer device? The third commander calmly pointed out. But that's even more astonishing, the second commander said, gazing at the blue portal. In just half an hour, it has transported over 300,000 starships, far exceeding the capacity of our largest spatial transfer devices, and it seems to continue doing so. The third commander suddenly recalled a crucial piece of intelligence. Besides the known 4 super flagships of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the Dragon Emperor Command Ship, the Rakshasa Underworld-class Dreadnought, the Demon Emperor Carrier Starship, and the Gluttony Overlord Starship, there is rumored to be an unconfirmed super flagship. Are you suggesting that this powerful interspatial rapid transfer capability comes from that mysterious flagship? It's the only logical explanation. It likely employs near T7 level technology, similar to the other Xiaolong super flagships. While this level of technology might seem unimaginable to other civilizations, it is not surprising for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, known for its countless marvels. However, the second commander posed a question. Their fleet is scattered across multiple battlefields. Can this super flagship really establish multiple spatial transfer points simultaneously? The third commander, unable to solve this technological puzzle, could only suggest, we should report this intelligence to the Emperor immediately. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Dragon Emperor command ship, Zhao Chun watched the open blue gate behind him, a confident smile playing on his lips. This starship, though extravagant in its conditions of use, indeed holds extraordinary strategic value. His gaze seemed to penetrate the blue portal, looking toward the battlefield on the other side. In front of the blue light gate, a massive fleet of Xiaolong interstellar battleships is pouring in continuously. The sight of millions of battleships moving in coordinated formations is truly spectacular. Below the light gate, a uniquely glowing starship stands out with its bluish hue. His is the legendary T6 Nanchaman starship. As one of the most enigmatic ships in the Xiaolong fleet, the Nanchaman, though the earliest T6 super flagship to enter service, has rarely been seen in action. Despite its low profile, this auxiliary starship possesses a game-changing ability, the creation of unrestricted two-way Stargate passages. This seemingly simple function makes it a pivotal asset in large-scale battles. Suddenly, a colossal battleship emerges behind the blue light gatite. Is the flagship of the Xiaolong Grand Marshal, the T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class Interstellar Dreadnought. A video communication window pops up in front of Zhao Chun. Welcome, Zhao Chun greets with a smile. We're not late, are we? Charlotte inquires. Not at all, the show hasn't started yet. We're waiting for you to play the leading role, Zhao Chun replies with a grin. Lilith, the secretary officer, is somewhat surprised. I didn't expect the Grand Marshal to bring the Rakshasa Underworld-class Dreadnought. Isn't it supposed to be on the main battlefield? Didn't the enemy notice your absence? Charlotte explains. Of course, the enemy noticed, but a battleship rotating to the rear for rest doesn't raise suspicion. Besides, it was gone for less than half an hour. Who would have thought this battleship is equipped with independent space jump capabilities? Thanks to this unique space jump ability, the Rakshasa Underworld-class Dreadnought could swiftly maneuver to the predetermined location after leaving the battlefield and then arrive at this battlefront through the Nanchaman Stargate. How's the assembly going? Zhao Chun asks. Charlotte reports in detail. Nearly 2 million battleships are already in position on the other side of the gate. The remaining forces will arrive within 3 hours. The Nanchaman can transport between 500,000 to 600,000 battleships per hour, so we expect to complete the deployment within 3 hours. We've stationed a large number of transport and supply ships at the assembly point, allowing the waiting battleships to replenish their ammunition and prepare for the upcoming battle. This is the real plan Charlotte previously revealed to Zhao Chun, to catch the enemy off guard by exploiting the time gap. After the enemy's main forces were diverted, the Xiaolong fleet appeared to retreat from various star systems, but actually rushed to the preset assembly point. There, the Nanchaman and supply fleet awaited, along with a temporary wartime base for maintenance and resupply, significantly boosting efficiency. The choice of the assembly point's location is also strategically sound. It is optimally distanced from 30 star system battlefields, ensuring that retreating fleets can arrive promptly without being too close or too far from any battlefield. The choice of this rendezvous point was nothing short of strategic brilliance. The elite fleet of Phantom Scouts had invested considerable time before the battle to identify this location, which was both concealed and of high strategic value. In hindsight, their efforts were not in vain. Have you made up your mind on your final plan? Zhao Chun turned to Charlotte. Even now, he was uncertain about how far Charlotte intended to push this battle. Previously, Charlotte had mentioned that the plan would depend on the actual battlefield conditions, and that no fixed goals could be set in advance. Meeting Zhao Chun's gaze, Charlotte's eyes shone with determination. I aim to annihilate the 3 million starships and 2 elite fleet corps of the Black God's forces right here. Hearing this audacious plan, Zhao Chun's expression remained unchanged, but Lilith, standing nearby, was visibly shocked. Although 3 million starships might not sound like much at first, considering it was the end of the campaign, attempting to eliminate such a significant portion of the enemy's fleet was indeed ambitious. If Charlotte could achieve this, Lilith estimated that the total enemy losses in the campaign could exceed 30 million starships, or even more. After a brief exchange, Charlotte's demeanor turned serious as she saluted Zhao Chun. Your Majesty, I, Charlotte, request command of the battlefield. Zhao Chun regarded the general who still adhered to military protocols and responded solemnly, by my order, the highest command authority of this battlefield is now transferred to Marshal Charlotte. The Long Emperor-class interstellar command ship will follow and assist Marshal Charlotte's directives. Yes, sir. Charlotte immediately assumed her role. Despite being new to the battlefield, her every command was swift and precise, as if she was already intimately familiar with the situation. Her strategy was straightforward. Consolidate the interstellar cruisers and battle cruisers from various fleet corps to form multiple high-speed strike groups, transitioning from defense to offense and encircling the enemy forces. This sudden tactical shift quickly caught the attention of the two Black God commanders. To them, the Xiaolong interstellar fleet, engaged in intergalactic warfare, should have avoided a decisive battle with the Devourer civilization on home turf. Yet, the current deployment clearly aimed to encircle and annihilate over 1 million of their starships, including the elite core of the Black God King. What should we do now? The second Black God commander asked his colleague. The third Black God commander pondered briefly. Our king intended to turn this place into a meat grinder for the enemy. Engaging them on our territory aligns perfectly with our strategy. If they can muster fleet corps, why can't we? His voice grew more fervent. This is an excellent opportunity to exploit the enemy's greed. Not only can we severely damage their super flagships, but we can also deplete more of their starships here, compensating for our previous losses. The second Black God commander looked worried. But for them to dare such a move, they must have something up their sleeve. You've seen the combat prowess of the Xiaolong fleet. I understand all of that, the third Black God commander interrupted decisively. But this is war. If the enemy dares to act, why can't we? In a confrontation, the brave will prevail. In the Interstellar War Command Center, the face of the second commander of the Black God showed unmistakable hesitation. She gazed at the tactical map before her and slowly spoke. This matter is crucial. I need to consult with the king. Standing opposite her, the third commander of the Black God cast a cold glance her way. You're as cautious as ever. The military technology demonstrated by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire in this campaign is terrifying. If we're not careful, we might meet the same fate as the Demon King and the Drought King. The second commander chose not to argue further and immediately began contacting the Black God King. Although the third commander longed to engage the Xiaolong Legion in a decisive battle and turn this star region into their graveyard, he understood the gravity of the decision and waited patiently. Soon, a response came from the Black God King. He approved the third commander's proposal, granting both commanders the authority to expand the battlefield scale indefinitely and promising to dispatch regular troops from other star systems for support. This meant they could amass over 3 million warships from the Devourer civilization on this battlefield. The second commander turned to the third commander. The king agreed to your request and will send reinforcements. But there's one condition. We must hold off the enemy's warships and lure the Xiaolong Legion into committing more forces. They've been fighting in our universe for over half a month, and based on our assessment, their resources are strained to maintain such high-intensity combat. If we can pin down their main fleet here until their resources deplete, we'll have a chance to severely damage their forces. The third commander nodded in agreement. Exactly my thoughts. This is our home ground, and we have considerable strength and numerous legions to deploy. In a protracted war, we have the advantage. Together, they studied the war map. The Xiaolong Legion's fleet had formed a crescent-shaped encirclement, closing in on the Devourer civilization's positions. Currently, they had just over 1 million warships, while reinforcements were still on the way. The enemy already numbered over 300,000 ships, with their numbers rapidly increasing. The third commander proposed a tactical suggestion. We're at a disadvantage and should avoid direct confrontation, but retreat is not an option either. Instead, let's establish a defensive position here, enticing the enemy to encircle us. Once reinforcements arrive, we'll turn the tables and attack from both sides. The second commander furrowed her brow. Following your plan, creating a breakthrough in the current situation will require deploying our elite fleet. She looked at the third commander meaningfully. The third commander responded confidently. That's right. To accomplish this task, our two Black God legions must take the lead. We're aware of the risks. We are the prime targets in the enemy's eyes, and they won't miss any opportunity to eliminate us. But this is also our chance. The enemy's reinforcement speed has noticeably slowed, suggesting their total forces are around this number. The second commander remained worried. But you must realize, the enemy's warship numbers far exceed just a few 100,000. A formidable fleet of 500,000 interstellar warships loomed in space, exuding an intimidating aura. These were not ordinary starships, but the elite Xiaolong series from the Xiaolong Legion. According to military theory, countering the Xiaolong Legion would require at least a 10-fold advantage in numbers, yet the Black God Legion only had a mere 2 million ships at their disposal. If we follow your plan, our two Black God Legion fleets might become sitting ducks for the enemy. The third commander of the Black God Legion retorted calmly. Do you think staying here makes us any less of a target? The enemy's strategy is clear. They're isolating us to attack reinforcements, and we are the point in their plan. At this rate, we'll be annihilated within 15 hours. Instead of waiting to be attacked, we should take the initiative. This bold statement gave the second commander of the Black God Legion pause for thought. There's no time left. We need to make a decision now. The third commander, usually composed, spoke with urgency. I'm willing to consider your suggestion, but it must be executed according to my plan. The second commander finally responded. We will split our forces and break through in different directions. This will either force the enemy to divide their forces to pursue us or focus all their strength on one route. Either way, it will relieve pressure on other battlefronts. Though the third commander found this plan overly cautious, he recognized it as an indirect acceptance of his proposal to break through, so he nodded in agreement. Let's not waste any more time, the second commander said firmly. Each will choose a direction to break through, and you may mobilize conventional forces within a certain range for support. Even if one fleet faces the threat of annihilation, there will be no retreat to assist them. The third commander showed a rare smile as he quickly marked an attack route on the interstellar war map. You deliberately picked the most dangerous path. I won't go easy on you because of that. Even if you call for help, I won't intervene, the second commander noted, seeing through his intention. That's my way, the third commander replied with a grin, the most he had smiled in a year. Since becoming a commander, I've always preferred to tackle the toughest tasks myself. You could also interpret it as my lack of faith in anyone else fulfilling this critical role. The second commander did not argue back. She was well aware that the third commander's battlefield prowess was at least on par with her own, and his willingness to take risks often led to remarkable outcomes. Since he volunteered for the challenge, she chose not to say more. The request from the third commander was met with stony silence from the second commander, true to her reputation as the Iron Lady and the devourer of civilizations. For her, only the efficiency of the mission and the achievement of objectives mattered. Sacrifices along the way were not her concern. Let's proceed as planned. 3 minutes to prepare, then commence the attack, she stated coldly, terminating the video feed. The third commander maintained a smile, shrugging slightly. The Iron Lady lives up to her name, completely unfazed. Beside him, the ship's deputy captain noticed a slight tremor in the commander's hand. It wasn't fear, it was excitement. He knew his commander well, a true war fanatic. In his relentless pursuit of mission success, the commander often opted for the most extreme measures. Only on a battlefield of this magnitude did his usually emotionless face reveal any expression. This was precisely why the Black God Emperor paired him with the second commander. Unchecked, the third commander was like a rabid dog, capable of self-destruction. In past conflicts with other interstellar civilizations, he had led a mere 30,000 ships in an audacious attempt to breach a line defended by nearly 1,000,000 enemy ships, including 50,000 protecting their leader. Though the enemy's ships were inferior to the current formidable Xiaolong Legion, such recklessness could have resulted in total annihilation. Even though he succeeded in his mission, eliminating the target, his unexpected maneuver threw the main battlefield into chaos. Consequently, despite his prowess, the Black God Emperor balanced his achievements with his faults, offering no reward. His unauthorized actions were the reason. Since then, except in dire situations, the Black God Emperor refrained from assigning him solo missions, fearing greater disasters. Now, however, the second commander had surprisingly agreed to his proposal after careful consideration. The deputy captain felt a shiver down his spine at what might come next. His commander was truly about to go wild. Relay my orders, the third commander instructed. Mobilize the fleet with the best combat status around us to launch an assault ahead. Issue a strict command. Break through at full speed, with no hesitation from any ship. No retreat, only attack. The voice of the third commander of the Dark God Army echoed through the command channel, his face appearing particularly fierce in the holographic projection. Any interstellar battleship that delays the assault will be destroyed on the spot by our Dark God 3rd Legion fleet. He then dangled an enticing reward. Those who complete the mission will see their captains promoted by 1 rank, bridge and department officers by 2, and lower-ranking officers by at least 3. The deputy captain immediately grasped the commander's strategy, using other Legion fleets as cannon fodder to draw the Fire Dragon Legion's fire, thereby creating opportunities for the Dark God 3rd Legion. Such a near-suicidal mission would typically be shunned by any legion, but the third commander of the Dark God held the power of battlefield execution, a privilege granted by the Dark God King to the 5 commanders. He wasn't merely a war fanatic. He understood the art of leadership, employing both threats of punishment and promises of promotion to elicit maximum combat effectiveness from his forces. Soon, the deputy captain identified a relatively intact regular Legion fleet, which still had 45,000 of its original 50,000 warships. The third commander of the Dark God then issued orders to his own fleet of 30,000 Dark God warships. His gaze swept over the holographic images of each battalion commander in the command channel. The task is simple: attack. We will face the full resistance of the Fire Dragon Legion. It is a daunting but necessary mission. Every battalion will line up, all our main forces, no feints. His voice grew colder. Let me make it clear, anyone who lags behind will face severe punishment, even if they survive. Here, my word is law. The last battalion, if unsatisfactory, will see its commander and deputy executed, their families implicated. Other officers will be demoted to slavery, and soldiers exiled to mining planets for life. These penalties will extend to their families. The commanders present were silent with fear. They all knew the commander's methods. After every battle, those who performed poorly would face torture. His interrogations were so brutal that people often went mad halfway through. Even suicide was not an escape, as their families would suffer even harsher punishments. Do you all understand? The third commander of the Dark God surveyed the group one last time. Understood. Rest assured, Commander. We will complete the mission. Attack is our only option. In the unified response, the third commander of the Dark God showed a satisfied expression. As planned, the offensive commenced in full force. Under the high-pressure tactics of the third commander of the Black God fleet, the conventional fleet led the charge, showcasing unprecedented combat prowess. Even when confronted with the T-6 class starships of the Xiaolong Legion, they showed no hesitation. However, any starship that lagged behind was almost inevitably targeted by the trailing Black God Third Fleet. This severe consequence drove the conventional fleet's ships to prefer dying in the assault rather than being destroyed by their allies, thereby further enhancing their fighting spirit. The initial phase of the attack proceeded smoothly, with a breach in the encirclement appearing imminent. But the Xiaolong Legion, led by Grand Marshal Charlotte, quickly adapted their battlefield strategy by dispatching a near T-7 class Golden Scarab heavy interstellar dreadnought to counter the assault. The arrival of this near T-7 warship posed a significant threat to the Black God Third Fleet. Despite being equipped with elite T-6 and T-5 class ships, they paled in comparison to the near T-7. Surprisingly, this situation did not deter the third commander of the Black God Fleet. Instead, it filled him with exhilaration. A gleam of madness shone in his eyes, and his aura was so intense that it sent shivers down the spine of the deputy captain beside him. The third commander began to meticulously analyze the adversary. With firepower and hull strength at near T-7 level, it's no wonder it can suppress the Troll King-class interstellar fortress and the Drought Demon King on the front lines. Probably only our Black God can match it. He continued to strategize potential ways to eliminate the enemy ship. Either engage it with a ship of the same class, though the Devourer civilization possessed only 3 such ships, or concentrate a large number of ships to form an encirclement, although the opponent would not passively await destruction. The final option was to assemble a suicide fleet, using star cruisers packed with explosives for a direct collision. Hearing the last option, the deputy captain couldn't help but gasp. He cautiously asked, "Sir, with so many T-6 enemy ships and a near T-7 warship, how should we respond?" The third commander fixed his gaze on the interstellar war map, resolutely stating, "Continue with the original mission. No matter how many enemy ships lie ahead, even if there are 2, 3, or 5 near T-7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts, we have only one choice: attack." The voice of the third commander of the Black God reverberated through the fleet's communication channel, each word carrying an undeniable authority. Attack is our only option. His eyes, sharp and commanding, scanned the faces of every captain on the communication screen. Anyone who shows the slightest hint of fear at this critical moment will have no one to blame but themselves when faced with the wrath of my cannons. Consider the fate of your families and loved ones if you fail. Better to find your final worth on the battlefield than to be the shame of your family. His words held an unmistakable threat, yet they also laid bare the harsh reality. This sword hanging over their heads left everyone with no choice but to charge forward bravely. During a lull in the battle, the third commander of the Black God turned to observe the situation of the Second Legion. Comparatively, the Second Legion was under slightly less pressure, but only just. The Xiaolong Legion had long seen through their intentions and had amassed over 10,000 interstellar warships in their breakout direction, with numbers still increasing. Grand Marshal Charlotte clearly had no intention of letting them break through the encirclement easily. This bait was crucial in drawing the endless stream of Devourer civilization warships. Currently, the total number of interstellar warships on the battlefield had reached 3 million, with nearly 2 million remaining after accounting for losses. This meant that under Charlotte's tactical deployment, about 1 million enemy warships had been destroyed, achieving a third of the predetermined goal. At that moment, Grand Marshal Charlotte and Xiaolong Emperor Zhao Chun received the latest intelligence from Ghost Scouts. Report: reconnaissance shows a massive fleet of 1 million warships is approaching, expected to arrive at the battlefield in half an hour. Their expressions changed slightly, but there was no trace of worry. Their gaze simultaneously turned to the interstellar war simulation map, where the system of the Dragon Emperor had already marked the incoming fleet. Although a fleet of 1 million ships was not considered large, such a scale would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the battle if deployed at once. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. Despite being the Xiaolong Emperor, he chose to fully trust and follow Charlotte's battlefield command. Charlotte studied the map carefully and said softly, "To counterbalance this fleet, only a tenth of our forces would suffice. But that doesn't align with our operational objectives. Since the enemy is delivering themselves to us, how can we not seize the opportunity?" She raised her head, her eyes sweeping over the video windows in the command channel. "Deploy 200,000 warships. The goal is not to intercept or confront, but to annihilate this 1 million enemy warships in the shortest time possible. Who is willing to take on this daunting task?" Though several Imperial marshals volunteered, Charlotte's gaze ultimately settled on Medusa. "Medusa, your Xiaolong 3rd Legion fleet group currently has 5 legions, with over 200,000 warships on standby. This task is yours." Without hesitation, Medusa responded, "Rest assured, Grand Marshal and Your Majesty, we guarantee to complete the mission. Within 15 combat hours, we will annihilate the enemy." Charlotte nodded in approval, then turned her attention back to the current battlefield situation. On this interstellar battlefield, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has amassed nearly 700,000 warships. In the vicinity of the Nanchaman starship, another 300,000 warships are on standby, undergoing rest and resupply to restore their combat readiness. This is a cautious strategic deployment in the battlefield. It's not about deploying the most troops, but deploying the right amount at the right time to achieve the best results. In the other 6-star system battlefields, approximately 3 million Xiaolong warships are still locked in a standoff with the Devourer civilization's fleet. Given the unique dynamics of the battlefield, where both sides wield immense power, any rash actions could have widespread consequences. The enemy Devourer civilization has already gathered 3 million warships and 2 Black God Legion fleets in this war zone. With an additional 1 million reinforcement fleet on the way, the total will reach 4 million. This makes the war zone the largest battlefield in the Devourer civilization's universe. The intensity of the battles has reached new heights with an average hourly loss of over 50,000 warships on both sides, and daily losses exceeding 1.2 million, far surpassing other main battlefields. "Charlotte, is this really as you predicted? A large-scale annihilation of the enemy fleet here?" Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte and asked. Charlotte nodded in confirmation. "That is indeed our plan. However, the Black God will not let us succeed easily. I believe they will drag us into a protracted war, turning this place into a high-cost meat grinder. We are fighting across the universe, and our supply lines are already stretched thin. The Xiaolong Empire's war resources are limited, and Lilith's logistics are beginning to strain. Coupled with prolonged high-intensity combat, troop morale is bound to decline. Even if the warships are tireless, the pilots need rest. The situation on the battlefield has already exceeded expectations," Zhao Chen said gravely. "It's like being stuck in a quagmire. If we don't pull out in time, we might sink deeper." Charlotte responded through the video window. "I anticipated this situation. As the saying goes, risk and reward go hand in hand. This cross-universe campaign is hard one and aims to severely damage the Devourer civilization. But I suspect there's a shift within the 3 kings. The Black God might be trying to use us to eliminate the other 2 kings and seize all power, consolidating the Devourer civilization's resources. On the surface, the Devourer civilization seems to be suffering heavy losses, but with its industrial base, advanced technology, and unified resource advantage, the Black God King might enable a swift recovery. At that point, they will likely launch an even larger-scale attack. To delay that day, we must defeat the Demon King and the Drought King and take a significant hit at the Black God King." A hint of madness flickered in Charlotte's eyes, resembling the 3rd commander of the Black God, though to a lesser degree. Additionally, with the Dragon Emperor, the super flagship, assisting her, she could avoid making overly aggressive decisions. Zhao Chen nodded silently. "Since you've made your decision, and the battlefield command is in your hands, proceed with your plan. Lilith and I will fully support you." Charlotte gazed intently at Zhao Chen, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions. "Your Majesty, regarding the upcoming battle plans, I must point out the inherent risks. Your position is too conspicuous. If the conflict escalates, the enemy is likely to target you in a decapitation strike. For your safety, I suggest." Before she could finish, Zhao Chen interrupted with a smile. "Lilith and the others have already mentioned this. My response remains unchanged while you hold command on the battlefield. My staying here is my decision. As long as you don't retreat, neither will I. Moreover, my presence serves as a tactical advantage. The enemy, knowing the Emperor of the Xiaolong is here, will naturally focus their attention on me, potentially exposing their vulnerabilities." Charlotte glanced over at Lilith, who merely shrugged helplessly. Seeing this, she shifted to report on another aspect of the battle. "Currently, I'm working to redeploy fleet units from the other 6-star system battlefronts. However, due to the complex situations there, a large-scale withdrawal must be handled with caution. While this limits our ability to gather more reinforcements, it also ties down a portion of the enemy's forces. After all, those star systems are of immense value, and the Black God King won't abandon them easily. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. With Charlotte in command, he only needed to focus on executing the tasks she assigned. The next phase is crucial, Charlotte said with a serious expression. Successfully disengaging after luring more of the Devourer civilization's fleets is vital. Zhao Chen reminded her, in battlefield command, you indeed have more expertise than I do. But remember, while we pursue victory, we shouldn't gamble everything on a single opportunity. The Xiaolong Legion is not what it used to be. Even if we don't achieve our strategic objectives this time, we still have the chance to rise again. On the battlefield, the fierce fighting continued. The second and third commanders of the Black God forces each led their fleets, attempting to break through the defenses and join with external reinforcements. Meanwhile, those reinforcements were striving to breach the Xiaolong Legion's blockade, with both sides engaged in intense clashes within their respective sectors. Half an hour later, Marshal Medusa led over 200,000 interstellar warships, forming an imposing barrier on the path of 1,000,000 Devourer civilization ships. Although outnumbered, the combat prowess of the Xiaolong Third Legion was undeniable. Despite being warned from continuous combat, they maintained a significant advantage. Faced with this situation, the commanders of the Devourer civilization had no choice but to press on, as the two Black God commanders on the main battlefield eagerly awaited their support. The commander of 1,000,000 interstellar warships, intent on consuming civilizations, was acutely aware of the consequences of delaying reinforcements. Without hesitation, he issued the order to charge. Even when faced with the formidable force of 200,000 Xylong-class warships, they launched a fierce attack without a second thought. This newly initiated skirmish instantly elevated the overall battle to a new level. At that moment, Ghost Scouts relayed crucial intelligence. About 15 minutes travel behind the million-strong fleet, another armada had been detected. This fleet was led by the Supreme Commander of the Black God Legion and consisted of 300,000 fully operational warships from the Devourer civilization. They've upped the ante, Lilith remarked gravely, glancing at Grand Marshal Charlotte and Emperor Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. It's clear the enemy intends to turn this place into a meat grinder. This is no coincidence, Grand Marshal Charlotte analyzed. They're using 1,000,000 warships up front to draw our focus, hoping we'll overlook the Black God's main force at the rear. If not for our well-established intelligence network, this backup fleet could have caught us off guard. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. This scenario underscored the critical role of the Ghost Scout elite corps. They had set up an intelligence network in the enemy's home universe before the battle, allowing the Xiaolong Legion to manage the battlefield as if they had a map of the entire area. This comprehensive intelligence system ensured victory, even against the advanced Xiaolong-class interstellar warships. So, do we fight or retreat? Lilith asked, turning to the highest-ranking officer, Charlotte. After a brief pause, Charlotte resolutely declared, "We haven't reached our objective yet. The enemy has only reinforced with 300,000 warships, which we can handle. Over at the Nanchaman, we still have more than 300,000 warships, and Pei Xingnan Xiaolong 10th Legion is fully rested. Her fleet of over 40,000 warships, combined with another 80,000, is more than capable of facing the enemy." Lilith shrugged with resignation. "While you enjoy the battlefront, I'll be here cleaning up the mess." "Fine, carry on." Zhao Chen and Charlotte exchanged a knowing smile, their years of camaraderie evident without words. In the temporary base stationed at the Nanchaman flagship, numerous Xiaolong Legion warships were undergoing recuperation. These ships had nearly depleted their ammunition and supplies in the previous intense battles. Deploying them in such a state would inevitably lead to unnecessary losses. This was precisely why Charlotte had established the temporary military base in Advancido, provide the weary warships a chance to recover while remaining ready to reinforce the front line at any moment, achieving a dual purpose. On the bridge of the flagship of the 10th Legion fleet of the Xiaolong Corps, Marshal Pei Xingnan stared intently at the urgent orders she had just received, her expression grave. "Commander, the Grand Marshal requires us to reach combat position in 15 minutes and be fully prepared for battle in 20, the deputy captain reported, standing beside her. "What is the current combat readiness of the fleet?" Pei Xingnan inquired. The deputy captain promptly accessed a holographic document. As the deputy captain of the flagship, her responsibilities extended beyond managing just the flagship. She had to coordinate the entire Legion fleet and even the fleet group. The document detailed the status of each starship, including the reserves of various munitions and supplies. The 10th Legion fleet currently carries about 70% of its war supplies. Strategic materials like interstellar missiles have been replenished to 90%. Although our overall supplies are at 70%, it's sufficient for a campaign, the deputy captain added with a slight smile. The enemy has merely over 300,000 warships, while we, along with allied Legion fleets, have 80,000. This might be the easiest battle we've ever fought. To outsiders, this might sound arrogant, but for the Xiaolong Corps, accustomed to fighting against overwhelming odds, an enemy outnumbering them 4-1 was hardly intimidating. "Do not be complacent," Pei Shengnan ordered sternly. Issue the command. The 10th Legion fleet is to cease all other activities and all combat personnel are to take their positions. All starships must be ready for departure in 5 minutes. Any delays will be dealt with by military law. Understood. The deputy captain promptly relayed the command. The fleet, which had been in a state of rest and recovery, instantly shifted to combat readiness. Engines of hundreds of starships ignited in sequence, creating a spectacle akin to a blooming halo when viewed from afar. The 3rd Corps fleet is ready for combat, awaiting orders. The 9th Corps fleet is fully positioned. Report, the 6th Corps fleet is in combat status, awaiting command. Each Corps fleet reported their readiness in succession. Pei Shengnan immediately commanded, advance, move out. The fleet passed through the Stargate established by the Nanchaman-class starship, arriving at the designated battlefield. Pei Shengnan, while saluting to Grand Marshal Charlotte and the Emperor of Xiaolong, swiftly led her fleet to their combat positions. Thanks to the detailed intelligence provided by Phantom Scouts, the fleet had a comprehensive understanding of the battlefield and the star system's terrain, allowing them to engage immediately. Pei Shengnan, you are aware of the mission details. Besides your 10th Legion, the 78th Legion fleet of Xiaolong will assist you in this operation. The relevant intelligence is being sent to you now. Any questions? Grand Marshal Charlotte asked. This was typical of Charlotte's approach. She would only provide information on the enemy, forces, and mission objectives, but never interfere with tactical decisions. In her view, anyone capable of becoming a fleet commander in the Xiaolong Corps, even if only a Legion commander. The voice of Grand Marshal Charlotte resonated through the communication screen, firm and resolute. Strength isn't just a title. If you can't command a battle, you have no right to sit in this position. I'm not a caretaker. I won't hold your hand. Allowing subordinates the freedom to operate is a form of trust. Understood, no problem. Marshal Pei Shengnan responded solemnly. Charlotte nodded and added, one thing to clarify, unless the enemy's Devourer Civilization interstellar fleet receives reinforcements, we won't provide additional support. You'll need to balance everything yourself. Yes. Then I wish you victory in battle. Charlotte saluted Pei Shengnan, who returned the gesture with equal respect. As the communication screen dimmed, Pei Shengnan took a deep breath and turned to the vice captain. How far are we from the expected combat location? No more than 10 minutes, the vice captain replied promptly. Pei Shengnan fixed her gaze on the interstellar war map. We must reach the battle position within 10 minutes. Notify the Xiaolong 78th Legion fleet of the operation time and plan. They must be in position on time. Through the bridge's viewport, she could clearly see the spectacular sight of interstellar battleships clashing on the main battlefield nearby, with the Xiaolong Legion fleet bravely engaging the enemy. Clenching her fist, Pei Shengnan felt a strong sense of duty. This would be a pivotal battle for the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet group to establish its reputation. Their adversary was the elite Black God 1st Legion fleet, under the command of the Black God King. As the youngest legion, the Xiaolong 10th Legion had relatively few accolades. Although Pei Shengnan cared little for personal glory, she regarded this unit as her own and refused to see it overlooked. She aimed to make the 10th Legion the benchmark and pride of the entire fleet group, a model for other legions to emulate. Before long, the two fleets arrived at their designated combat positions, forming a fan-shaped formation, the Xiaolong 10th Legion at the center, with the 78th Legion flanking both sides. Report, the enemy will arrive in 5 minutes. Pei Shengnan nodded silently, reassessing the battle situation. They were at the edge of a star system, with the Xiaolong 3rd Legion fleet group led by Medusa engaged in fierce combat with 1,000,000 enemy warships behind them. Although Medusa held the upper hand, allowing the enemy's 300,000 reinforcement warships and the Black God Legion to breach the defenses would pose a deadly threat to the battle. Rather than respond passively, it was better to intercept and eliminate the threat at its source. General Chao, is everything ready on your side? Pei Shengnan's voice was steady and composed, prepared for the imminent fierce battle. Marshal Pei Shengnan shifted her gaze to the video window displaying Lieutenant General Chao, the commander of the 78th Legion fleet. Chao's features were distinctive, possessing a rugged masculinity yet retaining a handsome allure. Beneath her fair complexion were hints of multiple racial traces of demon lineage, interwoven with human and angelic characteristics. Genetic tests revealed that her bloodline carried the heritage of over 10 different races. In the power dynamics of the various races, pure bloodlines were traditionally seen as crucial markers of status and identity. Even the demon race held a strong prejudice against those of mixed heritage, derogatorily labeling them as hybrids. Such an identity inevitably invited discrimination, working twice as hard for half the recognition. For General Chao, life began on hard mode, yet she possessed an indomitable spirit. For the first 30 years, she navigated through a challenging environment, forging a resilient character. When the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire unified this universe, she learned that their selection criteria focused solely on ability, not lineage. Initially skeptical, having seen similar promises broken by others, she decided to take a chance. Upon joining the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, she discovered it truly was different. While some harbored prejudices, they dared not express them, as the Legion strictly prohibited any form of discrimination. People here might look down on you for lacking skill, disdain laziness, or condemn cowardice, but never would they scorn you for your heritage. On this fair ground, General Chao found her place. She began to work tirelessly, despite lacking innate talent, familial support, and starting from a lower rung than others, she never gave up. Witnessing many others from humble beginnings succeed within the Legion only strengthened her resolve. She ascended the ranks with astonishing speed, ultimately becoming the fleet commander. Unlike Marshal Pei Shengnan, General Chao yearned to prove her worth through achievements, to show the world that even those of mixed heritage could rise to prominence. Her journey also shaped the person she is today. I'll say it again, Marshal Pei Shengnan continued, in this military operation, my 10th Legion fleet will take the lead, and your 78th Legion fleet will provide support. This isn't a slight against you. It's because our coordination might not yet be seamless. She elaborated on the battle plan. Once our forces engage the enemy, you need to act on command. There could be two scenarios. If the enemy attacks, we'll fight and retreat, forming a concave formation. Once the enemy is fully surrounded, your Legion must tighten the encirclement immediately. We'll seize the opportunity to counterattack, and your task is to ensure no enemy starships break through. I've pledged to the Grand Marshal and His Majesty that we'll take down 300,000 starships of the Black God's 1st Legion fleet within 10 hours. General Chao nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Marshal, I am willing to pledge my military honor. If we follow your plan, the 78th Xiaolong Legion fleet will never let the enemy break through. Major General Chao stood firmly at the bridge command post, assuring Marshal Pei Shengnan, if even one enemy ship escapes, I am willing to face the Emperor and the Grand Marshal to atone. Marshal Pei Shengnan did not respond to this bold statement but continued analyzing the second tactical possibility. The enemy might choose not to attack directly and engage us in a prolonged battle. In that scenario, we must take the initiative. You need to coordinate with us from the flanks for a full-scale assault, forming an encirclement in the shortest time possible, no matter the cost. I will dispatch interstellar cruisers and battle cruisers to form an assault formation, penetrating and dividing the enemy fleet into segments, then destroying them one by one. Major General Chao nodded earnestly. In her view, although the second tactical plan seemed aggressive, considering the need for a swift victory, it was indeed the best choice. I completely agree. The 78th Xiaolong Legion fleet will not disappoint. If this operation succeeds, I'll buy you a drink afterward. Marshal Pei Shengnan smiled. Then I'll gladly accept, Major General Chao replied with a smile. After a brief exchange, the battle plan was finalized. At this moment, just as the Ghost Scouts had predicted, 5 minutes later, the Black God 1st Legion fleet and 300,000 ships of the Swallowing Civilization's regular army appeared on the starship radar. On the bridge of the Black God 1st Legion's flagship, the first commander of Black God frowned as he reviewed the reconnaissance images sent back from the scout ships ahead. The enemy's preemptive deployment had completely disrupted his original plan. He intended to attack in 2 waves, deploying 1,000,000 ships in the first wave and over 300,000 in the second, combined with his personal command of the Black God 1st Legion, to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. But now, it seemed the adversary had anticipated everything. Sir, should we take a detour? The adjutant inquired. A detour? The first commander of Black God sneered. Since the enemy has fortified here, they won't let us pass easily. We can only break through Hedon. However, the opponent has only dispatched 80,000 ships, 2 Xiaolong legions. They clearly underestimate us. Although on the front lines, we may not match the Xiaolong interstellar ships, with my Black God 1st Legion here, their arrogance will cost them dearly. He immediately ordered, have the regular army fleet lead the charge, with our forces following, to find a breakthrough and launch a full-scale assault. Soon, a fierce interstellar battle erupted on the outskirts of this star system. Marshal Pei Shengnan quickly discerned the enemy's tactical intentions. The Black God 1st Legion is using the regular army to test our defenses, looking for a breakthrough to disrupt our formation. How should we respond? The deputy captain asked. Marshal Pei Shengnan pondered for a moment, then opened 2 video windows to contact 2 core fleet commanders. These 2 were commanders from the 10th Xiaolong Legion's 3rd Corps, who were often reprimanded by her for making mistakes, much like troublemakers in a class. But it was precisely these traits that made them the best candidates for certain special tasks. You 2 are experts at playing roles. Now is the time to showcase your talents. Remember, act convincingly, without revealing any flaws. After all, you're up against the Black God 1st Legion. Are you confident? Rest assured, Marshal. I'm an expert at playing dumb to catch the wise. One commander replied with full confidence. The 2 fleet commanders wore sly grins, resembling shrewd merchants. Marshal Pei Shengnan couldn't help but roll her eyes at their playful demeanor. Despite their unserious facade, They were competent in every other aspect. I don't care about the process, how you perform, or what you do, Marshal Pei Shangnan said sternly. But the outcome must be flawless. This battle is crucial for the Xiaolong 10th Legion and the entire war. If anything goes wrong, it won't be me punishing you, but His Majesty the Emperor of Xiaolong and Grand Marshal Charlotte. I won't be able to protect you then. The commanders remained all smiles, with one confidently stating, "Don't worry, Marshal. We may seem unreliable, but we've never let you down on the battlefield." Among the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleets, our 2 fleet units might not be the strongest, but we're definitely in the top 3. Watch us handle this mission. Seeing their relaxed demeanor, showing no sign of taking the mission seriously, Marshal Pei Shangnan sighed helplessly and chose not to say more. On the battlefield, everything unfolded as the Black God's first commander had anticipated. The conventional fleet of the devouring civilization engaged the Xiaolong 10th Legion fleet Hedon, forming a concave-shaped battlefield. At this moment, the Xiaolong 78th Legion, stationed on the flank, began to move, swiftly executing a flanking encirclement. The Black God's first commander was well prepared for this deployment by the Xiaolong Legion and remained unperturbed, not altering his tactics. His plan was to take the initiative, seeking opportunities in the offensive. On the interstellar war map, he marked 2 positions. These were the weakest points in the Xiaolong Legion's fleet, ideal for breakthrough. These positions were critical nodes in the enemy's front line. Breaking through here would bisect the Xiaolong Legion's formation. Relay the order for the Black God's 1st Legion fleet to attack these 2 positions. Create a breach in the shortest time possible to disrupt the enemy's attack rhythm, commanded the Black God's first commander. The Black God's 1st Legion fleet immediately sprang into action, their starships taking advantage of the ongoing firefight to penetrate the battlefield. As they struck the marked positions, the Xiaolong fleet indeed showed signs of collapse. The defensive line became chaotic, and the Xiaolong starships began retreating, seemingly unable to withstand the assault. Seizing the opportunity, the Black God's 1st Legion pressed their advantage, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the defense line. However, the situation suddenly reversed. The previously retreating Xiaolong starships swiftly regrouped into a tight battle formation, showing no sign of retreating further. Despite intensified attacks, the Black God's 1st Legion couldn't make any headway at these positions. What is happening? Why has the attack stalled? The Black God's 1st commander demanded angrily. A subordinate explained helplessly, according to the Vanguard Fleet's report, the enemy initially showed signs of collapse under our attack, but at a certain point, they suddenly switched to full combat mode. No matter how we attack, we can't advance an inch. Hearing this report, the Black God's 1st commander frowned, sensing something amiss. Just then, there was another development on the front lines. Report. A subordinate hurriedly informed, the enemy's starship fleet on the front is counterattacking. They're flanking our attacking fleet from both sides, seemingly intending to encircle and destroy us. The gaze of the Black God's 1st commander was fixed on the interstellar war simulation table, his expression grave. The table clearly displayed the 2 attack positions he had previously marked. What initially seemed like a favorable offensive now revealed a fatal flaw. The Xiaolong Legion's fleet, like 2 agile tentacles, was encircling his attacking forces from both flanks. It's a trap, he suddenly realized, understanding that the tactical gap he had identified was actually a meticulously laid snare by the enemy. Send the order immediately. Command the fleets at those 2 positions to retreat, he ordered urgently. However, the deputy commander looked troubled. Sir, I'm afraid it's too late. The 6,000 starships at those battlefronts are already heavily entangled with the enemy and can't break free. The Black God's 1st commander clenched his fist, feeling a deep frustration from falling into the enemy's carefully crafted trap. Even worse, while they had been focused on the frontal battlefield, the Xiaolong Legion had astonishingly completed a flanking maneuver, forming a partial encirclement. This realization was bitterly iron. It commanded over 300,000 warships, yet they were at risk of being encircled by a mere 80,000 enemy ships. He finally understood the helplessness that conventional fleets of the devouring civilization felt when facing the Xiaolong Legion. The Xiaolong Legion had completely overturned their understanding of interstellar warfare. Sir, what should we do? The adjutant broke the silence anxiously. Time was running out, and the Xiaolong Legion was clearly determined to annihilate this massive fleet. Should they retreat or attack? This difficult decision loomed over the Black God's 1st commander. Retreating might avoid encirclement but would inevitably result in heavy losses, particularly crippling the conventional fleets, leaving them incapable of organizing another attack. On the other hand, choosing to attack seemed futile against the Xiaolong Legion's tight defenses, superior Xiaolong-class warships, and comprehensive firepower. The communication window flashed incessantly with calls for reinforcements, intensifying his concern. Main battlefields, local skirmishes, and even new battlefronts with hundreds of thousands of ships were all requesting support. After this battle, he finally understood why the situation had escalated to this point. Unless they had 10 times the enemy's numbers or vastly superior ship quality, there was almost no chance of victory against the Xiaolong Legion. At this moment, they had neither the quality advantage nor the ability to mobilize enough ships in time. The fleet of the Xiaolong Legion executed a breathtaking tactical maneuver thanks to their unique super flagship. They redeployed a fleet that had just withdrawn from another battlefield with astonishing speed to the current front. The Xiaolong commanders skillfully exploited this time advantage to carry out a series of precise tactical arrangements, securing a strategic upper hand in this star sector. A sudden realization struck the mind of the Black God's Supreme Commander. Could this have been the Xiaolong commander's plan all along? If so, the strategic foresight and vision displayed by this commander were truly terrifying. Sir? Sir? The urgent calls of his subordinate jolted him back to reality. Faced with the stalemate of the current battle, he found himself in a dilemma. Reinforcements. We need more reinforcements. The Black God's Supreme Commander decided swiftly to contact the Black God King. Only the king had the authority to mobilize large-scale reinforcements, and it wasn't just about numbers. It was crucial that these reinforcements arrived on the battlefield swiftly. At the current rate, reinforcements might be annihilated one by one. More troubling was the Xiaolong Legion's apparent ability to anticipate their moves and respond optimally. Sir, we can't wait any longer. His subordinate's voice was filled with urgency. The Supreme Commander of the Black Gods stared at the interstellar war map, gritted his teeth, and issued the order. Attack. Keep attacking. Extend the battle lines, and don't let the enemy encircle us. They were like arrows already in flight, with no path of retreat. While advancing meant inevitable casualties, retreating would be equally costly. More importantly, retreat might provoke the Black God King's wrath. He quickly formulated a response plan. Maintain the offensive while urgently contacting the Black God King to request the rapid deployment of more fleet forces to establish numerical superiority and turn the tide. This was the only viable option. When the communication finally connected, even through the video screen, he could feel the suffocating fury of the Black God King. He knew he was the perfect scapegoat at this moment, but he had no choice. My king, I am guilty. I have failed in my duties. Please relieve me of my position as the Supreme Commander of the Black God. I am willing to accept any punishment. He immediately knelt in apology, a wise move considering the circumstances. As the king's right-hand man, such a gesture often led to a more lenient outcome. Sure enough, although the Black God King spoke with a cold tone, he did not immediately punish. Explain what happened. Remaining kneeling, the Supreme Commander confessed, we underestimated the enemy. The Dark God King asked with keen interest, share your insights and assessment of the Xiaolong Legion fleet. The first commander of the Dark Gods slowly raised his head, his expression grave. Based on direct observations from the front lines and the first-hand experiences of our First Legion, the Xiaolong Legion's strength far exceeds our previous estimates. Even their regular troops, not just the elite fleet, are terrifyingly powerful. He paused briefly before continuing. We initially thought we needed 10 times their numbers to stand a chance, but that assessment was clearly too low. To achieve an even match on the battlefield, we need at least 15 times the troops. Even with 10 times the forces, if the enemy employs interstellar missiles and heavy artillery ships, our chances of victory wouldn't exceed 20%. What's even more troubling, the first commander's voice grew heavier, is that the Xiaolong Legion seems to have woven a vast network across our star system. They may have deployed stealth outposts, interstellar reconnaissance ships, and even planted moles. They are aware of our every military movement and can respond with precision. After detailing the formidable strength of the Xiaolong Legion, the first commander got straight to the point. My lord, the current reinforcements are grossly insufficient. The 3 million interstellar warships en route won't address the urgent crisis. We need immediate reinforcement on the battlefield. He made a specific request. I implore you to use the remaining spatial transfer devices to deploy 500,000 warships to the battlefield within 10 minutes. Additionally, we require support from 5 level 4 soul altars and 1 level 5 soul altar. Only by rapidly bolstering our forces can we hope to reverse the current disadvantage. The Dark God King remained silent for a long moment before responding in a low voice. You must understand our current predicament. Available forces are limited, and there are few spatial transfer devices left. If we deplete these resources now, and the Xiaolong Legion has further plans, we will be at a disadvantage. As for the soul altars, I can consider it, but their safety must be ensured. We have lost too many altars already to bear further losses. Facing the king's concerns, the first commander spoke with determination. My lord, the situation now is unlike any before. The face of the first commander of the Black God was stern as he locked eyes with the Black God King. The Claw Dragon Legion fleet is bearing its fangs at us, he warned gravely. If we don't muster the resolve to strike decisively now, they'll tear a chunk out of us. He took a deep breath, aware of the immense risk, and pressed on. Rather than face that, we should abandon this battlefield at once. Order all reinforcements to cease their advance and allow our forces to retreat on their own. It's the only way to minimize our losses. Such bold words would have cost an ordinary person their life 10 times over, but his unique position as the first commander granted him the authority to voice such a suggestion. The Black God King was silent for a long moment before speaking slowly. Since you've said so much, why don't you lay out your true thoughts? The first commander raised 3 fingers, outlining his analysis. We have 3 options. The first is low risk but offers limited gains. Immediately use spatial transport devices to send 300,000 starships to the battlefield, while mobilizing at least 10 million more within 72 hours. Seeing no reaction from the king, he continued, the second option involves deploying 500,000 ships and bringing the 4th and 5th Black God Legions into the fray. I realize the 4th is currently stabilizing the situation in the giant Demon King's galaxy, but the current battlefield demands their presence. This, too, requires 10 million ships in support. The Black God King regarded him steadily. And the third? The first commander hesitated briefly. The third option offers the greatest potential gain, but comes with the heaviest price. It requires you to personally lead the Black God Guard Legion, along with 2 Black God Legions and 500,000 ships, for immediate reinforcement. He met the king's gaze directly. Your Black God flagship is our only quasi-T7 level ship capable of countering the enemy's Golden Scarab-class dreadnought. More importantly, your presence would significantly boost our forces' morale. We've underestimated the Claw Dragon Interstellar Empire, he added urgently. They've achieved this level of power in just a decade, and this attack is clearly aimed at crippling our expeditionary capabilities to buy themselves development time. If we give them another year, 3 years, or even 5, we'll be facing a far more formidable adversary. This rewrite retains all the crucial information and narrative direction of the original text while enhancing its readability and vividness through a more compact structure and detailed depiction. The dialogue is more concise and impactful, and the psychological nuances and scene descriptions are more specific. A year ago, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire did not possess a single T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. Now, they boast a fleet of 15. This formidable armada is precisely the target that the Great Presence has specifically urged us to eliminate. The Black God's first commander urgently analyzed the situation. Although we find it difficult to directly threaten the home universe of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, their main fleet and super flagship are currently concentrated here. This is a rare opportunity. Even if we can't annihilate their entire fleet, we can inflict significant damage under the most favorable battle conditions. The more we destroy now, the fewer enemy ships we'll face in future battles. Suddenly, the communication was cut off, and the video screen went dark. The first commander of the Black God, filled with rage, grabbed an object nearby and hurled it at the glass panel across the room. The glass shattered into a web of cracks, causing the personnel on the bridge to lower their heads and focus intently on their tasks. The deputy captain discreetly arranged for the broken glass to be replaced and cautiously approached the commander. Our fleet is still on the offensive, but the current engagement is highly disadvantageous for us. The Xiaolong-class interstellar warships are inherently superior to ours, and without sufficient numerical superiority, we risk being encircled by them. The first commander sat in the captain's chair, covering his eyes with one hand, silent. At that moment, a video communication from the Black God King suddenly connected. The deputy captain immediately knelt, while the commander looked up in surprise. I agree with your plan. Execute the third option, the Black God King said in a deep voice. The scene shifts to the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, the interstellar command ship. Secretary Officer Lilith was reporting on the battle situation. The battlefield is currently under our control. We have destroyed over 2 million enemy starships, and we expect to reach the target of 3 million within 10 hours. However, the frequency of logistical supplies is decreasing, and our current resources can sustain combat for only 3 more days. After that, daily strategic material supplies will decrease by 30. Zhao Chun and Charlotte fell into contemplation. This was the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's first cross-universe operation, and although the battle was progressing well, the logistical pressure was far greater than anticipated. They had learned valuable lessons along the way, fortunately without severe consequences. Zhao Chun turned to Grand Marshal Charlotte. Considering the logistical pressure, while we can easily destroy another million enemy ships, we need to start planning our withdrawal timing and strategy. The key is to determine the timing, method, and specific arrangements for the retreat. As a seasoned battlefield commander, Grand Marshal Charlotte fully understood the critical nature of a retreat plan. The history of interstellar warfare was rife with painful lessons of catastrophic defeats due to botched withdrawals. Her eyes were fixed on the battle map as she calmly laid out her meticulous plan. This battlefield can hold for at most another 7 hours. Regardless of the situation or whether we've met our target number of enemy ships destroyed, all interstellar vessels must retreat within the specified time frame, she declared with a steady and firm voice. I've arranged for the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet to complete resupply operations, with Zhao Wanner in charge of providing fire cover. Additionally, we've deployed interstellar missiles, heavy artillery ships, and drone swarms as support. Charlotte continued with detailed instructions. The other 6 galaxy battlefields will synchronize their retreats with ours. To handle unexpected situations, I've reserved 2 Xiaolong Legion fleets, about 100,000 warships, as a backup force. Zhao Chen expressed his approval of the comprehensive plan. Speaking lightly, I trust you with these matters. But don't bear all the pressure alone. Tell me if any issues arise. Even though I might seem like a figurehead emperor, I'm not entirely without purpose. Charlotte gave a weary smile and stretched. After this campaign, I really need a good rest to spend time with the kids. It's only been less than a month, but it feels like an eternity. Due to the limitations of inter-universe communication technology, she couldn't even have regular video calls with her children. Zhao Chen sighed inwardly, feeling a deep sense of guilt toward his wife and children. After this battle, they should be able to enjoy a rare period of respite. It was only a pity they couldn't seize the chance to completely crush the Devourer civilization. With support from the Holy Elven Empire, perhaps such an opportunity could have been created. However, most of the Holy Elven Empire's populace was short-sighted, with only the Flame Elf King sharing his vision. Zhao Chen and his secretary Lilith had once considered supporting the Flame Elf King to become the sole Elven King, in hopes of garnering full support from the Holy Elven Empire. But being an old friend of the Flame Elf King, Zhao Chen knew this would cross a line for her. While she allowed the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire to engage in trade, intelligence, and other activities, any interference in the Holy Elven Empire's governance would surely lead to a fallout between them. Although the Holy Elven Empire also employs similar technology, its effectiveness pales in comparison to that of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Zhao Chen has never hidden his keen interest in the Holy Elven Empire's cutting-edge technology and the World Tree. Rather than being put off by this, the Flame Elf King appreciates Zhao Chen's candidness. To her, those who feign indifference while secretly coveting are far more distasteful. This mutual understanding has led to smooth interactions between the two parties thus far. However, the Flame Elf King has her own boundaries. Even if she disapproves of certain elf kings, she would never allow Zhao Chen to directly interfere with the power hierarchy of the Holy Elven Empire. Crossing this line would undoubtedly lead to conflict. Zhao Chen is well aware of this and refrains from meddling in the empire's politics unless absolutely necessary. He values the alliance, however tenuous, and genuinely regards the Flame Elf King as a friend, unwilling to jeopardize their friendship. Internally, he often sighs at his love-hate relationship with this ally. What a hopeless case. Suddenly, the bridge was filled with the shrill sound of alarms. Warning, warning. Unusual spatial fluctuations detected. Both Zhao Chen and Lilith exchanged surprised glances as Grand Marshal Charlotte, visible in the video feed, quickly turned her attention to the star map and the interstellar war table. The radar star map indicated several glowing points in the distance, marking the locations of the spatial anomalies. These points were approximately a 5-minute journey from the current battlefield to reach engagement range. Lilith swiftly began reporting critical battlefield data. Narrowing his eyes, Zhao Chen murmured, "It seems the Black God Commander is getting impatient and is ready to unleash everything they've got." At this stage of the war, both the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Devourer civilization find their technological tools and starships for large-scale fleet deployment to be scarce strategic resources. Without the trump card of the Nanchaman starship, Grand Marshal Charlotte would struggle to maintain the current battlefield advantage. Grand Marshal Charlotte promptly issued new orders. Relay the message to all battlefield fleet corps to maintain combat readiness while preparing for any potential battlefield surprises. Instruct the Nanchaman starship's temporary base to deploy all resting starships for reinforcement immediately. Soon, the spatial fluctuation points began to spew out Devourer civilization starships. 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, 300,000. The numbers kept climbing as fleet after fleet arrived. With the enemy fleet's numbers increasing, the pressure on the Xiaolong Fleet Corps intensified. Their previous advantage, primarily due to a 5-tune combat power superiority, was now being challenged. In the Battlefield Command Center, Secretary Lilith reported the latest developments with a grave expression. According to observations, the enemy's reinforcements have reached 500,000 interstellar warships, all in optimal combat condition without any prior damage. Hearing this, Zhao Chen let out a cold chuckle. It seems these are the Black God's King's last resort forces. Our tactic of encircling and attacking reinforcements has truly provoked him. Grand Marshal Charlotte focused intently on the ever-appearing enemy ships and said solemnly, "This is far from over. According to our calculations, the Black God's King still has at least 10 million warships that haven't been deployed. If he decides to go all out, that number could increase. Those warships must be on their way." Zhao Chen mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Even a civilization capable of devouring can't have enough cross-space transport devices to move such a massive fleet simultaneously. Just then, Lilith received the latest intelligence from the Ghost Scout Elite Corps. Report. Large-scale troop movements have been detected across the Black God's King's territories, with an estimated 500,000 warships converging towards us. She continued, based on calculations, only 200,000 of these warships can arrive within 10 hours, while the remaining 300,000 will take up to 72 hours to reach the battlefield. Frowning slightly, Zhao Chun turned to Charlotte for guidance. Charlotte concentrated on the interstellar war map before her, as if she could see the entire battlefield. She analyzed. The enemy clearly intends to turn the tide here. They're employing a dual strategy, using the limited remaining cross-space transport equipment for quick reinforcements to stabilize the current situation, while also ramping up troop movements by deploying about half of their available forces. Suddenly, new developments emerged on the battlefield. Soul altars appeared out of nowhere on the video windows before them. The Black God's King is truly furious, Lilith whispered. He's even deploying such rare resources. We've destroyed so many before, yet he dares to bring them into battle again, which shows his determination. Zhao Chen squinted and added, this is likely not the end. He probably has more tricks up his sleeve. Indeed, the screen displayed two special fleets, the 4th and 5th armies of the Black God. This shocked Lilith greatly. Isn't the 5th army supposed to be stationed at the giant Demon King star system? And the 4th army should be defending the Black God's King's stronghold? Typically, at least one of the 5 main armies remains to guard the Black God's sector. Yet now all 5 are gathered here. When something unusual happens, there must be something amiss. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes, his expression serious. Charlotte also fell into silence, as if both were awaiting the arrival of a crucial moment. At this time, the situation on the battlefield was subtly changing. Besides the 2 deployed fleets of the Black God Legion, a continuous stream of reinforcements pushed the total number of warships beyond 600,000. Just then, a distinctive fleet quietly emerged, immediately capturing everyone's attention. The fleet's unique paint job, entirely black with a few classical patterns, made them look like a silent army of steel warriors. Most striking was the emblem on the ships, the design of black armor. In the entire devouring civilization, only one fleet used this emblem, the renowned Black God King's Legion, also known as the Black God Guard Fleet. As the elite force directly under the Black God King, this fleet, though only consisting of 30,000 warships, was the most powerful military force in the devouring civilization. While its numbers were far fewer than the fleets of the Troll King and the Drought King, its quality was daunting. Every ship was of at least T6 level, with many near T6 level ships and even some super T6 level ships, a unique existence that involved continuously upgrading T6 level technology without reaching T7 level. The strength of this fleet was unparalleled. Even the Holy Elven Empire could not match it. It was rumored that the Drought King and the Troll King had repeatedly joined forces in simulated exercises but never achieved victory. This cemented the Black God King's superior position among the 3 kings. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had long been prepared for this formidable adversary. The Military Strategic Department, after repeatedly evaluating intelligence provided by the Holy Elven Empire, concluded that this was the highest quality opponent they had ever faced, and that a conventional Xiaolong Corps was no match for them in equal numbers. What was even more daunting was the flagship of the Black God Legion, the Black God. This Quasi-T7 Black God-class heavy interstellar battleship was one of the 3 Quasi-T7 ships in the devouring civilization and the opponent that enemies least wanted to encounter. Once targeted by it, unless one had a Quasi-T7 ship, survival was nearly impossible. Faced with this elite force equipped with 30,000 T6 warships and a Quasi-T7 battleship, a conventional Xiaolong Corps fleet group was clearly unable to withstand them. The only ones capable of contending with them were the Ace fleet groups, which also boasted a large number of T6 warships. On this interstellar battlefield, Charlotte and Marshal Qitong each commanded an elite fleet, with each fleet equipped with a super flagship. Although the Xiaolong fleet had the upper hand in terms of size, the outcome of the battle was unpredictable. A sudden twist disrupted the balance: a surprise appearance by the Black God King, something Charlotte had not anticipated. Even more concerning was the enemy's reinforcement of 600,000 starships, 2 Black God Corps fleets, and the Black God Guard Fleet. Lilith accessed the latest battlefield data, her expression grave. The enemy's total strength has now reached 2.5 million starships, while we have just over 500,000. Although the ratio remains 5 to 1, the balance of power has shifted significantly. She analyzed in detail. The additional 600,000 starships are at full strength, and although each of the 2 Black God Corps fleets has only 30,000 ships, they are elite forces. The most troublesome is the Black God Guard Fleet's 30,000 ships and the Quasi-T7 class Black God flagship. Currently, only a few of our main battle super flagships and the Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab class dreadnought can contend with it. However, the latter is in poor condition, and deploying it hastily could lead to disaster. Even more alarming is that within 10 hours, the enemy will receive reinforcements of 2 million more starships. While the Xiaolong Corps currently holds the advantage, the battlefield's balance is about to tip dramatically in favor of the Devourer civilization. Zhao Chen squinted at the interstellar war map. If we retreat now, the Black God King won't let us go easily. Lilith quickly ran simulations in the Dragon Emperor's war system, and the results were startling. Retreat is possible, but it would cost us 200,000 starships, including at least 2 Golden Scarab-class dreadnoughts. Zhao Chen's expression grew more serious. This means we're forced into a duel, either fight to the death here or cut our losses to survive. Lilith remained silent, but her attitude spoke volumes. At that moment, Charlotte took the initiative to break the silence. With danger comes opportunity. On the surface, it does seem perilous, but this is precisely our chance. The enemy is massing their fleet towards us, leaving other defense zones vulnerable. The plan we devised earlier is now ripe for execution. Hearing this, Zhao Chun nodded quietly. He was intimately familiar with the plan, but the conditions for its execution had been too stringent before. Now that the opportunity had arisen, it was not to be missed. The plan can be executed, Zhao Chun said gravely, but our current predicament also needs urgent attention. Under the present circumstances, we cannot afford a war of attrition. Our supplies cannot sustain prolonged combat. If we get bogged down in a drawn-out battle, the combat effectiveness of our interstellar fleet will plummet, far below what it is now. At that point, the enemy will seize the chance to annihilate us, and our previous advantages will be lost. Charlotte paused, her eyes shining with determination. You're right, but such an opportunity is right in front of us, and we must seize it. There's a critical condition for this plan. We need to hold the enemy off for at least 10 hours. What? Stay entangled here for 10 hours? Lilith was taken aback. She had wanted to withdraw the Xiaolong interstellar fleet back to the Xiaolong Star Empire, yet Charlotte intended to linger for another 10 hours. During such a long time, the battlefield situation could change dramatically. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte turned to Zhao Chun. Your Majesty, the opportunity is right here. I acknowledge the risks involved, but compared to the potential gains, these risks are negligible. Please make your decision. Although Charlotte, as the Grand Marshal, had the highest authority on the battlefield and could make decisions independently, with the Emperor of Xiaolong present, she needed to consult Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun composed himself and gazed at the interstellar war map. He spoke softly. Given the current situation, the Black God King will not let us retreat easily. In that case, let's make a bold move. Before we leave, let's give this king a parting gift, so he won't bother us in the future. Charlotte, I fully support your upcoming battle plans. You can mobilize all our resources. If we're going to do it, we do it big. Even if this isn't our home ground, the Xiaolong interstellar fleet fears no opponent. Charlotte straightened up immediately, her eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will deliver a satisfactory result. With that, she set about organizing the myriad details for the coming climax. Lilith sighed and covered her face. She had anticipated this outcome before the discussion even began. Her earlier doubts were not opposition to the plan itself, but a needed reality check to ensure everyone weighed the pros and cons before making a final decision. After years of working together, Charlotte and Zhao Chen's battlefield strategies had influenced each other, and their current understanding was natural. Lilith knew this conflict wouldn't end easily, so she focused on her duties. I'll look into whether logistics and supplies can offer more support. Zhao Chun watched the busy Lilith and Charlotte, who was issuing commands and operating the interstellar war map through the video interface. He felt an unusual sense of reassurance. Despite the risks of the upcoming plan, having them by his side kept him calm. With their presence, Zhao Chun had no doubts his trust in them was as steadfast as his trust in himself. On the bridge of the Black God King sat on his throne, his gaze shifting between the interstellar war simulation and the live battlefield feed. His expression was ominously grim. Although the earlier battlefield reports had hinted at unfavorable conditions, witnessing the reality firsthand made him realize how those written reports had sugar-coated the situation. The devastation on the battlefield was suffocating. Whether on the main battlefield or the various side engagements, the Devourer civilization was in a dire position. The Xiaolong Legion fleet held an overwhelming advantage in most sectors. Even in the few areas where the battle seemed stalemated, a closer look revealed that their fleet was being led by the nose, with the enemy controlling the pace of the battle. Ironically, despite the Devourer civilization's numerical advantage, facing the Xiaolong Legion felt like a child competing against an adult. Every tactical maneuver by the Xiaolong Legion was executed with precision, their interstellar ships weaving a masterful ballet in space. In contrast, the Devourer civilization's fleet resembled toddlers learning to walk, with chaotic tactics and disorganized engagements. Even the renowned elite Black God Command Corps found themselves in a bind. How did the battle turn out like this? Murmured the Black God 5th Commander incredulously through a video call. The Black God 4th Commander also appeared bewildered. When pursuing the Xiaolong ships under the Troll King, I knew they were strong, but I didn't expect this level of strength. We have the Drought Demon King's Legion and 3 of our Black God Command fleets here. The Black God King remained silent, but the oppressive atmosphere around him was palpable. At this moment, one by one, video windows lit up, displaying the senior commanders of the Devourer civilization, the leaders of the Black God 1st to 3rd Corps, and the Drought Demon King, his face ashen. "Is this the result you have for me?" The Black God King finally spoke, his voice icy. "Do I need to come over and clean up your mess?" The three Black God commanders immediately knelt on one knee in the video. "We are at fault. Our battlefield command was lacking. We await your punishment, my lord." However, the Drought Demon King defiantly argued, "This isn't our fault. The enemy was too cunning, deliberately hiding their Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts, a near T7 class of warship, until now, catching us off guard. Who could have imagined the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire could mass-produce such ships? If we had been informed earlier, the battle would not be as it is now." This defense, though seemingly confident, was merely an excuse for his crushing defeat. In reality, the Drought Demon King's losses were especially severe. His Legion fleet was decimated by 90%, and even his flagship, the Drought Demon King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer, was heavily damaged, almost requiring a complete overhaul. "Enough." The commanding voice of the Black God King resonated through the bridge, silencing the Drought Demon King immediately. Although they were equals among the three kings, the Black God King always held an aura of superiority, especially as he was here as reinforcements. The Drought Demon King naturally had to show respect. The Black God King's sharp gaze swept across everyone present. "Now is not the time for complaints. A problem has arisen, and we need solutions." His eyes finally rested on the Drought Demon King. The Drought Demon King bowed slightly. "You are right. What are your plans for the upcoming battle?" "I am ready to fully cooperate." After a moment of silence, the Black God King spoke with a deep voice. "Since our forces have arrived, this battle cannot end easily. We must make the Xiaolong Legion fleet pay a price. From now on, mobilize all available interstellar fleets and strategic resources. Designate this as the main battlefield. Spare no expense to entangle them, especially the Xiaolong Emperor's elite fleet. The Xiaolong Emperor's flagship is right there. Whether the Emperor is on board or not, if we can heavily damage or even destroy that flagship, it will crush their morale. We must make them pay. We cannot allow them to retreat easily," the Drought Demon King said through clenched teeth, his animosity towards the Xiaolong Legion unabated. After all, having been severely beaten by them, and with his flagship heavily damaged, he could not swallow his anger. The Black God King continued his strategy. "We will engage the enemy first, and once reinforcements arrive, we will form a blockade. Turn this star system into a prison for the Xiaolong Legion. A true meat grinder." The commanders all agreed. Soon, the interstellar fleet brought by the Black God King began to form battle lines, and the Soul Altar activated, absorbing the soul energy from the battlefield to forge pitch-black starships. The tide began to turn in favor of the devouring civilization, but the Xiaolong Legion's hidden cards were starting to surface. "Warning! Warning! Warning!" The alarm blared urgently on the bridge of the Black God. "Report. We are detecting numerous spatial anomalies in the open flank of the battlefield," the monitoring officer urgently reported. The Black God King observed the star map, watching the anomaly points ripple like waves, his brow furrowed. "Keep a close watch, and report any developments immediately." "My lord, should we continue the assault?" the deputy cautiously inquired. The Black God King narrowed his eyes in thought. The Xiaolong Legion must have a trump card, likely their interstellar swarm fleet. But it's only been 6 months since the last battle. How much swarm power they still possess is uncertain. Issue orders to slow the fleet's advance and act according to the situation. On the flank of the interstellar battlefield, wormhole-like phenomena appeared one after another, as if the fabric of the universe was being torn apart, presenting an apocalyptic spectacle. Subsequently, swarm motherships began to emerge. Although the rate of emergence from each wormhole was not fast, the sheer number of wormholes continuously spewed ships, seemingly without end. In just a few minutes, a massive swarm fleet had occupied this region of space. The scale of this fleet was a significant swarm catastrophe in the history of any interstellar civilization. Even more astonishing, there appeared a T6-level swarm mothership, while lower-tier T1 and T2 motherships were scarcely seen. This completely overturned the traditional pyramid structure perception of interstellar swarm fleets. In the Zerg fleet, the T1 and T2 hive motherships have traditionally dominated as the main force, sometimes comprising over 99 of certain formations. This is why the Zerg fleet is often remembered for its terrifying numbers rather than superior combat strength. Their ability to continuously produce hive motherships by establishing breeding bases on occupied planets has earned the Zerg the nickname the Plague. However, this particular Zerg fleet from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has broken away from tradition. It is gradually transforming into an elite force, boasting a significant number of high-level hive motherships. The most notable among them are the T5 and T6 level hive motherships. Unusually, This fleet no longer uses T1 and T2 Hive motherships as expendable units to deplete enemy strength in the early stages of battle, completely abandoning the traditional swarm tactics. While swarm tactics can be powerful, they often prove ineffective against opponents with strong firepower, such as the Xiaolong Legion fleet with its numerous elite warships. Similarly, in battles that require swift resolution, swarm tactics fall short. The reformed Xiaolong Zerg fleet, with the formidable firepower of its high-level Hive motherships, can deliver a deadly initial strike while preserving lower-level motherships for tactical deployment in the later stages of battle. Commander Chong Ji of the Xiaolong Zerg fleet group, reporting for duty. Awaiting your command, Your Majesty. A young woman in a Xiaolong Legion uniform appeared on the video screen. Zhao Chen observed her. Her demeanor and speech had absorbed many traits of Xiaolong officers, a result of her frequent interactions with them. The Xiaolong Legion officers had fully accepted this alien sister into their ranks. Tell me about the current status of your fleet, Zhao Chen said. Chong Ji stood at attention and replied, reporting, Your Majesty, we have remained on standby per your orders. We are ready to move to the battlefield upon receiving instructions. Currently, there is a Xiaolong Zerg fleet of 1 billion on standby, with an additional 10 billion combat units available for deployment within the Xiaolong Zerg star domain. Her formal address, instead of the usual brother, underscored the seriousness of this mission. What is the specific composition of these 1 billion Hive motherships? Zhao Chen inquired further. In accordance with pre-battle orders, we are employing an elite combat strategy. Out of 10 million main fleet ships, there are 9.9 million T3 level Hive motherships, 99,000 T4 level, 9,900 T5 level, 99 T6 level, and the quasi-T7 level flagship that I am aboard, Chong Ji reported in detail. The second reserve fleet consists of 90 million interstellar warships, primarily of T2 and T1 classes. The meticulous Bug Princess reported these figures, as if she had truly transformed into a diligent officer of the Xiaolong fleet. From these numbers, it's clear that the Xiaolong Zerg fleet is moving towards becoming more elite. Very good, Sunny said. For now, keep your Xiaolong Zerg fleet out of the battle. Gather at the flank of the battlefield, establish a combat position, and observe the movements of the Black God Legion. Once they make a move, await my orders. Upon hearing that they couldn't join the battle yet, the Bug Princess pouted and said, Can't we fight yet? Don't worry, there will be opportunities for you to take action, Zhao Chen reassured her. The Bug Princess didn't complain further. She simply looked at Zhao Chen intently and said, When there's a combat mission, make sure to give it to us first. All right, I promise, Zhao Chen replied, feeling a bit helpless with this mischievous Zerg girl. Clearly, her ingrained personality couldn't be easily masked for long. Hee, then I'll wait for your orders, big brother, the Bug Princess said, blinking playfully before cutting off the communication. Zhao Chen exchanged a knowing smile with his secretary, Lilith. Lilith then turned to another video window where Grand Marshal Charlotte appeared. Voicing her curiosity, Sister Charlotte, there's something I don't understand. We have the Xiaolong Zerg fleet as a trump card, capable of creating wormholes on their own. Although their deployment is slightly slower, they can launch swift attacks on certain star systems. We could mobilize these Zerg fleets now to attack other systems of the devouring civilization. Surely, the three monarchs wouldn't be able to withstand such an assault. Charlotte smiled and explained, I've discussed this issue with Zhao Chen many times privately. You're right. We do have the opportunity to deploy the Zerg fleet across the devouring civilization star systems to disrupt their order. But those systems without Legion garrisons are insignificant to the three monarchs. If we destroy these places, they might not even bat an eyelid. So what would be the point of such destruction? The three monarchs are not benevolent. They won't repair these systems after the war, nor will they expend resources to care for those who have lost their homes. The systems we attack would only suffer further. Is that what we want? Is the purpose of our war to cause destruction? Lilith was momentarily speechless. Charlotte continued, We can certainly do that, but aside from demonstrating our military might to the local species, there would be no tangible gain. It would only bring numerous drawbacks, such as these native species viewing us as brutal interstellar destroyers. Remember, our goal has never been destruction. One day, when we overthrow the three monarchs and have the opportunity to take over this universe, these systems will be ours. Who will be responsible for the repairs then? If our previous reckless destruction leads to hostility from the natives, wouldn't we be shooting ourselves in the foot? So, Zhao Chen and I both agree that in this campaign, we won't attack targets of no strategic value to us. This isn't about being merciful. It's because these will be our future. Naturally, we should cherish them. After all, rebuilding requires significant investment of funds and resources. Charlotte finished, casting a meaningful glance at Lilith. The implication was clear. Being the treasurer of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the costs of these future repairs would fall on her shoulders. You make a lot of sense, Lilith shrugged, accepting the explanation. It was indeed logical. Why destroy something that will eventually belong to you? If destruction is necessary, it should be aimed at targets that would impact their offensive, such as the star systems where the three monarchs reside, and those with significant resources and strategic value. These galaxies had long been marked by Charlotte as targets for attack, much like the 30 other galaxies previously identified. The reason the Xiaolong Zerg fleet had yet to make an appearance was precisely because of T-Sun one hand. There was a lack of clear targets before, and on the other, this fleet served as Zhao Chun's ace in the hole, a blade that had yet to be unsheathed. The mere existence of this blade kept the triumvirate on the opposing side cautious, as no one knew when it would strike. So, are you finally going to tell me the exact plan? Lilith, the secretary, looked at Charlotte and Zhao Chun, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach. Due to the complex intergalactic combat environment, detailed strategies had not been disclosed to the public, only a rough framework. The direction of the entire campaign was controlled by Grand Marshal Charlotte, with Zhao Chun in a supervisory role, only learning the broader plan midway through. Zhao Chun and Charlotte exchanged a knowing smile before Charlotte spoke slowly. Lilith, dear sister, it wasn't our intention to keep you in the dark. In fact, until the final moment, even we couldn't be certain of the battle's trajectory. We adjusted our plans multiple times, and rather than confuse you with premature information, we thought it best to let you operate at your own pace, providing specific guidance when necessary. Charlotte paused briefly before continuing. We considered various strategies. The simplest was to directly disrupt vital galaxies of the devouring civilization, or seize an opportunity to destroy their main fleet. But now, the Emperor and I have established our true objectivito: deplete the enemy's fleet while simultaneously disrupting their key strategic hub galaxies, thereby severely impacting the devouring civilization's interstellar transportation network. Transportation network? Lilith was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a strategic concept. How exactly do you plan to implement this? Charlotte glanced at Zhao Chun and explained. We owe this to the Ghost Scout elite fleet. Beyond conducting battlefield reconnaissance, they completed special missions. While we draw the enemy's main forces, they have infiltrated significant hub galaxies. Our target isn't resource facilities, but the devouring civilization's Stargate system. Lilith interjected. Disrupting Stargates can certainly affect the enemy's interstellar travel, but important Stargates are surely heavily guarded. The Shadow Hunter elite fleet alone might struggle to succeed. Charlotte smiled as she explained. You're right, damaging major Stargates in a short time is challenging. But our focus is on those seemingly inconspicuous Stargates that can significantly impact the entire transportation network. As she finished speaking, a detailed map of the devouring civilization's Stargate transportation network appeared before Lilith, marking the locations of all major and minor Stargates. The sheer volume of intelligence work highlighted the immense efforts of the Shadow Hunter elite fleet. Within this strategic intelligence, comparable to the enemy's defense plans, several key Stargates were specially marked. Lilith stood before the star map, meticulously studying the network of Stargates set to be disrupted in the Charlotte plan. As the primary logistics officer for the Xiaolong Interstellar Legion fleet, she possessed a unique insight into interstellar navigation and trade. Through this attack map, Lilith astutely identified a critical factor. These seemingly insignificant Stargates were, in fact, pivotal nodes within the entire devouring civilization's transport network. Much like a finely woven spider's web, disrupting just a few key connections could incapacitate the entire network. The value of these small to medium Stargates lies not in their individual significance, Lilith analyzed, but in their collective function. If they are all destroyed, the impact on the devouring civilization will be catastrophic. She further explained the chain reaction this plan could trigger. Post-war troop movements would become exceedingly difficult. Journeys that once took hours could stretch into days. Damaged warships would lose quick repair routes, and supply transport times would be significantly prolonged. More crucially, this would severely hinder the devouring civilization's post-war reconstruction efforts. Constructing a Stargate takes the Xiaolong Empire 3 to 5 months, whereas the devouring civilization might take a year or more, Lilith noted. This is precisely what Grand Marshal Charlotte intends to weaken the enemy's recovery capability with minimal cost. However, Lilith quickly refocused on the current battlefield scenario. These are considerations for later. Right now, the most important thing is the battle at hand. If we lose the main battlefield, all other plans will be in vain. Charlotte opened the Interstellar War tabletop, beginning to analyze the current situation. The original plan was to annihilate 3 million enemy warships here and heavily damage the Drought Demon King's super flagship. But the intervention of the Black God Monarch forces us to adjust our strategy. Even though we have 500,000 warships and a 10 million strong insectoid fleet, our logistical support is limited. Once our strategic resources are depleted, even a large fleet will lose its combat effectiveness, potentially leading to massive casualties. That would be a loss we cannot afford. Grand Marshal Charlotte was laying out her tactical plan to Lilith in detail. Our strategy is to prolong the battle, using the threat of the Swarm Empress's Xiaolong fleet. Did you notice? When the Swarm fleet appeared, His Majesty didn't order an immediate attack, but instead chose to establish a battlefront here. This was to intimidate the enemy and prevent the Black God King from making any reckless moves. Our ultimate goal is to force the Black God King to watch helplessly as our troops safely withdraw to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Lilith, taken aback, responded, "But we're in a life-or-death struggle with the devouring civilization. We've attacked several of their key star systems and destroyed 2 of their superflagships. How could they possibly allow us to retreat unscathed?" Charlotte smiled and explained, "From a conventional standpoint, you're right. But the key is to think from the opponent's perspective. Intelligence suggests that the Black God King may want to use this opportunity to absorb the forces of the other 2 kings and unify the devouring civilization under his command. In this scenario, unless he's absolutely certain of victory, he won't risk a decisive battle with us. While he might have sought revenge before the swarm fleet appeared, the presence of 10 million swarm warships now deters him from taking such a gamble. He could easily wait for us to leave, consolidate the forces of the other 2 kings, and eventually become the sole ruler of the devouring civilization. Once he's strengthened his military, he could then seek retribution. Wouldn't that be a better choice for him?" After careful consideration, Lilith had to admit the logic was sound. According to intelligence, the Black God King was indeed known for his caution. Given the current situation, he might choose to bide his time, waiting to integrate the other king's forces before seeking revenge. Zhao Qin chimed in, "But one crucial thing is that we must not give the Black God King any opportunity. Just like before, if he perceives any advantage in numbers, he'll strike immediately. While he's cautious, he's not foolish. That's why he's only slowed his offensive, not stopped it entirely, observing, weighing whether to continue the attack." As time passed, the battlefield fell into an eerie calm. It seemed as though the Black God King and the Xiaolong Emperor had reached an unspoken agreement. The Black God King refrained from deploying his over 500,000 warships, 2 command corps, and elite guard fleet. Similarly, the Xiaolong Emperor did not engage the swarm fleet. Both sides acted like spectators, watching as the existing forces continued to clash. The Xiaolong troops had no objections, firmly executing every command from their emperor. However, the situation was far less harmonious on the side of the devouring civilization. The Drought Demon King, still embroiled in battle, was furious, repeatedly urging the Black God King to send reinforcements. Initially, the Black God King would explain his reasoning and the necessity of holding back his forces. The Black God King approached the offer from the Xiaolong Insectoid fleet with extreme caution. Despite their assurance that they would fully commit to the battle if the Xiaolong Legion joined in, the precarious Hamba King remained unconvinced by this pretext. The dynamics of the battlefield were slowly shifting. Reinforcements summoned by the Hamba King from nearby star systems were gradually arriving, while the Xiaolong Legion received a critical boost: 10 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts. These near T-7 class warships lined up to form an impenetrable defense, akin to 10 steadfast pillars, effectively stalling the advance of the Devourer civilization fleet. Subsequently, additional Xiaolong Legion fleets, having withdrawn from other star system battlefronts for brief rest, also entered the fray, leading to a peculiar stalemate. Aboard the bridge of the Black God King glowered over the interstellar war map, his expression grim. His subordinates, especially the Black God's 5th commander, repeatedly urged him to seize the opportunity to strike a decisive blow against the Xiaolong Legion. More importantly, they held a trump card: the level 6 Soul Altar. Compared to the level 5 Soul Altar, the level 6 Soul Altar could summon starships of level 6 and even near T7 strength, a difference in power that was worlds apart. However, in previous battles against the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, they had already lost one level 6 Soul Altar. Another such loss would make even the Black God King hard-pressed to answer to the Great Existence. Under the persistent urging of his subordinates, the Black God King gritted his teeth and ordered the mobilization of all Soul Altars. Soon, a multitude of warp channels opened behind the Legion's lines, their numbers unprecedented, pushing lower-level altars to the rear. This impressive display, however, also introduced a problem of insufficient soul energy supply. To address the energy shortfall, a fleet of special transport ships appeared on the battlefield. Laden with large numbers of slaves, these vessels, starkly contrasting with the battle's atmosphere, were there to provide fresh soul energy for the soul altars by executing the captives on the spot. The Dark Sovereign's plan was unfolding methodically. Across the battlefield, soul altars tirelessly operated, churning out an endless fleet of jet black starships. With the full power of the level 6 soul altars, several formidable T6 class warships had already been produced, tipping the scales in favor of the Dark Sovereign. At this critical juncture, an unexpected communication request appeared on the Dark Sovereign's command screen. The sender was none other than his adversary, the Griffin Emperor Zhao Qin. This sudden contact left everyone present momentarily stunned, their eyes instinctively turning towards their leader. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Dark Sovereign accepted the communication. Refusing a dialogue request from the enemy leader would appear petty. Besides, he was curious about Zhao Qin's intentions in reaching out at this time. The video screen flickered to life, revealing a humanoid male seated on a throne. It was indeed the Griffin Emperor Zhao Chun. Although it was their first face-to-face encounter, both sides were well acquainted with each other's dossiers. "Greetings, Dark Sovereign," Zhao Chun spoke with a casual tone, as if exchanging pleasantries with an old friend. "We are perhaps the most familiar of strangers, so let's dispense with the formalities, shall we? What do you want?" The Dark Sovereign's voice resonated from beneath his helmet, cold and unyielding. "Nothing special, just a chat." Zhao Chun maintained his smile. "For instance, how about we end this war and withdraw our forces?" This unexpected proposal elicited a derisive laugh from the Dark Sovereign. "You think you can just end the battle like that? Unless it means the complete annihilation of your legion." Zhao Chen's smile remained, but his tone grew serious. "Are you so confident you can annihilate the Griffin Legion? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out yourself? I'm advising you for your own good." "Ridiculous," the Dark Sovereign scoffed. "Can't you see the current battlefield situation? I have a clear military advantage. At my command, your legion would be obliterated. You claim to have the upper hand?" Zhao Chen remained unfazed. "On the surface, it seems so. But are you sure I don't have any other cards to play? Take the insectoid fleet, for instance. What you've seen is merely 1,000,000 ships. You remember how many we deployed last time, don't you? Do you really think that's the extent of my power? Care to wager?" The two Supreme Commanders locked eyes through the video display, and those around them held their breath. The Dark Sovereign's tone was no longer as assured as before. "Just bluffing, are you? If you have the guts, bring out your entire fleet for a showdown. Don't be hasty." Zhao Chen snapped his fingers, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Since you don't believe me, let me show you." The Black God King fixed his gaze on the interstellar war simulation, where multiple anomalous spatial fluctuation signals suddenly appeared. These signals undoubtedly originated from the Insect Queen's wormholes. However, Zhao Chun and Grand Marshal Charlotte knew well that rather than showcasing their full strength at once, gradually leading the enemy into despair was the best strategy. The Black God King observed everything intently, and though his expression was unclear, he broke the silence after a brief pause. "I am not certain about the exact number of Zerg fleets you command, but it's apparent that the Zerg channels, capable of accommodating your motherships, have limited capacity at any given time. In the short term, you simply cannot gather a large Zerg fleet. Meanwhile, my reinforcements will soon arrive." His voice carried a taunting edge. "I can launch an attack right now, using the home advantage to severely damage your interstellar fleet swiftly. Do you think I will destroy your warships faster, or will your Zerg reinforcements arrive sooner?" Zhao Chen discerned the provocation in his words and smirked slightly. "So, the mighty Black God King is ready to gamble here?" The Black God King crossed his arms over his chest. "Both you and I have reached our positions by taking significant gambles. To reach new heights, gambling is unavoidable. The odds are in my favor now, so why not take the chance? Once you're gone, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will cease to exist. My future conquest of your empire will be effortless, perhaps even without a fight. Tell me, why should I let you leave now?" In this tense standoff, alarms blared urgently on the bridges of both the Black God and Dragon Emperor ships. "Warning! Warning! Warning! Anomalous spatial fluctuation detected." The alarm echoed relentlessly through the bridges of both flagships. Both leaders maintained their imperial composure, waiting for their subordinates to report. Soon, the answer became clear. A spatial window opened on the battlefield's flank, precisely between the Xiaolong Legion fleet and the Black God Legion fleet. Emerging from this window was a fleet of beautifully designed starships. Not only were these ships a marvel of aesthetics, but some also featured unique botanical markings. As people noticed the prominent emblems on these ships, the situation became instantly clear this was a fleet from the Holy Elven Empire. The interstellar warship of the Holy Elf Empire suddenly appeared on the horizon, its iconic red emblem gleaming a mark of the Flame Elf King's elite fleet, renowned as the most formidable legion in the entire empire. Panic erupted among the subordinates of the Dark God King. Intelligence had long suggested that the Holy Elf Empire was amassing its fleet, and now it seemed they had indeed allied with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. If the Holy Elf Empire launched a full-scale war against them now, the situation would be dire. In the video feed, Zhao Chen slowly unclenched his fist, while Grand Marshal Charlotte exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. "Dark God King, my old friend has arrived. I suppose there's no need for introductions? Given your less than cordial relationship, I thought it best not to arrange a meeting." He paused briefly, then continued with a soft chuckle. "It seems the tide has turned in our favor. Does the Dark God King truly believe he can single-handedly oppose both the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Holy Elf Empire?" Confronted with these words, the Dark God King fell into an unprecedented silence. Observing this, Zhao Chen spoke with a calm tone. "I wonder if the Dark God King might now consider my earlier proposal? We've been at this for a long time. Perhaps it's time to part ways." You've caused chaos in my devouring civilization universe, and now you think you can just walk away." The Dark God King's voice brimmed with resentment. Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "It's a matter of reciprocity. You visited the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire uninvited. So, as someone who values etiquette, I return the favor with some gifts. Now that the visit has been enjoyable, it's time for me to leave. No need for an overly enthusiastic farewell. And what if I insist on keeping you here?" The Dark God King snarled. Zhao Chun maintained his smile, unfazed by the threat. "If you insist, perhaps it's wise to first weigh the cost. By parting peacefully now, you can quickly consolidate the forces of the other two kings and become the most powerful entity in the devouring civilization. You can gather strength, and we can battle again later. If we clash now, regardless of the outcome, both sides will suffer heavy losses. Remember, many are eyeing this place, and you have no shortage of enemies." The logic was sound, but letting an adversary who had wreaked havoc in his territory go was a hard pill for the Dark God King to swallow. Zhao Chun seemed to read his hesitation. "In that case, how about this: we set a time and place for a decisive battle to the end?" Hearing this proposal, the Dark God King showed a flicker of interest. Zhao Chen continued, "Do you recall the Zwan universe?" This name made the Dark God King pause. Then he remembered it as a universe they had invaded but failed to completely destroy. Its vast expanse had made it difficult for the great entity to fully devour, leaving the Zwan universe in fragments. The collapse of the Zuan universe was like a shattered mirror, with dozens of universe fragments drifting like isolated islands in the vast ocean, slowly fading into the void. This strategic area, located between the stellar empire of Xiaolong and the devouring civilization, has now become a no man's land. Zhao Chen stared at the Black God Monarch across from him, a provocative smile on his lips. "How about a wager? Let's settle this in the fragment starfield of the Zuan universe. Whoever controls all the fragment star systems within the agreed time is the ultimate winner. The loser must surrender unconditionally." "Humph." The Black God Monarch replied coldly. "How can I be sure you'll keep your word if you lose?" Zhao Chen drew a strangely glowing fruit from his pocket. "This is an oath fruit, an extremely rare treasure. It can be divided into two, and once we each consume a piece, it will bind us to an unbreakable oath. The one who breaks it will surely die." He paused, adding, "It's said to be a creation of a higher civilization, and no one has yet unraveled its mysteries." The Black God Monarch's eyes flickered with blood-red flames as he suddenly stood up. "Interesting, truly fascinating. Emperor of Xiaolong, I'm starting to be thankful that those two fools, Hamba and the Giant Ogre, failed to kill you. Otherwise, I would have missed this spectacular showdown." The deputies present exchanged glances. It was rare to see the usually composed Black God Monarch so animated. The more seasoned officers understood that this was because he had finally met a worthy opponent. For years, no one had stirred his fighting spirit, causing him to remain secluded within his star system. Zhao Chen also stood up, his eyes blazing with the fire of past battles. This thrilling sensation made him feel as if he had returned to his 20-year-old self. Although his mindset had changed with his ascent in rank, at this moment, the reckless spirit of his youth surged back to life. "So it's settled then?" Zhao Chen squinted as he asked. "As long as the oath contract is accurate, I have no objections," the Black God Monarch replied earnestly. "Great. Let's have our strategic departments draft the contract terms immediately. In half an hour, we'll both consume the oath fruit and sign the battle contract." Agreed. The video window closed promptly. The bridges of both flagships fell into a brief silence. On the Black God, officers whispered among themselves, questioning whether this sudden battle contract was wise. They were concerned about the rapid growth of the Xiaolong Legion, skeptical of the oath fruit's authenticity, and feared it might be some trap set by the adversary. The atmosphere on the bridge of the Black God was filled with tension. Many subordinates exchanged grave whispers until one brave officer, bending over, cautiously approached the Black God King with a suggestion. "My lord, even with the support of the Holy Elf Empire on their side, we are not entirely without a chance. Instead of accepting the gamble of a final showdown, why not directly attack the Xiaolong Legion fleet? What do you think?" Facing the curious gazes of those around him, the Black God King calmly shared his thoughts. "I understand your concerns. As for the oath fruit, as long as it truly exists, there won't be any issues. Although I don't know how the Xiaolong Emperor obtained it, such a thing does exist. I've heard about it from a great being," he continued to explain. "In confrontations between high-level interstellar civilizations, to avoid catastrophic wars affecting multiple universes, opposing civilizations adopt this form of a decisive battle. Both sides designate a battle area, set rules and penalties, and the highest leaders consume the oath fruit. This allows both sides to settle their differences while keeping destruction to a minimum." This explanation enlightened everyone present. With advancing technology, the destructive power of wars between high-level civilizations had become astonishing. In their battle with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, a T6 level interstellar war could destroy multiple star systems, and the power of a T7 level war was unimaginable. Although they currently knew of only one order civilization, no one doubted that other T7 or even higher level civilizations existed. If battles between these civilizations weren't controlled, they could potentially affect the entire universe. The Black God King continued. This oathbound duel not only gives us a respectable way out, but also buys us time to consolidate internally. We need to unify the forces of the Three Kings era and establish a unified civilization system similar to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Someone voiced a concern. But letting the Xiaolong Legion fleet leave, wouldn't that be like releasing a tiger back into the wild? Their development speed is astonishing, having built 15 quasi-T7 level warships in just 6 months. If given more time, they might really ascend to a T7 civilization. The Black God King confidently replied, I've already prepared for that. According to the rules of the decisive battle oath, we can mobilize any forces willing to obey us, not limited to our own. I can request assistance from the Great Being, which has always been my plan. Moreover, in the vast universe, we are not the only followers of the Great Being. These words plunged everyone into deep thought. Previously, within the limited exploration scope of the devouring civilization, they were the only known followers of the Great Being. The Black God King's words undeniably revealed a fact. In the broader universe, there are more forces following the Great Being. In the neutral zone between two fleet armies, a shuttle hovered silently. From the outside, both fleets maintained a cautious distance from the shuttle. On either side of the shuttle, there was a mini spacecraft, each capable of holding only 1 or 2 people. As the airlocks on both sides of the shuttle slowly opened, 2 figures emerged from the mini spacecraft. Zhao Chen stood on one side, his gaze fixed on the figure clad in black armor on the opposite side. Even from afar, the menacing aura was unmistakable. This was the most feared of the 3 sovereigns, the Black Sovereign. The shuttle would serve as the venue for the signing of the vow contract between the 2 parties. To ensure safety, no third party would be present during the process, yet every move here was under the watchful eyes of millions. Every detail of this meeting had been meticulously planned by the think tanks of both sides. Why not come over and sit? The Black Sovereign had already taken a seat in one of the 2 specially designed chairs in the center of the shuttle. These chairs were made from special materials to withstand his massive frame. Zhao Chen studied the Black Sovereign before him, finding him quite different from the fearsome image painted by rumors. Smiling, he took the seat opposite, observing the other as if meeting an old friend. Meanwhile, the Black Sovereign was silently assessing his opponent. So, do I look different from what the rumors say? The Black Sovereign asked. After a moment of thought, Zhao Chen replied, perhaps it's because the Drought Demon Sovereign and the Giant Demon Sovereign have been the public faces of the 3 sovereigns. You know their appearances. This led people to imagine the Black Sovereign as a terrifying being covered in coarse hair, breathing like a bull, with eyes like a ghost. He continued to scrutinize the Black Sovereign before him, saying, but seeing you now, if I hadn't known your identity in advance, I would have mistaken you for a dignified knight commander. Honestly, your armor is quite impressive. A low chuckle emanated from the armor. That's the first time someone has called this armor impressive. But if you knew how it was made, you might think differently. Zhao Chun watched the blue flames flickering within the helmet with interest. The Black Sovereign continued, this armor was crafted by refining the bones of billions from an enemy race. Billions of bones, just for one suit of armor? Did the person in charge of refining pocket some for themselves? Zhao Chun asked with curiosity. The unexpected response caught the Black Sovereign off guard. He hadn't anticipated such a focus on the details. Ahem, it was a process of continuous smelting, which is why it was ultimately condensed to this size, he explained, unusually patient. So, what grudge did this race have against you to warrant being ground to dust and turned into armor? Zhao Chen pressed on. At this point, the Black Sovereign's subordinates turned pale. They all knew this past was a taboo topic for the Sovereign. Anyone who brought it up could face severe consequences, from being sidelined to losing their life. The voice of the Black God King was deep and resonant, recounting a past he would rather forget. His allies, a race that once fought alongside him, betrayed him while he led the main fleet on an expedition. I had deployed most of the Interstellar Legion, leaving only a minimal defense at our home system. The Black God King spoke with a pain that could not be hidden. When we returned victorious, we were greeted by nothing but ruins. Their allies had seized the opportunity, aiming to annex the entire star domain. They believed that the Black God King's expedition would suffer heavy losses, allowing them to emerge as the most powerful force in the region. But they were wrong. The expedition was a resounding success, and the Black God King's forces returned almost unscathed, ahead of schedule. Yet, what awaited them was a harsher reality. They witnessed their people agonizing under the effects of biochemical weapons. The enemy, intent on annihilation, had unleashed a deadly virus across the star system, and they were powerless against it. Do you know what we did then? the Black God King asked. Zhao Chun was silent for a moment, his gaze profound. We ended their suffering with our own hands. This response left the Black God King momentarily stunned. Zhao Chun continued, if it were me, I couldn't stand by and watch my people endure pointless agony. Even if it meant facing criticism and protest, I would bear that burden. Yes, I was the one who put them to rest, the Black God King whispered. Both men fell silent, as if transported back to that harrowing moment when they had to end the lives of their kin. After a pause, Zhao Chun broke the silence. When it comes to traitors, I always settle the score. Old He, you know my nature well. Old He, the Black God King was taken aback. If he had a forehead, it would surely be marked with lines of exasperation. Yet, he couldn't deny Zhao Chun's words. The man's thirst for vengeance was indeed formidable. Within months, he had dared to launch an attack on the native universe of the devouring civilization, a feat unmatched by any other. But I don't have a habit of wearing ashes around my neck, Zhao Chun said with a shake of his head, a hint of humor in his tone. Both their subordinates were surprised at how unexpectedly lighthearted this meeting of emperors had turned out to be. After all this reminiscing, it's time to discuss business. The Black God King shifted focus. We need to finalize the details of the Oath Duel Treaty. Zhao Chun shrugged and produced an ornate box from his cloak. Want to take a look? Inside was a peculiar fruit, split distinctly into red and blue halves. Though it lay still, it exuded a daunting aura. The Black God King glanced at it, acknowledging the authenticity of the Oath fruit without a word. The Dark Lord was the first to speak, laying out the initial condition. There's no restriction on the forces involved in the Oathbound duel. We can enlist any interstellar civilizations willing to join this battle. Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile playing at his lips. So, your backers have agreed to send reinforcements, have they? Are we talking about near T7 or full T7 class starships? You can try to rally the sacred Elven Empire to your cause. If you think you can manage that, the Dark Lord retorted with a scoff. This is our bottom line. If you don't agree, there's no point in continuing these talks. No problem, we agree to this term. Zhao Chun replied decisively before stating his own demand. But we have a condition as well. The showdown must take place 3 years from now. During these 3 years, neither side can initiate military action or engage in covert operations against each other or any related territories. 3 years. The time frame didn't sit well with the Dark Lord. He had hoped for a 1 to 2 year period, just enough to complete the assimilation of the devouring civilization and prepare for war, without giving the draconic interstellar empire too much time to develop. Yet, given that Zhao Chun had already accepted his first condition, he decided to compromise. 30 months. 30 months it is, Zhao Chun agreed swiftly. In truth, he had only planned to ask for 2 years, so 2.5 years was an unexpected bonus for him. The subsequent negotiations went smoothly, and the two quickly reached a consensus. Once all terms were confirmed to be accurate, they each consumed half of the Oath fruit. Instantly, peculiar light particles appeared around them, creating a magical atmosphere that transcended technology. Both side scientists were keenly documenting the process, as it could potentially hold invaluable scientific breakthroughs from a god-level civilization. Their consciousnesses were transported to a mysterious space, where they found themselves standing on the palm of a colossal golden statue. The statue's hands were held out before its chest, with Zhao Chun and the Dark Lord each standing on one palm. A strange voice echoed in their minds, speaking in a foreign tongue that automatically translated into words they could understand. As they recited the terms of the contract, each clause transformed into golden text, suspended before the statue. Finally, the statue solemnly declared, "The contract duel is sealed. Those who break the contract shall face divine retribution." They opened their eyes simultaneously, realizing they were still in the shuttle cabin. On their arms appeared tattoos resembling the golden statue. It seems this Oath fruit truly originates from an incredibly powerful interstellar civilization, the Dark Lord remarked. Stating the obvious, Zhao Chun retorted bluntly, his nonchalant demeanor surprising the Dark Lord. As he regarded the seemingly casual yet profoundly enigmatic Draconic Emperor before him, he couldn't help but recall an age-old saying. The end of science might just be mysticism. The Dark God King didn't argue with Zhao Chun. He simply stood up and prepared to leave. Leaving already? Zhao Chun called out as he watched the figure turn and head towards the shuttle. Is there any point in continuing this conversation? The next time we meet, it will be either you or me. The Dark God King's voice was as cold as ice. Zhao Chun also rose to his feet, looking directly at him. Honestly, I find you quite interesting. How did you end up being a lackey for order? Ever thought about joining me? His words made the Dark God King chuckle again. He stepped onto the shuttle, turning back to look at the slowly closing hatch and the opposing Sky Dragon Emperor. You should first consider whether you can stand against order. As the hatch fully closed, Zhao Chun shrugged helplessly and muttered to himself. This guy does have some character, but he's always hiding something. As he spoke, He headed back to his own shuttle, a slight smile on his lips. I wonder what kind of face is under that helmet of his. Emotionless? A domineering CEO? Either way, I bet his expression will be quite something when he sees the last gift I left for him, though it was a shame he wouldn't witness that moment. The two docked shuttles began returning to their respective flagships. As per their agreement, both sides would temporarily cease hostilities. The Sky Dragon Legion's fleet would withdraw to the Sky Dragon Interstellar Empire within 24 hours, during which the devouring civilization's interstellar fleet was not to interfere. When Zhao Chun returned to the Dragon Emperor, the Flame Spirit King was already waiting. Did you really manage to negotiate a ceasefire? She asked curiously. You watched the live broadcast earlier, didn't you? Zhao Chen pointed to the video window beside them, where the entire meeting had been recorded. The Flame Spirit King looked Zhao Chen up and down. Negotiating with the devouring civilization, only you could come up with such an idea. It's not a negotiation, just a temporary ceasefire, Zhao Chen clarified. We're still enemies, but given the current situation, continuing the fight is pointless. We both have more important things to attend to. Since our thoughts align, why not put our differences aside for now? We've agreed to resume this unfinished battle in 30 months. He turned to the Flame Spirit King. In any case, I have to thank you for leading the Flame Legion fleet to support us. Without you, getting the Dark God King to the negotiating table might have been much tougher. The Flame Spirit King waved her hand dismissively. We're allies. Fighting side by side is only right. It's just a bit disappointing to have come all this way and not destroyed a single devouring civilization warship. Zhao Chen smiled. Don't worry, Flame Spirit King. Your trip won't be in vain. Although there wasn't a chance to destroy a devouring civilization ship, you can take back a Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. Hearing this, the Flame Spirit King's eyes widened in disbelief. A near T7-class interstellar warship, given away just like that? Zhao Chen's eyes were full of gratitude. I know that bringing the Holy Spirit Legion fleet to support us was against the will of the other Spirit Kings of the Holy Spirit Empire. They only allowed you to conduct exercises within the Empire's universe, yet you led the fleet into battle. If you returned empty-handed, those people would surely seize the opportunity to impeach you, and your position as the Flame Spirit King could be at risk. But if you return with a Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, the situation changes entirely. The Flame Spirit King finally understood Zhao Chen's intention, her expression shifting. She turned her face away, feigning disdain. Those are my Legion fleets. I'll take them wherever I please. Those cowardly folks have no say. Zhao Chen noticed the feigned calm expression of the Flame Elf King, and a knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He fully understood why she was able to lead the Holy Elf Legion fleet to appear here just in time. The story goes back to a short while ago when the Flame Elf King proactively reached out to them, inquiring about providing military support. At that time, Grand Marshal Charlotte simply gave her a time and coordinates precisely where this battlefield is located. Although the timing wasn't perfectly accurate, the Flame Elf King chose this critical moment to arrive. I have a gift for you, Zhao Chen said. It's a Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, though it suffered some damage in battle. I'll take it back to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire for repairs before handing it over to you. However, this isn't a gift. It's a return for your support, a free lease for 10 years. After 10 years, it needs to be returned. What do you think? This arrangement was thoughtfully considered. A Quasi-T7 class interstellar warship is not something you casually give away, and offering it as a lease makes it easier for the other party to accept. More importantly, this warship could provide backing for the Flame Elf King in the Holy Elf Empire. Due to her repeated assistance to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and her unauthorized mobilization of the Legion fleet for this battle, her position within the Empire was becoming precarious. This valuable Quasi-T7 warship was Zhao Chen's 10-year life insurance policy for her. The Flame Elf King smiled knowingly and then inquired about the specific terms of the oath contract. When she learned that the contract did not limit the number of forces each side could bring into the battle, she was visibly surprised. These are the terms proposed by the Black God King, which must be advantageous for them, she said with a hint of concern. I suspect he's trying to leverage the power of order, so you need to be extra cautious. Zhao Chen responded with a calm smile. I've already considered that. Order can't take direct action against us. Otherwise, it wouldn't be down to the devouring civilization as their pawn. At most, they could send some subordinate fleets or civilizations like the devouring civilization for support. But on the flip side, I've secured the most favorable condition for us: 30 months of development time. For the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, this period is crucial. With these 30 months of breathing room, the development of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is bound to advance by leaps and bounds, Zhao Chen declared, standing confidently at the center of the bridge, his eyes glowing with determination. The Flame Elf King fixed her gaze on Zhao Chen and got straight to the point. In 30 months, can you really develop a genuine T7 class interstellar battleship? Can't say for sure, Zhao Chen admitted with a shake of his head. Despite his continuous efforts, he couldn't guarantee success. However, he remained optimistic about the rapid technological progress of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. When the time comes, I'll support you wholeheartedly, the Flame Elf King promised resolutely. Zhao Chen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Given the current situation of the Holy Elf Empire, I'm not counting on any substantial help from you. I don't want you to risk everything to side with me. In my view, friends are never expendable. The Flame Elf King detected the concern in his words, and her eyes dimmed momentarily, clearly aware of the truth in his statement. All right, let's not dwell on that. Zhao Chen shifted the topic. We need to withdraw our troops promptly. If we delay any longer, the Black God King might hold a grudge against me. He flashed a knowing smile. The Flame Elf King keenly sensed something amiss. Surely, you haven't left any contingencies for the Black God King? Remember, you've just signed a pact, and within the agreed period, you can't do anything to harm each other, or there will be consequences. The fruit of the oath is no ordinary item. Even our Holy Elf Empire's chronicles mention it. Relax, I'm well aware of the rules of the oath fruit, Zhao Chen explained. I acquired it from interstellar traders during my explorations of other galaxies. These merchants are well-traveled and enjoy collecting rare and peculiar treasures. I intended to keep it as a collectible, but it turned out to be useful now. Seeing Zhao Chen's confidence, the Flame Elf King refrained from further inquiries. She knew Zhao Chen was cautious and wouldn't act recklessly. Would you like to visit my Xiaolong Interstellar Empire when you return? Zhao Chen joked. Things must be pretty chaotic on your end right now, right? The Flame Elf King shrugged helplessly and gave him a sidelong glance. You know how complicated things are. If I go to your place now, tomorrow's headlines in the Holy Elf Empire would read, Flame Elf King defects to Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. I have to consider my soldiers. Since everything's settled here, I'll lead my team back. Contact me if needed. With that, she turned and left the bridge. That Elf King is almost more familiar with our bridge than her own home, Zhao Chen remarked to Lilith with a playful tone. Lilith squinted and smiled. What? Has our emperor developed a crush? It's understandable. The Flame Elf King is not only stunningly beautiful, with a perfect figure, but she also possesses a rare fiery personality. She's quite the catch. If I were a man, I'd probably be smitten too. Zhao Chen felt a chill run down his spine at Lilith's suggestive smile. He shot her a glare. I'm talking about serious matters, and you're taking it somewhere else. Lilith feigned seriousness. I'm talking about serious matters too. If the Xiaolong Emperor took in this lovely confidant, wouldn't it make the conquest of the Holy Elf Empire more convenient? It would no longer be a diplomatic affair but a personal vendetta, and the story would spread as a crowned fury for a beauty. Lilith's teasing brought a smile to Zhao Chen's face, but what truly caught his attention was the startling feasibility behind her suggestion. As soon as the thought emerged, he quickly shook his head to dispel it and glared at his secretary with mock annoyance. The Elven King of the Sacred Elven Empire would never be interested in someone as ordinary as me. You're far from ordinary, Lilith replied earnestly. You're the emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, known for standing against the devouring civilization and conversing casually with the Dark God King. My woman's intuition tells me that if you were to be a bit more assertive, even pin her against a wall, she'd willingly follow your majesty. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Enough with the jokes. We need to focus on serious matters. Although we have a 30-month respite, time is of the essence, and we must strengthen our military. Only then can we secure a decisive victory in the Oath Duel. Mentioning the Oath Duel, Zhao Chen's expression turned exceptionally serious. In Charlotte's deep strategic vision, the ultimate goal of the Oath Duel was to seize control of all star system sectors of the devouring civilization with minimal cost, using its resources to bolster the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's power. After all, the devouring civilization was merely a stepping stone. Their true adversary was the T7-level civilization known as Order. Defeating this potential threat was the ultimate goal of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Understood, Lilith replied. The withdrawal is being organized and will be completed on schedule. The Secretary Department is already working on the post-war summary and will also draft a development plan for the next 2.5 years. Hearing these arrangements, Zhao Chen nodded with relief. With Lilith handling these affairs, he had less to worry about. He sat in the captain's chair, gazing out the porthole at the vast universe. Before him was the orderly retreat of the Xiaolong Legion fleet, and in the distance were the enemy's interstellar warships. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, directly targeting the Dark God King with whom he had made an oath. I'll be waiting for our duel, he murmured softly. Inside the bridge, there was a stark contrast. It was brightly lit and bustling with orderly activity, while outside lay the pitch-black cosmos, like the dividing line between heaven and hell. Under the watchful eyes of the devouring civilization's fleet, the Xiaolong Empire's legion was withdrawing in an orderly fashion. The battlefield, once ravaged by war, had now calmed, and if not for the scattered wreckage of warships, it would be hard to imagine the intense battles that had raged here for over 10 days. For the Jiaolong Legion, this was a triumphant retreat. For the commanders of the devouring civilization, this war was an indelible nightmare. They never wished to face this formidable fleet again in their lifetimes. Yet everyone knew that when the oath duel between the Dark God King and the Jiaolong Emperor finally arrived, this unfinished war would resume in another part of the galaxy. This realization left everyone, from commanders to captains to officers, with mixed emotions. The captains of the Jiaolong Legion felt particularly regretful, lamenting that they hadn't destroyed more enemy ships in the battle to fulfill the tasks assigned by their commanders. As they withdrew, they exchanged these thoughts among themselves. In the wars of the future, two vastly different interstellar fleets approached the impending battle with contrasting mindsets. The Xiaolong Legion was eager to annihilate more enemy ships in the upcoming conflict, while the fleet of the devouring civilization was shrouded in a cloud of dread. Although they had often been the victors and conquerors in countless invasions, this time an invisible sword hung over their heads. The deadline for the pledged duel was fast approaching. A wave of fear spread through the interstellar forces of the devouring civilization. In just 30 short months, a trend of mass resignation swept from high-ranking officers to ordinary soldiers. However, within the devouring civilization, not everyone could retire at will. This privilege was reserved for the nobility or those with connections. Roughly 20 hours later, all warships of the Xiaolong Legion completed their retreat, leaving no trace of their presence within the territory of the devouring civilization. Though this phase of the conflict had come to a close, for some, the nightmare was just beginning. An unexpected meeting was taking place on the bridge of the Drought King's flagship. When the Black God King suddenly appeared with his guards, the Drought King's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Dropping his usual regal demeanor, he fawningly said, "Black God King, what a surprise visit. If only you'd given me a heads up, I would have been there to greet you." The Black God King ignored the Drought King's words and walked straight to the captain's chair of the super flagship. "May I take a seat?" he asked nonchalantly. The Drought King swallowed hard and quickly replied, "Of course, please." After sitting down, the Black God King looked straight ahead, his tone dripping with disdain. "I'm sitting in your chair. Is that okay with you?" Without waiting for a response, he added, "But I find this chair uncomfortable. There are too many chairs in the devouring civilization. One is enough." "What do you think, Drought?" The implication was unmistakable. There should only be one king in the devouring civilization. The Drought King found himself in a dilemma. Opposing meant certain death. Agreeing meant giving up the position he had fought so hard to secure. He tried to maneuver diplomatically. "This isn't something I can decide alone. We should see what the troll thinks. But of course, I'm on your side." The Black God King stood up, walked behind the Drought King, and placed his hands on his shoulders. "Want to know the troll's opinion? Let me take you to him." He turned the Drought King toward the floor-to-ceiling windows of the bridge. In an instant, the Drought King's pupils dilated in shock. A round object floated past the window, unmistakably the head of the Troll King. In the vast expanse of space, the head of the Troll King floated alone, his wide-open eyes filled with unwillingness. The sight was chilling. The Drought Demon King almost blurted out, "No need. I am willing to give up my throne. Lord Black God King, from now on, you are the sole ruler of the devouring civilization. This has been my thought for a long time, but that troll always opposed it. I am willing to swear allegiance to you." The Black God King slowly withdrew his hand from the Drought Demon King's shoulder, pacing in front of him with a teasing tone. "Really? Are you sure there's no reluctance? You know, I hate forcing anyone to do what they don't want. This is completely voluntary." "Not a hint of reluctance," the Drought Demon King eagerly affirmed. "Good. It's settled then." The Black God King smiled, patted the Drought Demon King's shoulder, and turned to walk toward the bridge door. The Drought Demon King secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he lost his royal status, at least he preserved his life. He was just feeling grateful for not being as stubborn as the Troll King outside when suddenly a cold light flashed before his eyes. A chill spread from his neck as he touched it, his hand covered in blood. Clutching his bleeding neck, he looked incredulously at the Black God King. The latter was holding his ever-present sharp sword, its blade dripping with fresh blood. "Why?" The Drought Demon King collapsed to his knees, his eyes filled with confusion. The Black God King flicked the blood off the sword, sheathed it, and looked down at the Drought Demon King, who was slowly losing his life force. "I thought about it. The troll might be lonely down there. You should keep him company." With that, the Black God King turned and left the bridge. Half of his Black God guards stayed behind to handle the Drought Demon King's body and take control of this Drought Demon King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyer. The once mighty Drought Demon King was discarded like trash, and the bloodstains on the floor were swiftly cleaned, as if nothing had ever happened. The crew on the bridge, regardless of their inner turmoil, continued to focus on their tasks. The Black God King arrived at the hangar and boarded his shuttle. He ordered his accompanying lieutenant, You have 1 week to dismantle the troll and drought demon factions. Eliminate all families on the list. Others who are willing to swear allegiance may stay. Those who are stubborn must be dealt with. I only care about results. In a week, the devouring civilization will no longer have 3 kings, only one black god emperor. Emperor. The title pleased him. Just as he was lost in thought, gazing at the stars through the porthole, the lieutenant's handheld terminal suddenly flashed red. The lieutenant checked it, and his expression changed dramatically, hesitantly looking at the newly crowned Black God Emperor. Speak. What's the matter? The Black God Emperor asked calmly. The lieutenant hesitated for a moment before reporting truthfully. We've just received word that multiple stargates in several star systems have exploded. A total of 38 stargates have been destroyed. The explosives used are similar to the super bombs previously used by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's Legion, but with less power and more concealment, only destroying the stargates and surrounding areas. It seems to be some sort of simplified version. After finishing the report, the lieutenant angrily added, the Emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is too cunning, violating the agreement and attacking our stargates. Having completed his report, the lieutenant cautiously observed the Black God Emperor's reaction. The reaction of the Black God Emperor took everyone by surprise. He simply gazed quietly out of the porthole at the vast expanse of space, his face showing no trace of anger. That individual did not breach our agreement, he remarked in a calm tone. Had there been a breach, divine punishment would have ensued. Then how were they able to sabotage our stargates? The adjutant asked, puzzled. The Black God Emperor explained, these explosive devices were likely set as timed mechanisms before we signed the Oath of Combat. According to the rules of the Oath Fruit, this does not count as an attack after the duel. They cleverly exploited this loophole. What's even smarter is that they didn't target the heavily guarded star systems and gates, but rather opted for seemingly insignificant targets. Those major stargates are protected by Legion fleets, and any time devices would likely have been discovered before detonation. But these seemingly scattered minor stargates, when linked, can deliver a fatal blow to our civilization's Stargate network. The Black God Emperor looked out over the vast sea of stars, a slight smile playing on his lips. Xiaolong Emperor, is this the surprise you have for me? I am increasingly looking forward to our oath duel in 2.5 years. I trust you'll bring more brilliance then. The adjutant stood quietly by, astonished. Since the encounter with the Xiaolong Emperor, there had indeed been a subtle shift in the Black God's attitude towards his opponent. It was less of an adversarial stance and more akin to a mutual respect, almost like kindred spirits on some level. Meanwhile, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's fleet was gradually returning to their respective stations. Damaged ships were being transported to starports and docks for repairs, and logistical teams were busier than ever. The docks operated around the clock, with a continuous flow of parts and repair materials. Once restored and repainted, the heavily damaged warships were almost as good as new, with only the keenest eyes able to spot the faint traces of their ordeal. Though the war had reached a temporary lull, the leadership of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire found themselves even busier. In the primary conference room of Chang'an City within the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Chun was presiding over a crucial meeting. Since his return to the Empire a week ago, he had scarcely had a moment's rest, attending a multitude of meetings that ranged from brief 15-minute sessions to those that spanned entire days, often continuing even during shuttle flights via virtual conferences. At this moment, Secretary Lilith and Grand Marshal Charlotte were present. This was a post-war debriefing meeting, where the military staff was set to report on the specific outcomes of the recent operations. After Lilith briefly introduced the meeting's agenda, Grand Marshal Charlotte's chief secretary stood to elaborate in detail. This military operation lasted over 20 days, during which we deployed more than 6 million interstellar warships, including the regular Imperial Legions, Elite Corps, and the Emperor's personal guard fleet. 10 brand-new Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts had just rolled off the production line when they were immediately thrust into battle. This prolonged campaign nearly depleted the strategic reserves of the Xiaolong Legion, leaving only 5 of their resources by the war's end. Fortunately, victory came just in time to prevent even greater losses. The chief secretary of the military department stood in the command center, reporting the results in a steady yet proud voice. In this military operation, we destroyed 30 million enemy starships, including severely damaging 2 quasi-T7 superflagships. Over 1,000 T6 class warships were annihilated, with an equal number heavily damaged. We also successfully crippled the Stargate network in 38 enemy star systems, causing significant damage, while 23 strategic systems suffered minor disruptions. Additionally, 300 enemy strategic military installations were destroyed. She paused briefly before continuing. This effectively reduced the Devourer civilization's painstakingly recovered military strength by a third. More importantly, due to the damage to their Stargate network, rebuilding their fleet will come at an even greater cost. Turning to the statistics on their own losses, the chief secretary maintained her steady tone. We lost nearly 1 million starships, achieving an impressive 30-10 kill ratio. This success is largely attributed to the exceptional performance of the 15 Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnoughts. She emphasized, all Golden Scarab-class ships have returned safely. The second and fifth ships sustained moderate damage when they were surrounded by tens of thousands of enemy ships while attacking the enemy's Dryad Ghost King-class destroyers. However, they can be repaired to full combat readiness. The remaining 13 ships only suffered minor damage. This battle has conclusively demonstrated the formidable combat power of this mass-produced Quasi-T7 warship. With unmistakable pride in her voice, the Chief Secretary declared, "This battle has firmly established the Golden Scarab-class dreadnought's formidable reputation. As the only Quasi-T7 warship in mass production, it is now recognized as the most powerful starship. All interstellar civilizations are eagerly studying its combat footage, hoping to glean even a fragment of its technological prowess." Regarding specific losses, she added, "Among the million ships lost, 1,000 were T6 class warships. This loss ratio is expected, given the large number of T6 class warships we deployed. In this battle, we eliminated approximately 7 trillion Devourer civilization soldiers, while around 1.7 billion of our own soldiers perished. We are currently collecting their life data," the Chief Secretary continued. "It is projected that about 0.002 of surviving soldiers, around 30,000, will need to retire from active duty for various reasons." Upon hearing this data, Zhao Chun furrowed his brow. With the frequency of battles increasing, more and more soldiers were reaching their limits. These warriors, who had once sacrificed for the Empire, were now being forced to step back. And this number was rapidly growing. Today it was 30,000. Next time it could be 100,000, or even 300,000, rising exponentially. This was a harsh reality the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had to face. Nonetheless, there was some solace in knowing that these veterans could continue to serve the Empire in other roles, even if they were no longer on the front lines. After the Chief Secretary of the Military Department concluded the detailed report on the battlefield summary, the meeting proceeded to its final significant segment, commendation and rewards. This is a customary ritual for any interstellar civilization following a major victory. Based on the statistical analysis from the Military Department's Secretarial Division, the Ghost Recon Elite Fleet Group has demonstrated the most outstanding performance in this battle, the Chief Secretary stated firmly in front of Emperor Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong Empire. Although they were not the main force, the intelligence network they established allowed us to constantly monitor the movements of the devouring civilization's forces, granting us a tremendous battlefield advantage. Without their contributions, the casualties in this intergalactic campaign would have been significantly higher. Zhao Chun had already discussed the rewards privately with Grand Marshal Charlotte and Secretary Lilith. After a moment of contemplation, he announced his decision. "Record my orders. Commander Zhong Xiaoxia of the Ghost Recon Elite Fleet Group is to be promoted to a 4-star general. The entire group is to receive a first-class merit award. Commanders with the rank of Lieutenant General and below will be promoted by 1 rank, with those on the list being advanced to 3-star general. Officers below the rank of general, except those with special merits, will be promoted by 2 ranks. Non-commissioned officers and below will be elevated by 3 ranks. Such an extensive conferment of honors is rare in the history of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, yet no one present voiced any objections. Everyone understood the immense risks undertaken by the Ghost Recon Elite Fleet Group during the battle. Exposure of their position would mean certain death, yet they fearlessly completed every mission. In addition to rank promotions, there were undisclosed rewards to be arranged later by the Secretarial Department, including monetary prizes and land grants. High-ranking officers like Zhong Xiaoxia typically receive 1 or more planets as fiefs. However, under the regulations established by Grand Marshal Charlotte, these fiefs are managed by the military until the officer's retirement to prevent the rise of warlords. Officers can only gain actual management rights over their fiefs after fully relinquishing military command, and even then, the size of their feudal fleet is strictly limited. Aside from the Ghost Recon Elite Fleet Group, other meritorious fleet groups were also rewarded accordingly. This campaign significantly bolstered the ranks of officers within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. After the war briefing concluded, Lilith, the secretary, swiftly transitioned to the next critical agenda item: the development plan for the Griffin Legion fleet over the next 2.5 years, coinciding with the Oath Duel. Given the military strategic implications, it was the perfect time for all military personnel to be present. The primary question is, to defeat the Devourer civilization in the Oath Duel, how much military force do we need? Lilith's gaze fell upon Grand Marshal Charlotte. Unexpectedly, Charlotte didn't respond directly but instead turned to Medare. "You were tasked with this analysis. Share your conclusions now." This decision was significant. Although Medare was already an Imperial Marshal and the highest commander of the 9th Legion Fleet Group, her rank was evidently lower than that of Qitong, Chu Xian, and Medusa. Charlotte was intentionally nurturing the new Marshal. Medare stood up and got straight to the point. "Based on the latest combat data analysis, Our actual combat power ratio with the Devourer civilization is approximately 1 to 10. Although in the last battle we achieved a 32 casualty ratio, that was mainly due to the enemy's complacency and our intelligence advantage. Such an opportunity will not be granted to us again by the Dark God King. Without truly possessing T7-level interstellar warships, it's challenging to replicate such a performance. She continued her analysis. According to the arms race trends, in 2.5 years, the Devourer civilization's number of interstellar warships will inevitably exceed 100 million. Considering that the Oath Duel allows for the recruitment of allies, it's estimated that the enemy's fleet size committed to the battlefield could reach 200 million ships, with the worst-case scenario possibly rising to 500 million. This figure left all the military commanders present in shock. 500 million military-grade interstellar warships. This number surpasses the total active fleets of all known civilizations in the universe, and may even exceed the total number of warships ever in service since the founding of the Holy Elf Empire. Even if we calculate based on the most likely scenario of 200 million ships, Madare continued, to maintain a 10-to-1 combat power ratio, we would need to prepare at least 20 million interstellar warships. This conclusion plunged the room into silence. The current active fleet of the Griffin Interstellar Empire numbers only a little over 5 million ships, meaning that within a mere 2.5 years, an additional 15 million ships must be built, equivalent to constructing a fleet the size of the current one every year. This poses an unprecedented challenge to the Empire's military-industrial complex. During a crucial military conference, Marshal Middle proposed an ambitious plan to expand the fleet. She suggested constructing an additional 15 million interstellar warships, bringing the Empire's active fleet to over 20 million ships. These would include 30,000 T6 class warships, 5 million T5 class warships, with the remainder being T4 class. Notably, the number of Golden Scarab class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts would need to reach about 100. As Marshal Middle took her seat, each attendee received a detailed dossier on the fleet expansion. Grand Marshal Charlotte surveyed the room, seeking opinions from the assembly. Marshal Zhongxia was the first to stand and speak. Having spent the most time within the devouring civilization, she candidly stated, 20 million interstellar warships are far from sufficient. We need at least 30 million to ensure a victory probability of over 90% in the Oath Duel. She then disclosed critical intelligence. According to our sources, many interstellar civilizations have been secretly maintaining contact with the devouring civilization, engaging in exchanges of interests. Even though we've disrupted parts of their local universe's Stargate network, they can still leverage the military-industrial capabilities of these allies to build their forces. More concerning, they might pressure these allies to openly take sides and deploy troops in the Oath Duel. Zhongxia's remarks earned approving glances from those present. As a newly appointed marshal, her willingness to voice her opinion in such an important meeting demonstrated her readiness to take on responsibility. After confirming no one else wished to speak, Grand Marshal Charlotte concluded, both Middle and Zhongxia's analyses are valuable. These scenarios are based on speculation. The feasibility of constructing such a vast number of warships will be a challenge for the Empire's industrial sector and resource allocation. These words made Secretary Lilith roll her eyes, as this would clearly become a focal point of her workload. Grand Marshal Charlotte continued, the military now needs to address two core issues. First, whether the current combat system is suitable for the expanded scale. Second, how to select commanders for the 30 new fleet groups. Each commander will oversee hundreds of thousands of interstellar warships, making the selection process extraordinarily challenging. Her expression turned exceptionally serious, underscoring the importance of the task at hand. In the conference room, Marshal Shun Bing furrowed her brows and spoke with a grave tone. Selecting a few fleet commanders is manageable. But over 30? Frankly, our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's fleet doesn't have that many qualified candidates. Handing over a fleet group to unqualified commanders is not only irresponsible, but could also mean the fleet won't perform effectively in battle. Her words resonated with everyone present. Although they weren't directly responsible for personnel appointments, as military professionals, they were well aware of who among their ranks had the necessary capabilities. Marshal Chu Xian added, the biggest issue is the lack of combat experience. Commanding a large fleet group isn't something that can be mastered through training alone. Real-world experience is crucial. Given the current situation, we might not have enough combat opportunities in the next 2.5 years. It's inappropriate to appoint those without combat experience to lead a fleet group. Zhao Qin nodded silently. In his mind, only a handful, like Xiong Xiangxiang, Yi Xiaodong, Wu Chun'er, and Hu Xiner, met the standards for fleet group commanders fewer than 10 individuals. With potentially 30 positions to fill, they couldn't afford to compromise on quality. Grand Marshal Charlotte pondered for a moment before proposing a solution. We need to change the interstellar fleet system of the Xiaolong Empire. My idea is to keep the core level structure unchanged, expand the fleet from the current 15 core fleets to 30, with a scale of 100,000 starships each. Additionally, increase the fleet groups from 10 to 30. This way, each fleet group will consist of 3 million starships, and a fully staffed 10 fleet groups would total 30 million. She glanced around, seeking the opinions of the military commanders present. Reactions varied. Veterans like Marshal Medusa were indifferent to fleet size, while others like Marshal Chu Xian were excited about commanding larger fleets. Newer commanders like Marshal Qingman and Marshal Madair appeared both excited and anxious about the prospect of handling a six-fold increase in command scale. Charlotte continued, I understand that commanding 3 million starships is challenging, but all of you have experience with large-scale command, making you more suitable than others. I believe you'll quickly grasp the essentials. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement. The Grand Marshal's plan is appropriate. The military department will start implementing the new structure within a week. Existing fleet groups will remain unchanged while new ones will be created to fill the vacancies. After the meeting, only Zhao Qin, Charlotte, and Lilith remained in the room. Lilith looked at the two of them with a hint of frustration. You two just decided on the expansion of 20 million starships with a few words. It's like you didn't even consider how the rest of us feel about it. Charlotte looked at Lilith with a knowing smile. Lilith, my dear sister, you've always been the most capable secretary officer in our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Since you didn't oppose the suggestion earlier, there must be a way to execute it. We trust you, our god of wealth surely has a plan, right? Zhao Qin also looked at Lilith with a smile. Lilith shook her head with a resigned smile and said, well, it seems I'm stuck with you too. But honestly, according to our current development plan in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, expanding to 2 million starships isn't difficult. To reach a scale of 3 million, we need to invest more in interstellar trade and expand our connections with other civilizations. Our current 3 partners are far from enough. Hearing this, Zhao Qin and Charlotte felt relieved. With Lilith as their capable steward, if she said it could be done, it surely could. Zhao Qin immediately pledged, no need to say more. Whatever you need, the entire Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will fully cooperate, and I will support you unconditionally. Charlotte chimed in. As for making contact with new interstellar civilizations, feel free to choose, Lilith. Just let us know which civilization you have your eye on, and we'll send a fleet to make contact. If they are willing to cooperate, great. If not, she gave a meaningful smile. We have our ways to change their minds. Zhao Qin and Lilith understood the implication behind Charlotte's expression. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had surpassed the Holy Elven Empire in the known universe, becoming a leading force. This was evident from their 2 battles with the Devourer civilization. The first battle made the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire famous across the universe, and the second established their dominance beyond the Devourer civilization. Lilith added, the Holy Elven Empire still has considerable industrial potential. They've just been in their comfort zone for too long. If we could get them to change their attitude and fully commit to fighting against the Devourer civilization, it would be a significant boost for us. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement. Despite the decline of the Holy Elven Empire, their foundation remained strong. Charlotte and Lilith both turned their gazes towards Zhao Qin. Why are you looking at me? Zhao Qin asked, puzzled. Because only you can handle the affairs of the Holy Elven Empire, Charlotte shrugged. What am I supposed to do? Use a charm offensive? Zhao Qin rolled his eyes and pretended to wrap himself tighter in his clothes. I'm a respectable person. Lilith and Charlotte remained silent, but their eyes conveyed an unspoken suggestion. Finally, Zhao Qin sighed. Fine, I'll handle it. But don't get your hopes up too high. He knew the difficulty involved and that a misstep could backfire. By the way, has our Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought been sent over? It's been repaired and sent over, Lilith replied. In the Grand Hall of the High Council on the Moonstar of the Holy Elven Empire, a heavy atmosphere hung over the assembled High Elves. The council members occasionally cast glances at the Flame Elf King, Xiaoyuomen, who appeared nonchalant, leaning back in her seat and coolly surveying the crowd. The Radiant Elf King, with a stern expression, looked directly at Xiaoyuomen. Flame Elf King Xiaoyuomen, do you admit to leading 300,000 interstellar warships to the Devourer civilization battlefield without the council's authorization? Yes, I did. Xiaoyuomen admitted without hesitation. Do you realize this is a severe breach of our council's constitution? The Radiant Elf King's voice was tinged with anger. Even as an Elf King, you cannot deploy a fleet from the Holy Elven Empire without approval from the High Council, or at least 3 Elf Kings, let alone engage in an interstellar conflict. Xiaoyuomen coldly surveyed everyone present, her recent experiences fueling her disdain for those around her. I acknowledge my actions violated certain rules, but I must ask all of you. We have an alliance with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and are adversaries of the Devourer civilization. So why can't we assist when Xiaolong Interstellar Empire attacks the Devourer civilization? She continued, according to intelligence, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire deployed over 6 million warships, destroyed 30 million enemy ships, severely damaged 2 King flagships, and dismantled numerous Stargate networks. They eventually retreated due to a lack of resources and manpower. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We only need to send less than 2 million warships to completely change the tide of battle. Can't you see this opportunity? Or are you all harboring ulterior motives? Shaluoman's words sparked murmurs among the council members, most of whom criticized her actions. Even the representatives of the Fire Elf clan remained silent. The Radiant Elf King glanced at the other Elf Kings. They had already privately discussed a resolution. Although there were suggestions to remove Shaluoman from her position, these were ultimately rejected after considering various factors. It was agreed she needed time to calm down. By the decision of the council, the Radiant Elf King began to announce the resolution. In light of Flame Elf King Shaluoman's breach of protocol by unilaterally mobilizing forces for foreign conflicts, her powers will be temporarily suspended. During this period, she must remain on Moonstar and may not leave without permission. Regarding the temporary appointment of her duties, at that moment, an elven officer suddenly burst into the council hall. The solemn atmosphere of the High Council was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. An elf officer burst in, leaving the assembled High Elves momentarily stunned. Report. The elf officer snapped to attention and saluted. A T7 class Golden Scarab Heavy Interstellar Dreadnought from the Xiaolong Stellar Empire has just appeared at the edge of the sacred tree star system. They claim it is a gift from the Xiaolong Emperor to express gratitude for the Holy Elven Empire's previous assistance, led by the Flame Elf King, in the Devourer Civilization battlefield. It will be loaned to the Flame Elf King for 10 years, free of charge. The council chamber erupted in astonishment. This Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnought was the Xiaolong Empire's latest flagship, having made its battlefield debut just 2 weeks ago, where 2 of its kind severely damaged the flagship of the Devourer Civilization's 3 sovereigns, the Drought Ghost King class. Are you sure it's the Golden Scarab-class warship? The Emerald Elf King suddenly stood up, her excitement barely contained. As the chief starship technology expert of the Holy Elven Empire, she had long dreamed of studying this quasi-T7 class warship. It's well known that even the Xiaolong Empire's T6 class warships are under strict control, with every exported or gifted warship equipped with tracking devices, let alone this latest model. What are we waiting for? Accept it immediately and extend a warm welcome to the envoy, declared the Radiant Elf King decisively. While he wasn't particularly versed in interstellar technology, he understood the significance of the situation. The elf officer hesitated, glancing at the Flame Elf King, who remained seated with an unusual calmness amidst the excitement. As soon as the envoy from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire finished speaking, the council hall plunged into silence. The demand that the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought be personally received by the Flame Elf King, Shaluoman, drew everyone's attention to her. The timing was incredibly delicate. Just moments earlier, the High Council had been deliberating on how to deal with the Flame Elf King. Now, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was offering a near T7 class top-tier warship, specifically to the very person they were contemplating action against. The significance of this gift could not be overstated. The Radiant Elf King cleared his throat, breaking the silence first. Ahem, since we have honored guests, let's put aside the matters concerning the Flame Elf King for now. The priority is to receive this warship. The Emerald Elf King, Mansfield, eagerly chimed in. Yes, yes, let's go welcome it. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he couldn't wait to board the legendary warship and explore it. However, as everyone else prepared to move, Shaluoman remained motionless in her seat. Shaluoman, what's the matter? Don't keep the envoy waiting, Mansfield urged anxiously. Shaluoman rose slowly, a hint of a sardonic smile on her face. I've been suspended, remember? I'm no longer the Flame Elf King. If you want to receive the warship, go ahead. I have a wall to stare at and reflect upon my actions. With that, she turned and walked in the opposite direction. Mansfield hurried to block her path. Shaluoman, this is too important. Don't be stubborn. Let's deal with the warship first, then discuss other matters. Shaluoman crossed her arms and stood firm, looking at the bewildered council members with amusement. In what capacity should I receive it? As the disgraced Shaluoman, or as the Flame Elf King? She relished this rare moment of leverage, finally getting some satisfaction. At this point, one council member stepped forward. In fact, Shaluoman didn't really do anything wrong in this incident. As a military leader, it was entirely reasonable to support our allies from a strategic standpoint. We haven't suffered any losses either, so perhaps we should let this go and consider it a cross-galactic maneuver exercise. The aquatic fairy queen, Maritize, stepped forward to mediate, bringing a turning point to the situation. Several members of the High Council echoed her, noting that the incident hadn't caused any tangible harm to the Empire. They understood the instinctive reaction of the military when faced with an opportunity, particularly since the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was an ally, making their assistance reasonable. This perspective quickly spread through the council, and the voices of criticism gradually faded. At this point, anyone daring to criticize Shaluoman, the Flame Fairy King, would be confronted with a direct question. If you're so capable, why don't you take charge of receiving the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought? Faced with a battle-tested quasi-T7 class battleship, Few could argue against such a challenge. Although some council members remained displeased with Xiaoyumen's handling of the situation, receiving the battleship was the priority, leading them to choose silence. Suddenly, the long-silent Kagaya Fairy King, Onions, spoke up. I propose we revoke the punishment against Xiaoyumen. With these words, all eyes turned to the Radiant Fairy King. The Radiant Fairy King glanced at Onions helplessly, thinking, weren't you the one who initially suggested punishing Xiaoyumen? However, given the circumstances, he approached Xiaoyumen with an awkward smile and said, Xiaoyumen, the previous decision to penalize you is withdrawn. It was a misjudgment on our part. Xiaoyumen sneered. I'm well aware of your motives. If the Xiaolong Empire hadn't specifically named me to receive this battleship, would you have revoked the punishment? I have no interest in the position of Fairy King. But now that you want me back, I'm not willing to swallow my pride. The Radiant Fairy King, under intense scrutiny, had no choice but to humble himself. Auntie, name your terms. What will it take for you to forgive and agree to receive that battleship? Xiaoyumen's lips curled into a smile as she resumed her seat as Fairy King. Raising her voice, I want 3 million Holy Fairy Fleet ships at my command. Her demand caused an uproar. After some negotiation, Kagaya Fairy King first suggested 10,000 ships. Radiant Fairy King increased it to 20,000, then 30,000 finally. Aquatic Fairy Queen Maritize mediated. Let's all compromise and grant Xiaoyumen 50,000 interstellar ships. This would already constitute a formidable military force within known cosmic civilizations. The figure of 500,000 interstellar warships echoed throughout the council chamber. Saruman, the Flame Elven Queen, felt a sense of satisfaction. Though this number was far below her initial proposal of 3 million, it still met her expectations. She had deliberately thrown out that nearly impossible figure to leave room for negotiation with the other Elven Kings. She glanced at the Radiant Elven King before her and the Luminous Elven King behind her. Seeing their silence, she decided to push further. Let's round it up to 600,000, including my personal guard fleet. The Elven Kings remained silent. Only then did Saruman return to her throne and present an even greater demand. Additionally, these 600,000 warships represent just 1/50th of the Imperial fleet. I demand 5 of the military budget annually. This budget, along with the training, management, and deployment rights of the warships, will be solely under my control, without interference. Agree to these terms, and I'll immediately accept the Quasi-T7 warship from the Draconian Interstellar Empire. 5. The Radiant Elven King exclaimed in astonishment. This budget far exceeded the actual needs of the 600,000 warships, implying that other corps would face budget cuts, or the Elven Kings would need to make up the shortfall personally. Before he could continue, Saruman interrupted decisively. Not a single condition can be compromised. It's non-negotiable. Mansfield, the Emerald Elven King, was the first to voice his support, his mind occupied with his Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnought. Maritize, the Azure Elven Queen, known for her diplomatic nature, followed suit, aligning with the majority. This left only the Radiant Elven King and the Luminous Elven King, Onions, yet to declare their stance. Onions gazed at Saruman and said, I understand your purpose for this fleet. I can agree to your terms, but you must ensure that these 600,000 warships will never target the Holy Elven Empire's fleet or pose a threat to our empire. I swear by the Elven God, Saruman responded without hesitation. While I maintain good relations with the Draconian Interstellar Empire, my ultimate goal is to eliminate the devouring civilization threatening the universe. The Draconian Emperor's current actions are directed against this menace, which is why I support him. However, I will always remain the Elven Queen of the Holy Elven Empire and will never betray it. With this assurance, the Radiant Elven King called for a vote. Regarding granting Saruman, the Flame Elven Queen, supreme independent command over 600,000 interstellar warships and an annual 5 military budget, the High Council will now vote. Those opposed, please raise your hands. Looking around the council hall, only a few hands were raised. Upon seeing the outcome, the Radiant Elf King immediately announced the results of the vote. Less than 10 of the council opposed the proposal. I hereby officially declare that the proposal is passed. From this moment on, Flame Elf King Xiaoyumen is granted supreme command over these 600,000 interstellar warships. She may issue any combat orders to these ships, provided they do not threaten the sacred Elven Empire. Additionally, 5 of the military budget will be allocated to Xiaoyumen annually, and she has complete discretion over its use, with no interference from anyone, including the High Council. After speaking, the Radiant Elf King gave Xiaoyumen a meaningful look, as if to say, now you should be satisfied. However, Xiaoyumen did not respond, and simply stood up and walked out quietly. Hey, where are you going now? The Radiant Elf King called out. Aren't we supposed to inspect that Quasi-T7 level interstellar warship from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire? Xiaoyumen merely blinked, her gaze sweeping over those present. The radiant Elf King, feeling resigned, followed her. The other Elf Kings also rose, with the Emerald Elf King Mansfield moving the quickest, almost sticking to Xiaoyuomen's heels. The Radiant Elf King and the Night Elf King brought up the rear. Although the High Elves followed as well, it was uncertain whether they would be allowed aboard the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. As they walked down the long corridor, the Emerald Elf King Mansfield kept muttering, "Why is this passage so long? It would be great if it led directly to the starport docks." Bringing up the rear, the Radiant Elf King glanced at the ever-expressionless Kaguya Elf King beside him and asked in a low voice, "What did you mean earlier? You were the one who suggested dealing with Xiaoyuomen. Yet after hearing about that matter, you were the first to call off the punishment." The Kaguya Elf King calmly replied, "Because the situation has changed. Initially, I suggested action against her because she did indeed make a mistake deploying the Sacred Elven Legion's fleet for cross-universe combat without consultation and to support the Devourer civilization's home front. Such behavior must be addressed, or other commanders might imitate it, disrupting the Empire's order." He continued to explain, "My stance changed due to the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. It's the only known mass-produced quasi-T7 level interstellar warship, and it's been battle-proven. Even a 10-year lease is incredibly valuable to us. During this time, we can study its technology, and even partial mastery could lead to significant advancements for the Sacred Elven Empire." The Emerald Elf King Mansfield would undoubtedly be particularly interested in this. To be honest, have we really been okay remaining at the T6 technology level? Leaving aside the threats of the Devourer civilization and chaos, the technology of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has already surpassed ours. While they may not have our depth, at the current pace, they will eventually overtake us entirely. I have a hunch that if we continue to stagnate, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will be the first civilization to surpass us, but certainly not the last. Currently, they bear us no ill will, but who can guarantee the future? Or whether other advanced interstellar civilizations might harbor hostility towards us. The Radiant Elf King gazed intently at the Kaguya Elf King, his tone laced with surprise. "I always thought of you as a conservative thinker. I didn't expect you to agree with the view of the Solomon Flame Elf King. She certainly possesses a sense of urgency that most of us elves lack, which is why I previously suggested only a temporary punishment for her." The Kaguya Elf King, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied serenely, "My thinking is neither conservative nor radical. I only support what is most beneficial for the Holy Elf Empire." "Let's set that aside for now," the Radiant Elf King said, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "The current situation is in our favor. Let's take a look at the legendary Celestial Dragon Interstellar Empire's quasi-T7 warship. Even though I'm not particularly interested in military equipment, I can't deny my curiosity about this Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. It's been the hottest topic these days." Even the usually composed Kaguya Elf King showed a spark of intrigue in his eyes. This gift from afar had already been connected with the Solomon Flame Elf King and, following her instructions, was to be escorted by a holy elf fleet into the star system, eventually docking at the largest starport on Moon Goddess Star. To honor this, the Radiant Elf King had ordered a grand reception, insisting the starport clear the surrounding docking area for the warship. These arrangements demonstrated the Holy Elf Empire's high regard for the quasi-T7 warship. The Elf Kings, traveling by shuttle, arrived at the starport ahead of time to welcome the legendary warship. Members of the High Council followed closely behind, eager to witness the warship's majesty even if they couldn't board it. This flurry of activity by the Holy Elf Empire's leadership quickly captured external attention. The gathering of Elf Kings and High Council members at the starport was rare, prompting speculation about a significant event on the horizon. Soon, a concrete event confirmed people's suspicions. A luxurious interstellar cruise ship, the Moon Goddess Voyager, suddenly received top-level orders to alter its course immediately. The ship's captain, incredulous, contacted traffic control. "Can you confirm you're asking us to yield? This will delay our journey by at least half an hour." The traffic control officer replied firmly, "That's correct. It's an order from the Elf Kings and the High Council. If you don't clear the way on time, you'll face consequences." Though reluctant, the captain promptly ordered a turn to the side. Soon, a crew member hurriedly reported, "Captain, the VIPs in the observation lounge are complaining about the detour. Tell them it's an order from the highest authority." "There's nothing I can do," the captain said helplessly. He knew all too well the temperament of the elf nobility, quick to take offense at the slightest inconvenience. Just then, there was a commotion at the bridge door. A directive from the higher-ups? On the bridge, an elderly high elf clad in luxurious robes strode in, followed by a retinue of attendants. As the captain recognized the figure, he immediately plastered a respectful smile on his face. "So it's Lord Zalus himself visiting our ship. I apologize for my oversight. I should have come to greet you personally," the captain said with a slight bow. This Zalus was no ordinary figure. He hailed from the Light Elves, the core race behind the Radiant Elf King. Although not a direct descendant, tracing back a few generations might reveal common ancestry with the king himself. More importantly, Zalis was once a significant member of the High Elf Council. Even in retirement, his status remained esteemed, such that even the Elf King would offer greetings upon meeting him. "I'm on my way to my granddaughter's wedding, and a detour will certainly make me late," Zalis stated in a calm yet indisputable tone. "Do you understand my predicament?" The captain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, explained with difficulty, "I don't wish it either, but this is indeed an order from the Navigation Control Department. Despite repeatedly emphasizing the importance of our passengers, they insist we vacate the route immediately. I'm merely a captain and must follow orders from above." Zalis furrowed his brow slightly. "Very well, connect me to the Navigation Control Department. I want to see who dares to wield such authority." Once the communication was established, an angry voice barked from the other side, "Lunar traveler, why haven't you vacated your current course? Can't you comprehend such a simple command?" The captain glanced at Zalis, who stepped forward. "This is Shiguang Zalis. May I ask why the main route of the sacred tree system is being cleared?" Upon hearing the name, there was a noticeable pause on the other end, though they quickly regained composure. "Lord Zalis, this is an order jointly issued by several Elf Kings and the High Council. I'm afraid I can't disclose the specifics. I must insist that your star cruiser vacate the main route immediately, or I will have a difficult time explaining." Sensing the unusual nature of the situation, Zalis pondered for a moment before instructing the captain, "We can move out, but we'll wait just outside the main route. I'm curious to see who commands such influence." A few minutes later, a formation of 30 T6-class interstellar battleships appeared on the horizon. Zalis recognized them as the personal guard fleet of the Aquamarine Elf King. As everyone marveled at the fleet's size, the true spectacle emerged a colossal interstellar warship, entirely golden, whose brilliant radiance made the T6-class warships ahead look dim in comparison, like a dazzling golden star streaking across the cosmos. In the Moonlight Starway, a magnificent golden battleship is slowly making its way through the passage. Its enormous size renders the T6-class battleships of the Holy Elven Empire alongside it like mere children next to a giant. This golden behemoth is quickly recognized as the newly developed Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class dreadnought of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the same one that inflicted severe damage on the Tri-Kingdom's super flagship on the Devourer civilization battlefield. However, keen observers soon notice something unusual. The emblem on the ship is not that of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, but the insignia of the Flame Elf King's fleet. This discovery causes a stir among the high-ranking officials of the Holy Elven Empire present. Zaris, a former high-ranking Elven counselor, understands the situation all too well. He is well aware of the true reason why the Elven Kings and the High Council ordered the main passage to be cleared. With the intelligence he has recently acquired, he knows of the Flame Elf King Shalomon's recent actions and the high-level response to them. The presence of this Quasi-T7 battleship speaks volumes. If it were merely a visit from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's fleet, even with the Emperor himself, it would not necessitate clearing the passage. The only plausible explanation is that this Golden Scarab-class warship, valued at the equivalent of an annual output of a lower-level interstellar civilization, is on loan from the Xiaolong Emperor to the Flame Elf King. This is undoubtedly a show of support from the Xiaolong Emperor, using the only Quasi-T7 battleship within the Holy Elven Empire's territory to send a clear political message to the High Council. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zaris can only shake his head in resignation and turn to contact his granddaughter to postpone their meeting. Even the presence of an Elven King would not be enough to negotiate leniency in the face of this Woneo-fakened Quasi-T7 battleship. The interstellar cruise ship, filled with dignitaries, can only respectfully watch as the Golden Giant sails past. When the battleship finally reaches the first starport outside the Moonlight Star, the port's management faces an unprecedented dilemma. The starport was never designed to accommodate a battleship of such colossal size. "Sir, we really don't have a dock that can accommodate this colossal ship," the dock berth manager stated, his face lined with anxiety as he stood before the starport director. The starport director furrowed his brow and quickly glanced at his watch. Less than 20 minutes remained before the arrival of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. Even with a buffer for administrative procedures, they had barely an hour. "What about the T6 carrier starship's dedicated dock?" he asked urgently. "Completely inadequate," the dock manager shook his head. "The size of this Golden Scarab-class dreadnought far exceeds any of our existing warships. Perhaps we could have it anchor in the outer mooring area," the dock manager suggested cautiously. The starport director's anger flared instantly. He kicked a nearby chair forcefully. "Do you want to be stationed at the outer mooring area? That's a near T7-class interstellar warship, something even our Holy Elven Empire has never possessed. All 5 Elf Kings and every member of the High Council are here waiting." Are you planning to have them take shuttles to the outer mooring area for a tour? I guarantee within a day, we'll both be packing our bags. This was no idle threat. According to interstellar diplomatic protocol, visiting fleets should dock at the designated local starport berths. It's a basic courtesy. Only when a lesser civilization hosts a superior one would there be a lack of adequate docking facilities. For the Holy Elven Empire to face such a situation while receiving the Draconis Interstellar Empire would be tantamount to admitting inferiority and unforgivable offense within the Empire. Think of something. This warship must dock in our berth. The starport director nearly roared. The dock manager wiped the sweat from his brow and pulled up the starport layout, pointing to several key locations. We have 2 large docks and 3 medium ones here, alongside 2 resource warehouses. If we dismantle the walls between them, these walls were intended for future upgrades and aren't part of the main structure. Following the predetermined demolition plan, we can complete it in half an hour. However, this will temporarily render this area non-functional. Execute immediately, the starport director ordered decisively. Forget the losses. The priority is accommodating this Golden Scarab-class dreadnought. Even if it means tearing down my own home, start now. It must be done in half an hour. Under this directive, all engineering teams within the starport were mobilized to the site. Given the pre-existing demolition plans and ample manpower, the work progressed swiftly. Meanwhile, the immense Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought was slowly approaching Luna Star's primary starport, its golden hull gleaming magnificently in space, visible even to the naked eye from the starport. In the starport's observation hall, the 5 Elf Kings and numerous High Council members were already assembled, poised and ready, eagerly awaiting the arrival of this legendary warship. In the grand reception hall of the starport, the 5 Elven Kings stood in the prime viewing positions, with the other high-ranking Elven Council members aligned in order. All eyes were fixed on the horizon, eagerly awaiting the legendary Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. Look, over there, came a cry of excitement as the massive warship slowly approached. Its sleek, graceful lines shimmered under the starlight, with its special armor material emitting a unique metallic sheen. The weapon modules, seamlessly integrated into the overall design, gave the warship both formidable firepower and an artistic elegance. The Emerald Elven King could barely contain his excitement, showering the ship with praise. Others joined in with genuine admiration. Even the usually composed Radiant Elven King and the Luminous Elven King watched the vessel with keen interest. Though the Flame Elven King had previously feigned indifference in the High Council, her gaze was now intensely focused. Being a military leader, she was naturally drawn to a warship that embodied both technological prowess and strength. As the warship drew closer, the escorting T6 Holy Elven Empire ships gracefully withdrew, allowing the starport's lead ship to guide it in. Given the warship's massive size, the starport deployed over 20 tugboats of various classes to assist with docking, with another dozen on standby. Why is it taking so long? The Emerald Elven King asked impatiently after waiting for over 10 minutes. A starport staff member cautiously explained, "This is the standard docking procedure. Since it's an unknown model from the Draco Interstellar Empire, it requires more stringent inspections. Don't they realize how important this ship is to us? Can't the procedures be expedited?" The Emerald Elven King frowned. The Radiant Elven King intervened to mediate. "Don't worry, this time is insignificant." The Emerald Elven King suggested with a hint of impatience, "Why don't we take a shuttle and board the ship first?" This suggestion amused the Azure Elven King, as boarding before the ship was fully docked seemed quite hasty. Finally, the Golden Giant glided into the dock. The Radiant Elven King proposed a closer inspection, but his gaze settled on the Flame Elven King. After all, according to the Draco Emperor's conditions, this warship was leased to her. The Flame Elven King dropped her pretense and led the way to the docking area. A procession of over 100 people made their way through the corridors to a vast space where the colossal interstellar warship lay in repose, making even the High Elves present feel dwarfed by its presence. The Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought loomed before them, a colossal presence that was awe-inspiring even from halfway up the space dock. The cold metallic sheen of its surface exuded an aura of authority, as though this near T7 class warship possessed a soul of its own. The elves gathered there, gazed up at the vessel, which surpassed any warship of the Holy Elven Empire, their hearts swelling with an uncontrollable surge of emotion. At that moment, the side hatch of the dreadnought slowly opened, extending a gangway to dock with the spaceport, signaling the official connection between the dreadnought and the starport. In the distance, figures could be seen moving at the hatch, the silhouettes of the station's Xiaolong crew members. The Flame Elf King was about to lead the way when she paused after a few steps. She exchanged a glance with the Radiant Elf King, who then selected 10 key personnel from the entourage of over 100 either starship technology experts or high-ranking Elven Council members with special status. The remaining personnel stayed behind, limited to observing the exterior of the warship from afar with the aid of tools. The streamlined group reached the midpoint of the gangway, where they were met by 7 or 8 Xiaolong officers. Leading them was a woman in a military uniform, her shoulders adorned with the rank of Major General. She approached the Flame Elf King, Xiaoyuomen, and after a formal salute, she spoke, "Your Majesty, King Xiaoyuomen, I am Wang Min, captain of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. From today, I and the 3,000 Xiaolong soldiers aboard will be stationed here for 3 months to train you in taking over the fleet. The Xiaolong Emperor has authorized you to command this warship in any combat mission, and thanks you for your assistance during the expedition against the Devourer civilization. You will always be a friend of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." The Flame Elf King graciously returned the greeting and began a friendly conversation with Major General Wang Min, the ship's captain. The other Elf Kings followed silently, fully aware that the message from the Emperor of the Fiery Dragon made no mention of them. Clearly, if it weren't for the Flame Elf King's previous actions, this meeting would never have occurred. "Lord Shaloman, the Flame Elf King, would you like to visit the bridge first, or explore other departments?" Captain Wang Min inquired. "Of course, let's explore first." The Emerald Elf King interjected eagerly, eyes alight with the desire to explore. The others remained silent, their attention focused on the Flame Elf King. Unlike during the High Council, they now understood their role as mere companions. The Flame Elf King, Shaloman, glanced back at his companions, noting the Emerald Elf King's enthusiastic gaze, and calmly replied, "Let's visit the various departments first." "Certainly, please follow me," Captain Wang Min said, leading the group into the outer chambers of the battleship. Though positioned on the periphery, this chamber showcased intricate design. The Emerald Elf King keenly observed the unique structures on the walls and ceiling. A strategic supply conduit on one wall and a massive elevator platform occupying nearly a fifth of the room's floor space. The walls and elevator platform are likely movable, the Emerald Elf King deduced. "I've heard that the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts have boarding combat capabilities and are equipped with the most advanced interstellar combat mechs. This chamber is typically used for receiving personnel and docking shuttles. In wartime, the inner walls can be moved to expand the space, and the elevator platform is used for rapid deployment of interstellar marines or combat mechs. There's also a supply passage for weapons and ammunition." The others were astonished to discover the hidden complexities of what seemed to be an ordinary chamber. The Flame Elf King explained to Wang Min, "This is the Emerald Elf King of our Holy Elf Empire, a military technology expert. You need not explain if any of this is classified." Captain Wang Min nodded slightly. As the captain who would be stationed here for 3 months, she was already well-versed in the Holy Elf Empire's various aspects. She admitted, "The Emerald Elf King is correct. These designs are indeed for the interstellar heavy assault marines. In the current battlefield conditions, is the use of interstellar combat mechs appropriate?" a high-ranking elf counselor questioned. Indeed, many shared this view. In a spacious chamber, a discussion about interstellar combat mechs was underway. Before Major General Wang Min, the captain, could even speak, the Emerald Elf King eagerly shared his insights. "Your views are too one-dimensional," the Emerald Elf King said, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "The value of interstellar combat mechs cannot be judged solely by conventional combat strength. While their individual power may not match that of similarly ranked starships, they hold an irreplaceable advantage in close-quarters boarding battles." He elaborated that once a combat mech boards an enemy ship, over 90 of the enemy's weapon systems become ineffective. In contrast, mechs can easily breach the ship's armor, and by implanting explosives in the breach, they can deliver a devastating blow. In T3 to T5 level interstellar wars, the use of combat mechs has indeed declined, the Emerald Elf King continued. But this is mainly due to advancements in weapon technology that make long-range destruction of enemy ships easier. However, at the T6 level, the situation changes. He pointed out that T6 level starships not only have stronger armor but are also significantly larger. While severely damaging such a ship might take only half an hour, destroying it completely could take 3 hours or more. He cited battles involving the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought and the super flagship of the Devourer civilization's Trikings, as well as the repeated but unsuccessful attempts to destroy the 2 Drought Ghost King-class heavy strategic interstellar destroyers and the Troll King-class interstellar fortress ship. "I believe," the Emerald Elf King concluded passionately, "that in future wars utilizing T6 level and above technology, interstellar combat mechs will regain their former glory." Although the other High Elf counselors and kings nodded in agreement, their expressions revealed confusion over this new line of thinking. After all, shifting deeply ingrained combat concepts in a short time is no easy task. Major General Wang Min chose not to comment further, instead leading the group out of the chamber and into a waiting hover elevator. "We'll be touring along a circular route," he explained, heading toward the stern first, then returning to the bridge from the opposite side of the starship. Throughout the journey, Wang Min provided detailed commentary on the internal structure of the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. While the Emerald Elf King showed keen interest, The others seemed less engaged. Suddenly, a vast chamber loomed before them. The room contained several compartments, some with closed hatches and others open, revealing starships docked within. "This is the legendary Interstellar Interceptor Bay," someone exclaimed. "Indeed," Major General Wang Min confirmed. "This is one of our weapon modules, capable of housing 3,000 T6 level interstellar interceptors. However, this level only holds 100 due to the large size of T6 interceptors. The primary storage area is below, where space is more efficiently utilized. Whether from the upper or lower levels, these interstellar interceptors can be deployed at any moment." In the spacious chamber, a group of High Elf counselors were touring the Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. Upon learning that the warship had self-repair capabilities, one counselor exclaimed in surprise, "It can repair itself? This interstellar warship not only maintains itself, but can also service its own accompanying ships. That's incredibly comprehensive." Suddenly, someone looked around and noticed the chamber was empty. Major General Wang Min, the ship's captain, explained, "This area uses a fully intelligent system, requiring no crew. All interstellar interceptors are unmanned, with actual command conducted in specialized control rooms." Hearing this, the group nodded in understanding. However, another voice expressed concern. "The extent of automation is indeed daunting. Doesn't the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire have any regulations against this? Commanding 3,000 interstellar shuttles, even with human oversight, implies a remarkable level of intelligence." Major General Wang Min smiled slightly. "There are indeed such regulations for the civilian sector. As for the military," she paused meaningfully, implying the military's special privileges. Her words caused varied reactions among the High Elf counselors, who have always been wary of advanced AI, strictly controlling it on their own interstellar ships. The Emerald Elf King mused, "I've long wanted to promote the use of AI, but those old fossils are too conservative. Risks exist, but to enhance combat capability, one must take risks. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. A bunch of blockheads." His complaint caused a few counselors behind him to change their expressions, as they were clearly among those he criticized. The tour continued to the next section. The sight that greeted them was awe-inspiring. A hive-like structure densely packed with countless interstellar drones, arranged with precision, creating an overwhelming scene. Major General Wang Min introduced, "These are our bronze scarab interstellar drones. In battle, they can be deployed instantly, forming a massive drone swarm." Even more astonishing was the presence of a gigantic production line in the distance, capable of replenishing expended drones on site. Finally, Major General Wang Min turned to the Flame Elf King. "We've brought 100 drone operators, and it will take just a month to train enough personnel." The Flame Elf King responded enthusiastically, "Great. I'll provide all necessary resources and personnel." A high-ranking elf council member raised his slender finger, furrowing his brow as he questioned Major General Wang Min, "Captain, shouldn't the location of such an important department be highly confidential? Aren't you concerned about leaking sensitive information by disclosing it so openly?" Major General Wang Min wore a confident smile and calmly explained, "We've considered this aspect thoroughly. The Flight Control Squadron's chamber is a completely sealed environment during missions, maintaining communication only with the bridge. It is equipped with a complete life support system, allowing for self-sufficiency in all needs. More importantly, the entire chamber is protected by the highest grade armor, equivalent to that of the bridge. For an enemy to breach this, they would first have to penetrate the outer armor of the Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnought, and then overcome the internal defense systems. If they possess such capabilities, they could easily destroy the entire warship without the need to locate an unmanned control room." Upon hearing this explanation, the Elf Council members present had a moment of realization. The tour then proceeded to the rear of the ship. Finding nothing particularly noteworthy there, they moved towards the bridge. Along the way, they passed through the gun chamber equipped with main guns, secondary guns, and an interstellar missile storage bay. Soon, the group arrived at the bridge door. The tour left a profound impression on the high-ranking Elf Council members. The Emerald Elf King appeared particularly excited, finding endless inspiration for research from just one visit. The other council members were both shocked and envious, as the technological level of this interstellar warship far exceeded the capabilities of the current Holy Elf Empire, something even the Elf Kings acknowledged. As the bridge's light door slid open, everyone followed Major General Wang Min inside. Since the warship was not at full capacity, only essential personnel and a working group from each department were present, making the spacious bridge feel especially empty and silent, with less than a tenth of the full complement of crew. "This is the bridge of the Golden Scarab-class heavy dreadnought," introduced Major General Wang Min. "Feel free to explore, but please refrain from touching any instruments or equipment. If you have any questions, you can ask the bridge soldiers nearby." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Emerald Elf King eagerly began to examine every corner of the bridge. To the layperson, a bridge might not seem special after all. Any interstellar warship can lack weapons but must have a bridge. However, to the Emerald Elf King, the bridge is the brain of the warship. Its design and technology directly determine the vessel's combat capabilities. Even the smallest design differences can result in significant disparities in combat effectiveness. The Inferno Elf King proactively offered, Major General Wang Min, during your stay in the Holy Elf Empire, I will provide you and your soldiers with the highest level fleet benefits of the Empire. If you have any needs, please inform the liaison I have arranged, and we will do our utmost to accommodate. Major General Wang Min quickly declined. There's no need for that. His Majesty the Emperor has already arranged salaries and expedition allowances. Moreover, the supplies we brought can sustain us for years. The Inferno Elf King feigned seriousness. That's a separate matter. Since it's my offer, please accept it without hesitation. Major General Wang Min wisely nodded in agreement. Then we humbly accept, and on behalf of the entire crew, I thank the Inferno Elf King. As a pragmatic person, she understood it was best to graciously accept the gesture and report it to her superiors later. It's likely the higher-ups wouldn't mind such a small matter, and it would also mean securing additional benefits for the accompanying soldiers. After turning the bridge, the group of Elf Kings reluctantly led the Emerald Elf King away, heading towards the starship's dining hall. As they walked down the metallic corridor, the Emerald Elf King's pace noticeably slowed, frequently glancing back at the various equipment and instruments behind him. Saruman, let me stay on this starship a little longer. I just want to look around. Just look around, the Emerald Elf King pleaded, trailing closely beside the Flame Elf King, his eyes gleaming with longing. The Flame Elf King shrugged, his tone indifferent. I only have the rights to use this starship for 10 years before I must return it to the Emperor of the Draconian Empire. If you tinker around and break something, how am I supposed to compensate for it? This starship is massive. How could I possibly break it just by looking and touching? The Emerald Elf King argued eagerly, then shifted his tone. Saruman, I've helped you plenty in the past. I always prioritized your fleet with those advanced starship technologies. Now, I'm asking you for a favor, and you can't grant me such a simple request? Seeing the Emerald Elf King looking ready to throw a tantrum, the Flame Elf King understood all too well. To explore the technology of the starship, this old fellow would do anything. Previously, he didn't allow him to visit the Draconian Empire, but now, with the coveted Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought right before him, refusal was not an option. The Flame Elf King turned to Captain Wang Min, who had been following them. Wang Min smiled and said, before we arrived, His Majesty the Emperor instructed that during this period, we in this starship are at the command of the Flame Elf King. There's no dealing with you, the Flame Elf King said, feigning helplessness. All right, you can stay on the starship, but you must adhere to a few conditions. No one else is allowed on board. I'll assign personnel to accompany you, and you should reach out to them if needed. Any information you record must be reviewed by us. Certain areas require permission to enter. If you agree to these terms, you can stay. The Emerald Elf King eagerly nodded in agreement, clearly not concerned with the reasonableness of these conditions. The Flame Elf King calculated internally. Since the Draconian Emperor was generous enough to send over this Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, they likely weren't worried about it being studied. This was an opportunity to gain favor and perhaps glean some insights into this old fellow who held many undisclosed top-tier technologies of the Sacred Elf Empire. In the starship's dining hall, Major General Wang Min, the captain, had meticulously prepared a feast tailored to the taste of the Elf Kings and the High Elf Counselors. The ingredients, all cultivated on the most advanced Eden-class starships, were rare delicacies even within the Holy Elf Empire. At the table, even the usually composed Elf Kings couldn't hide their anticipation for the meal. The Water Elf King, known for her straightforwardness, exclaimed while tasting the dishes, "Wow, the food on your Xylon-class starships is incredibly delicious, far surpassing the offerings in my own ship's restaurant." As the Elf King responsible for diplomatic affairs, the Water Elf King was distinct from the other elves. Her extensive diplomatic experience had endowed her with a refined palate. Although she was willing to try various foods from other civilizations, she always favored the culinary traditions she had grown up with. When visiting other interstellar civilizations, the local powers would prepare meals suited to the elves' tastes. Despite her polite compliments, these meals often fell short compared to the Holy Elf Empire's cuisine. However, the food aboard this Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought exceeded the Holy Elf Empire's standards. Knowing that this would be the future starship of the Flame Elf King, the Water Elf King couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, already planning future visits to the Flame Elf King. At that moment, the usually reticent Kagaya Elf King unexpectedly spoke up, addressing Major General Wang Min. Major General Wang, did you participate in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's campaign against the devouring civilization? Indeed, I did. Major General Wang Min replied with a smile. Then, how would you evaluate the interstellar fleet of the devouring civilization in this war? The Kagaya Elf King, surrounded by exquisite dishes, maintained a composed demeanor, calmly observing Major General Wang Min across the table. Meanwhile, The Flame Elf King narrowed her eyes, quietly speculating on the motives of her normally reserved colleague, who was now engaging in conversation with the Xiaolong officer. After a brief moment of thought, Major General Wang Min responded confidently, "My impression of the devouring civilization is that they possess advanced interstellar warships and technological weaponry, along with a vast fleet, giving them a significant advantage in combat. However, aside from the direct fleets of the three sovereigns, the combat spirit of their other fleets is not particularly strong. This might be because many of them are foreign races that were conquered and subsequently joined the devouring civilization, often out of necessity. They lack a sense of belonging to the devouring civilization. So while they rejoice in victory, they lack the resolve to fight to the bitter end when the tide turns against them." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.